Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 1 Chapter 1 Launching God Ruin. In July, Gwanking was as hot as the flaming mountains. If a person stayed outdoors for half a day, a layer of skin could be peeled off. The Bodhisattva at Launching Temple was very efficacious and quite famous in the city. Every year before the college entrance examination, parents would bring their children to make a wish. Whether it worked or not was one thing, but at least it brought peace of mind. Lin Baici had performed well this year. It was truly an extraordinary performance. He did not know if it had anything to do with the Launching Bodhisattva, but since he had made a wish before the exam, he had to fulfill his vow. 3 sticks of incense, along with fruits and pastries, would definitely require. Of course, the funds were provided by his mother. Lin Baici had actually planned to secretly keep 100 yuan, but he had been sternly warned by his mother. One must not be greedy with such incense money. Poverty. Without money, one cannot afford anything one wants. Lin Baici stepped along the cobblestone path and looked back at the great Buddha hall in the distance. Should he go back and make a wish to get rich? Would the Bodhisattva think he was too greedy? What Lin Baici wanted to do most right now was to become a content creator, filming videos to make money. However, he had only uploaded 5 outdoor videos to Bilibili so far, and the total number of views did not even reach 1,000. The goal of becoming a creator with millions of followers and a monthly income of tens of thousands was still a long way off. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. Maybe things will get better once I change to new equipment. Lin Baici cheered himself up. Because her son had done well on the exam, Lin's mother had promised to reward him with a new mobile phone. Lin Baici planned to buy a GoPro action camera once he got the money. As for the phone, he would make do with his current one for now. Once he made big money from filming videos, he would go straight for the latest Apple model. Gurgle. A slight pain in his lower abdomen and a sudden sense of hunger interrupted Lin Baici's thoughts. Lin Baici's slender eyebrows arched. Like a lion king who had suddenly discovered a plump prey, he immediately looked around. Who dropped something? Since he was a child, Lin Baici had encountered this sudden onset of hunger several times every year. Sometimes, even if he had just finished a meal half an hour ago, he would still be starving to death. Lin Baici thought his stomach had developed a problem, but after Lin's mother took him to the hospital, the checkup revealed that his body was unbelievably healthy. He could even go play a basketball game immediately after donating 300 cc of blood on the spot. In the summer of his first year of middle school, Lin Baici was walking on campus after lunch when he suddenly felt hungry again. A few minutes later, he accidentally found a wallet on the playground. Inside were over 300 yuan, a student ID card belonging to a beautiful senior, and a love letter. The magical thing was that once Lin Baici confirmed these items in the wallet, that inexplicable sense of hunger disappeared. Lin Baici subsequently conducted 3 experiments, and combined with several similar experiences later on, he summarized a pattern. Whenever he suddenly felt hungry, there was definitely something valuable nearby. Without exception. To date, he had found several car keys, 5 mobile phones, a junior's tuition fees, and the most expensive item was a gold ring he found in a green belt. The summer heat was intense, and the cicadas chirped listlessly, as if they were half dead. Lin Baici felt very hungry. He was currently in the small square in front of the Orhat Hall. The stone floor was swept very clean apart from a few cigarette butts. There was nothing to be seen. It's probably something like a phone or a wallet. Lin Baici looked up. Walking 100 steps to the north and turning left would lead to the Guanyin Pavilion. Turning right and passing through a long corridor would lead to the Life Release Pond. The Life Release Pond was a famous spot at Launching Temple. In the summer, it was covered with lotus flowers, a sea of emerald green with lotus leaves everywhere. Many tourists would come here to check in, take photos, and post them on social media. There were many people here, so the probability of someone losing something was naturally higher. Lin Baici quickened his pace and arrived at the Life Release Pond. The hunger was intensifying, according to past experience. This meant he was closer to the lost item. To the east was a large lake covered with lotus leaves, where one could hear the sound of frogs and sea koi swimming in the water. To the north was an octagonal pavilion. The pond was too large, so Lin Baici decided to check the octagonal pavilion first. As he climbed the steps and entered the pavilion built on top of the rockery, the hunger became even worse. Lin Baici held onto the railing with one hand and looked out of the pavilion. Soon, he saw a palm-sized pink cartoon wallet in a crack between some stones. Got it. Lin Baici climbed over the railing and picked up the wallet. He opened it casually. Quite a thick stack of money, in addition to the red 100 yuan renminbi notes. There were also yellow banknotes with a denomination of 50. Lin Baici knew these were Korean won. He had seen such banknotes in some Korean comics. Besides the money, there were 3 bank cards, a passport, a card that looked like an ID card with Korean text printed on it, and a headshot of a girl. The photo was quite beautiful. After checking, Lin Baici stuffed everything back into the wallet. He returned to the pavilion, opened his phone, and started playing a game, waiting for the owner to arrive. About 20 minutes later, a Korean girl with a hot figure rushed into the octagonal pavilion with an anxious expression. She kept her head down and looked around, clearly searching for something. But she found nothing. Scheibel, the girl with dyed-like gold long hair, cursed, lifting her foot as if to kick the railing, but seeing someone there, she lowered her foot again. Did you lose something? Lin Baici spoke up. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, with an oval face and a great figure. She was particularly fair, and her long legs, highlighted by denim hot pants, were very eye-catching, much better looking than those Korean girl groups. Jin Yingxin understood Chinese. Upon hearing this, she immediately looked at Lin Baici. Oppa, have you seen a pink wallet? Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a magnetic quality, sounding almost like she was acting spoiled. Is this it? Lin Baici took out the wallet and handed it to Jin Yingxin. The face of the person before him was identical to the photo on the ID card inside the wallet. He could be certain she was the owner. That is it. Seeing the wallet, Jin Yingxin snatched it up. After confirming that her passport and ID card were both inside, she patted her chest and let out a solid sigh of relief. Losing money was a small matter, but losing her passport and ID would have been a huge headache. Having done a good deed, Lin Baici prepared to slip away. He hadn't handed the wallet over to the scenic area management because he was worried that if any money went missing, it would be impossible to explain later. After all, in this day and age, it is hard to be a good person. Appa, seeing that the boy who was handsome enough to stand in the center position of a top-tier boy band was about to leave, Jin Yingxin immediately chased after him. She stood in front of him and bowed repeatedly. Kamsahamnida, thank you. Jin Yingxin not only thanked him, but she also opened the wallet, grabbed a handful of banknotes without even counting them, and held them out to Lin Baici with both hands. It was just a small favor, no need for money. Lin Baici refused. He hadn't realized it, but she was quite the little rich girl who didn't blink at throwing money around. Appa, please, you must accept it, Jin Yingxin urged. Just as she was about to force the money into the boy's hands and take the opportunity to ask if he was interested in coming to Korea to be a trainee and debut as an idol, she saw him suddenly look up, his face filled with shock as he stared at the sky. Jin Yingxin looked over as well, and the color instantly drained from her face. God's ruin. A meteor dragging a long, orange red tail of fire smashed rapidly into Longchen Temple. There was no violent impact, but rather a massive amount of blackness that surged outward like a tsunami, swallowing the entire Longchen Temple. 30 years ago, the meteors fell, and the gods' ruins appeared. Gods walked out from within them, feeding on humans. Since then, a new type of natural disaster had appeared on Blue Star. Various countries had tried all sorts of methods to intercept these meteors, but all had failed. Fortunately, each year, the number of meteors bringing God's ruins ranged from a few to several dozen, not enough to destroy the world. To date, the largest God's ruin was the one that swallowed 1/3 of the territory of the Kangaroo country. Among the 18 million citizens there, no one survived. Lin Baici woke up from hunger. He opened his eyes and saw that black, dense fog had shrouded everything. Visibility was less than 10 meters. The Korean girl was lying nearby unconscious. Hey, wake up! Lin Baici grabbed Jin Yingzhen's shoulders and shook her hard a few times. Right. Call the police. Lin Baici hurriedly took out his phone, only to find that it had shut down at some point and wouldn't turn on. He was just about to shout for help, but suddenly closed his mouth. If he did that, would it attract monsters? The authorities prohibited ordinary citizens from discussing anything related to God's ruins, so Lin Baici's knowledge of them was limited to rumors. Some said that besides gods, there were monsters inside the God's ruins. Those trapped within the God's ruins all became their food. Must escape as soon as possible. Lin Baici shook Jin Yingzhen vigorously, just as he was preparing to slap the Korean girl to wake her up. Jin Yingzhen regained consciousness. Jin Yingzhen cried out in pain. She felt as if her brains had been stirred by a propeller. It hurt terribly. A fresh ingredient. Because of years of exercise, the mussels are delicious and juicy with a very high protein content. Recommended to charcoal grill. Add plenty of cumin. What the hell? Lin Baici was startled by the voice that suddenly rang out in his mind. He could be certain that this sentence was not spoken by the girl in front of him. Are we trapped in a God's ruin? Jin Yingzhen was trembling all over, subconsciously clutching Lin Baici. The prey is in fear, which will cause it to secrete a large amount of hormones, leading to a decline in meat quality. It is recommended to slaughter immediately to preserve the best flavor of the ingredient. What are you? Lin Baici asked in his mind, but no one answered. Appa, we must destroy the God's remains quickly, otherwise we will die. Jin Yingzhen stood up and looked around. God's remains, Lin Baici frowned. This girl seemed to know some intelligence regarding the God's ruins. When a meteor falls to the ground, it creates mist. The area covered by the mist is called a God's ruin. Jin Yingzhen explained. Inside the God's ruin, there are God's remains, which are the corpses of gods. These God's remains radiate a mysterious energy, and this energy causes pollution to everything around it. Go on. Lin Baici listened very carefully. You know about nuclear radiation, right? The radiation from God's remains is even more terrifying than that. Do you feel dizzy, nauseous, or want to vomit right now? Those are the symptoms of pollution. Jin Yingzhen knew that as time passed, the symptoms of pollution would become increasingly terrifying, first driving people insane, then gradually causing them to lose their human form and turn into a puddle of mindless, rotting flesh. Lin Baici wanted to say that he didn't, except for an unbearable sense of hunger. He didn't feel any abnormalities, anyway. If we don't destroy the God's remains quickly, we will be polluted. Jin Yingzhen thought miserably that she wanted to die. Sheba, wasn't she just out for a trip? Why did she run into such a huge crisis? Can't we just escape the God's ruin? Lin Baici was puzzled. See this mist? It's like a maze. Unless the God's remains are removed, the mist won't dissipate. Jin Yingzhen gave a bitter smile. Her brother was a god hunter, so she knew quite a bit of classified information. Lin Baici still wanted to ask about more inside information, when a crisp sound of a wooden fish came from the mist. Dang, dang, run! Jin Yingzhen's face changed drastically, and she stood up to run. But a 3-meter-tall dark Buddha statue had, at some unknown moment, appeared silently behind the two of them. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? The great Buddha lowered its brows, its Vajra eyes glaring. The Sanskrit chant was not loud, yet it was enough to shatter a person's heart. Chapter to My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? Enveloped in dark mist, the entire Longchen temple felt like a ghost realm. Dang, dang. The sound of the wooden fish became more rapid. Each strike felt as if it were hitting Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen directly in the chest, causing their heart rates to skyrocket, nearly to the point of sudden cardiac arrest. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? This mysteriously appearing Buddha statue lowered its head, looking down at the two of them expressionlessly, its eyes flickering with a scarlet light. Like the hellfire of the underworld, a divine taboo item has arrived. Jin Yingzhen instinctively turned to flee, but her right wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly by a large hand. She looked back and saw that the Buddha statue had already raised its wooden fish toward her. If she ran, the wooden fish would definitely smash her head to pieces. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back, making her undergarments damp. Jin Yingzhen trembled, swallowing hard with difficulty, her gaze falling on the face of the boy who, if he were to debut, could become a top-tier idol based on his looks alone. She knew that if it weren't for that pull from him, she would already be dead. Lin Baici looked at this Korean girl and shook his head slightly. Cannot run. Running means death. That was what the mysterious voice had said. Do not run. Show the great Buddha your piety. Otherwise your head will be beaten into a bloody firework by the wooden fish. Jin Yingzhen dared not speak, using her eyes to ask Lin Baici, what should we do? Lin Baici looked up at the Buddha statue. It was entirely brownish red, the color of congealed blood, about 3 meters tall, and carved from a single, solid piece of giant rock. Every detail was lifelike. Even the most brilliant master artisan could not have created such a perfect work. Furthermore, the Buddha statue's expression, aura, and texture all seemed as if it were a living person. It held a wooden fish in its left hand against its chest, while its right hand held a thick stone mallet, striking steadily and emitting a crisp sound. The Buddha statue noticed Lin Baici's gaze and immediately locked its eyes onto him. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? This was the third time it had asked. The Buddha statue's patience seemed to be wearing thin, and as it asked, the wooden fish in its hand was raised high, judging by its posture. If Lin Baici did not answer, or answered incorrectly, it would smash his head in. Aishibo, we are dead. Jin Yingzhen wanted to survive, but her mind was a mess, and she had no ideas at all. The takeout has arrived. Thank you for the gift from the gods. Begin eating. Takeout. This Buddha statue. Lin Baici wanted to curse in this situation. It was clearly he who was at the bottom of the food chain. Why aren't you eating? Do you find it unappetizing? Even if I had iron teeth and copper fangs, I couldn't bite it to death. Lin Baici roared in his heart. By the way, what exactly is this Buddha statue? And what did that sentence mean? If I prove my heart is sincere, can I survive? Lin Baici looked at Jin Yingzhen, wanting to ask if she had any ideas. The Korean girl blinked, looking at Lin Baici with hope, as if this appa was the thickest straw of salvation in her life. Lin Baici took a deep breath. It's over. This woman is not to be relied upon. I have to rely on myself. Just as Lin Baici prepared to bow to the Buddha, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, that mysterious voice echoed in his mind once again. Worship the Buddha. Offer incense money. It cannot be too little, or it will be very angry. Your heart is not sincere. You deserve to die. After the Buddha statue spoke, the stone mallet in its hand descended, striking toward Lin Baici's head. Buddha bless me. My heart is as clear as a mirror. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Lin Baici yelled in a panic, pulling out his wallet and taking out the 150 yuan inside, his cafeteria card, and his ID card. Take it all. Whoosh! The stone mallet stopped in front of Lin Baici's forehead, the wind it generated blowing his bangs aside. Jin Yingzhen covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of panic, nearly screaming out loud. Is it not enough? Lin Baici felt his heart about to jump out of his throat. His heart rate was definitely over 200 at this moment. He dared not delay and pulled out his phone. Take this too. After saying that, Lin Baici quickly began to take off his t-shirt and jeans. The Buddha statue examined the incense money offered by Lin Baici, and its originally ferocious and terrifying face revealed a satisfied smile. My Buddha knows. Your heart is sincere. You may live. The Buddha statue opened its large mouth and took a sudden, deep breath. Lin Baici's wallet, phone, and clothes were sucked directly into its mouth, and after chewing a few times, it swallowed them. Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief. Is it okay now? The Buddha statue did not leave, but instead turned its head to look at Jin Yingzhen, its smiling face turning fierce again. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? Jin Yingzhen was quick-witted. Following Lin Baici's example, she took out her wallet, phone, and watch. After hesitating for a moment, she took off her denim hot pants and tight top, offering them to the Buddha statue. Lin Baici couldn't help but steal a glance. What a great figure! Is this what they call a milk cow? The Buddha statue opened its mouth, sucked away the incense money offered by Jin Yingzhen, and then, while striking the wooden fish, disappeared into the darkness, having escaped death. Jin Yingzhen hugged Lin Baici in excitement. We passed. Appa, you are truly amazing. Jin Yingzhen couldn't help herself and kissed Lin Baici on the cheek. Do you know what that was? Lin Baici was referring to the strangely behaving Buddha statue, a divine taboo item. Jin Yingxin explained, "This is a type of object that appears within the god ruins. They cannot be explained by existing scientific theories. The authorities define them as god-forbidden objects, meaning they are taboo items that even gods fear. These god-forbidden objects all possess supernatural rule-based powers and can cause rule-based contamination. For example, that Buddha statue from just now, I think if we hadn't been able to prove our sincerity, we would have been beaten to death." Thinking back on it now, Jin Yingxin still felt a lingering fear. She had been terrified to the point of panic just a moment ago. Unable to think at all. It was all thanks to this boy. He was calm enough to think of offering incense money in time to prove their sincerity. Otherwise, they would have surely died. "Appa, you are my Superman." Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici with eyes full of admiration. Although she was now left with only her undergarments, Jin Yingxin did not complain. She had even considered taking those off to offer them up just a moment ago. After all, no one knew what the Buddha statue's bottom line for incense money was. If it wasn't enough, they would be killed. How many god-forbidden objects are there in a single god ruin? Lin Baici felt a massive headache coming on, feeling like they were doomed. "I don't know." Jin Yingxin suddenly noticed that besides his handsome face, Lin Baici's physique was also outrageously good, with well-defined, sharp muscles that made one want to reach out and touch them. "Do you work out often?" This was clearly an extremely disciplined man. Jin Yingxin discovered another merit of this Appa. "I don't like exercising." Lin Baici shook his head and scanned his surroundings. Jin Yingxin's gaze fell on the 8-pack abs on Lin Baici's lower abdomen. Feeling somewhat surprised. Surely this stuff didn't just grow on its own. Lin Baici understood Jin Yingxin's confusion, because he was just as baffled himself. Since he was a child, his body had always been very healthy, and especially after entering high school, his physique began to look as if it had been through rigorous training. Looking at this situation, will we run into other god-forbidden objects? Lin Baici changed the subject. "Definitely." Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici pitifully. "So Appa, I'm counting on you." To be honest, this girl was very beautiful, and her figure was incredibly explosive, even better than the top Korean girl group members that his childhood friend Li Wei liked. But Lin Baici felt no ripples in his heart, because he was hungry. Bring her along. She can serve as emergency rations. Cooking method: charcoal grilled is recommended. The fog dissipated a little, and visibility reached about 20 meters. "Appa, let's hurry and find the god remains, shall we?" Jin Yingxin felt dizzy and nauseous, as if she had been riding a roller coaster for half an hour straight. "At this rate, we won't last long. Even if we don't lose our minds and go crazy, our bodies will collapse. Let's go." Lin Baici didn't want to wait either. Otherwise, he felt that before he was contaminated by the god remains into a pile of mindless dead flesh, he would starve to death first. "Is that the Mahavira Hall over there?" This was the largest building in Longchen Temple, and Lin Baici decided to try his luck there. Not necessarily. God ruins born after a meteor strike caused the original landscape and environment to change, creating some incredible places. Jin Yingxin was completely open, answering everything she knew. Lin Baici hadn't walked 3 steps when the voice in his mind suddenly warned him. "There is a big meal over there, but with your appetite, you won't be able to finish it. It is recommended to avoid it for now." "What exactly are you?" Lin Baici stopped in his tracks. Although this voice was inexplicable and mostly talked about food, it had indeed helped him just now. There was no answer. The voice remained silent. "Can you tell me how to get out of this god ruin?" Lin Baici did not give up. "Go right. This is your hunting ground. Your appetite is already starving and impatient to start feeding. To the right." Lin Baici turned around, deciding to give it a try. Jin Yingxin followed. The two of them moved forward cautiously through the fog. Lin Baici's calmness gradually infected Jin Yingxin, making the blonde girl much more composed. "Careful." Lin Baici suddenly crouched down. Jin Yingxin didn't foolishly ask what was wrong, but quickly crouched down as well, looking in the direction of Lin Baici's gaze. A dozen corpses were lying scattered not far away. "Let's run." Jin Yingxin grabbed Lin Baici. "Oh, a bunch of unlucky fellows who died at the hands of the Merit Buddha." did they refuse to donate incense money even at the cost of their lives? It seemed that the Buddha statue from earlier had killed these people, so that monster was called the Merit Buddha. Lin Baici guessed that it wasn't that these people were stingy with their money, but that they had no idea how to prove their sincerity. Good luck. A pleasant surprise right at the start. You can go loot the bodies, let's go. Since the voice said so, there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Baici gathered his courage and walked over. 9 men and 7 women. All of them had their heads smashed in. Search them and see if there's anything useful. Lin Baici walked over to the corpse of a young man who was about his height and stripped off his Manchester United jersey. The jersey was stained with blood, which made Lin Baici feel very uncomfortable. But wandering around wearing only his underwear was even worse. After all, Lin Baici wasn't a pervert. The Merit Buddha hadn't touched the personal belongings of these corpses. It seemed that if the tourists didn't offer the incense money voluntarily, it wouldn't take it. Lin Baici found a Rolex watch. He wasn't greedy for this small gain, but he needed to check the time to confirm how long he had been in this god ruin. Besides that, he also picked up a backpack containing 2 lighters, over 600 yuan in cash, and 3 mobile phones. If he encountered that Merit Buddha again, he could offer these to it. Appa, there are no weapons. Jin Yingxin had changed into a pure cotton skirt and draped a white sun protection shirt over herself. Let's go. The 2 continued forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw Moon Gate, standing not far away like an eye socket after a monster's eyeball had been gouged out. Chapter 3 God Forbidden Game. Above the Moon Gate, there were 4 characters inscribed, Bodhi Peach Garden. A strange, fruity fragrance drifted out from within. The 18-year-old honey peach is plump and juicy. At the perfect moment of ripeness, should we go in? Jin Yingxin stood on her tiptoes, peering into the peach garden. The fog had dissipated a little more, allowing them to see low-growing peach trees forming a grove about 40 meters away, their branches heavy with fruit. Let's go. Lin Baici walked through the Moon Gate, stepping onto the path paved with gravel as he moved forward. Having no weapon for self-defense made him feel very uneasy. Lin Baici considered breaking off a tree branch to use as a weapon, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up on the idea. What if he accidentally summoned a terrifying Buddha statue monster? These peaches are so big. Saliva pooled in Jin Yingxin's mouth. She really wanted to pick one and eat it. The peaches were more than just big. Their pink hue was flawless, resembling the smooth, tender skin of a young girl, making one's mouth water. Don't you think these peach trees are strange? Lin Baici frowned tightly. The peach trees were low, their branches gnarled and clawing at the air. At first glance, they looked like they were performing a shamanistic dance. Things in the god ruins. Wouldn't it be strange if they weren't strange? Jin Yingxin's ears twitched. I think I hear someone talking. I heard it too. Lin Baici quickened his pace. At the end of the gravel path, he saw a thatched cottage. In front of the house was a small courtyard containing a water well and a dead dog. To the east was a vegetable patch where birds could be seen hopping about. A dozen or so people were gathered there. The appearance of Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin made them stare over with immediate tension. But upon realizing they weren't monsters, they let out a sigh of relief. The men's gazes landed directly on Jin Yingxin. This girl was truly beautiful. Lin Baici scanned the area and approached the 6 middle-aged women resting by a stone table in the courtyard to inquire. Auntilias, hello. Have you discovered anything? The 6 women were all in their 50s. Dressed fashionably, they looked exactly like the kind of retirees who frequently danced in public squares. One of them was even wearing a pale green cheongsam embroidered with peonies. She was sitting on a stone stool, rubbing her sore feet and complaining incessantly. The cheongsam-wearing woman glanced at Lin Baici and ignored him. But an older auntie wearing a sun hat found Lin Baici quite pleasant and replied, "There's no danger here, you can hide for a while." The 6 of them were mahjong friends who had arranged to come here to burn incense and relax. But they hadn't expected to run into something like this. It was infuriating. "Thank you." Lin Baici thanked her, being very polite. This old auntie's family owns a food factory and she is worth tens of millions. Her husband has been dead for 5 years. She has a tiny bit of interest in you. Lin Baici was speechless. What was this supposed to mean? Do I look like someone who would live off a woman? He walked toward the thatched cottage, intending to see if there was anything useful inside. "Don't bother going," We've already searched it. A round-faced middle-aged man approached. Do you have any cigarettes? Lin Baici shook his head. The man was in his 40s, slightly chubby, with his left hand wrapped in bandages and slung across his chest. He held a sickle in his right hand, but he lacked any fierce aura. He looked more like a house husband. My surname is Sima. The same Sima as Sima Yi from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. My given name is Mu. What are your names? Sima Mu was very talkative. Lin Baici. Lin Baici saw a young couple arguing over by the vegetable patch. That woman has a severe gynecological disease and has had an abortion, but it wasn't the child of the young man next to her. Lin Baici was stunned. What exactly was this voice? It even knew people's private secrets. Oppo, let's go find some weapons. Jin Yingxin's attitude was cold. She didn't want to talk to someone with wandering eyes like Sima Mu. Sima, she looks down on you. Behind the thatched cottage. A young man came out after relieving himself, seeing Jin Yingxin's aloofness. He deliberately tried to stir up trouble. Aren't you going to show her who's boss? Jin Yingxin hid behind Lin Baici. As soon as Chu Weifeng came out, the arguing couple stopped. And the six aunties all stood up. Brother Chu, what should we do next? The Cheongsam-wearing woman, whose face cost thousands of dollars a month and beauty treatments, wore a fawning smile. Brother, your mother. Am I that old? Chu Weifeng spat a glob of thick phlegm. The Cheongsam-wearing woman was embarrassed by the retort, but she didn't dare talk back because they needed to rely on this young man to survive. I'm at my age. Is it worth it to bicker with a girl? Sima Mu acted very magnanimous. You aren't afraid of this kid, are you? Don't worry, I'm on your side. Chu Weifeng's triangular eyes shifted and landed on Lin Baici. That height, those muscles, he looks like he can fight. If it were before, Chu Weifeng definitely wouldn't have dared to provoke him, but now, sorry, I can take on 10 of him. Chu Weifeng had a firewood chopper tucked into his waist, and in his right hand, he carried a torch that was 3 feet 2 inches long and as thick as an adult's wrist. This was the source of his confidence. Appa, let's go. Jin Yingxin tugged at Lin Baici's lapel. A piece of trash ingredient. It doesn't even deserve to enter your stomach. I suggest steaming it and feeding it to a dog. The voice was clearly referring to this brother Chu. Did you ask me first? Chu Weifeng looked at Jin Yingxin with malicious intent. Longchen Temple had become a terrifying god ruins. Everyone here would die today. So what did he have to worry about? Might as well have some fun first. A gust of wind blew through, and as the fog dissipated, the peaches on the trees suddenly began to tremble. Rustle, rustle. A slit opened on those ripe peaches, looking just like a mouth. Eat me, eat me, eat me. The peaches shrieked as they fell from the branches, scorpion-like legs and scurrying rapidly toward Lin Baici and the others. Monsters are coming. The middle-aged woman in the Cheongsam was filled with terror. She turned to run, but tripped over her own feet and fell face first into the dirt. Damn it. What are these hellish things? Chu Weifeng felt his scalp tingle. Despite having his left hand wrapped in bandages, was the fastest to bolt, but he was forced to stop after running only 10 meters or so. There were simply too many of these peach monsters with scorpion legs, at least 1,000 of them surging forward in swarms, blocking the path for everyone trying to escape the peach orchard. Stop running. You'll provoke them, Jin Yingxin quickly warned. It seemed these peach trees were divine taboo items. If everyone wanted to survive, they had to follow their rules. No one ran, because everyone was afraid of death. What do we do now? The older woman in the sun hat looked at Jin Yingxin and asked in a low voice. She had gathered from the Korean girl's remark that she seemed to know some inside information that others did not. As the group stood still, the peach monsters stopped their pursuit. A dozen of them crawled rapidly toward a middle-aged woman with permed hair and began screaming at her. Eat me, eat me. The voices were sharp and shrill, identical to those of a starving infant. The woman with the permed hair trembled and looked toward Chu Weifeng. Save me. Chu Weifeng remained unmoved. He intended to observe these monsters first before deciding on a course of action. Better to eat one fresh peach than a basket of rotten apricots. These freshly ripened peaches are delicious and juicy. Hurry up and start tasting. Taste your ghost. Lin Baici only felt disgusted, looking at those 4 scorpion legs on the peaches. If he were to eat one, it would leave a psychological scar for the rest of his life. Why don't you try eating one? Simamu suggested. Who could bring themselves to take a bite of that? The woman with the permed hair shook her head like a rattle. Eat me, eat me. Dozens of fist-sized peach monsters surrounded the woman, urging her incessantly. Seeing her remain indifferent, they grew impatient. If you won't eat me, then I'll eat you. After the peach monsters said this, their large mouths suddenly split open, revealing rows of fangs and dripping with a liquid that could have been peach juice or saliva. And they lunged at the woman. A single bite could easily tear off a palm-sized chunk of flesh. The woman screamed in agony, waving her hands frantically in an attempt to fend off the peach monsters. But the dozens of monsters, like piranhas, tore into her madly. In the blink of an eye, she was drenched in blood, with not a single patch of skin left intact. In less than a minute, the woman stopped moving, having been eaten alive. The peach monsters did not leave, but instead continued to gnaw on her corpse. The rest of the group was so terrified that their hair stood on end. Dozens of peach monsters crawled toward a woman with double eyelid surgery. Eat me, eat me. The woman with the double eyelids shivered. Brother Chue, help me. If you eat them, you probably won't die. Chue Feng wanted to see what the consequences would be if a person ate these peaches. The woman turned her head, looked at the long-legged peaches, and gagged, vomiting. She couldn't bring herself to eat them. Suddenly, the woman bolted, trying to run away. This action was like poking a hornet's nest. The peach monsters surged forward in unison, catching up to her before she had gone far and completely engulfing her. Dozens of seconds later, the peach monsters moved away, leaving only a white, skeletal frame on the ground. The other women were so scared they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Baici turned his head and whispered to Jin Yingxin, "Does everyone have to go through this?" In the circle of divine hunters, everyone calls this kind of rule-based contamination a divine taboo game. Generally speaking, everyone has to experience it once, Jin Yingxin explained. When humans face divine taboo items, there is only one outcome for not following their supernatural rules: death. Another few dozen peach monsters crawled out on their scorpion legs. "Don't pick me! Don't pick me!" It wasn't just the woman in the cheongsam praying. Everyone was muttering to themselves. Lin Baici was struck with horror. The peach monsters were crawling in his direction. What should he do? Could it be that he really had to eat these hellish things? But the problem was, who could guarantee that he would survive after eating them? The peach monsters crawled up to Lin Baici. Chapter 4. The dragon roams the terrifying orchard. These peaches had scorpion legs and a gaping, fang mouth. They were terrifying. Yet the saliva dripping from their maws emitted a sweet fragrance that made one want to lick it. Ugly as they may be, they are edible. Is this a matter of being ugly? Before Lin Baici could decide what to do, the peach monsters paused for a moment, then took small, quick steps and crawled away, rushing toward Chue Feng instead. "What the hell? What does this mean?" Chue Feng wailed. He felt he was having the worst luck imaginable. Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief, only then noticing that Jin Yingxin was gripping his jersey with one hand. "Why didn't you run at such close range? Those peach monsters might have devoured Jin Yingxin along with him. If we're going to run, we run together." Jin Yingxin had originally intended to call out to Lin Baici to escape together after all. One couldn't just sit and wait for death, but who knew the peach monsters would stop in front of him and then crawl away. "Appa, you are so lucky." Jin Yingxin became even more determined to stay with Lin Baici. This Appa was handsome, calm, and had a bit of luck. Following him might actually lead to an escape from this divine ruin. If we can't find a way out, we're all going to die here, Lin Baici worried. Running was not an option. The speed at which those peach monsters had chased and bitten the woman with the double eyelids was impossibly fast. Comparable to mad dogs. "Eat me, eat me." The peach monsters surrounded Chue Feng, baring their fangs and shrieking. "Damn it!" Chue Feng pulled the wood-chopping knife from his waist with his left hand and held a torch in his right. He struck it hard against the ground, just like striking a match, and with a hiss, the torch actually ignited. In the gloomy peach orchard, the light of the torch illuminated Chue Feng's face, which was still etched with panic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Those peach monsters seemed to fear the torch. They shrieked and scrambled backward in a hurry. "It works." Chue Feng was overjoyed. The others were instantly invigorated as well. "We can survive. That torch is a divine taboo item." Jin Yingxin felt envious. An ordinary torch wouldn't light up just by being struck against the ground. Isn't something like that very dangerous? Lin Baici asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, divine taboo items can only be used after being sealed by a black coffin. Although their power is weakened, they have the advantage of being safe. Jin Yingxian whispered an explanation. Of course. There are also some divine taboo items that are inherently less dangerous and can be used directly. Lin Baici suddenly understood why these people were following Chui Feng. It was because he had this torch. Ish, is this guy's luck too good? Jin Yingxian glared at Chui Feng, biting her small silver teeth. So infuriating. The peach monsters hesitated for a dozen seconds before decisively abandoning Chui Feng and crawling toward the middle-aged woman in the cheongsam. Brother Chui, help me. The woman in the cheongsam ran toward Chui Feng in a panic. Damn it. Don't come over here. Chui Feng was afraid of an accident and quickly tried to stop her. But the woman in the cheongsam didn't listen. Fortunately, the peach monsters chased for a short distance before stopping again, clearly wary of the torch, which allowed Chui Feng to set his mind at ease. Seeing this, everyone rushed toward Chui Feng, seeking protection. Jin Yingxian had originally wanted to go over too, but seeing that Lin Baici hadn't moved, she retracted her step. Brother Chui. The woman in the cheongsam looked at Chui Feng ingratiatingly. I'll give you money. 100,000. Chui Feng's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth wide. 1 million. This. The woman in the cheongsam hesitated. What? Is your life not worth 1 million? Chui Feng raised his foot and kicked the woman hard in the thigh. Then get lost. I'll pay. The woman in the cheongsam forced a smile. Chui Feng was happy. He looked the woman over and discovered that, aside from a small belly, the rest of her body wasn't particularly plump, and the cheongsam paired with black silk stockings actually had quite a bit of charm. Here, hold my knife for me. Chui Feng felt the torch was enough, so he handed the knife to the woman in the cheongsam. After she took it, he casually pinched her buttocks. The woman in the cheongsam dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Little Chui, since this torch can scare off these monsters, let's get out of here quickly. Sima Murage. No rush. Chui Feng glanced around at the people beside him. 1 million each. And I'll take you out. No one expected Chui Feng to demand money at a time like this, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. I don't have that much money. Ma Xiao looked at Chui Feng, looking pitiful. Can I pay you after I graduate and start working? This young girl had above-average looks and was wearing a light blue dress, looking like a pure girl next door. But the voice had said she had undergone an abortion and suffered from severe gynecological diseases. Don't be afraid. Seeing his girlfriend begging others so humbly, Wang Kun felt as if his heart were being twisted and quickly promised, I will definitely protect you. Shut up. Did I tell you to speak? Chui Feng kicked Wang Kun in the abdomen, sending him stumbling backward. Wang Kun was furious and wanted to fight back, but he was held back by Sima Mu. Chui Feng had originally wanted to say that if she didn't have money, she could be his girlfriend, but when he caught a glimpse of Jin Yingxian standing not far away, he suddenly felt that this college student in the dress was insipid. This one is still prettier. Damn it. A woman like this, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine her before. Hey, do you want to come with us? Chui Feng tried to strike up a conversation. Jin Yingxian could feel the malice Chui Feng held toward her. With the high emotional intelligence she had cultivated since childhood following her mother, she could have played this young man like a dog, but I refuse. Jin Yingxian hugged Lin Baici's arm, not even deigning to look at Chui Feng. Damn it. This is what you chose. Don't regret it. Chui Feng was furious. Let's go. Yes. Let's get out of here quickly. The woman in the cheongsam was scared to death and clung tightly to Chui Feng. You don't regret it. Lin Baici was surprised. He hadn't expected Jin Yingxian to choose him. Can't help it. I'm a sucker for looks, so I chose you. By the way, I haven't had any plastic surgery. This was the thing Jin Yingxian was most proud of. Ever since she was in elementary school, she had often been stopped by talent scouts while shopping. If it hadn't been for her mother's disapproval, she would have entered the entertainment industry long ago. The peach monsters saw that Chui Feng and the others were about to leave and immediately became restless. But because they feared the torch, they didn't dare to approach. Haha, it's in the bag. Chui Feng was very smug. Looking back at Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen. You two can just stay here and wait for death. Brother Chui, stop wasting time with them. Let's hurry and escape. The woman in the cheongsam followed by Chui Feng's side, pleading incessantly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chui Feng glared at the woman in the cheongsam. Suddenly, his mind snapped, as if he had gone crazy, and he thrust the torch hard into the woman's chest. The woman in the cheongsam was like a scarecrow soaked in gasoline. She ignited instantly, burning into a human-shaped torch. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The woman in the cheongsam screamed in pain, her body visibly burning into charcoal. After just over 10 seconds, she collapsed, crumbling into a pile of ashes on the ground, completely dead. Chui Feng, you. What are you doing? The old woman in the sun hat was filled with shock and anger. I don't know either. Chui Feng was drenched in sweat, his expression dazed. Why did I light that middle-aged woman in the cheongsam on fire? But the feeling of burning things is so satisfying, Chui Feng thought to himself, and extended the torch toward the middle-aged woman on the right who was wearing gold bracelets. The woman dodged slightly, but the flame still touched her, and then, just like the flame of a lighter, she was ignited. Whoosh! The group was terrified, scrambling backward in a panic. Are you crazy? The elderly woman in the sun hat questioned him. He is not crazy. The rule-based corruption of that torch has started to take effect. Sima Mu was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Could he not have held on a little longer, waiting until everyone escaped the peach orchard before getting corrupted? Now everything was ruined. Chui Feng wanted to explain that he didn't mean to do it, but a sudden, intense urge welled up in his mind. If I burn myself, it would surely feel even better, right? As soon as this thought appeared, it startled Chui Feng. He wanted to throw the torch away, but his right hand gripped it even tighter. Sima Mu, help me. After shouting this, Chui Feng placed the torch onto his own hair. Chui Feng caught fire. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hair stand on end. In an instant, Chui Feng was reduced to a pile of ashes, and the torch fell to the ground and extinguished. Wang Kan, go pick up the torch and lead everyone to charge out. Sima Mu incited. Why don't you go? Wang Kan was indignant. Do you think I'm stupid? Without the deterrent of the torch, the peach monsters crawled over once again. Dozens of them rushed rapidly toward Ma Xiao. Eat me, eat me. Ma Xiao trembled, her hands gripping Wang Kan's clothes tightly. I don't want to die. Wang Kan looked at his beloved goddess, gritted his teeth, and decided to risk it. Xiao Xiao, I will pick up the torch and protect you as we charge out. Wang Kan ran toward the torch, picked it up, and imitating Chui Feng, struck it hard against the ground. Whoosh! The torch ignited. The peach monsters immediately retreated on their scorpion-like legs, not wanting to be burned to death. Be careful! Ma Xiao shouted. She didn't dare to get too close to Wang Kan, fearing she would be burned by him. Wang Kan ran for more than 10 meters, then suddenly used the torch to ignite his own jacket. His entire body burned like a candle. Wang Kan. Ma Xiao was in despair. You died. So what am I supposed to do? Just hold on a little longer. She didn't actually like Wang Kan, but his father was the vice principal of the school, and Ma Xiao had agreed to his confession so she could stay at the school after graduation. In less than 3 minutes, 4 people had died, leaving Lin Baici feeling completely numb. Are artifacts of the gods really this terrifying? Good riddance. Seeing that Chui Feng was done for, Jin Yingzhen wanted to applaud. At least this annoying guy had died right in front of her. Eat me, eat me. Ma Xiao didn't dare to eat those peach monsters and suddenly ran for her life toward the moon-shaped gate. But she didn't get far before the peach monsters caught up to her and tore into her frantically. The screams were shrill. The college student rolled on the ground in agony when using this torch. How can one avoid being burned to death? Lin Baici prepared to take a gamble. There was no time to hesitate. Perhaps he would be the next one to be eaten by the peaches. I don't know. Jin Yingzhen saw Lin Baici's intention and quickly tried to dissuade him. Don't do anything reckless. You will die. Lin Baici ignored her and stared at the torch. Pine wood torch. When burning, it emits a pine fragrance. It can ignite anything and reduce it to ashes in a very short time. Everyone who sees this torch wants to pick it up and play with it. as they play. An urge to burn others or themselves will rise. However, you don't need to be afraid. Pick it up quickly and use it to cook. It will easily produce wok high breath of the wok, making it a pretty good kitchen utensil. The mysterious voice sounded in Lin Baici's mind 3 times in a row. I don't need to be afraid. What does that mean? Lin Baici pressed further. I won't be corrupted. The voice did not answer, but Lin Baici guessed that was exactly what it meant, because Jin Yingzhen had said that there was divine radiation in the divine ruins, which would cause symptoms like dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. But he hadn't felt any reaction at all so far. The peach monsters that had finished eating Ma Xiao went to rest, and another batch crawled out, arriving in front of the elderly woman in the sun hat. Hey, these monsters even know how to queue up for a meal. The old woman mocked herself. Lin Baici didn't want to drag this out any longer. What if there were more complications? Follow me closely. After saying this, Lin Baici started moving quickly, running toward the torch. Don't. Jin Yingzhen was anxious. Lin Baici picked up the torch, put all his strength into his arm, and struck it against the gravel path. Whoosh! The torch ignited, its light dispelling the fog like the spreading rays of dawn. Everyone follow me and run. Lin Baici strode forward, waving the torch as he went. The flickering firelight trailed behind him like a swimming dragon, galloping through the peach orchard and startling the peach monsters everywhere. Chapter 5. Please call me the god of gluttony. The old woman was dumbfounded, never expecting that the young man would dare to pick up the torch after it had already burned people to death. Isn't he a bit too bold? The next moment, the old woman was ecstatic and hurried to keep up. If I can leave this place alive, I will build a shrine for you and worship you like an ancestor. Holy crap, that's awesome. Sima Mu was stunned by Lin Baici's courage. You are a real man. Although Sima Mu had his left arm in a bandage and a splint, it didn't hinder his running at all. Furthermore, this guy was quite clever, staying 5 steps away from Lin Baici and not getting too close. Clearly, he was worried about being burned to death. Should I take a turn? Jin Yingzhen suggested. The longer one uses a divine taboo item, the higher the probability of being corrupted by its rules. Switching to another person might potentially mitigate that corruption. No need. Lin Baici did not just run, he also set fires, igniting the nearby peach trees. Moreover, he remained vigilant. If he felt any physical discomfort or experienced strange thoughts, he would immediately discard the torch. So far, everything was normal. However, Jin Yingzhen's words still increased the level of trust Lin Baici had in her. Don't run, eat me, eat me. The peach monsters were extremely fast and had caught up. A few bold ones even launched a charge at the survivors. The older woman screamed. Her right calf had been bitten. Lin Baici swung the pine torch even more vigorously, forcing the monsters back. Hold on. We're almost out. The moon gate of the Bodhi Peach Garden was already visible, just over 40 meters away. At this moment, seeing that these people were about to escape, those terrifying peach trees, which looked as if they were performing a shamanic dance, suddenly began to twist in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of branches and leaves was like a curse, making one's skin crawl. Snap, snap. More peach monsters fell down, sprouted for legs, and sprinted toward Lin Baici and his group. Ahead of them, a crowd of peach monsters had already gathered. Fight our way out. Sima Mu gripped his sickle, his expression ferocious. Swish, the monsters charged, like a surging tsunami, threatening to swallow everything. Don't be afraid. Just as Sima Mu wanted to encourage Lin Baici, he saw him charge out in the lead, the torch in his hand dancing wildly as if he were wielding a calligraphy brush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames touched some of the monsters, igniting them instantly. Even the scattered sparks were terrifying. Even a tiny bit landing on a monster would set it ablaze. A wind blew, and ashes drifted down. Lin Baici rushed out of the moon gate and immediately looked back. Sima Mu was second, and Jin Yingzhen was third. The older woman was advanced in age, her stamina was poor, and she lagged behind. Save me, the older woman cried out. Lin Baici took a long stride, accelerated, and rushed back into the moon gate, grabbed the older woman's arm, and pulled her back with force. The monsters were closing in. Lin Baici swung the pine torch, forced them back, and then retreated from the peach garden. The peach trees that had been ignited were now burning fiercely, like a massive bonfire, and had even set the surrounding trees ablaze. Flames swirled. The peach monsters gathered in front of the moon gate, shouting, "Eat me!" But they did not come out. Even the few monsters that had been biting Simamo and the others let go and retreated on their own. "We're safe." Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici with admiration. "Appa, you are my Superman." Thump! The older woman's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. She pressed her palms together and bowed repeatedly toward Lin Baici. Thank you, thank you." The older woman had been wearing light makeup, but it was now completely washed away by her tears. Her 5 mahjong friends were all dead. Therefore, she was now filled with nothing but gratitude toward Lin Baici. That other lady didn't make it out, Jin Yingxin said with regret. The last woman had been just over 10 meters from the moon gate when she was unluckily bitten on the neck by a peach monster and died on the spot. Ha! Simamo looked at the wounds on his body and spat, then walked over to Lin Baici and gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. "I owe you my life. You're too kind." Lin Baici smiled slightly. "Appa, should we hurry up and extinguish the torch?" Jin Yingxin watched the torch warily. This thing was too dangerous. Yet, although Lin Baici didn't feel any physical discomfort, he didn't dare to keep holding it. But how was one supposed to extinguish this thing? Lin Baici remembered that when Chui Fang and the other man died, the torch went out when it left their hands. So, he threw the torch away. In less than 10 seconds, the torch went out. Seeing this, Jin Yingxin was filled with admiration. "Appa, your reaction is so fast. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have thought of throwing the torch to extinguish the flames in that split second." Yes. This torch is too dangerous. Hurry up and throw it away." The older woman was halfway through her sentence when she saw the young man pick the torch back up, which made her gasp in shock. "Young man, there's no need to take the risk of carrying it," the older woman said with concern. "It's fine. This thing was top tier for starting fires and could be used as a weapon." Lin Baici planned to keep it for self-defense. Afterward, he looked at the peach garden, where the fire was growing larger, and frowned, complaining in his heart. "Hey, gourmet, is this the path you pointed out? Do you know I almost died?" Because the content of that mysterious voice was mostly related to eating, Lin Baici decided to call it the gourmet. "Please call me the gluttony god, and I'll call you handsome." Lin Baici was speechless. The entity didn't even look down on the term gourmet. Speaking of which, he was so hungry, his stomach was cramping. The ripe peaches were delicious. "It's a pity you burned them. What a waste of heaven's gifts," the gluttony god complained. "I, Lin Baici, would rather starve to death outside than eat a peach with legs." The fog had dissipated quite a bit more. Sitting and waiting for death was definitely not an option. So Lin Baici prepared to continue exploring. With this pine torch, the safety factor had increased just a little bit. "Let's go. If we don't find the divine remains, we'll all die here." Jin Yingxin glanced at Simamu's bandage-wrapped left hand, then looked at the older woman in the sun hat, whose stamina was clearly failing. Damn it, the 2 new teammates didn't seem reliable. He still had to rely on Lin Appa. The fog had cleared a little more, but the terrain had changed completely, and everyone was unable to find the way out of Longchen Temple. Of course, even if you found it, you wouldn't be able to get out. Jin Yingxin had said that as long as the divine remains were not removed and the fog did not disperse, this place would forever be a labyrinth. After the 4 of them passed through a corridor, they saw a row of monks' dormitories. The low-tiled houses were connected in a line, looking like a giant snake curled up on the ground sleeping. "How about we go check the abbot's meditation room?" Jin Yingxin suggested. "Sure." Lin Baici didn't know where to go anyway, so he might as well see if this Korean girl had any luck. Creak. Simamu pushed open the door of one of the dormitories. The sudden sound startled the middle-aged woman. "What are you doing?" The woman, whose name was Zuzu and was a local from Guangqing, scolded him. "Checking to see if anyone is here." Simamu was quite bold. "Don't mess around. Listen to Baichi's lead." Zuzu only trusted Lin Baici now. The 4 of them walked out of the dormitory area, past a pavilion with a plaque that read Cleansing Heart Pavilion, and entered a courtyard through a hanging flower gate. The courtyard was not very large, but it had rockeries, a pond, and various flowers and greenery. A mulberry tree stood in front of the door like a loyal old servant. Hollow iron guanyin tea, brewed with boiling water, will emit a unique fragrance. After drinking it, you will lose all emotions within a few dozen minutes. Your heart will become as cold as iron, and you will become a hollow person. What the heck? He leaves. Lin Baici looked around, his gaze landing on the plant in the corner that looked like a tea tree. The gourmet god must be talking about this. Drink a cup of clear tea, savor the ups and downs of life, and observe the myriad worlds. Lin Baici didn't like drinking tea, so he ignored it. No way, seriously, someone actually doesn't want this kind of tea. After drinking it, you won't be interested in poetry, distant places, dreams, or women anymore. You will enter a state of sage-like detachment. I'm tired. Let's just destroy everything. Hurry up. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and walked toward the tea tree in the corner. What's wrong? Sima Mu was peering into the main room. It seemed like there were people inside. Jin Yingxin, who had followed Lin Baici over, was stunned when she saw the leaves on the tea tree. These leaves are actually shaped like guanyin. The tea leaves were emerald green and the size of a fingernail. Each one was shaped like a guanyin sitting on a lotus flower. It was truly miraculous. They had grown naturally without any trace of artificial pruning. Lin Baici reached out and picked the largest ones. Will there be any danger? Zuzu wanted to pick some too. She drank tea often, and now, smelling the refreshing fragrance of these leaves, her panic and anxiety had actually eased slightly. This must be a good thing. I don't know. Lin Baici didn't fully trust these food reviews from the gourmet god yet. After all, different species have different perceptions of food. Lin Baici picked a large handful of tea leaves and put them into the backpack he had found. Jin Yingxin and Zuzu followed suit and collected some as well. What are you guys doing? After Sima Mu said this, he looked at the three of them and suddenly froze. Baici, Zuzu, your necks. What's wrong with our necks? Zuzu reached up to touch her neck. It felt like there was something there. Lin Baici looked at the middle-aged woman, his expression changing. Wrapped around her neck was a vine as thick as a large intestine. Like a hangman's noose. Jin Yingxin, standing next to her, had one on her neck as well. Get away from that tea tree quickly, Sima Mu urged, feeling a bit fortunate that he hadn't touched anything randomly. What should we do? Zuzu tugged hard at the vine noose, finding it very sturdy and impossible to pull off. Was this thing going to strangle her to death? Sima Mu, you have one on your neck too. Lin Baici touched the vine on his own neck. Guessing that it had nothing to do with the tea tree, it was likely that they had encountered another divine taboo object. What? Sima Mu was dumbfounded. He quickly touched his neck, and upon discovering that there was indeed something there, he instantly felt dejected. This is too hard. Jin Yingxin felt desperate. If they couldn't find the divine remains, they would surely die from the radiation. But in the process of searching, they might fall into the rule-based contamination of a divine taboo object and lose their lives. Go into the meditation room. Lin Baici guessed that the problem must lie inside. Chapter 6. Listening to scriptures in the meditation room. Among the four, Sima Mu was the most impatient. He strode up the steps and pushed open the door to the meditation room. There really are people here. The meditation room was about the size of half a basketball court. There were several cushions on the floor, and an incense table was placed against the north wall, directly facing the door. On it sat a Buddhist shrine, inside which was a faceless Buddha statue. On the west side of the meditation room, there was an inner chamber. Lin Baici walked over and scanned the room, seeing 14 people. All of these people had the same vine nooses around their necks. They looked desperate and had no mood to speak. When they saw people coming in, they only glanced at them before lowering their heads again. What is going on with this thing? Will it strangle people to death? Sima Mu roared. No one answered. Damn it. Are you all deaf? Sima Mu gripped his sickle, wanting to lash out. In the inner chamber of the West Wing, there is a delicious delicacy that you absolutely cannot miss. Otherwise you might as well delete your account and start over. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He now felt a hunger so intense that he wanted to tear the door frame off and eat it. Why didn't you tell us there was danger here? Zuzu complained. She felt that if these people had just given a warning, she could have left in time before the vine wrapped around her neck. A pot-bellied man glanced at the middle-aged woman and gloated. Why should we warn you, you? The middle-aged woman was furious. Wasn't this just being spiteful and self-defeating? Are you looking for a beating? Simamu didn't act like an injured person at all. His temper flared, and he intended to beat the man up to show him why the flowers were so red. Everyone stop arguing. We should be working together to find a way to escape this place. A short girl spoke up to mediate the situation. She was wearing a blue pleated miniskirt, a white short-sleeved shirt that was slightly translucent, revealing the straps of her undergarments. A red body was tied at her chest, and she was wearing a pair of black round-toed leather shoes. It was a sailor-style cosplay outfit, which was quite popular these days. Lin Baici frowned slightly. Why does this girl look a bit familiar? You, don't bother with them. The person speaking was a young woman with short hair, looking to be in her 20s. She had an average appearance and was wearing jeans, white sneakers, and a hooded sun protection jacket. Can we really just give up like this? Yu sighed. She was only 19, in the prime of her life, and she didn't want to die yet. Are you that Yu from Shark Live? Lin Baici suddenly remembered after hearing the girl in the white sneakers call her Yu. He seemed to have seen this girl streaming games on the Shark platform before. That is right. Are you a fan of mine? Yu tried her best to squeeze out a smile. Lin Baici shook his head. Yu was a top-tier streamer on Shark, the most popular streaming platform at the moment. She mainly focused on game guides, otaku dances, singing, and occasionally outdoor shop exploring content. At the same time, she was also a content creator, posting videos on platforms like Douyin and Bilibili, with a combined following of 5 million fans. Oh well, you can watch my streams more often in the future. I can definitely bring you some joy. Yu took the opportunity to gain a fan, though she felt a bit despondent at the thought that she might not live past today. I never got the chance to earn 100 million in this life and enjoy life after achieving financial freedom. To hell with watching. We are all going to die today. The pot-bellied man sneered. Do you guys know what is going on here? Lin Baici tugged at the vine noose around his neck. When the meteor crashed down, I passed out. When I woke up, I saw a group of people. So I followed them here with Sister Shaoli and Brother Gu. Yu had a small, round face. When she spoke, a small canine tooth would peek out from the left corner of her mouth, making her look very cute. Sister Shaoli was the short-haired young woman in the white sneakers. Brother Gu was sitting nearby. He wasn't very old and had a Canon camera hanging around his neck, clearly being Yu's photographer. Everyone had rested for less than 10 minutes when this noose, woven from some unknown grass, suddenly appeared around our necks. We discovered that when the noose tightens, we must immediately enter the inner chamber of that meditation room, otherwise, we will be strangled to death. This was the rule Yu had deduced. Can't we run? The older woman's voice trembled, still holding onto a final shred of hope. We can't run. As soon as you step out of that courtyard gate, your neck will be snapped instantly. Sister Shaoli grabbed her hair in despair. There was nothing more cruel than waiting for death. What is inside that inner meditation room? Jing Yingzhen pressed for more information. Has anyone ever come out? I don't know. Yu shook her head. From the beginning until now, 7 groups of people have gone in, 10 people each time, and not a single one has come out. Are they all dead? Simamu felt his scalp tingle. Probably. Yu was the calmest among them, and she observed things very meticulously. She had a GoPro action camera clipped to her collar, but unfortunately, in the Divine Ruins, no electronic devices could function. Otherwise, she would have wanted to check the footage to see if there was any key information about escaping. Didn't you say people died outside? I didn't see any corpses. Lin Baici needed more intelligence. Those who were strangled to death, their bodies would turn to sand and shatter into dust in less than 3 minutes. Sister Shaoli interjected. Zuzu became even more panicked and hugged Lin Baici's arm. Nothing is worth being surprised about in the Divine Ruins. Simamu didn't care about the corpses. The most urgent matter is how to get rid of this noose, gluttonous god. What do you think? Lin Baici asked in his heart. Hungry. The answer was completely off topic. Lin Baici was about to ask Yu for more information when a man wearing sunglasses jumped up like a rabbit that had its tail stepped on. The older woman was startled and hurriedly hid behind Lin Baici. Their nooses have tightened. Huo Yu touched the noose around her own neck. It hadn't tightened. Lucky. I can live a little longer. But this should be the final chance to escape. If we can't think of a way, we will have to enter the inner meditation room. Damn. The man in sunglasses cursed. But he was helpless. Running outside meant certain death. But entering the inner room might still offer a glimmer of hope. The 10 unlucky souls who were chosen walked into the inner room, trembling. Just as Lin Baici wanted to lean in to take a look, the door slammed shut with a bang. Hey, we can live for a few more minutes. The pot-bellied man let out a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. However, he didn't want to die after all. So, he took the initiative to talk to Lin Baici. Hey, do you have any ideas? He could tell that among the newcomers, everyone was looking to this handsome young man for leadership. Lin Baici walked to the Buddhist shrine to observe the faceless Buddha, while simultaneously pondering the potential crises he might encounter next and the most reasonable way to respond. Jin Yingzhen gathered her courage and walked to the door of the inner room, tilting her head to listen, but unfortunately, she couldn't hear anything. Everything you've done, I've already done. There are no discoveries at all. Huo Yu sat down, pulled her legs up, hugged her knees with both hands, and rested her chin on them. Everyone here is just an ordinary person trapped by the divine ruins. I actually expected them to be gods descending to earth to turn the tide. I am so stupid. Lin Baici carefully inspected the room and was just about to go into the courtyard to take a look when the noose around his neck suddenly tightened. A wave of pain spread from his neck, accompanied by a slight sensation of suffocation. Baici, the middle-aged woman, was scared to tears again. She had heard that when people were strangled to death, their tongues would protrude quite a long way. It is our turn. Brother Gu stood up, stroked the Canon camera on his chest, and was the first to walk into the inner chamber of the meditation room. Let us go. We have no choice. Huo Yu took a deep breath, trying her best to pull herself together, preparing to make a final struggle. Lin Baici raised his wrist and glanced at the Rolex he had picked up. 6 minutes had passed since those people went inside. Baici, let us go into the meditation room, Simamu called out. Jin Yingzhen and the middle-aged woman also crowded over early. They felt safer being with Lin Baici. Seeing this, the pot-bellied man's eyes darted around, and he also trotted over, following behind the 4 of them. The inner chamber of the meditation room was not large and contained no furniture, save for a single meditation cushion used by monks when chanting. The cushion was somewhat old and slightly yellowed, with a small incense burner the size of a fist placed upon it, in which 3 sticks of incense were lit. A strange fragrance permeated the air, reaching their noses. After everyone entered, the vine noose around their necks immediately loosened. What do we do now? Everyone looked at each other, confused. Is this incense burner a divine item? Lin Baici stared at the incense burner, waiting for the gluttonous god to provide a food review. But there was no sound in his mind. Creak, the door closed automatically. Look! Jin Yingzhen cried out urgently. The white smoke rising from the burning incense transformed into a line of faint text. Sit in the lotus position. Listen to my chanting. Those who can remain silent as before and stay calm and composed may reach the other shore. The text appeared for 3 seconds before rapidly dissipating. What does that mean? The pot-bellied man looked completely bewildered. It seems we have to listen to the chanting. As Huo Yu spoke, she quickly sat down and assumed a lotus position. The floor was somewhat cold, making the female streamer shiver. Listen to chanting. Who understands that? The pot-bellied man was desperate. He was a worldly person who loved rich food and drink, and every few days he would go to a sauna or get a foot massage. There was not a shred of Buddhist nature in him. As soon as he finished speaking, the vine noose around his neck tightened again, scaring him into begging for mercy. I will listen. I will listen. Please start chanting quickly. It was not just the pot-bellied man, except for Huo Yu. The vine nooses of the others also tightened, causing a sensation of suffocation. What is going on? Sister Shaoli was very panicked. Sit down quickly. Assume the lotus position. Lin Baici saw that Huo Yu was fine and understood. Everyone had to follow the instructions of the text from the incense to escape death. What is the lotus position? The pot-bellied man sat on the ground, crossing his legs. but found the noose was still tightening, which made him so anxious he could spit blood. Who understands this stuff? It is like this. First put your left foot on your right thigh, then put your right foot on your left thigh. Well, you demonstrated. Because she relied on her looks to make a living. She had studied yoga and meditation and was familiar with such things. Baici, follow me. Zuzu also knew it. Though she had been swindled by a fitness coach and had only learned a few poses in 3 months for 6,000 yuan. But now that she could help Lin Baici, the middle-aged woman suddenly felt the 6,000 yuan was worth it. I am finally useful. Zuzu had been worried that she was too much of a burden and would be abandoned by Lin Baici. But she had not been happy for more than a few seconds before she saw that Lin Baici also knew how to sit in the lotus position. Appa, can you manage it? Jin Yingjin knew it too. She looked at Lin Baici with concern, even intending to help him herself. No problem. Lin Baici had read many miscellaneous books and had a very broad range of knowledge. The pot-bellied man finally managed to assume the lotus position, and the noose around his neck loosened. However, before he could even catch his breath, a melodious chanting sound began to echo within the meditation room. Chapter 7. Reciting upon hearing. The wonderful fragrance curled in the air, with a lingering aftertaste. Lin Baici did not know what language the voice was speaking. He could not understand a single word, but the pronunciation was full of aesthetic beauty, pleasant, ethereal, leisurely. It gave him a sense of refreshment, like the air after a fresh rain in an empty mountain. Lin Baici even forgot his hunger, immersed in this chanting that sounded like celestial music. Life is like a boat, riding the wind and breaking the waves. 7-year-old Lin Baici, carrying a small bucket and a small fishing net, ran barefoot along the creek, trying to catch that little loach that had just slipped away. He picked a green apricot, and it made his little teeth ache with sourness. 17-year-old Lin Baici, sweating like rain on the basketball court, writing furiously in the exam hall, and watching the back of the girl he had a crush on as she walked home from the classroom window. He wanted to catch that cicada, to catch that summer that belonged to him. 27-year-old Lin Baici, high-spirited at the company, drinking heavily and eating skewers at a roadside stall, making life plans in a rented room late at night. He felt he could do anything. He could pluck stars from the sky with one hand and ride dragons to slay whales in the deep. 37-year-old Lin Baici, having achieved nothing, unemployed at home. No girlfriend, no salary, no friends. He pulled the curtains tight, fearing the rising sun every day. 47-year-old Lin Baici, a walking corpse, lying on the bed, waiting for the grim reaper to knock on the door. Life is like a boat, battered and bruised. Damn it. Lin Baici could not help but burst out a curse. Is this my life? Are you kidding me? Lin Baici was extremely unhappy. He wanted to beat up 10 people to vent this anger. Suddenly, a violent pain came from his stomach, and an overwhelming sense of hunger made Lin Baici's mouth water. Gurgle. Lin Baici's consciousness was pulled back by this hunger, and then he saw everyone sprawled out on the floor. Everyone's expressions were twisted, excited, or angry, listening to the chanting. Everyone had long forgotten about that. However, what was even more terrifying was that Lin Baici discovered the vine noose around his neck was slowly tightening. He was already finding it difficult to breathe. The chanting will weave a dream of 1,000 years. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Baici roared in his heart. Thanks to the stimulation of this hunger, he was dragged out of the dream state. The most urgent task now was to finish listening to this scripture and complete this God-forbidden game. But his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and coupled with the tension and palpitations of being on the verge of strangulation, Lin Baici simply could not calm his heart to listen to the sutra. What should he do? Lin Baici grabbed the torch placed beside him. Should he light it? He hadn't taken action when he first entered this meditation room because he was worried about angering the God-forbidden object and being strangled to death immediately. But now, it seemed he had no choice. The vine noose around his neck was getting tighter and tighter. Lin Baici braced himself, preparing to stand up. But when his left hand pressed against his backpack, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. That tea. The sentence formed by the white smoke of the incense could be simply understood as, sit in the lotus position, listen to the chanting, remain unmoved, and listen quietly until the enter reached the other shore. The so-called other shore must mean surviving. The problem everyone was facing now was that the chanting evoked all sorts of distracting thoughts, making it impossible to calm down and listen. Lin Baici hurriedly opened his backpack, grabbed a handful of hollow tea guanyan, and stuffed it into his mouth. He bit down hard, and juices burst out. The food god had said that after drinking this tea, one would lose all emotions. Their heart would become as cold as iron, and they would turn into a hollow person, instantly losing interest in dreams, women, and the like, entering a state of sage-like detachment. Doesn't that mean it can eliminate distracting thoughts? Lin Baici prepared to take a gamble. If the hollow tea guanyan didn't work, he would set fire to the incense burner. I wonder if chewing it dry will work. Lin Baici didn't have time to find boiling water to brew the tea, but after swallowing the leaves, in just over 10 seconds, the messy thoughts filling his brain seemed like dust washed away by a heavy rain, disappearing without a trace. Even the vine noose tightening around his neck felt insignificant to Lin Baici now. So what if I die? Come on then. This master is lying flat. Give it another pull. The chanting became clear to his ears. Lin Baici, sitting in the lotus position, didn't miss a single word, and the vine noose strangling him gradually loosened. It worked. Lin Baici smiled slightly. The others were not so lucky. The pot-bellied man usually gorged himself on greasy and salty food and didn't exercise, so his physical condition was the worst. By now, his face had turned blue, and he was on the verge of suffocating to death. Lin Baici glanced at him, grabbed a handful of hollow tea guanyan, stood up abruptly, and rushed to Jing Ying's side. Quick, eat the tea leaves. The Korean woman's eyes were tightly shut, and she remained unresponsive. Lin Baici gripped her chin, forcibly pried her lips open, and stuffed the tea leaves inside. Afterward, he rushed to the old lady's side and did the same. After feeding Sima Mo and Huoyuyu, Lin Baici's tea was gone. Fortunately, Jin Yingjin still had some, so he hurried to take it. Next were Sister Shaoli and Brother Go. Lin Baici finally looked at the pot-bellied man. He didn't have a good impression of this man, but since a life was at stake, he decided to help him as well. After feeding everyone the tea leaves, Lin Baici hurriedly returned to his lotus position. After swallowing the hollow tea guanyan, everyone gradually regained consciousness. What happened? The old lady looked confused. Is there still tea in your mouth? If so, swallow it quickly. Don't think about anything, get into position, and listen to the sutra, Lin Baici urged. Tea? What did you do? Huoyu felt a taste in her mouth. A bit like a nutritional drink. Why don't I care at all about whether I can survive anymore? Appa. Jin Yingxian knew that Lin Baici had helped everyone, and her beautiful oval face showed both nervousness and excitement. My Lin Appa is truly amazing. Because of the oxygen deprivation from suffocation, the pot-bellied man's body had stiffened. He tried several times but couldn't get into the lotus position, so the vine noose on his neck tightened once again. This was truly adding insult to injury. Help me. The pot-bellied man's instincts were still making him beg for help, but because he had consumed the hollow tea guanyan, he didn't scream hysterically. No one saved him. Not because everyone was cold-blooded, but because the effects of the tea had taken hold. When the chanting ended, the vine noose on the pot-bellied man's neck had tightened completely, snapping his cervical vertebrae. Afterward, his body dehydrated and cracked visibly to the naked eye, as if it had been exposed to wind and sun for thousands of years, weathering away until it crumbled, leaving only a pile of dust. This terrifying scene made everyone feel a chill run through their bodies, and they subconsciously touched their necks. The noose is gone. Did we pass? A look of wild joy appeared on the old lady's face. Oh, we survived. Sima Mu laughed loudly, jumped up, and rushed to Lin Baici's side. Baici, thanks to you, let's become sworn brothers. What did you do? Huoyu finally had the leisure to carefully observe this tall boy. His face was still youthful and inexperienced. He must still be a high school student. He was very tall, and if his jumping ability were better, he could probably dunk a basketball. I fed you all tea leaves. Lin Baici made up an excuse. I was very hungry at the time and had nothing to eat, so I stuffed the tea leaves I picked in the courtyard outside into my mouth. I didn't expect to wake up from the dream of 1,000 years and calm down. What tea leaves? Sister Shaoli asked in confusion. Why haven't I seen them? It's that plant where the leaves look like Guanyin sitting on a lotus. Jin Yingxin interjected. It's that one. Brother Gu had seen it, but everyone was afraid that this strange-looking plant was dangerous. So they didn't dare to touch it. After all, everyone still had vine nooses wrapped around their necks. Who would have thought it was the key to survival? Actually, that is not the case. As long as a person is free of desires and cravings, has seen through the vanity of the world, and keeps their heart undisturbed, they will not be contaminated by the God-forbidden object. It can be said that as long as they are children under 3 years old, almost everyone can leave this meditation room alive. I'm going to pick some, Simamu darted out. Seeing this, Sister Li and Brother Gu also hurried out. These tea leaves seem to be good things. Picking some would be a good precaution. Baici, you finished what you got earlier, right? I will help you pick some more. The older woman knew she did not have much ability, so she could only demonstrate her value through these small tasks. Upon hearing this, Jin Yingxin lifted her legs and ran out. I will absolutely not let you have the chance to curry favor with Appa Lin. Thank you. Let me introduce myself formally. My surname is Hua and my given name is Yu. What is your name? You must be younger than me, right? Hua Yu actually wanted to rush out to pick the hollow Tiguanyan as well, but she held back, knowing she had to express her gratitude first. Moving forward, if she wanted to leave the god ruins alive, she would definitely have to rely on this tall young man. So she had to maintain a good relationship with him first. Lin Baici. Lin Baici looked at Hua Yu, whose height reached his chest and who was dressed in a sailor uniform. I am definitely older than you. I am a university student. Hua Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. I just look like an underage girl. Lin Baici was speechless. Women really only care about the face. You cannot guess their age. So it is not illegal to date me. After saying this, Hua Yu thought of something else and quickly added, by the way, Hua Yu is my real name. It is written exactly like that on my household registration. In the past, when Hua Yu introduced herself, people often thought she was deliberately not using her real name and was just brushing them off with a stage name. Looking down on them, the surname Hua is not common. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Yeah, the most famous one is Hua Mulin. Hua Yu was overthinking it. Lin Baici did not care whether she was using her real name or not. If they could not get out of the god ruins, even calling for the Queen Mother of the West would be useless. You should also go pick some tea leaves to keep for self-defense, right? Lin Baici held the torch and looked at the incense burner. I should burn this thing to keep it from harming anyone else. Then, I am going. Hua Yu moved her calves, clad in black over the knee stockings, and ran out of the meditation room. The pre-meal exercise is over. You may eat. Eat what? Lin Baici was caught between laughter and tears. Are you asking me to gnaw on the incense burner or swallow the incense ash? In the concepts of the human realm, there is a divine grace on this meditation cushion called auditory eidetic memory. Eat it, and you can possess it. Auditory eidetic memory, as the name implies, means that once you hear something, you can remember it all and repeat it immediately. Chapter 8. Thanking the gods for their gift. The amount of information contained in these 2 sentences from the God Eater left Lin Baici stunned and dumbfounded. Are you saying that this meditation cushion is the God-forbidden object? Lin Baici walked up to the cushion and examined it carefully. This thing was plain and unremarkable, whereas the incense burner carved with beast patterns looked like a valuable antique. This had led Lin Baici to make a misjudgment. The God Eater likely felt that such a question was too stupid and did not respond. Of course, ever since Lin Baici heard this mysterious voice, the other party had never actively responded to him. It always talked to itself, and most of it was related to food. That divine grace, auditory eidetic memory. If I eat it, does that mean from now on, no matter how long or short what others say is, I will be able to remember it after hearing it once? Lin Baici was excited. If he had this ability, his learning efficiency would definitely increase significantly. Report. A slow-witted person has been discovered. My explanation was already so straightforward, yet it actually still requires me to say it again. The corners of Lin Baici's mouth twitched. Had he just been looked down upon? Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach began to growl again, and ever since he approached this yellowed meditation cushion, His appetite began to boil, and he could no longer suppress it. There seemed to be a peerless delicacy on it, seducing his cravings. Oh, how do I eat it? Lin Baici stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked his teeth. He could not just gnaw on this meditation cushion like a pancake, could he? A pair of translucent, slender arms that looked like they were condensed from starlight reached out from Lin Baici's left and right shoulders. They grabbed at the air above the meditation cushion and pulled out a light orb the size of a fist. The light orb was like a soap bubble, multicolored and brilliant, wrapping a pale golden little ball inside that looked like a tiny sun. Is this divine grace? The intense desire to eat made Lin Baici want to reach out and quickly snatch the soap bubble to stuff it into his mouth. The feeling was like that of a refugee who had suffered through famine for half a lifetime and gone hungry for decades. Suddenly seeing a full Manchuan feast on a table, he could not wait to eat it. Open your mouth. Lin Baici opened his mouth. Thank the gods for their gift. After the god-eater finished speaking, the two arms grabbed the soap bubble and shoved it into Lin Baici's mouth. After the soap bubble entered his mouth, it burst instantly. The pale golden little sun was warm and melted upon contact, like a cup of hot milk flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Lin Baici's body immediately began to heat up, and at the same time, some mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind, branded onto his neurons. Even if he wanted to forget, he could not. It was like an innate talent, auditory eidetic memory acquired. A sense of fullness welled up, making Lin Baici feel very satisfied. Perfect. Lin Baici snapped his fingers. Baici, what are you doing? We should be going. In the courtyard, Simamu shouted. Jin Yingxin returned after picking the tea leaves. Are you okay? I am fine. Lin Baici looked at the meditation cushion and asked the god-eater in his heart. What should I do with this god-forbidden object? Can I take it with me? Lin Baici had harvested his first divine grace from it, which was very memorable. So, he wanted to keep it as a memento, but he did not know if it was still dangerous. Vanilla meditation cushion. Sitting on it to study allows one to maintain high energy, work for long periods without fatigue, and memorize anything after hearing it just once. Persisting in its use can enhance memory over the long term and even has the effect of curing dementia. That is settled. Lin Baici set the incense burner aside and picked up the meditation cushion. It was not heavy, weighing about 3 jin. Appa, are you going to carry that with you? Jin Yingxin was worried. Divine taboo items only have their danger reduced after being sealed by a black coffin. What is a black coffin? Lin Baici inquired. I do not know either. The manufacturing technology for black coffins is a top-level secret, held entirely by the government, Jin Yingxin explained. You just need to remember that black coffins can prevent the rule-based contamination of divine taboo items. Understood. Lin Baici was even carrying the pinewood torch. Why would he be afraid of a cushion that could only weave dreams? At worst, he would just take another sip of tea. I never expected this cushion to be the divine taboo item. Jin Yingxin wanted to reach out and touch it, but she did not quite dare. It would be great if it had a divine gift on it. If it were not a divine taboo item, Appa certainly would not be carrying it. What is a divine gift? Lin Baici was filled with a thirst for knowledge. 30 years ago, meteors fell and divine runes appeared. Gods walked out from within them, feeding on humans. Ordinary people knew nothing about it, but it is said that the world was nearly destroyed. Jin Yingxin organized her thoughts. Some people stood up. They killed the gods and discovered that after a god died, it would leave behind fragments. After humans consumed those fragments, they would obtain a supernatural power. It is just that gods are too difficult to kill. However, fortunately, not every divine rune contains a powerful god. Most of the time, what exists in the divine runes are divine remains, which are the corpses of gods. Destroying the divine remains will also drop fragments, and after humans consume them, they can still obtain a supernatural power. People call this power the gift of the gods, or divine gift for short. Please, continue. Lin Baici listened very attentively. He was just an ordinary high school graduate. He had no channels to hear these secret rumors known only to the upper echelons. Divine remains have radiation that contaminates everything. Among them, a small number of objects mutate under this radiation and become divine taboo items. Among these divine taboo items, A very small number give birth to a divine gift. These types of divine taboo items are the most sought-after trophies in the hunter circle. Jin Yingzhen's older brother was a god hunter and was extremely famous in Korea, which was why she knew so much inside information. Hunter circle. Lin Baici had heard many new terms today. If the divine remains are not contained or destroyed in time, the divine ruin will expand, contaminating a larger area and making it uninhabitable for humans. Divine ruins are even more terrifying than floods, earthquakes, or volcanoes, so 20 years ago, they were officially classified by various countries as a new type of natural disaster. Humanity will not sit and wait for extinction, so they break into divine ruins, hunt gods, and steal divine taboo items. The authorities call the people who do these things god hunters. Jin Yingzhen's mouth was a bit dry from talking. Just as she licked her lips, Lin Baici handed her a bottle of mineral water. This thoughtful gesture made Jin Yingzhen's favor for him grow even more. So, does that mean we are god hunters now? Lin Baici thought this profession sounded cool. Not quite. Jin Yingzhen shook her head. Ordinary people cannot even withstand the most basic radiation contamination in a divine ruin. After about 10 hours or so, they would turn into a puddle of mindless, dead flesh. Only those who have consumed a divine gift can stay in a divine ruin for longer periods. And only such people are qualified to be called god hunters. Those hunters who stand on the front lines against the gods are the country's precious wealth and heroes. And they all possess great privileges. When Jin Yingzhen's brother hunts gods, he can even mobilize the local garrison to assist him. I see, Lin Baici nodded. So, I am already a god hunter. That was so sudden. Though, why don't I feel dizzy or nauseous even though I do not have a divine gift? Just like the gaming circle or the entertainment industry, god hunters naturally have their own circles where they sell intelligence to each other, trade divine taboo items, or even seek out teams. Jin Yingzhen had used her brother's account to log into some internal websites, and the information on them had been an eye-opener for her. We ordinary people really know nothing at all. Brother Gu wiped the lens of his Canon camera, looking depressed. They had returned after picking tea leaves and had been standing by the door, listening to much of Jin Yingzhen's explanation. Ignorance is bliss, Sima Mu chuckled. For some people, knowing what this world is truly like would cause them to collapse. As a top-tier live streamer, Huo Yu had a much larger social circle than people like Brother Gu or the older lady, and she had heard quite a few gossip rumors about the divine ruins. Stop chatting. Let's hurry up and destroy the divine remains so we can escape. Zhu Xiu's head hurt. It felt like he had just woken up from a hangover and then been strapped to a roller coaster for over half an hour. Appa, let me carry it for you. Jin Yingzhen offered to take the meditation cushion. The older lady's mouth moved as she wanted to show off. But once she remembered that this was a divine taboo item with rule-based contamination, she did not dare to make a sound. All right. Lin Baici did not stand on ceremony. If he were holding the cushion, he would not be able to fight if they encountered danger. The group walked out of the courtyard and looked at Lin Baici, waiting for him to make the decision. Lin Baici's performance meant he did not need to recommend himself. He had firmly secured the position of leader for this temporary 7-person team. Gluttonous God, which way do we go? Lin Baici asked in his heart. The gluttonous god did not respond, but a slight feeling of hunger returned. In the past, Lin Baici knew that when he suddenly felt hungry, there would be a lost item nearby. But now, the hunger felt like a radar pointing toward the divine taboo item. Should we go check out the Mahavira Hall? The live streamer suggested. That sounds like a plan. Sister Lee tried to find humor in the misery, cracking a joke. If all else fails, we can just pray to the Bodhisattva and ask for some good luck. The black mist had dissipated quite a bit, and everyone could already see the hazy outline of the Mahavira Hall. Then let's go. Lin Baici held a pinewood torch, taking the lead to clear the path. However, they hadn't gone far when the God Eater spoke up. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Do not go to the Mahavira Hall, or you will immediately board an elevator heading straight to hell. Such a solemn warning made Lin Baici frown deeply. Forget it. Better to play it safe. Let's save the Mahavira Hall for last. Lin Baici decided to follow the hunger pangs. A quarter of an hour later, Sister Lee suddenly caught a sweet, fragrant scent. It smells so good. Sister Lee followed the scent and chased after it. Yu and Brother Gu quickly followed. It seems to be the smell of some kind of porridge. The old ant sniffed hard and trotted over as well. Baici, let's go to. Jin Yingjin grabbed Lin Baici's arm and pulled him forward. Wait a moment. This smell isn't right. Lin Baici wanted to stop everyone, but it was useless. The group completely ignored his words. Their minds filled only with that fragrance, desperate to eat it as quickly as possible. Rule contamination had occurred again. Chapter 9, The Fragrant Kitchen. Sister Lee and the others ran toward the scent, as urgent as wild dogs that hadn't eaten for half a month and were rushing to snatch food. This was clearly not normal. Lin Baici called out several times, but he couldn't stop them, knowing it was the work of a god-forbidden object again. 5 minutes later, the group, panting heavily, rushed into a large courtyard and stopped in front of a dining hall. Above the main entrance of the hall hung a plaque that read Fragrant Kitchen. A cafeteria, Lin Baici sniffed. It seemed like someone was cooking porridge. It smelled delicious. Yu and the others pushed the door open and entered. Creak. The door hinges let out a teeth-grinding sound. Lin Baici had not been seduced by the fragrance. He could have left entirely. However, he hesitated for a moment, stepped over the foot-high threshold, and followed them in. The door slammed shut the moment Lin Baici entered. Lin Baici turned back and tugged at the wooden door. It was tight. It wouldn't open. This dining hall, called the Fragrant Kitchen, was very large, set with 50 rectangular tables and wooden stools, enough to accommodate 600 or 700 people at once. On the north side was the kitchen. No one could be seen working, but a rich aroma of porridge wafted out. The old ant found an empty seat and sat down, then started calling for Lin Baici. Baici, come sit inside the Fragrant Kitchen. There were many people. Lin Baici glanced around and saw nearly 100, but they all looked terrified and were in no mood to talk. In front of each of them was a large bowl filled with purple treasure porridge. Both the color and the aroma were incredibly tempting, making one want to drink their fill just by looking at it. 7 guests. 1 bowl of fragrant porridge for each. A bold, feminine voice echoed throughout the dining hall. It gave Lin Baici the feeling of having walked into Sun Erniang's black shop from the water margin. He wouldn't be surprised if someone rushed out the next second to hack them to death and turn them into dumpling filling. Out of caution, he should have let someone else ask about the current situation. But Jin Yingjin and the others had nothing but eat on their minds and couldn't care about anything else. Lin Baici had to do it himself. He first scanned the room, then looked at the 60-something-year-old man with graying hair sitting 3 meters diagonally across from him. Sir, what is going on here? Lin Baici was very polite, but the old man just picked up his bowl, slurped a mouthful of porridge, and ignored him entirely, instead trying to strike up a conversation with Yu. Beauty, why do you look so familiar to me? This old man often watched live streams and loved these kinds of young girls. It would be even better if they were dressed more scantily. A lecherous old man who doesn't act his age. He leeches off live streams, often pretends to be rich to flirt with female streamers, but is actually a stingy miser. He steals things from supermarkets every time he goes, and if he gets caught, he lies on the ground and fakes a heart attack. Warning: if you see him fall, absolutely do not help him up, or you will be blackmailed. Recommendation: charcoal grill him and feed him to the dogs. The God Eater's triple evaluation painted the old man as completely worthless. Yu didn't hear a word the old man said. She stretched her neck, her eyes fixed intently on the kitchen, waiting with bated breath. Jin Yingjin and the old ant were much the same. They didn't have to wait long before a cook emerged, striding out with a red lacquered tray. On it were 7 bowls of porridge. The bowls were huge, large enough to hold a person's head. Lin Baici's pupils constricted sharply when he saw the cook. She was wearing clean, coarse linen clothes, and a white square cloth wrapped around her head. Her movements were nimble, and the smile on her face was very kind. But she stood about 2 meters tall, with a broad back and thick waist, and her arms were thick enough for a horse to run on. Lin Baici believed that facing a cook like this, the diners wouldn't be thinking about how to dine and dash, but rather whether they would even be able to walk out alive after finishing their meal. 7 bowls of fortune, prosperity, longevity, and joy porridge, following the cook's elongated, high-pitched chant. 7 bowls of porridge were placed in front of Lin Baici and his group with a series of thuds. Steam rose, and the fragrance of the porridge filled the air, making it impossible not to salivate. Please enjoy. After the cook finished speaking, she placed the tray against her lower abdomen with both hands and retreated to the side like a virtuous servant, watching the group with a smile. Jin Yingchen and the others couldn't wait any longer. They didn't even use wooden spoons, instead picking up the large bowls and pouring the contents into their mouths. Even though they were hissing and grimacing from the heat, they didn't stop drinking the porridge. Lin Baici's mouth twitched as he watched. The cook was very satisfied, but when she saw that Lin Baici hadn't moved, the smile on her face immediately vanished. Aren't you drinking? It's hot. I'm letting it cool down. Lin Baici made a perfunctory excuse. It tastes better when you drink it hot, the cook explained. I am afraid of the heat. Lin Baici squeezed out a smile. The old man looked at Lin Baici with a face full of schadenfreude, waiting to see him suffer. Just a moment ago, someone refused to drink the porridge, and this cook had forcibly pried their mouth open and poured it all in, as if dumping slop into a trash can. I will help you. After saying this, the cook placed the tray on the dining table, took a step forward to stand in front of Lin Baici, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to help him drink the porridge. Lin Baici dared not let this cook take action, so he hurriedly picked up the large bowl. No need. I can do it myself. Slurp. Lin Baici took a sip of the porridge. So hot. The cook revealed a smile again, lowered her sleeves, and picked up the tray. Drink to your heart's content. There is plenty. After saying this, the cook walked toward the kitchen. As soon as the cook turned around, Lin Baici immediately lowered his head and spat the porridge from his mouth back into the bowl. Who knew if there was something wrong with this stuff? He was definitely not going to drink it. Lin Baici was very cautious, with his mouth against the large bowl. He kept stealing glances at the cook's back. If she discovered him spitting out the porridge, he would immediately take another sip. Come to think of it, there was actually a kitchen knife tucked into the back of the cook's waist. That was a bit terrifying. The cook did not look back until she walked into the kitchen. Lin Baici felt relieved and looked at the others. Jin Yingchen and the other 5 were drinking the porridge, and while drinking, they were urging Lin Baici to hurry up and taste it. Stop drinking, Lin Baici advised, but it was useless. Why are you able to hold back? The old man looked at Lin Baici in shock, completely dumbfounded. The 8 people at the same table had the same expression. The porridge was so fragrant that everyone only realized something was wrong after they were already stuffed. But before that, their minds were filled with the thought of drinking the porridge. Lin Baici ignored the old man. He felt hungry, but not for this bowl of porridge. Rather, he wanted to go into the kitchen to eat something. The old man's gaze fell on the pine wood torch, then returned to Lin Baici, examining him carefully. This kid, his willpower is so strong. In any case, he hadn't been able to hold back just now. The way he drank the porridge was like a starving ghost reincarnated. And now his stomach was uncomfortably full, to the point where he wanted to vomit. People view food as their heaven. Drink the porridge, drink the porridge. Lin Baici heard this from the gluttonous god and felt much more at ease. It seemed there was nothing wrong with the porridge, and it was safe to drink. Inside the dining hall, everyone sat on wooden stools, drinking the porridge with miserable expressions. Some people were clearly stuffed long ago, but they didn't dare to stop and could only force it down. Their bodies were not under their own control, having been lured over by the fragrance. Could it be that if you don't finish this bowl of porridge within a certain amount of time, you will be killed? Lin Baici analyzed. Hey, why aren't you drinking? It's very fragrant. Sima Mu was very surprised to see Lin Baici hadn't moved. He had already finished his bowl and even picked it up to lick the remaining rice grains with his tongue. Not hungry. Lin Baici noticed that because Sima Mu had finished the bowl and lined his stomach, his attention was no longer entirely focused on the porridge. Jin Yingchen did not have a big appetite and could no longer eat, so her speed of drinking the porridge had clearly slowed down. While Yu, on the other hand, was unexpectedly a big eater. I advise you to drink it quickly. When the cook comes out later and sees you haven't drunk the porridge, she will chop off your head. The old man felt very unhappy seeing that Lin Baici hadn't drunk a single drop of porridge. So, he deliberately tried to scare him. What if this fortune, prosperity, and longevity porridge was harmful to the body. If this kid didn't drink it, wouldn't he have escaped a disaster? That wouldn't do. If we are to die, we die together. I won't trouble you to worry about me. My stomach is bad and I can't eat anything. I think that cook will be understanding, Lin Baici chuckled. This old man had a somewhat dark heart. As soon as Simamu finished the porridge and put down the bowl, letting out a burp, the cook came out carrying another bowl of porridge. It was the same large bowl, which she placed on the table in front of Simamu. Can you tell how many types of ingredients are in this longevity porridge? The cook blinked her billiard ball-sized eyes, looking at Simamu with full expectation. I can't tell. Simamu shook his head. Who could tell that? He glanced at the hot porridge in the bowl. There were red dates, longans, and peanuts boiled until they were almost mushy, as well as various kinds of beans. He didn't recognize them. The cook looked disappointed, but she still managed a forced smile. It's okay. Drink slowly. Identify them slowly. No rush. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Could it be that to survive, one has to guess how many ingredients are in this fortune porridge? The cook was about to leave, but when her gaze swept over the porridge bowl in front of Lin Baici, she immediately stopped and glared with her large eyes. Why aren't you drinking? When the cook said this, her right hand reached behind her waist and gripped the handle of the kitchen knife. If you have the guts, keep not drinking. The old man felt satisfied. I am drinking it. I'm savoring it carefully. Lin Baici explained. I want to savor the flavor of every ingredient in it on the tip of my tongue. When the cook heard this, she was immediately beaming and excitedly asked, Did you taste anything? I've tasted 5 types so far. Lin Baici glanced at the bowl and reported the few ingredients he could recognize. The cook nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. You are the first diner today to seriously taste the fortune, prosperity, and longevity porridge. I will serve you another hot bowl. Drink without worry. There is plenty, thank you. Lin Baici was very polite. The old man was stunned, and the diners at the nearby tables were also dumbfounded. Drinking porridge in this Shangji kitchen was a form of suffering, comparable to torture. But this guy was actually asking for more. Truly, ignorant are fearless. A woman with dyed red hair mocked. He actually managed to dodge it. The old man was speechless. The student's response caught him completely off guard. He was particularly displeased to see that the cook had actually believed his nonsense and hadn't forced him to drink that scalding hot porridge. However, when the cook brought over another bowl, placed it in front of Lin Baici, and urged him to drink it quickly, the old man was delighted. Let's see how you handle this when you can't finish it. Jin Yingchen and the others had consumed more than half of their bowls. As that intense, overwhelming urge to eat subsided and their rationality returned, they were suddenly drenched in cold sweat, overcome with lingering fear. Stupid as they might be, they had finally sensed that something was deeply wrong. Appa, what should we do? Jin Yingchen looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes. Whether everyone could survive or not now depended entirely on him, the female streamer. The middle-aged woman and Sister Shaoli felt the same way. Lin Baici was now the hope of the entire village. Chapter 10. The Monster Cook. Based on the current situation, we can leave here alive if we can correctly identify all the ingredients in this porridge. Lin Baici scanned the others. The 90-plus tourists in the vegetarian kitchen had not suffered any physical harm, even if they felt unwell. It was only from fear and being overly full. No kidding. Even a fool can see that. The old man retorted. The point is, this porridge is cooked into such a mushy mess that, aside from the cook, who knows what ingredients were used? Whoever can taste it must be a god of cookery. Sitting across from Jin Yingchen was a 3- or 4-year-old girl who added this in a milky voice. She was wearing a little dress and looked very cute. The old man's eyes rolled, and he had another malicious thought. He lowered his voice, as if revealing a great secret he didn't want others to hear. Actually, you can just guess. Upon hearing this, the little girl looked at Jin Yingchen and began to shake her head. That's right. There are only a few types of ingredients in 8 treasure porridge, aren't there? Brother Gu's eyes lit up. Hey! Lin Baici looked at the old man with a look full of mockery. What? Am I wrong? The old man felt guilty. Baici, what's wrong? Sima Mu was quite straightforward and didn't understand why Lin Baici was acting this way. If we guess, how many attempts will it take to get it right? Lin Baici looked toward the kitchen. I don't think that cook will tolerate a diner guessing repeatedly until they get it right. That's true, Brother Gu, who had originally thought he had found a way out, was very disappointed that it wouldn't work. If we guess wrong, we won't be killed. Right, at most. We'll just be trapped here. Hua Yu looked up and peered around. Fortunately, she didn't see any corpses. You'll have to ask this old man about that, Lin Baici sneered. Ask me. Why ask me? The old man's eyes darted around. You told us to guess the ingredients just so you could use us to eliminate some wrong options. Hua Yu was very sharp and had also realized this possibility. What? Sima Mu was both shocked and angry, glaring at the old man across from him. What nonsense are you spouting? The old man, having had his intentions exposed, became angry out of shame, but he still stubbornly argued. I was just worried that there might be a limit to the number of survivors. So, I told you guys secretly to avoid others hearing. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and even frame me. Are you trying to fool a ghost? Hua Yu retorted sharply. There are so many people here. I don't believe no one has tried guessing the recipe. The old man's face stiffened. These two brats were thinking way too fast. There was no way to trick them at all. In reality, someone had tried guessing, and after failing 3 times, they had their head chopped off by the cook. I offered my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. The old man was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed at all. It seems we have to sneak into the kitchen and take a look at the rice vat, the middle-aged woman suggested. Who's going? Sima Mu's gaze swept over the group. It was obvious that the ingredients used for the fragrant porridge must be in the kitchen. But the problem was, who would take that risk? Everyone fell silent. That cook was like a serial killer, making people feel a deep-seated dread. I'll go. Jin Yingxin took a deep breath. She couldn't always rely on Lin Appa. She had to prove her worth and become a woman capable of being his teammate. Little Gu, the beautiful Jin is very courageous. Aren't you going to accompany her? Sima Mu used a goading tactic. Why don't you go? Brother Gu wiped his Canon camera. He didn't want to take the risk. I only have one hand. How am I supposed to do it? Sima Mu shook his bandaged left hand. I'm just afraid I'll mess it up and cause everyone to lose the only chance we have to peek into the kitchen. I can help you stall the cook. The old man suddenly interjected. But after you get the information, you have to share it with me. Don't trust him. This old geezer is very bad. Hua Yu noticed that this old man was always stealing glances at her, which made her very uncomfortable. Stop talking, everyone. Listen to Baici. The middle-aged woman thought to herself. Lin Baici is the one in charge here. The cook came out. The entire dining hall went silent instantly. Everyone was too afraid to speak, keeping their heads down, terrified of being noticed by the cook. The cook looked around, walked up to a young man in a plaid shirt, and asked with a smile, "Honored guest, do you know what ingredients were used in this bowl of porridge? The opportunity is rare. Go to the kitchen quickly," the old man urged. "I will definitely help you stall the cook." He was anxious because he had already drunk 2 bowls of porridge and could be targeted by the cook at any moment. I'm going. Jin Yingxin crouched down. But just as she was about to leave her seat, Lin Baici pressed her back down. Sister, don't move. The little girl, who had been leaning in her mother's arms the whole time, suddenly shouted in a panic. A big brother just left his seat a moment ago and was immediately targeted by that terrifying monster cook. Later, he couldn't answer the cook's question and had his head chopped off. The little girl had seen with her own eyes that the big brother wanted to beat the cook to death. But with just one swing, the cook had chopped off his head as if she were slicing a tomato. The blood had sprayed so high, just like a fountain. When Jin Yingxin heard this, her face turned pale. She quickly lowered her head and hunched her shoulders, then cast a grateful look at Lin Baici. Abba, thank you. If it hadn't been for Lin Baici's quick reflexes, she would have already left her seat. The old man saw that Jin Yingxin was backing out and was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. He glared fiercely at the little girl and cursed in his heart. Damn brat, who asked you to run your mouth? Thank you, little sister. Jin Yingxin thanked her. You are welcome. The little girl gave a sweet smile. Actually, even if she hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have let you go. Lin Baici looked at the people at the same table. With so many people here, I don't believe no one thought about the kitchen. So why didn't anyone go? The middle-aged ant blurted out. Because it is dangerous. What made Lin Baici unhappy was that the people at the table clearly knew this. Yet they didn't say a word, hoping someone else would go and try. If the person who went died, it was none of their business. If they succeeded, everyone would have a slightly better chance of walking out of this dining hall alive. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Brother Goose slapped his forehead hard. He was still blaming himself and feeling annoyed for his own cowardice, never expecting that Lin Baici had known from the start that this plan was unfeasible. Then what should we do? The middle-aged ant was restless. We can't just rely on guessing, right? We could also pray that among the next wave of tourists attracted by the fragrance, there is a 5-star chef. Simamu was out of options. A chef won't do. It has to be a god of cookery. The little girl's eyes lit up. If it were a god of cookery, they would surely be able to taste every single ingredient used in this bowl of porridge after just one sip, or even tell which region's spring water was used. That is how it happens on television. Huoyu was trying to think of a solution while looking at Lin Baici, finding him observing the cook with a calm expression. His posture was like that of a diner leisurely enjoying afternoon tea, rather than a poor wretch who might die under the rule-based corruption at any moment. Huoyu turned her head to observe. Everyone in the room was tense, terrified, and afraid. They kept their heads low, deathly afraid of making eye contact with the cook. Only Lin Baici was very composed. What a big heart he has. Isn't he just too inflammable? It is a pity that mobile phones cannot be used, otherwise, she would really love to take a picture of Lin Baici at this moment. The cook listened to the young man in the plaid shirt finish listing the ingredients and shook her head in disappointment. Wrong, let me think again. The young man in the plaid shirt racked his brains, but he had already used up his 3 chances. The cook drew her blade. Swish. The sharp kitchen knife traced a silver arc as it slashed across the neck of the young man in the plaid shirt. His head fell off, and bright red blood shot into the air. Inside the kitchen, there was an immediate commotion. After killing the man, the cook wiped the kitchen knife on the corpse's clothes to remove the blood, tucked it behind her waist, then picked up the young man's head with one hand and dragged his corpse with the other, walking toward the kitchen. In less than 10 seconds, the cook came back out carrying a bucket and a rag to wipe the blood off the floor. After finishing all this, the cook raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead before heading back to the kitchen. As she passed a young woman, the woman was so nervous that she accidentally knocked over her bowl. Some porridge spilled out. The cook's expression immediately turned angry. Wasting heaven's gifts, I didn't mean to. Before the young woman could finish, her head was chopped off by the kitchen knife. The head fell onto the table and even rolled a bit. The sound of people gasping in cold air filled the room. Everyone lowered their heads even further, almost tucking them into their crotches. The middle-aged ant trembled, subconsciously grabbing Lin Baici's arm. Jin Yingxian turned her head and saw that Lin Baici was not panicked. This made her feel much more at ease. The cook squatted down and began to wipe the floor. You have all been drinking porridge for a long time. Once I finish my work, I will start asking questions. Those who cannot answer will just have to serve as the firewood for my porridge. Everyone's hearts tightened instantly. The old man sitting diagonally across from Lin Baici grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had just come to burn some incense and make a wish for a long life and a fortune. So how did he end up in this mess? If he had known it would be like this, wouldn't it have been better to go get a foot massage? The cook stood up, looked around, and walked toward Lin Baici's side. The tourists at several tables instantly went numb, starting to pray to gods and Buddhas, hoping they wouldn't be targeted by the cook. I think she is coming toward us. The middle-aged ant was scared to tears. The old man kept his head down, pretending to drink porridge while stealing glances at the cook, but his gaze still met hers, which made him shudder all over. It is over. At this moment, the old man was overcome with a surge of wicked courage and suddenly stretched out his foot, kicking the leg of the stool where the little girl was sitting. The little girl fell onto her bottom. What are you doing? You, full of a sense of justice, scolded him upon seeing this. The old man acted as if he hadn't heard. The cook stopped in front of the little girl. Little honored guest, Let me ask you, do you know what kind of beans are in the porridge? The cook squatted down and stroked the little girl's head. Hi. The little girl was very flustered and looked at her mother. I beg you all, please save her. The little girl's mother was in despair, muttering incessantly and pleading with everyone. Everyone was powerless to help. Lin Baici gripped the pine torch in his right hand. He stared at the cook, picked up his bowl of porridge with his left hand, and took a sip. Sweet, soft, and glutinous, the fragrance overflowed. It was indeed good porridge. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu both noticed Lin Baici's actions, feeling a mix of fear and admiration. Appa, let's go cut it down together. Jin Yingjin's moral standards would not allow her to stand idly by and watch a little girl die right in front of her. Let's go for it. Huo Yu grabbed the edge of the table, preparing to flip it. Brother Lin, stay steady, Simamu advised. Sister Shaoli heard this and shot a look of contempt at the guy. Inside the dining hall, the atmosphere was suffocating. Just as everyone thought the little girl was doomed, they suddenly saw the tall boy sitting at the same table as her pick up a large bowl and take a sip of porridge. Good porridge, the boy cheered, then with a thud, set the large bowl back on the table before calling out to the murderous cook. Another bowl. Chapter 11, Lin the Great Glutton. The massive Xiangji kitchen dining hall fell into a silence so profound that a needle dropping could be heard. All 93 tourists trapped here turned their eyes toward Lin Baici. This guy was actually provoking the cook on his own initiative. Had he gone mad? Everyone had already seen with their own eyes just how terrifying the cook was. With arms thick enough for a horse to run on, she truly treated beheading people like slicing watermelons. It was effortless. However, when their gazes fell upon the little girl, who was trembling like a frightened quail, they all sighed. They understood that this tall boy was trying to save her. Appa, Jin Yingjin stood up, ready to stand with Lin Baici. Seeing a foreign girl being so fearless, Huo Yu didn't want to be outdone and immediately rose to her feet. Brother Lin, let's charge at it, Huo Yu shouted. It was just like playing a game, regardless of whether they would win or lose. They couldn't lose their momentum, they had to charge in first. The cook turned her head and sized up Lin Baici. You want another bowl? Lin Baici's original intention was to attract the cook's attention and then take a gamble with the pine torch. But after he drank that sip of porridge, the gluttony god spoke. Fortune, prosperity, longevity, and joy porridge. Carefully prepared with red dates, goji berries, longan, angelica, lotus seeds, white fungus. 28 types of ingredients. Simmered over a low flame for 15 hours through 9 distinct processes. Once the porridge is cooked, its fragrance drifts and can be smelled from 10 miles away. Drinking this porridge brings forgetfulness of worries, joy, health, and longevity. 3 sentences. Simple and concise, perfectly displaying the style of a god-tier foodie. Lin Baici immediately changed his strategy. Such good porridge. It would be a waste if I drank it all. More people should get to taste it. Lin Baici smiled slightly. The old man rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it would be best if you drank it all yourself. No, you said you wanted another bowl, so you must drink it. The cook moved her legs, which were as thick as stone pillars, and in 3 steps reached Lin Baici, lowering her head to glare down at him with a ferocious expression. If you can't drink it, I'll pry your mouth open and pour it in. Go get the porridge. Lin Baici sat down, radiating an air of calm authority. The cook left. My dear brother Lin, when is this? And you're still acting cool. Simamu gave a bitter smile. You really don't take your own life seriously. Thank you, thank you. The little girl's mother hugged her daughter, thanking Lin Baici repeatedly. Appa, the way you faced that monster cook just now was so cool. Jin Yingxin's eyes were filled with admiration. Yeah, Huo Yu nodded incessantly. Even if he's as cool as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he's still going to die. The old man gloated. This was satisfying. At least this annoying guy would die before him. Big brother. The little girl knew that this handsome big brother had been targeted by the cook because of her. So she felt very guilty. Don't be afraid. We'll be out of here soon. Lin Baici smiled nonchalantly, gentle and bright, like the sunshine in March, warming the heart. The cook returned with a bowl of porridge, striding over and thrusting it directly in front of Lin Baici. Drink. Her left hand was already poised to pry open Lin Baici's mouth. If I finish the porridge, can I leave? Lin Baici took the large bowl. It was quite hot. The cook stared at Lin Baici. My porridge is only gifted to soulmates. If you are not a soulmate, you must pay for it after drinking. How much money? Jin Yingxin interjected. Pay money. Why didn't you say so earlier? That's the one thing I have plenty of, a life. The cook's clear enunciation made everyone shiver. How do you define a soulmate? Oh, you pressed. By naming how many types of ingredients are in this porridge. The cook glanced at everyone, pulled the kitchen knife from behind her waist, and pointed it at Lin Baici, starting with him. I will ask one by one. Those who cannot answer will be treated as firewood and used to boil the porridge. Many men were secretly exchanging glances. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take a gamble, drink porridge, and guess the ingredients. Even a master gourmet wouldn't be able to handle this. Thick, the cook urged. Glutinous rice, black rice, yellow millet, sorghum, red beans, mung beans, kidney beans, lily bulbs, white fungus, lotus seeds, angelica, goji berries, red dates, longan, rock sugar. Lin Baici's voice was clear and resonant, his words hitting the ground with weight. Among the ingredients he listed, there were beans, grains, and medicinal herbs. These were all very common ingredients. But after being boiled into a pot of porridge, it was absolutely impossible to taste them all out. He's just guessing. Right, nonsense. He's definitely just trying his luck. Are you kidding me? If he actually guessed right, that would be more exaggerated than winning the lottery jackpot. The tourists whispered among themselves. But compared to the 20-some people who had tried to guess the ingredients earlier, Lin Baici was far too calm and composed when he listed the names. That's 28 types, the little girl counted. And as soon as Lin Baici finished, she immediately looked at the cook. That is all. Lin Baici smiled faintly. He was grateful for his eidetic memory. If he hadn't obtained this divine favor earlier, he would never have been able to remember all 28 ingredients the gluttonous god had listed after hearing them just once. The cook looked at Lin Baici, her stern expression suddenly melting like ice in the spring breeze, replaced by a wide, beaming smile. Welcome, honored guest. You are welcome to come back for more porridge anytime. The cook made a gesture of invitation. Creak. The heavy doors of the fragrant kitchen swung open. He actually got it right. Simamu was dumbfounded. Did he just use up all the luck he would have in his entire life? The old lady muttered to herself. Jin Yingxin could not describe her current feelings. Lin Baici's excellence had once again refreshed her perception of him. The 93 other tourists felt the same way. This tall boy actually got it right, immediately. They began to feel frustrated. Damn it. I didn't manage to memorize any of them at all. Did any of you remember them? Do you think I have a photographic memory? Can't we just ask him again? The tourists whispered among themselves, quite excited. Many of them looked at the open door, itching to dash out with all their might. But they held back in the end. The cook's cleaver was terrifyingly fast. The old man was stunned. This guy actually got it right. Following that, he was filled with regret. I offended someone I shouldn't have. I am in big trouble now. I wonder if he would forgive me if I kowtowed to him. Big brother, are you the god of food? The little girl blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, looking at Lin Baici with admiration. No, I am a hungry person. Lin Baici thought to himself that ever since he entered this Longshan temple, his hunger had never really ceased. It was almost unbearable. Once I get out of here, I am going to eat a hot pot feast first, meat only, no vegetables. A wicked person. The little girl looked confused, then shook her head firmly. Big brother is not wicked at all. You are a hero, a great hero. It is the hungry kind of hungry, Lin Baici said self-deprecatingly. A hungry person, you mean a foodie, right? The little girl giggled. I think God of Hunger sounds better. Big brother can taste every single thing in the porridge. You must be the reincarnation of the God of Hunger. Brother Lin, stop joking around. Simamu called out in a low voice. Hurry up and tell us all the ingredients. We can live. The old lady was very excited, but she glanced at the cook with some worry. If they cheated so openly, would it care? The nearby tourists heard Simamu's words and immediately pricked up their ears. Lin Baici was speechless. Do you think the cook is blind? If you provoke it and it starts killing people, what then? The honored guest has already announced the ingredients of the fortune, prosperity, and longevity porridge. So there is no point in you saying them now. I will return to the kitchen and add a new ingredient to the porridge. The cook's words immediately triggered a chorus of wails and angry curses. The honored guest may leave now. The cook prepared to close the doors as soon as Lin Baici left. Brother Lin, don't leave us behind, Simamu pleaded. Baici, please help us. The old lady was still crying. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuru didn't speak, but they looked at Lin Baici with pitiful expressions. Seeing this, the other tourists also began to beg. Since I am a confidant of your house, can I take them with me? Lin Baici asked with a smile. The cook hesitated for a few seconds. Since you have said so, I can grant you a special privilege. How long I have been simmering this pot of porridge if you can answer that? You may take them with you. If you get it wrong, I will chop off your head and use your corpse as firewood. What is your decision? The cook gripped her cleaver and stood in front of Lin Baici once again. Swish. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, worried to death. This tall boy's words now held the power to decide everyone's life or death. Appa, why don't you just give up? Jin Yingjin felt that guessing the time was too difficult. Lin Baici had finally managed to clear this divine taboo game. There was no need to gamble his life for people he didn't even know. Shut up. The old man heard Jin Yingjin's words and immediately bristled, then forced a smile and pleaded with Lin Baici, just guess, any guess will do. What if he gets it right? The old man knew that given his physical condition, if a fight broke out between the group and the cook, he would definitely die. Baici, if you aren't sure, just give up. Huo Yuru gripped the edge of the table, ready to flip it. Even if she had to die, she would make this monster cook pay a price. 15 hours, Lin Baici said, expressionless, reporting a time while feeling like he was going to die of laughter inside. Sorry, I can't lose even if I want to. With the gluttonous God's food review, I can do whatever I want. Swish. Everyone looked at the cook in unison, waiting for the verdict. Chapter 12. The Black Alms Bologna. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, just like death row prisoners kneeling at the Meridian Gate at high noon, waiting for execution, wishing they could trade their entire life's luck for a cry of stay the executioner's hand. The cook's stern face suddenly blossomed into a smile, as if the sun had come out after the rain. Honored guest, congratulations. You may take them and leave. The cook congratulated him. That's amazing. We survived. We survived. Heaven be praised. The tourists cheered excitedly. Many of them were so exhausted that they slumped over the tables, gasping for air. This time, they were truly scared to death. Wait, he actually guessed it right again. Is he really that lucky? No one believed that Lin Baici could taste the time it took to simmer the porridge, because it was simply too unbelievable. What does heaven have to do with it? It was Appa who saved everyone. Jin Yingjin pouted. Did you guess? You must have just guessed, right? Huo Yuru looked at Lin Baici, her heart thumping wildly as if a curious kangaroo were stuffed inside. Right. Lin Baici gave a slight smile. Well, it is that calm and composed smile. I love it so much. Huo Yuru grabbed Sister Li's arm and shook it vigorously. How could I have liked those little fresh meat idols before? So superficial. I declare that from today onwards, Lin Baici is my male god. What are we waiting for? Let's get out of here, the old man urged, wearing a fawning smile as he spoke to Lin Baici in a humble tone. Young handsome fellow, I was wrong just now. Once we are out, I will host a banquet at Fujing Restaurant to apologize to you. Fujing Restaurant was the best restaurant in Guangqing City, with an average cost of about 1,000 yuan per person. The old man was not actually willing to spend that much. He was just making an empty promise to get Lin Baici to lead him out of Longchen Temple. Can we leave now? Someone asked the kitchen maid impatiently. Ask him. The kitchen maid pointed at Lin Baici. Everyone looked over expectantly again. Handsome, let us get out of here quickly. Let us go. Let us go. Hurry up. The crowd urged frantically. They did not want to stay in this terrifying vegetarian hall for even another second. I say, shouldn't you all say thank you first? Jin Yingjin complained. You really have no manners at all. The crowd was stunned by the rebuke, then felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly thanked Lin Baici. For a moment, thank yous rose and fell one after another. No need for thanks. Just get out quickly. Lin Baici waved his hand. Saving these people was just a side effect for him, since he had the gluttonous god. It was just a matter of saying one more time. Everyone glanced at the kitchen maid and, seeing she did not stop them, rushed out in a swarm. Lin Baici shouted for them to stop. Swish, everyone stopped, looking at Lin Baici in confusion. I was not talking to you. Lin Baici looked at the old man. Who said you could leave? The old man looked terrified. He was scared. Was this kid really this vengeful, handsome? The old man squeezed out a smile, his mind racing to find words to persuade Lin Baici. Kitchen maid. I am not looking after this guy. Lin Baici's voice was cold. This old man's actions were truly disgusting, especially kicking over the little girl's stool just to distract the kitchen maid. That was no different from murder. Even if Lin Baici's brain were rusted through, he would not help him. Don't. I am kneeling to you. I will kowtow to you. The old man's face turned pale with fear. He fell to his knees with a thud and began kowtowing to Lin Baici. Thud. I still have two grandsons to take care of. I cannot die. The old man cried, starting to play the pity card. As long as you can taste how many ingredients are in the fragrant porridge, you won't have to die. Lin Baici chuckled. It is quite simple. Simple, my foot. I am not the god of cookery. The old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare show the slightest disrespect on his face. The kitchen maid walked over and glanced at the old man. A spineless coward who kowtows to people so easily isn't worthy of drinking my porridge. Become firewood instead. As the kitchen maid spoke, she grabbed the old man by the hair and dragged him toward the kitchen, clearly intending to stuff him directly into the stove. Let me go, you motherfucker. I am an elder. Don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? I was wrong. I apologize. Give me a chance. The old man shouted incoherently and tried to struggle, but it was useless. The kitchen maid was a fierce woman 2 meters tall with arms thick enough for a horse to run on. With one slap, most of the old man's teeth shattered, and his jaw was dislocated. Seeing this terrifying scene, the crowd ran even faster. At the same time, they deeply realized how much Lin Baici had helped them. A single word from him really could decide their life or death. Everyone left the vegetarian hall and arrived in the courtyard outside the Shangji kitchen. The wooden door slammed shut. Some people were trembling, their legs weak, and they sat on the ground. Others came over to talk to Lin Baici. They were not stupid. They knew that only by clinging to this thigh could they increase their chances of leaving Longshan Temple. So, they wanted to team up with Lin Baici. The old auntie watched anxiously, fanning herself incessantly with her sun hat. If so many people followed Lin Baici, she would become a marginalized person. Brother Lin's tongue is really amazing. Has your family been chefs for 3 generations? Brother Gu was very curious. 3 generations. Who are you looking down on? Brother Lin's ancestors must have included imperial chefs, Sister Li analyzed. Lin Baici did not leave. He looked back at the Shangji kitchen. Did the God-forbidden object inside have any God's grace? After enjoying the benefits of eidetic hearing, he had only 4 words regarding God's grace. I want it badly. Why leave? Find a way to make a killing. I have never seen someone who sees money on the ground and doesn't pick it up. Don't miss out on things you can get for free. Or even the goddess of luck will despise you. You guys wait here. Lin Baici gripped the pine torch tightly and walked toward the door of the vegetarian hall. Growl. His stomach was growling, and his hunger intensified. What are you doing? Who are you? You subconsciously pulled on Lin Baici, not understanding his intentions. Appa, do you want to go get the God-forbidden object? Jin Yingxin guessed Lin Baici's plan and hurriedly advised. Only God-forbidden objects sealed in black coffins are safe. Otherwise, approaching them carries the risk of being contaminated by the rules. Jin Yingxin was holding the vanilla prayer mat in her arms and was actually very panicked. If she had a choice, she would have thrown this thing away long ago. It is fine. I will act according to the situation. Lin Baici calmed himself, stepped forward quickly, pushed the door open, and headed straight for the kitchen. Because he had just completed the God-forbidden game, the rule-based contamination was temporarily not taking effect on him again. The kitchen was not very large. Lin Baici scanned it quickly and did not see any sign of the cook. It seemed she would only appear after new diners were lured in by the fragrance. Inside the stove, flames were raging. burning a corpse that had already turned charred black, making it impossible to recognize the appearance of that old man. Which one is the God-forbidden item? Lin Baici's gaze swept over the kitchen knife, the cutting board, the iron pot, the skimmer. Look at what I have found. A black clay alms bowl. This is quite a practical piece of tableware. An alms bowl. Isn't that just the bowl monks used to beg for food? In Journey to the West, Tang Seng had one. Following the gluttonous god's words, Lin Baici discovered a black bowl on the stove. It was quite large and flat round in shape, much like the container used for holding ghost stones. Lin Baici walked over quickly and picked up the black clay alms bowl. It was actually quite heavy. In appearance, it was black, as if the moonless night had been solidified onto it, with a ring of gold trim at both the base and the rim. Lin Baici knew this was it, because the moment he picked up this bowl, the hunger vanished, using it to hold food and drink. You only need to let it sit for 1 minute to purify the impurities and toxins from the food. The world is heavily polluted, and people consume grains, vegetables, and the meat of birds and beasts, inevitably ingesting harmful substances. They accumulate in the body, and over time, cause illness and shorten one's lifespan. With this black clay alms bowl, even if it is gutter oil food, expired snacks, or beverages mixed with chemicals, you can eat them with peace of mind. The gluttonous god gave a triple-layered evaluation. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. This was a good item. However, once the vacation ended, he would have to report to university. During his 4 years of college life, he would definitely be eating at the cafeteria. He couldn't possibly carry an alms bowl around every day, could he? Students who didn't know the situation would probably mistake him for a defrocked monk, right? No, wait. Even a proper monk nowadays wouldn't use this thing to eat, would they? Lin Baici felt depressed. Having a good item but no way to use it was such a waste. Its greatest function is that it contains a granary inside. You can store rice, flour, grain oil, vegetables, and fruits in it. As long as you carry this alms bowl, you will never have to worry about the risk of starving to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Baici's spirits lifted, confirmed. You really are a dropout who missed out on 9 years of education. You can't even understand such a straightforward explanation. I suggest you repeat your 9 years of compulsory education. The gluttonous god was sharp-tongued. No, of course I understand. I meant, is there really a granary inside this bowl? Lin Baici reached his hand into the alms bowl, felt around the inside, then turned it upside down and shook it hard, but nothing came out. Having lived through the pandemic era, everyone knew how important survival supplies were. Therefore, Lin Baici was very excited about this granary effect. Please call it an alms bowl. Repeat after me. Alms bowl. The gluttonous god's pronunciation was so standard he could go host the news broadcast on CCTV. Where is the granary? How do I open it? How big is the space? Lin Baici pressed for answers. You just need to mutter eat porridge at it, and you can open the granary. Lin Baici immediately held the black clay alms bowl with one hand and brought it to his mouth. Eat porridge, eat porridge. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, he saw a vortex-like halo appear at the rim of the bowl. He was excited, his eyes widening as he peered inside. How do I use it? Lin Baici was full of interest, looking like an Ultraman who had just spotted a little monster attacking. I am the gluttonous god, not a nanny. The gluttonous god refused to teach him step by step. Lin Baici put down the pine torch, picked up a kitchen knife from the cutting board nearby, and placed it into the vortex-like halo. He had been very cautious ever since he entered the kitchen. He hadn't put down this torch, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Baici waited a few seconds, reached his hand into the halo, fished around a few times, and when he pulled it out, he was clutching the kitchen knife. Haha, this is fun. Lin Baici was happy. Although this is a granary, it didn't say I must store food in it, right? Clothes, shoes, socks, bedding, and a computer should also work. Doesn't that mean that from now on, no matter where I go to have fun, I won't have to carry big bags and small bundles of luggage? By the way, gluttonous god, how do you know all of this? Lin Baici realized that the gluttonous god seemed to know everything about these god-forbidden items. Chapter 13, Paying Respects in the Main Hall. The gluttonous god did not respond. Lin Baici wanted even more to ask him what exactly was going on with this hunger that had started appearing since middle school. Ever since he was a child, whenever he felt hungry, there were inevitably valuable lost items nearby. And now, he discovered that his hunger reacted even more strongly to God-forbidden items. As long as a God-forbidden item appeared within a certain range, Lin Baici would feel hungry, and the closer he got to the God-forbidden item, the more intense the hunger became. Once he obtained the God-forbidden item, he would have the feeling of having eaten a full meal. It was very comfortable. "Yingchen, come in for a moment," Lin Baici called out. The Korean girl ran over immediately, her dyed light gold long hair flying, full of vitality. "What does Brother Lin want to do?" Sister Xiaoli asked curiously. "Why don't you go and see for yourself?" Zhu suggested. "Why don't you go?" Sister Xiaoli rolled her eyes. The old aunt gave an awkward smile. She didn't dare, fearing she would be scolded by Lin Baici. "Appa, what's wrong?" As soon as Jin Yingzhen entered, she saw the black clay alms bowl in his hand. It was quite pretty. If it weren't so new, it would look like an exquisitely crafted antique. "Give me the prayer mat." Lin Baici wanted to put the vanilla meditation cushion inside, but the item was too bulky and inconvenient to carry. He did not do it out in the open to avoid suspicion. After all, the fewer people who knew he possessed a divine taboo, the better. Jin Yingzhen handed the cushion to Lin Baici, and immediately saw a vortex-like halo appear on the surface of the alms bowl after he muttered something. Following that, the cushion, which was much larger than the bowl, was easily tucked inside. "Wow, how magical!" Jin Yingzhen exclaimed. "By the way, does this have any divine favor on it?" There was no need to ask. This alms bowl was definitely a divine taboo. The rule-based contamination from earlier had been caused by it, and if Lin Baici hadn't stepped in to save the day, everyone would have died under that contamination. Lin Baici shook his head, though he felt that the two effects, purification and grain storage, were no less impressive than a divine favor. "Let's go. We need to find the divine remains quickly." According to Jin Yingzhen, there was at least one divine favor on the divine remains. Seeing Lin Baici emerge, the little girl immediately broke free from her mother's embrace and ran over on her small legs. "Brother Hunger God, thank you." The little girl gave a sweet smile and took out a piece of candy, handing it to Lin Baici. She still remembered Lin Baici's self-deprecating remark about being a hungry person, so she had changed the word person to God. Her mother also ran over, bowing repeatedly to Lin Baici to express her gratitude. Many of the rescued tourists also approached, besides thanking him. Most wanted to form a team with Lin Baici. "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Lin Baici squatted down and patted the little girl's head. Her face was pale and her expression was weary, as if she were suffering from a serious illness. "I am okay." The little girl shook her head. She did not want her mother to worry, but in reality, she felt very nauseous, as if she had been on a long car ride. "Come, have some candy." Lin Baici peeled off the wrapper and popped the candy into the little girl's mouth. "Don't worry. Big Brother will take you out of here very soon." The little girl nodded heavily. "Brother Hunger God is very amazing. Baici, let's hurry and find the divine remains, shall we?" The old aunt did not want to waste time here. Lin Baici raised his hand and checked his watch. 2 hours had passed since the divine runes appeared. "Oh, a relics. Brother Lin is a rich second generation. Brother Gu liked watches, but he couldn't afford one." When Sister Xiaoli heard this, her eyes lit up. Good-looking, wealthy, intelligent, possessing a calm heart that remained unshaken in the face of change, and kind-hearted. "I am in love. I am in love. No, I found it." Lin Baici spoke the truth. Baici is too modest. "Is a Rolex something you can just find?" Sister Xiaoli felt that Lin Baici was just trying to keep a low profile. Lin Baici thought to himself that in this Longshan temple, it was actually quite possible to find one, given the number of corpses around. "Handsome, what should we do next?" The woman with dyed red hair who had previously mocked Lin Baici for his ignorance and fearlessness squeezed out from the crowd, offering a fawning smile as she asked. Clang, 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 of Longshan temple. A harsh, piercing bell sound rang out. Under the shroud of the black mist, it sounded like the roar of a monster, appearing eerie and sinister. "Will all pilgrims please proceed immediately to the Mahavira Hall to pay respects to the Buddha?" The grand, deep voice echoed 3 times. Who is speaking? The tourists looked panicked, listening to this voice. Could it be a monster even more terrifying than that cook? Baici, we cannot go. Please don't go. The old aunt was terrified. We have to go, Jin Yingjin said gloomily. This is definitely a divine taboo starting its rule-based contamination. And judging by the signs, it must be an extremely dangerous one. Lin Baici frowned. The gluttonous god had warned him that the Manhwa Hall was very dangerous. But now, there was no way to avoid it. Why do we have to go? The old aunt argued. We can just hide, naive. The black mist had dissipated quite a bit, and Jin Yingjin could already clearly see the Manhwa Hall. It sat there like a giant beast waiting to devour people. Those who don't want to go can stay behind. Lin Baici would not force anyone. He gripped his pinewood torch, tucked his firewood blade into his belt, and walked toward the Manhwa Hall. Jin Yingjin and Simamu immediately followed. Yu, what should we do? Sister Xiaoli did not really want to go. If you leave him, what do you think the probability of us surviving is? After Hua Yu finished speaking, she went to catch up with Lin Baici. Let's go. I trust Brother Lin. Out of professional habit, Brother Gu raised his Canon camera, wanting to take a picture of Lin Baici, but he forgot that the camera was already broken. Wait for me. The old aunt trotted to catch up. The remaining tourists were all conflicted. Going was definitely dangerous, but if they didn't go, would they be punished? The little girl tugged on her mother's arm. Mommy, let's follow the big brother. Her mother shook her head. In the end, only 1/3 of the tourists went. The rest were either too afraid or too calculating, wanting to let others go and scout the situation first before deciding whether to follow. The Manhwa Hall featured flying eaves and corners, covered with golden glazed tiles. It looked magnificent and strange, like a monster clad in golden armor. The grand, towering red wooden doors of the hall were not open, so everyone could only wait in the open space before the steps. More and more people gathered. Among them, some were in very poor mental states, clearly having suffered greatly in the divine taboo game. Final warning. Will all pilgrims please proceed immediately to the Manhwa Hall to pay respects to the Buddha? This voice was grand and stern, like a cruel official who enjoyed torturing prisoners. Some people arrived one after another, but many more did not. Lin Baici checked his watch from time to time. When 10 minutes had passed, the red wooden doors of the Manhwa Hall, inlaid with brass rivets, opened with a teeth-grinding creak. A melodious, solemn, and sacred sound of chanting began to resonate, as if thousands of high monks were sitting in meditation and reciting scriptures. You have to admit, this voice is actually quite pleasant to listen to. Hua Yu could not understand what scripture was being chanted. It certainly was not Chinese, but the melody and the pronunciation made it feel very soothing to the ears. If she were to chant this scripture herself and film a short video, it would surely become a minor hit. Appa, let us wait a moment before going in. Jin Yingjin whispered a reminder. Lin Baici was listening to the chanting. It was indeed quite good. On the paved open square, more than 800 tourists were gathered, looking left and right, all waiting for someone else to enter the main hall first. Suddenly, 18 monks, each 2 meters tall, wearing grey dharma robes and cast entirely from steel, came charging out of the Manhwa Hall. There are monsters, clatter, the tourists screamed, scattering in all directions like a colony of ants doused with boiling water. These 18 monks were clearly not human. Each one was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, wielding a heavy monk staff, with fierce and malevolent expressions, as if they were evil ghosts from hell. However, they did not kill anyone. After descending the steps, they immediately split up and headed toward different parts of Longchen Temple. Are they going to kill those who did not come to the Manhwa Hall? Quite a few people were terrified and wanted to leave, but upon hearing this, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Entering a temple without paying respects to the Buddha is a death sentence. A stern rebuke echoed from the main hall. Whoosh! The scene erupted in an uproar, followed by the sound of people gasping and lingering fear. It is confirmed. Those who do not come will die. Hua Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that she had made the right choice. Otherwise, seeing others hiding away and winning without effort would have surely depressed her. That little girl. Lin Baici frowned and looked toward the direction they had come from. Simamu and the older woman instinctively reached out and grabbed Lin Baici's arms. They were worried that Lin Baici would go to save someone. After all, this tall young man looked very kind-hearted. Hunger God brother, we are here. The little girl pulled her mother along and squeezed through the crowd. It is good that you came over. Did you see? Those who did not come will be killed by those monster monks. Oh, you rubbed the little girl's hair. We saw it. The little girl's mother, Zhangju, was trembling slightly at this moment. After Lin Baici left, it was her daughter who had insisted on dragging her over, saying that the big brother was a good person and that following him might keep them alive. Zhangju thought it made sense. They could just hide outside the Manhwa hall. She just had not expected 18 monster monks to charge out from inside, which scared her into quickly picking up her daughter and running over. When those monster monks brushed past her, she had almost collapsed to the ground in terror. This truly was a choice that determined life or death. I ask all pilgrims to enter the Manhwa hall to pay respects to the Buddha. That voice rang out once again. This is truly a rare sight. Food that delivers itself to the door, the gluttonous god mocked. Let us go. Lin Baici called out to everyone and led the way toward the main hall. There was no escaping the rule contamination. Entering early or late made no difference. Inside the main hall, the dome was towering, magnificent, and spacious. On the altar directly in front, there was a 9-meter-tall dark Buddha. It sat cross-legged, its right elbow resting on its knee, its palm supporting its cheek, and a pair of sharp eyes were watching these humans with great interest. Very good. The toys have arrived. Chapter 14. 3 trials before the Buddha. Inside the main hall, the lighting was dim, creating a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. The dark Buddha was so conspicuous that everyone saw it. A few timid tourists were still wondering if they should kneel and kowtow 3 times to this great Buddha first. Step forward, kneel and bow. Pay respects to the Buddha, the dark Buddha, which looked like it was cast from brass, spoke. Its words were concise and to the point. Its voice filled with an unquestionable, overbearing authority. The tourists were restless and uneasy, not knowing what to do. Baici, should we go and kowtow first? The older woman was afraid. It is just a kowtow anyway. It will not cost us a piece of flesh. We should probably kowtow once first. Simamu also agreed. Appa, the rule contamination must have started, but I do not know what the lethal effect is. Jin Yingjin felt that since this Buddha's aura was so terrifying, it certainly would not be resolved by just a simple kowtow. When there are many people, there is a tendency to follow the crowd. Over 800 tourists were all watching one another. Kowtowing was not the problem. The main fear was that being the first to kowtow would lead to an accident. Seeing that no one moved, the Buddha let out a cold snort. A burst of sparks sprayed out from its 2 large nostrils, then scattered and drifted down like fireflies in midsummer. Hearing this, Lin Baici quickly moved toward a corner. Step back. Lin Baici reminded Jin Yingjin and the others. In fact, he did not even need to shout. Everyone instinctively dodged the sparks. One by one, the sparks fell, suddenly accelerated, and flew onto the heads of the nearest people. A small flame ignited in front of their foreheads. What is this? It is a bit hot. What do we do now? The tourists marked by the sparks panicked. Do not delay. We might die. Hurry up and go before the Buddha to kowtow and pay respects. A middle-aged man with short hair roared anxiously. He had no sparks on his forehead. He said this because he wanted these people to go and test the path first. If it was a trap, these people would be the ones to trigger it. Hearing this, the tourists did not dare to delay any longer. They rushed to the front of the Buddha, knelt down, and began to kowtow. Bodhisattva, bless us. My Buddha is merciful. I am a good person. I have never done a bad thing in my life. Please let me go. The tourists kowtowed and prayed, and many promised to offer incense. The Buddha, with its palm supporting its cheek, watched these people expressionlessly, then suddenly revealed a hideous smile. Those who do not respect the Buddha. As the word die fell, those tourists with a spark hovering before their brows met their doom. That spark ignited with a snap, setting their hair ablaze and causing them to burn like candles. The fire spread with terrifying speed, engulfing their entire bodies in an instant. Boom, boom. The sudden appearance of so many human torches in the great hall dispelled much of the darkness. Yet the surviving tourists felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They felt even colder than before. The middle-aged woman and Huoyu grabbed onto Lin Baici's arms, trembling violently. The 75 unfortunate souls who had been ignited screamed, wailed, and cried for help. They ran about like headless flies. But after struggling for only a dozen seconds, they collapsed to the ground and burned to death. Their corpses turned into charred charcoal, emitting acrid smoke, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Ugh! Quite a few people began to step forward, kneel and bow. Pay respects to the Buddha. The Dark Buddha spoke once more. This time, no one dared to be slow. Aside from a mere 2 or 3 people still standing, everyone else knelt down and kowtowed to the Buddha. Baici hurry and kneel. Seeing that Lin Baici remained standing, the middle-aged woman hurriedly tugged at him. Brother Lin, forget about your pride. Staying alive is what matters, Brother Gu urged. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, they had to kowtow first. The tourists had bowed their heads in submission, but this great Buddha was not satisfied. It let out another cold snort, and a spark erupted from its nostrils. Having witnessed the horror of this thing, everyone scrambled to dodge in a panic. Some even shoved one another, trying to squeeze into the crowd to use others as human shields. The spark moved very quickly, and its flight path was erratic, making it difficult to evade. It was purely a matter of luck. Another 60-some unfortunate souls found the spark hovering before their brows. Brother Lin, the cameraman cried out. His luck was poor. A spark was burning right before his forehead. Kowtowing isn't working. We need to quickly find the correct way to pay respects to the Buddha, Lin Baici analyzed, while simultaneously asking the gluttonous god in his mind what he should do. However, that mysterious voice did not reply. It seems I can only rely on myself. Lin Baici began to save himself, calling out to the others, everyone, don't just waste time here. Hurry and search the Great Hall carefully to see if there are any clues. In the Mahavira Hall, besides the Dark Buddha enshrined on the altar in front, there were 18 small altars on its left and right sides. If Lin Baici guessed correctly, these should be the positions of the 18 Arhat monks who had just rushed out. Behind the altars on both sides, there was a row of purple lacquered wooden shelves, upon which sat a line of unlit bronze oil lamps. The great hall was paved with cyan stone slabs, smooth as mirrors and engraved with scriptures. The dome was too high to see clearly. The surrounding walls were carved with brightly colored murals. There were depictions of the great Buddha descending to earth to save all living beings, of pious men and women praying devoutly, chanting scriptures, and worshipping the Buddha, of incense burning brightly, and the Buddha's light shining forever. In these murals, even an inconspicuous blade of grass was carved with vivid realism, and the expression of every believer was lifelike. There is nothing in this great hall. Many people, unable to find any clues, fell into despair. Lin Baici scanned the room, his gaze returning to the mural on the left wall. A group of pious men and women were sitting on prayer mats, chanting scriptures and worshipping the Buddha. Could it be that we need to chant scriptures? Huoyu also noticed this, her eyes lighting up. Does anyone know how to chant scriptures? Hurry and recite a few passages. The middle-aged man with short hair shouted, I know how. An old man stood up. He was elderly, in poor health, and suffering from illness, in order to live a few more years. He had started believing in Buddhism. He enshrined a statue of Guanyin at home and would chant a passage of scripture every day. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! The short-haired middle-aged man urged. The old man knelt down, pressed his palms together, and began to mutter scriptures under his breath. Everyone held their breath, watching him intently. The Dark Buddha listened. Does it seem to be working? The tourists felt a surge of hope. The old man stole a glance at the Dark Buddha, thinking he had passed the test, and was about to let out a sigh of relief when the Buddha spoke. Wild dog barking noisy. The Buddha's face was full of impatience. It raised its left hand and pressed down through the air. A black Buddha palm condensed from light suddenly appeared more than 10 meters above the old man's head, and then slammed down rapidly. Dust flew, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. When the black Buddha palm vanished, only a mass of gore remained, smeared across the cyan stone slabs. The old man was dead, not even a bone left behind. Seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. Was chanting scriptures not the answer either? The black Buddha scanned the room. Those tourists with sparks before their brows were terrified and uneasy, kowtowing even harder. 2 of them even began to self-mutilate to demonstrate their devotion to the Buddha. But unfortunately, it was useless. Boom boom, the sparks exploded, igniting them. The cameraman looked at Huoyu with lingering attachment. He knew he was going to die and wanted to confess his feelings. But before he could finish his sentence, he was set ablaze. Brother Gu. Huoyu felt heartbroken. Brother Gu was diligent in his work, possessed superb camera skills, didn't smoke or drink, and was a good man and a good partner. She never expected him to die in a place like this. Step forward. Kneel and bow. Pay respects to the Buddha. The Buddha spoke, its voice cold and indifferent. You tell us to pay respects to the Buddha. Then why don't you tell us how to do it? Someone shouted, filled with indignation. The Buddha ignored him, instead letting out another cold snort and spitting the spark from its nostrils. Swish. The tourists scrambled to retreat. Now everyone knew that once you were touched by this thing, death was certain. The sparks scattered like a meteor shower, landing before the brows of several more people. At this moment, there was no distinction between noble or lowly, rich or poor, beautiful or ugly. It all came down to luck. A spark drifted past Huoyu and landed right before Jin Yingzhen's brow. Oppa. Jin Yingzhen panicked. Do not give up, Lin Baici encouraged her, his gaze sweeping over the murals while he recalled everything that had happened since the bell tolled and the great Buddha invited everyone into the hall to pay their respects. Ways to pay respects: kneeling and bowing, transcribing scriptures, offering incense, presenting tributes, chanting scriptures. Chanting. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Baici. Chanting. It was certainly a way to pay respects to the Buddha. But if the great Buddha was unsatisfied, could it be because it could not understand them? Lin Baici looked down at the scriptures on the bluestone floor, written in a language belonging to some unknown race, and remembered the chanting that had echoed when the Mahavira Hall first opened. None of it was Chinese. Yingzhen, follow me and recite this passage of scripture. Lin Baici quickly opened his inventory, pulled out the black alms bowl, muttered drink porridge twice, and took out the fragrant herb prayer mat. Seeing this, Huoyu looked astonished. Under normal circumstances, she would have definitely asked what these were, but with death looming, she had no heart for it. Baici, chanting won't work. Not necessarily. Lin Baici walked toward the Buddha. Hurry. Jin Yingzhen quickly followed. Lin Baici placed the fragrant herb prayer mat down, had Jin Yingzhen kneel on it, and then began to chant. Thanks to his eidetic memory, it allowed him to remember the entire passage after hearing it just once. Jin Yingzhen repeated each line after Lin Baici, because she was kneeling on the prayer mat, which was bolstered by the effects of his eidetic memory. Her current memory was exceptionally sharp. Some tourists walked around the hall, not giving up on finding clues, while a few others had simply given up and laid down, resigned to their fate. Watching Jin Yingzhen chant, they felt she was wasting her breath. That old man had already proven with his life that chanting was useless. I would rather be burned to death than be smashed into a pile of mush, the middle-aged woman muttered. Soon, people noticed something strange. The great Buddha was not killing anyone. It was listening to the girl with the oval face chant, and the stern, murderous expression on its face had begun to melt away. 5 minutes passed. Jin Yingzhen finished and looked at the great Buddha with trepidation. Step back. The great Buddha waved its hand, and the spark on Jin Yingzhen's brow vanished with a sharp crackle. I survived. I survived. Jin Yingzhen jumped up in excitement, hugged Lin Baici like a koala, and gave him a fierce kiss. Appa, you are my Superman, having escaped death. Jin Yingzhen was filled with gratitude toward Lin Baici. He saved me once again. Can chanting really work? Then why was that old man killed? It seems the scriptures they chanted were different. The tourists whispered among themselves, gathering around Lin Baici, hoping to find out more. Everyone could see it now. This girl, who looked like a member of a Korean girl group, was only able to survive because of this tall young man. Chapter 15 Mural Chanting. I can live. The middle-aged woman let out a sigh of relief. What scripture are you chanting? A middle-aged man with short hair pushed through the crowd and arrived in front of Lin Baici. Can you teach us? Those tourists with sparks on their brows were more anxious than anyone. When this hall opened earlier, didn't a passage of chanting play? That is exactly what I had her recite, Lin Baici informed them. So that is it, the tourists suddenly realized. You actually remembered all of it. Huo Yuyu was shocked. What kind of god-tier memory was this? Isn't that too amazing? Those with sparks on your brows, don't just stand there. Hurry up and kneel before the great Buddha and chant along with this handsome guy. The short-haired man took it upon himself to command the others. Judging by the current situation, if everyone wanted to survive, they had to rely on this student. However, no one could force him to help others. It all depended on his mood. Therefore, the short-haired man wanted to hear him chant again to seize the time and memorize it. The unlucky ones heard this and immediately knelt before the great Buddha, then looked at Lin Baici with anxiety. Listen carefully. Lin Baici didn't mind. It was just a matter of chanting it one more time. The group chanted stumblingly. It was like someone who had never learned English suddenly being asked by a teacher to read a short essay in English, and then having to repeat it. It was simply too difficult. Even though Lin Baici paused after every sentence, some still couldn't keep up, and many had poor pronunciation. The Dark Buddha frowned deeply after hearing a few lines. Is this chanting to pay respects to the Buddha? This is clearly just the buzzing of flies and insects. It simply defiles this scripture. And so, boom, boom, these unlucky ones were ignited by the sparks on their brows and soon burned into charred remains. By now, over 100 corpses were lying in the hall. It was terrifying. Why were they killed again? Zhangju hugged her daughter tightly, completely unable to understand. It must be because they didn't chant it accurately. Sima Muxin said to herself, if it were me hearing this kind of chanting, I would want to hit someone too. The short-haired man listened carefully for a few lines but found he couldn't understand or memorize it, which left him puzzled. How did that pretty girl manage it? Because no matter how one looked at her, she didn't seem like a genius student. The short-haired man's gaze fell on the prayer mat Jin Yingshan was holding. Could it be related to this thing? Step forward, kneel and bow. Pay respects to the Buddha. The Dark Buddha urged them on, still humming and spitting out sparks. It was the fourth batch. Swish. Everyone's eyes turned toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not step forward voluntarily, but this time, the spark spat out by the Buddha drifted right before his brow. And Huo Yuyu did not escape it either. You kneel on the prayer mat and chant along with me. Lin Baici told the female streamer to hold the fragrant herb prayer mat and get ready quickly. The tourists, wanting to hear more clearly, all tried to crowd closer to Lin Baici. This led to shoving, cursing, and eventually, physical fights breaking out. Huo Yuyu was panicked, worried that she wouldn't be able to remember the words. But she soon realized her concerns were unnecessary. Those strange pronunciations Lin Baici used were things she could memorize after hearing them just once. Am I actually this smart? Huo Yuyu was astonished. Don't lose focus, Lin Baici warned. Huo Yuyu immediately straightened her back, trying her best to pronounce every syllable clearly. It wasn't until Lin Baici's voice stopped that she realized she had finished reciting. She then looked up at the great Buddha, waiting for the verdict. The two of you, step back. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuyu excitedly waved her small fist out. Boy, I thank you. Huo Yuyu's eyes welled up with tears. Big brother, thank you for carrying me to victory. The other 60-some tourists with sparks on their foreheads were panicked. The Dark Buddha hadn't mentioned them, which clearly meant he was unsatisfied. Handsome, help us. Before they could even beg for help, the sparks ignited them. Once again, there were casualties all over the ground. The stench of burning flesh drifted through the air. It really is related to that prayer mat. The middle-aged man with short hair ignored those who were burning and rushed toward Lin Baici in a few strides. Hello, I am Zhang Hong, the boss of Hongju Real Estate. I will give you 10 million. When it is my turn to pay respects to the Buddha later, can you lend me this prayer mat to use? The middle-aged man got straight to the point. In reality, there were over a dozen other tourists who had also noticed the vanilla prayer mat and wanted to borrow it. But the name Zhang Hong, combined with the offer of 10 million, completely intimidated them. The middle-aged man spoke with great confidence. Hongju Real Estate was the leading enterprise in Guangqing City, and Zhang Hong himself was the richest man in the city. He was extremely famous. Who wouldn't give him some face? 10 million, that should be enough to knock that boy down, right? However, this money wouldn't be paid in cash. It would be most cost-effective to give him 2 apartments at market value later. John Hong felt that the other party would definitely agree. 10 million. Lin Baici looked at this middle-aged man. So this is that black-hearted businessman my uncle mentioned. Since you have money, why don't you finish building the unfinished buildings your company left behind 7 years ago for his son's wedding? His uncle's family had bought a property from Hongju Real Estate to use as a wedding home, but it remained an unfinished building without a roof to this day. He had heard that many people couldn't move into their new homes while still having to pay their monthly mortgages. They had been completely swindled. John Hong didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. With the attitude of an elder, he lectured Lin Baici. You don't understand business matters. Baici, I can come up with 2 million in cash. You must help me. The older auntie, Suzu, was sincere. She wanted to use this money to buy her life. She was now terrified of ending up in the same batch as John Hong. I will pay money to 1 million. Can I reserve a spot first? I don't have that much cash. But I have a villa. Once we get out, I will transfer the title to you. I will give you half of my canned food factory's annual profits. Some of the wealthy people began to bid, trying their best to come up with a price that would move Lin Baici so he would help them first. But most of the people were poor and remained silent. With monthly wages of 3,000 or 4,000, they didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Auntie Zhu, don't panic. If I can help, I definitely will. Lin Baici reassured her. Step forward, kneel. Pay respects to the Buddha. The dark Buddha yawned out this time. The cluster of sparks he spat out was huge, directly enveloping over 200 people. The little girl and her mother Zhang Ju, the older auntie, John Hong, and sister Shaoli all had sparks attached to their foreheads. Damn it, John Hong cursed. Then put on a fawning smile and continued to persuade Lin Baici. Little brother, please help me out. I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. Hunger God brother. The little girl waved her small hand when she saw Lin Baici looking at her. Handsome, please save my daughter. Zhang Ju wept. Baici. The older auntie was trembling. Sister Shaoli didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Lin Baici. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, who wouldn't want to live? Huo Yu and Sister Shaoli were best friends, reasonably and emotionally. She hoped Lin Baici would help Sister Shaoli, but that little girl was only 3 years old. She hadn't even tasted the sweetness of life yet. Lin Baici was just a student who had just graduated from high school. He should have been having a happy summer vacation, then going to university, finding a girlfriend, and enjoying his youth. But now, he had to choose who would live. Those not chosen would undoubtedly die. Lin Baici hated this kind of choice. Lin Baici let out a long, heavy breath and looked at the dark Buddha, who sat high upon the lotus throne, looking down at all living beings. Can I recite the scriptures and pay respects to the Buddha on behalf of these tourists? Jin Yingxin was startled and wanted to urge him not to be impulsive. But after seeing the look in Lin Baici's eyes, she gave up. Is this what a hero is, Brother Lin? Are you tired of living? Sima Mu was anxious. It wasn't worth risking his life for these people. Saving one is saving, and saving a group is also saving. There is no difference. Lin Baici waited for the great Buddha's reply. You may. The dark Buddha revealed a smile full of malicious intent and pointed his left hand at the virtuous men and women in the murals. As long as you can follow them in chanting the scriptures and complete a ritual of paying respects to the Buddha, I can forgive the disrespect of these ants. Lin Baici agreed. It was just chanting scriptures, after all. Even if it were long, with his ability to memorize after hearing once and the vanilla prayer mat, it wouldn't be a problem. Don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me finish. If the chanting is interrupted halfway, you will die. The dark Buddha chuckled. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Brother Lin, don't take the risk, Sima Mu strongly urged. Save one person you want to save. Doing your best is enough. The dark great Buddha looked down at Lin Baici with interest. Then, do you still intend to chant scriptures on their behalf? Let us begin. Lin Baici sat cross-legged on the prayer mat, focusing his full attention. Everyone, stay silent. If I hear anyone speak, I will beat them to death. John Hong roared. Even if you need to fart, hold it in, with lives at stake. John Hong could not afford any mistakes. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 crisp strikes of the bell and chime, The pious men and women depicted on the murals began to chant. The tourists listened for a few moments, and their expressions shifted instantly. The sound was beautiful, but was it not too difficult? It was practically like listening to a heavenly book. Who could possibly memorize this? They looked at Lin Baici, and despair welled up in their hearts. We are finished. Bathed in the Buddha's sound and soaked in the grace of the Dharma, Lin Baici achieved what others considered as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although he did not understand the meaning of the scriptures, he followed the believers, reciting every word with precise pronunciation without missing a single syllable. It is working. The tourists were thrilled. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin remained worried, as the chanting grew faster and faster, as if it were trying to spit out thousands of words in a single breath. Fortunately, Lin Baici was still keeping up. After a full 15 minutes, Lin Baici's lips were numb, and he finally waited for the chanting to end. The moment he stopped, every tourist's face was filled with the excitement and relief of having survived a disaster. With such perfect chanting, that great Buddha should not be able to find any fault, right? And honestly, is this guy's memory too good? A genius. Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici, her eyes filled with admiration. She had used the divine taboo item, the vanilla prayer mat, earlier. The ability to memorize what one hears is powerful. But just because one remembers it does not mean one can speak it out. The prayer mat did not have the function of automatically correcting incorrect pronunciations. Therefore, Lin Baici's linguistic expression and imitation skills were exceptionally strong. And one must remember, this was under the immense pressure of knowing that failure meant death. Lin Baici had done it. This ability to handle pressure was simply ridiculously strong. Is it enough? Lin Baici asked with a smile, rubbing his lips with the back of his hand. In order to improve his English listening scores, he had been reciting a short passage aloud every morning since his first year of high school. Over time, his articulation had been honed. Chapter 16, The Cursed Buddha Infant. The tourists looked up in unison, gazing at the dark great Buddha. The dark great Buddha snorted coldly, clearly feeling that such scrutiny was a great disrespect to it. Many tourists shivered and quickly lowered their heads again. Lin Baici did not look away. The dark great Buddha rested its chin on its hand, gave Lin Baici a playful look, and then closed its eyes. What does this mean? The middle-aged woman was anxious. Can we live or not? Give us a straight answer. It must mean the worship was successful. Did you not see that it stopped spitting those sparks? Sima Mu let out a sigh of relief. Then can we leave now? Sister Shaoli did not want to stay here any longer. It was too dangerous. Probably not. Huo Yu knew even without thinking that the trouble was not over yet. The tourists were whispering to each other. Some wanted to leave, but no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. Thanks to you just now, I will remember this favor. And once we get out, I will immediately transfer 10 million to you. Zhang Hong was a shrewd man. He emphasized the words favor, 10 million, and immediately, both to praise Lin Baici and please him, and to tempt him with money. This young man was calm, wise, and decisive in the face of a life and death crisis, and most importantly, he was kind, which made him easy to manipulate. Zhang Hong understood that his own survival this time depended on whether this young man was willing to help. So, he had to win him over first and draw them closer. This great Buddha suddenly closed its eyes, and I do not know what it means. I think it would be better to choose a few people and let them try to see if they can walk out of this hall. Zhang Hong suggested. Choose whom? Sima Mu sized up the real estate businessman. He was slightly chubby, with a big belly, and his face was full of craftiness. After the crisis just now, everyone's life was saved by you. So, they will definitely listen to you. Whoever you choose, they will have no objections. Facing Lin Baici, Zhang Hong's attitude was humble, holding him in high regard. Appa, do not listen to him. He is using you as a pawn. Jin Yingxin felt this guy was despicable. Those chosen would be cannon fodder. If they died the moment they stepped out of the hall, it could be said that Lin Baici sent them to their deaths. Even if they were lucky enough not to die, they would no longer trust Lin Baici. I do not mean it like that. Zhang Hong lowered his voice. I have heard some things about the horrors of the divine runes. There are no divine hunters here. If we want to survive and avoid rule-based contamination, we have to use human lives to test the waters. Let me say something unpleasant. although you saved them. Many people here will surely die in this divine ruin later anyway. Instead of dying without knowing why, they might as well serve as our stepping stones. Do not worry. When it is time to get our hands dirty, I will be there with you. When Zhang Hong finished speaking, he patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Huo Yu looked at Zhang Hong in shock. This person had such a vicious heart. Sima Mu did not speak. He glanced at Lin Baici to observe his attitude, because what Zhang Hong said was the optimal solution for the moment. Survival of the fittest is the law of this world. Besides, you have already saved these people once. Is it not more valuable to use their lives to accomplish something? Zhang Hong coaxed. The spark spat out from the nose of the dark great Buddha earlier had burned for groups of people to death. About 300 in total. The 500 or so people still alive now were all saved by Lin Baici. The middle-aged woman felt that what Zhang Hong said made some sense. After all, these people owed Lin Baici their lives. If you become the leader, although some people will die, others will survive. If you do not take the role, then these people will absolutely die without a doubt. Zhang Hong left one thing and said, as the leader's confidant, the probability of survival is naturally much higher. Boss Zhang, everyone's life belongs to themselves. How they want to use it is their own decision. I will not interfere. Lin Baici stared at Zhang Hong. Also, do not try to use rhetoric to influence my judgment. I am not that stupid. Zhang Hong gave an awkward smile, feeling troubled in his heart. This kid, he is not easy to fool. It is a pity that we cannot drink alcohol, otherwise, if we were at a dinner table, after 5 bottles of mutai, I could make you kneel and call me daddy. Appa, look. Jin Yingxin tugged at Lin Baici's jersey. A woman in her 60s, perhaps terrified, was stumbling toward the large red wooden doors, wanting to escape this place. She stepped over the foot-and-a-half-high threshold and headed straight for the steps. Just when everyone thought it was fine and they could leave, a semi-transparent Buddha palm suddenly descended from the sky, as if swatting a mosquito, and slammed her onto the floor. When the Buddha palm disappeared, it left behind a pool of flesh and blood. So, we really cannot leave the main hall. Every tourist felt both relieved that they had not recklessly tried to escape and helpless at the same time. What should we do next? Everyone subconsciously looked at the student who had just helped them overcome the crisis. But the next moment, their faces turned horrified, and they all took a step back in unison. What is wrong? Lin Baici frowned. What do you mean by this? Why does my shoulder feel a bit heavy? Appa, your right shoulder. Jin Yingxin was startled. What is wrong with my shoulder? Lin Baici turned his head to look at his right shoulder, and a pair of pitch black, large eyeballs met his gaze. Damn it! Lin Baici was shocked. What is this thing? Perched on his shoulder was a black Buddha statue the size of an infant, staring at him expressionlessly. Yingxin, you have one on your shoulder too. Huo Yu trembled, quickly looked around, and discovered that many people had one of these Buddha infants on their shoulders. These Buddha infants were not wearing any clothes. Their skin was black like asphalt, and their bodies emitted a foul stench. What is this thing? Zhang Hong reached out to grab the Buddha infant perched on his shoulder, wanting to pull it off and throw it away. The Buddha infant opened its small mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, and like a wild dog, it bit down hard on his wrist. Zhang Hong screamed in pain. In just over 10 seconds, these Buddha infants, like ghosts, had silently crawled onto the shoulders of the tourists, and not one was spared. Huo Yu felt nauseated and instinctively reached out, wanting to remove that ghostly thing. Lin Baici grabbed her wrist. Do not touch the thing on your shoulder, Lin Baici roared, his voice echoing in the Mahavira Hall. Some listened, but others did not. After all, being possessed by such a thing, who wouldn't be afraid? Auntie, Sister Shaoli, stop touching it. This ghostly thing will grow, Lin Baici advised. The rule pollution had started again. Trying to use one's hands to remove this ghostly thing was definitely impossible. Jin Yingxin then noticed that the Buddha infants perched on the shoulders of Zhang Hong, the older auntie, and Sister Shaoli were clearly a size larger than the ones on Lin Baici. Huo Yu and Sima Mu, she quickly realized, you mean, the more you touch this thing, the more it grows. That should be it. Lin Baici estimated that once this Buddha infant grew to a certain point, the tourist's time of death would arrive. Inside the hall, There was chaos and endless crying. Although some people had been burned to death earlier, it hadn't happened to them personally. So while they were afraid, they hadn't lost their minds. But now it was different. Everyone had a shoulder-perched Buddha infant on their back, which meant they could die at any moment. Handsome, what do we do now? If you won't let everyone touch it. Do you know what this is? Sob, sob. Sob, I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough yet. The tourists swarmed around Lin Baici, begging him for help. Stop making noise. Be quiet first. Lin Baici shouted several times before he managed to suppress the panic among the crowd a little. I discovered the key on the mural earlier. Everyone, go look for it. And at the same time, search the main hall again to see if we missed any important information. Everyone immediately looked at the murals on the walls, staring with wide eyes and searching carefully for clues, as if playing a matching game. Oil lamps, well, you suddenly shouted, as if she had discovered a new world. There's an oil lamp next to everyone in this mural. Lin Baici saw it too. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go get them. Sima urged. Behind the Buddha altars on the east and west sides of the hall, there was a row of purple lacquered wooden shelves, on which sat a line of unlit bronze oil lamps. Lin Baici ran to the wooden shelf but did not immediately reach for one. He wanted to observe if there were any differences between these oil lamps. They all seemed the same. Jing Yingxin did not take one either, but the older auntie and sister Shaoli were not cautious enough and grabbed one each first. There should be no difference. Lin Baici picked one up. These oil lamps were all designed the same way. The base was a tray, and above it was a lotus bud the size of an apple, crafted in the shape of a flower about to bloom. Inside the bud, there was no lamp oil, only a wick as thick as a chopstick. Lin Baici had performed impressively earlier and was the great hero who helped everyone survive. So everyone was constantly watching his every move. Now that they saw him taking an oil lamp, everyone anxiously ran toward the purple lacquered wooden shelves, regardless of whether it was useful or not. They grabbed one first. I saw this one first. Why are you snatching? Aren't they all the same? Damn, who pushed me? The tourists clashed and cursed as they scrambled for the oil lamps. If it weren't for the Buddha infants clinging to their backs, some of the more hot-tempered individuals would have certainly started a brawl right there on the spot. The elderly woman held an oil lamp in both hands and asked the crowd, full of hope, "Has the ghost thing on my back disappeared?" Sister Li felt dejected. It seemed it had nothing to do with the oil lamps. The others also realized that even after obtaining the lamps, the Buddha infants on their backs had not vanished. The oil lamps held by the people in the murals are all lit. Wu Yu shouted, "Everyone, try lighting the wicks and see." It wasn't just Wu Yu, others had noticed this as well. Zhang Hong and Sima Mu both had lighters, but after taking them out, they did not immediately light the wicks. Jing Yingxin glanced at Lin Baici. She remembered that after the two of them had offered incense money and escaped from the Buddha of Merit, they had encountered a pile of corpses, and Lin Baici had scavenged quite a few items. Among them were several lighters. Why hadn't he taken them out? Chapter 17, Adding blood to light the lamp. Why aren't you lighting the wicks? The elderly woman looked at Zhang Hong and Sima Mu, who had both refrained from lighting their wicks, with a look of astonishment. Are you people not afraid of death? Look, it's shrinking, it's shrinking. Someone among the tourists shouted in excitement. Lin Baici turned his head and saw that it was a young man wearing glasses who had lit his wick. The dim, yellow light was not scorching, but to the Buddha infant on his back, it was like snow meeting a blazing sun. It began to shrink. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. There was hope. The male tourists who had lighters all began to light their wicks. Wait, Lin Baici shouted, grabbing Sima Mu's wrist. Don't be in such a hurry. Observe the situation first. What else is there to observe? This ghost thing is shrinking under the light. Doesn't that mean the oil lamp is useful? Someone asked, puzzled. Shrinking does not mean it will disappear. Lin Baici's single sentence made everyone's hearts tighten again. Besides, there is another problem. There is only a wick in the lamp, no lamp oil. How long can this lamp stay lit? The young man with glasses felt his hand tremble, and he nearly dropped the oil lamp. He looked down and, sure enough, the wick was burning incredibly fast. This realization instantly broke him out in a cold sweat. It's over. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why couldn't I control my hand? About 40 men, their hands too quick and their fear of death too great, had rushed to light their respective wicks the moment they saw the Buddha infant on the bespectacled youth's back begin to shrink. Now, they were all dumbfounded. "Brother Lin, you really are meticulous." Simamu raised his hand, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in lingering fear. John Hong looked at the lighter in his hand, feeling as if it were burning his palm. "You don't scare me. It shouldn't need lamp oil." The bespectacled youth was so panicked he began to stutter. He didn't give up, attempting to use the oil lamp to roast the Buddha infant, hoping to scare it away, but it was useless. In less than a minute, the wick was visibly burned to nothing. Whoosh! As the flame extinguished, the Buddha infant seemed to grow in retaliation, instantly swelling 7 or 8 times in size, hanging off the bespectacled youth's back like a middle schooler. "Save me!" The bespectacled youth lost his mind with panic. "Go get another one," Lin Baici urged. "Oh." The bespectacled youth seemed to wake from a dream and scrambled toward the purple lacquered wooden shelf. The 40-plus tourists who had been quick to light their wicks were now also rushing toward the shelf in a frenzy, desperate to grab another lamp to extend their lives. The bespectacled youth lit another oil lamp, but it was useless. The Buddha infant on his back grew even faster than before. "How?" The bespectacled youth wanted to ask Lin Baici what to do. Suddenly, the Buddha infant on his back opened its fanged maw and bit into his throat, then tore with all its might, ripping away a section of his windpipe along with a chunk of flesh. The bespectacled youth collapsed. Because his throat was destroyed, he couldn't make a sound. The Buddha infant crouched beside him like a wild dog, gnawing on his body. The 40-plus unlucky ones who had been quick to act didn't survive either. Once their oil lamps went out, the Buddha infants on their backs began to grow wildly, then attacked, tearing and devouring their flesh. This horrific, bloody scene left everyone chilled to the bone. "Everyone, hurry and search. See if there is any lamp oil," John Hong roared. Chaos ensued. Jin Yingshan watched this scene and suddenly understood why Lin Baici hadn't taken out his lighter. If someone took out a lighter but didn't light the wick, waiting for others to act first, it would appear too calculating. Just like now, in the eyes of the others, Lin Baici remained that harmless, slightly kind-hearted student. Only Jin Yingshan knew just how meticulous this Appa was. He didn't just consider every possible consequence of an action, he was even carefully crafting his own image. Now, even if Boss Zhang spoke, his influence probably wasn't as great as Lin Baici's. He might be rich, but Brother Lin was the one who could lead everyone to survive. "We can't find any lamp oil." The tourists had searched several times over, but found nothing. Watching the Buddha infants on their backs growing larger and larger, they were scared to death. Lin Baici had already considered the issue of the missing lamp oil. It seemed they would need to find a substitute. "It wouldn't be that we have to use human oil, would it?" John Hong suddenly spoke, giving Huo Yu a fright. "What did you say?" Huo Yu had actually heard him clearly, but the implication was something she dared not imagine. "Human oil. Lighting a sky lantern, haven't you heard of it?" John Hong covered his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice to a whisper. "It's possible that for this trial, we have to use human oil. Other than that, John Hong couldn't think of any other place to get lamp oil. Jin Yingshan, the middle-aged auntie, and Ms. Li, just thinking about that horrific scene was enough to turn their faces ashen. You are just guessing." "What if human oil doesn't work?" Huo Yu retorted. "If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. This damn thing keeps getting bigger. We don't have much time left." John Hong, desperate to survive, was willing to kill. He looked at Lin Baici. "Are you going to do it?" "No." Lin Baici refused point blank. If he had to kill someone to extract oil, he would live with the psychological trauma for the rest of his life. "Fine, if my method works. Don't come begging me later." John Hong was decisive and ruthless. He immediately went to gather a group of people. He wanted those who were strong and capable of fighting. "That guy is absolute scum." Huo Yu felt that John Hong was completely devoid of humanity. Lin Baici did not give up. He was observing the oil lamp. The patterns on it were quite beautiful. A bronze oil lamp, no matter how exquisitely crafted, cannot be eaten. What is the point of it? Lin Baici was almost driven mad by the gluttonous god. Eat, that's all it ever thinks about. Can't it say something important for once? The cold night is desolate, all is silent. Add blood to light the lamp. and the Buddha's light shall shine eternal. It would be quite a unique experience to have a vegetarian meal in such an environment. The gluttonous god's musing made Lin Baici's heart skip a beat. Add blood to light the lamp. Lin Baici caught the keyword. Could it be that this oil lamp doesn't use lamp oil, but fresh blood? Thinking of this, Lin Baici pulled out the wood-chopping knife tucked into his waistband, sliced his finger, and began to bleed into the oil lamp. Drip, drip. The crimson blood dripped into the bronze lamp, creating ripples. What are you doing? Well, you didn't understand. Besides her, Ms. Li, Jing Yingxian, Dandy Zuzu, Sima Mo, Zhangju and her daughter, and about 50 others were following Lin Baici. No one noticed that as Lin Baici added blood to the lamp, the dark Buddha statue on the altar, which had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and glanced at Lin Baici. "Uncle, lend me your lighter." Lin Baici saw that the blood had filled the bottom of the lamp and was about to stop when a voice echoed in his mind. "Fill it once, and it can burn for 3 years. What does that mean?" Lin Baici frowned. He didn't really want to bleed anymore. The lotus bud-shaped lamp wasn't large, but to fill it would likely require 200 cc of blood. However, if he didn't fill it, what if the flame couldn't last until that monster disappeared? Lin Baici turned his head, looked at the dozens of corpses being gnawed into a mess by the shoulder-clinging Buddha infants, and suddenly gritted his teeth. Better play it safe, it's just blood. Once I get out, I'll find a chicken to properly replenish myself. Brother Lin, what are you? Sima Mu wanted to say that if he had made a discovery, he shouldn't do it himself. He should test it with cannon fodder first. Otherwise, if he died, what would everyone else do? Lin Baici took the lighter and lit the wick. Whoosh! The flame was as small as a bean, pitifully tiny, yet its light warmed the heart. Lin Baici immediately felt much more comfortable. It's shrinking, it's shrinking. Dandy cried out happily. Zhang Hong, you can use fresh blood instead of lamp oil, Lin Baici shouted. If he didn't tell Zhang Hong, that guy would go ahead and kill people to get human oil. Clatter. The tourists all crowded around. Really? Zhang Hong pushed through the crowd and came to Lin Baici's side. He had already convinced 8 people. See for yourself. Lin Baici held the oil lamp in one hand and a pine torch in the other. Unlike the panicked crowd, his face was filled with composure. As the wick burned, the shoulder-clinging Buddha infant on Lin Baici's back had completely shrunk away, not wanting to be touched by even a sliver of light. Even so, its body was gradually diminishing. It seems it really works. Behind Zhang Hong, a young man with a hooked nose spat a glob of thick phlegm. Do we have to use our own blood? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. You saw it just now. Everyone can only take one oil lamp. If you use someone else's blood and contaminate the lamp, what if the wick won't light? Lin Baici countered. Hearing Lin Baici's response, Jing Yingxian silently praised his wit. This hooked-nosed guy looked like a ruthless person, the type who wouldn't listen to reason. If Lin Baici had tried to persuade him not to hurt others, it would have been difficult, but by saying this, he made him afraid to act. After all, no one dared to gamble with their own life. Besides Zhang Hong and the hooked-nosed man, others had also thought about using someone else's blood as lamp oil. But Lin Baici's question made them abandon the idea. It could be said that this sentence from Lin Baici saved quite a few lives. Forget it, let's play it safe. The hooked-nosed man pulled out a switchblade, snapped it open, and began to bleed his finger. It's best to fill the lamp all at once. Lin Baici reminded them loudly. Does it have to be full? It hurts so much. Well, you said with teary eyes. Don't you all bleed once a month anyway? Aren't you used to it yet? Sima Mu teased. Because of the pressure of death brought by the shoulder-clinging Buddha infants, everyone moved quickly, even getting into fights over the lighters and knives. After some commotion, everyone had added blood and lit their oil lamps. Quick, help me look. Has the thing on my back shrunk? It works. This method works, young man. You are truly amazing. Don't call him young man, that's rude. Call him handsome. Seeing the shoulder-clinging Buddha infants shrinking and knowing they could survive, the tourists' moods relaxed slightly. Lin Baici didn't care about the chatter. He was only thinking about finding the god's remains quickly and destroying them to make this god's ruin collapse. Otherwise, if things continued like this, no amount of lives would be enough to lose. It seems there should not be any more problems. Simamu had just finished speaking when he heard a girl scream. Why is my blood burning so fast? Chapter 18, Borrowing Flowers to Present to Buddha. Simamu raised his hand and gave himself a fierce slap across the face. What are you doing? The older woman was startled by his sudden action, thinking something had gone wrong. My damn jinx of a mouth. Simamu felt depressed. This kind of rule-based contamination was truly impossible to guard against. Handsome, please help me take a look. The one who had just screamed was a girl with long hair wearing a light blue dress. She held an oil lamp and rushed toward Lin Baici in a panic, looking for his help. It seems like my blood is burning really fast too. What do you mean by fast? Isn't it like that for everyone? No, yours is clearly burning much faster. The tourists heard the girl in the dress and all began to stare at the blood in their lamps. Some of them realized with horror that the burning speed of their blood was not the same. It was visibly faster. This terrified them. Yours is burning so fast you can almost see the bottom of the lamp. Add some more blood. Huo Yu offered a suggestion. She checked her own and thankfully, it was fine. Oh. The girl in the dress nodded repeatedly, took the firewood knife handed over by Lin Baici, and cut her finger. Drip, drip. The blood is flowing too slowly. Make the wound deeper. Simamu urged. What time is it now? Are you still afraid of pain? If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I will help you. The girl in the dress wept, enduring the pain, and cut her finger again, but unfortunately, the wound was still too shallow. Simamu could not stand it anymore and grabbed her left hand. The sharp sickle blade sliced across her fair palm, and blood flowed like a fountain. The girl in the dress screamed in pain. Those tourists whose blood was burning too fast were all anxiously borrowing knives, rushing to add blood to their lamps. Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Why is it still so fast? The girl in the dress trembled. The color drained from her face, leaving her pale without a hint of vitality. Damn it, what is going on? Why is mine burning so fast? Did I not take the right oil lamp? Handsome, what should I do? Sob. I do not want to die. There were about 200 tourists whose blood in the lamps was burning relatively quickly. Hunger God brother. A little girl hugged one of Lin Baici's legs, while her mother, Zhangju, stood nearby, holding an oil lamp in one hand. The blood inside was burning at a normal speed. Simamu glanced at his oil lamp and found no issues. So, he remained as steady as an old dog, having the leisure to direct others. Do not just stand there, keep adding blood. Looking at it this way, if you cannot find the cause, no matter how much you add, it is useless. Huo Yu felt that Simamu's suggestion was unreliable and was actually harming people. How much blood did you add to the lamp the first time? Did you fill it up? Lin Baici looked at the girl in the dress, who was wearing light makeup, and asked a follow-up question. He had roughly guessed the reason. I filled it up right. The girl in the dress stammered. I want an accurate answer. Lin Baici raised his voice. No, it was a bit short. The tears of the girl in the dress flowed even more profusely. It was too painful. So, I did not continue to let the blood flow. Those of you whose blood is burning too fast. Did you all fail to fill the lamps earlier? Simamu shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Is that the reason? Damn it. If I had known, I would have just filled it up. Then what should we do now? Someone asked anxiously. Simamu did not know. So, he naturally looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. Lin Baici remained silent because he felt that it was insolvable. Fortunately, when the gluttonous god said, fill it once, it can burn for 3 years. He had been cautious enough to fill the lamp with blood right away. If he had been afraid of pain or thought that just adding a little bit would suffice, he would definitely be done for now. Why are you not saying anything? That is right. What should we do? Tell us quickly, I beg you. Those tourists with the shoulder-clinging Buddha infants on their backs that were constantly growing larger could no longer sit still and surrounded Lin Baici, shouting. He already said everything that needed to be said. It was you who did not follow his instructions. Huo Yu saw that these people were agitated and frantic, and fearing they might take extreme actions. She quickly explained on Lin Baici's behalf. It is your own fault, Jin Yingxin scolded. Those who had listened to Lin Baici's warning and filled their lamps with blood were now feeling incredibly fortunate. The situation was now very clear. The blood could serve as lamp oil by filling the lamp and lighting the wick. One could use the light to drive away the shoulder-clinging Buddha infant on their back. If one did not do this, the ghostly thing would grow larger and larger until it matured and devoured the person beneath it. Thankfully, these ghostly things do not attack others, they only eat the person beneath them. The older woman patted her chest and took a deep breath. It is stable. It is stable. Soon, within a few minutes, the blood of several tourists burned out, and no matter how much more blood they added to the lamps, it was useless. The shoulder-clinging Buddha infants on their backs began to grow rapidly, then attacked them like mad dogs, biting and tearing at them. None of you will live either. A young man wearing Puma sneakers saw that he was beyond saving and could not bear to see others doing well. So he suddenly lunged at a woman beside him and punched her head violently. Crash! The people nearby, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, immediately backed away. After all, if it does not concern them, they prefer to stay out of it. With the young man in sneakers causing such a commotion, some people were incited to follow suit, wanting to kill and slaughter as they pleased. After all, they were going to die anyway, and neither the law nor morality could sanction them anymore. Just then, Lin Baici lunged out like a cheetah, quickly rushing behind the young man in sneakers, and swung the pine-wood baseball bat hard against his head. The young man in sneakers was instantly covered in blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. But the very next moment, he was bitten awake by the Buddha infant clinging to his shoulder. Lin Baici raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the mouth. "What do you think you are doing?" Lin Baici roared, glaring at the crowd, standing over 1.80 meters tall. Although he had never specifically trained, his body had developed perfectly due to that mysterious sense of hunger he had felt since childhood. He was well proportioned and even had an 8-pack. Standing in the Manhua hall now, holding a torch and glaring with fury. His presence was overbearing and fierce, possessing a significant amount of intimidation. Instead of wasting time killing each other, "Why don't you hurry up and run? You might just survive," Lin Baici bellowed. Those who had intended to drag others down with them were instantly stunned out. Furthermore, his words offered them a glimmer of hope, and one by one, they began to flee outside the hall. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Baici knew they were beyond saving. Bang! Bang! Anyone who escaped the hall and made it only a short distance past the threshold was smashed into a pulp by a giant Buddha palm descending from the sky. Those behind were too terrified to run anymore, but as their oil lamps burned out, the Buddha infants on their backs began to attack. The hall descended into chaos. "Appa, you were so cool just now," Jin Yingxin watched, dazed and mesmerized. Lin Baici had single-handedly suppressed over 100 people. Otherwise, if they had rioted, many would have surely met a miserable end. Hu Yu clenched her small pink fist and frustratedly tapped the GoPro sports camera clip to her collar. If only this thing were working, she could have captured Lin Baici's domineering stance. "Brother Hunger God is so amazing." In the crowd, a little girl held tightly by her mother looked at Lin Baici with bright, sparkling eyes. "Buddy, that giant Buddha is looking at you." The man with the hooked nose hadn't expected this student to be so brave. "What?" Before Lin Baici could even feel fear, Hu Yu and Jin Yingxin were startled and instinctively turned their heads to look at the dark Buddha on the altar. It wore a smile of ambiguous meaning, sizing up Lin Baici, and its eyes. "You are now medium rare. If you remove the head, you can eat. But since it is rare to encounter such delicious ingredients, it can wait a little longer." Lin Baici frowned slightly. After another 15 minutes of living in fear, everyone suddenly noticed that the Buddha infants on their backs had disappeared. "They're gone. They're really gone. Does this mean we're okay now? Thank goodness, we're saved." The surviving tourists swept with joy. Lin Baici counted them. There had been over 800 tourists who entered the hall, and after the two rule-based contaminations of worshipping the Buddha and lighting the lamps, only 271 remained. In just this short time, nearly 600 people have died. Jin Yingxin looked at the survivors, feeling completely numb. Because they hadn't found the divine taboo item yet, the rule-based contamination hadn't ended. This meant more people would die. At this rate of attrition and proportion, wouldn't the next round result in total annihilation, using blood instead of lamp oil? And it had to be filled all at once. That was so treacherous. If I had been afraid of the pain or acted cowardly just now, I would have been finished. You felt a lingering fear. The rule-based contamination was terrifying. The middle-aged woman nodded vigorously. Handsome, thank you. The survivors gathered around, thanking Lin Baici. These 2 rounds had been entirely thanks to him that everyone had managed to survive. Adding blood to light the lamps. The Buddha's light shines forever. The dark Buddha spoke, its voice high-pitched, solemn, and cold, suppressing all the noise in the hall. But don't you feel that something is still missing before this Buddha? Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we will give it to you. Someone pleaded, please, let us go. I view incense and offerings as dirt. Why would I want your worldly possessions? The dark Buddha smiled. As the saying goes, borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha. You only need to personally pick a bouquet of wildflowers each and place them before the Buddha. Lin Baici didn't take this as a sincere statement. He didn't miss a single word and kept it all in his mind. Go to the lotus lake in the east to gather flowers. After the dark Buddha finished speaking, it closed its eyes. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. So they looked back at Lin Baici, waiting for him to take the lead. Do we even need to think about this? Let's go pick flowers. The man with the hooked nose ran his right hand through his hair and slicked it back. No one moved, and they didn't even spare him a glance. They were all waiting for Lin Baici's decision. This made the man with the hooked nose very embarrassed. By the way, all living beings, remember, the offering table is too small and can only hold bouquets for 30 people. The dark Buddha suddenly added another sentence, leaving everyone bewildered. What does that mean? Some were still foolishly asking, but others had already cleverly turned and bolted out of the hall. Hurry and go grab the flowers. Sima Mu was anxious. The dark Buddha's meaning was clear. It would only allow the first 30 people to offer their bouquets to survive. Chapter 19 Lotus Lake, Pure Boat in Longshan Temple. The black mist had dissipated quite a bit, making it easy to distinguish directions. The surviving tourists were all sprinting toward the east, wanting to reach the Lotus Lake as quickly as possible to pick wildflowers and offer them to the dark Buddha. Can you guys hurry up? Sima Mu complained to Zhangju. She was holding a child, which made her too slow. And the middle-aged woman's speed wasn't good either. After running for just a little while, she had already started panting. I'm sorry, Zhangju apologized. Is being sorry useful? Sima Mu was very anxious. He originally wanted to curse, but seeing Lin Baici's grim expression, he swallowed his words back down. Zhangju was a clever woman. Seeing that Lin Baici was kind-hearted, she had brought her daughter over. She had immediately become a burden. Sigh. Little Lin is still a student who hasn't experienced the darkness of society. Maintaining this kind of kindness is going to cost him dearly. Sima Mu sighed. He didn't dare to persuade Lin Baici to abandon Zhangju, because doing so would make him appear inhumane. Give her to me to carry. Lin Baici reached out. If it were just Zhangju, he wouldn't care. He would help if he had the spare energy, but he wouldn't force it. However, facing a 3-year-old innocent little girl, he couldn't bring himself to be that cruel. Besides, when they were at the Shangji kitchen, the little girl had warned them not to listen to that sinister old man, saying the monster cook would kill anyone who left their seat. She was a kind little girl. No need, Zhangju refused. She still had some sense of propriety and knew that following Lin Baici was already causing him trouble. If she let him carry her daughter as well, she would feel too guilty. Give her to me, Lin Baici insisted, and took the little girl. Placing her on his back, she wasn't heavy, only about 10 kilograms or so. With Lin Baici's physical fitness, it had no impact at all, and he still ran faster than the older auntie and Jin Yingxin. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped those people. It would have been better if they had all died. Sister Shaoli regretted. There are still over 200 people left, right? Sima Mu hadn't counted exactly. 271. If only 30 people can survive, that means roughly 1 out of every 9 people will make it. Jin Yingxin was quick at mental math. Huoyu gasped, her scalp tingling. That's not how the math works. No one knows what accidents will occur during the flower picking process. Having more people means having more cannon fodder. This thought surfaced in the depths of Lin Baici's mind. Aside from the influence of his upbringing and morals over the years, He saved people partly because of this consideration. With more people, there were more opportunities for trial and error. Lin Baici and his group of 8 passed through an archway, entered a large garden, and sprinted along the lush green grass. To the east, there was a large lake. Emerald green lotus leaves stretched out in a vast expanse, swaying with the gentle breeze, looking just like a cradle in a mother's hands, filled with a child's dreams. A few dragonflies landed on the pink lotus flowers, resembling a still ink wash painting. There aren't any wildflowers here either, the older auntie panted, sweating profusely as she looked around. But apart from the green grass, there were no wildflowers at all. There on that island in the lake, Jin Yingxian had sharp eyes and saw a small island in the middle of the lotus lake, about 50 meters from the shore, with a field of golden wild chrysanthemums on it. Faint sunlight pierced through the mist, spilling onto the island and squeezing out the scent of summer. How do we get up there? We can't possibly swim, right? Sister Xiaoli was panicked and anxious because she couldn't swim. Over there, Jin Yingxian pointed. There's a pier. There were boats at the pier, 3 in total, 2 small ones and 1 large one. The small ones were sampans, which could seat 4 people at most. The large one was a covered boat that could accommodate 12 people. The tourists were all running toward the pier. Those who arrived first were already fighting over the 3 boats. After all, whoever got on first would survive. Let's hurry. Simamu took off running. Despite having one arm bandaged and slung across his chest, he ran quite fast. Only 30 people could survive, so there was no need to urge anyone. The tourists were all fighting for their lives. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach started growling again. A sense of hunger emerged. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Baici stopped rushing. The appearance of hunger meant that there was a god-forbidden item near this pond. With that thing around, it wasn't just a matter of who ran the fastest or who picked the wildflowers first. Lin Baici's group arrived at the pier, except for about 20 elderly people. All the tourists had arrived. The ownership of the 2 sampans and the 1 covered boat had already been decided. Zhang Hong and the man with the hooked nose had secured them. These people numbered 15 in total, all young and strong, looking like they could fight. About 20 unlucky people lay on the ground injured, some of them covered in blood and no longer breathing, which showed just how ruthless these people had been. Little brother, come with us. Zhang Hong called out to Lin Baici. He hadn't left after seizing the boat. He was waiting for Lin Baici. Buddy, let's go. The man with the hooked nose didn't like Lin Baici, but this student wearing a Manchester United jersey was very capable. With him around, everyone's safety would be better guaranteed. Swish. The eyes of everyone on the shore gathered on Lin Baici. There was envy, jealousy, and anger. However, they had to admit that Lin Baici deserved it. If they had a boat, they would also call this young man to join them. Baici. The older auntie's voice was trembling. She was truly afraid that Lin Baici would leave. Although Huo Yuyu hadn't spent much time with Lin Baici and didn't know his character well, her intuition told her that Lin Baici wouldn't leave. Eesh! Jin Yingxian was frustrated. He was the man I set my sights on first. All of you, get lost. How many people can I bring? Lin Baici asked casually, while using his hunger to locate the god-forbidden item. Brother, you've seen it yourself. There aren't enough seats for all of us. To make room for you, some people will have to wait for the second wave, Zhang Hong explained. Buddy, one should be content with what they have. The man with the hooked nose glanced at Jin Yingxian and Huo Yuyu, and suddenly understood Lin Baici. If I had a beautiful girl who was a 10 out of 10 or even a 9 out of 10, only losing a point because she wasn't my girlfriend, I would want to save her too. As for Sister Xiaoli, she was decent looking, and the older auntie still had a certain charm. But standing next to Huo Yuyu and Jin Yingxian, they were completely ignored by everyone subconsciously. You guys go ahead, I'm not getting on. Lin Baici refused. Whoosh! Lin Baici's choice took everyone by surprise. What was the meaning of this? The man with the hooked nose darkened his expression. Do you look down on us? Lin Baici did not look down on them. He simply disliked their style of conduct and did not want to be with them. Most importantly, that divine taboo item had not been found yet, and who knew if there would be danger once they boarded the boat. These people were impatient to grab a boat and reach the island, making them perfect targets to scout the path. Lin Baici would not reveal this mindset. Otherwise John Hong and the others would surely become suspicious. So, he curled his lip. Hey! The meaning of this mockery was self-evident. You. The man with the hooked nose was furious. But thinking of Lin Baici's previous performance, coupled with his physique, he wisely chose not to stir up trouble. Row, let's go. The man with the hooked nose gave the order. Wait, John Hong stopped them. What is it, Boss John? The man with the hooked nose was annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that this guy had promised him 10 million, he wouldn't have brought this dead weight along. Something isn't right. Based on this student's previous behavior, he doesn't seem like the type to wear his likes and dislikes on his face. So, why would he mock you? John Hong's thick eyebrows furrowed. Could it be that this guy sensed danger on the island and was just looking for an excuse not to board the boat? Brother Joe, let's wait for the second wave to reach the island, John Hong advised. Wait for what? We need to grab the wildflowers and get back. Leaving this hellhole is the right thing to do. The man with the hooked nose had a good constitution, but even he was feeling dizzy and nauseous at this moment, and his muscles were starting to ache and go numb with fatigue. He had heard rumors that people in the god ruins would be contaminated by the radiation of divine remains, eventually turning into a puddle of mindless, rotting flesh. What if there is danger on the island? John Hong worried. The biggest danger is that only 30 people can survive. The man with the hooked nose was arrogant. Besides, it's just a matter of picking the flowers and running. It will only take a few minutes. From here to the island in the center of the lake, it was less than 50 meters. One could even swim across. And the island wasn't large, it was clear at a glance. Apart from a field of golden wild chrysanthemums, there was nothing else. Haha, that's true. John Hong patted the man with the hooked nose on the shoulder, then set sail. The group immediately began to row. John Hong still felt uneasy. He looked back and happened to see Lin Baici's calm eyes fixed on the island in the center of the lake. And his heart skipped a beat. This posture. He was completely a schemer. He was waiting for others to scout the path. John Hong suddenly lunged forward and jumped onto the shore with force. Boss John, what are you doing? The man with the hooked nose was dumbfounded. I'll wait for the next trip. John Hong offered a fawning smile, quickly soothing him. Don't worry. The money I promised you won't be a cent short. The man with the hooked nose knew that John Hong clearly still felt it was safer to be with that student. I am truly impressed. With so many of us big men, are we really not as good as one kid? In John Hong's heart, the man with the hooked nose and his group could definitely win in a fight against Lin Baici. But when it came to brains, that was not necessarily the case. Boss John, you're quite clever. Do you think that by going in the second wave, you can avoid risks and still secure a spot in the top 30? Sima Mu mocked. But have you thought about it? What if someone decides to swim across? John Hong shuddered violently. Swim across? Damn it. I forgot about that. In fact, some people had already started taking off their clothes. Those who were impatient and confident in their swimming skills didn't even bother to undress and jumped straight into the water. Splash, splash. A full 30 or so people entered Lotus Lake. Some tourists who were still hesitating, seeing that the number had exceeded 30, immediately became anxious and started to enter the water as well. What are you panicking for? Once they pick the flowers and swim back, their stamina will surely be exhausted. We can just snatch their flowers then. A man in his 30s had a ferocious expression. To survive, he was willing to kill. Are you stupid? That great Buddha said the wildflowers must be picked by hand. Ho Yu was speechless. If John Hong and the others hadn't figured this out, would they have rushed to board the island? Wouldn't it be better to stay on the shore and rob others? Many survivors on the shore had this dark thought, but now that Ho Yu had pointed it out and they realized it was impossible to implement, they were all stunned. Some hurriedly entered the water, while many others looked at Lin Baici together. Handsome. Hurry and think of a way. Chapter 20, Bodhi Messenger Kasaya. Lin Baici ignored them and watched the awning boat, focusing on the lake's surface or on it. The hunger was so intense, which meant there must be a divine taboo item nearby. Therefore, rule contamination could happen at any moment. Or perhaps it had already begun. Splash, splash. The sound of tourists swimming broke the tranquility of Lotus Lake. Row faster. The man with the hooked nose sneered when he saw those who wanted to swim across. If these people didn't know their place and got ahead of him, he wouldn't be polite. The awning boat moved quickly, and it was now less than 10 meters away from the island in the center of the lake. Bad luck, miscalculated. John Hong was depressed. Just as he was struggling with what to do, the awning boat suddenly flipped into the water and disappeared. Plop, plop. The man with the hooked nose and his group fell into the water instantly, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. What's going on? What the hell? How did the boat flip? The tourists on the shore were fine, but those in the lake were scared to death and stopped immediately. The awning boat sank without warning, as if it were a toy boat suddenly dragged into the depths of the lake by the giant hand of a titan. The tourists on the two small sampans panicked. One boat rowed hard, trying to get back to the shore as quickly as possible, but the next second, with a loud splash, it sank into the lake. The tourists on board fell into the water, let out to cries, and then went silent. Seeing this, another boat put all its strength into rushing toward the island in the center of the lake. After all, it was closer, so they figured they would get to shore first and worry about the rest later. But they had barely rowed 3 or 4 meters before they also sank. Those tourists who were already soaking in the lake, intending to swim across, panicked and turned around, swimming back with all their might. But it was already too late. Splash, whoosh. It was as if water ghosts were claiming their lives, dragging them beneath the lake. God help me, save me, don't kill me. The shouting, the cries for help, and the cursing vanished completely in less than 10 seconds. Of the more than 50 people who had entered the water, not a single one could be seen. Only ripples spread slowly across the surface of the lake. The people standing on the shore felt a chill run through their entire bodies. Dozens of people, wiped out in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. John Hong, who had been regretting not leaving earlier, was now filled with nothing but relief. Heaven be praised, heaven be praised. John Hong glanced at Lin Baici. Following this kid was indeed the right decision. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the covered boat and the 2 small sampans floated back to the surface and drifted slowly back to the pier. But this time, no one dared to scramble for them. Baici, what should we do now? The older woman was drenched in sweat. It wasn't clear if it was from the heat, the anxiety, or the fear, and her clothes were soaked through, clinging to her body. Go find it nearby. There must be a divine taboo object. We have to destroy it. After saying this, Lin Baici stepped onto the green grass and wandered along the lakeside. The willow trees planted here were lush, their branches and leaves a vibrant green, like new silk spun by spiders. The others hurriedly followed. Lin Baici ignored them. He was relying on his sense of hunger to locate the divine taboo object. As long as his hunger intensified, it meant he was getting closer. The biggest fear now was that the divine taboo object might be on the island in the center of the lake. That would be troublesome. Sister Shaoli wanted to speak, but was held back by Huo Yuyu. Don't disturb him. Huo Yuyu turned back to persuade the others. Everyone, go look for the divine taboo object yourselves. Stop following him. No one moved. Everyone was worried. What if you guys take the boat to the island while we are not looking? Stop trying to persuade them. They are all counting on Appa now. Jin Yingxin looked up and scanned the area, trying to see if there were any wildflowers anywhere other than on the island. But after looking around, there were none. Lin Baici felt even hungrier. He turned his head and looked toward the 10 o'clock direction. About 30 meters from the lake shore, there was a collection of stone Buddha statues, about 30 of them. These stone Buddhas were 1 meter tall, not even reaching Lin Baici's waist. Their torsos were weak, and their limbs were spindly, as if they were severely malnourished, starving to the point of death. Yet, they possessed disproportionately large heads, and their eyeballs, in particular, were bulging out. This design is just too disgusting. The older woman felt very uncomfortable. Lin Baici and his group approached. There were traces of wind and sun erosion on these stone Buddhas. They won't suddenly start moving, will they? Huo Yu worried. Don't scare me. The older woman began to tremble and leaned toward Lin Baici. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Baici noticed that one stone Buddha was different. It was draped in a kasaya. The group followed, but just as they approached the group of stone Buddhas, swish, all the Buddha statues turned their heads in unison and stared at them. Ghosts. Damn it, everyone was terrified, except for Lin Baici, who took a step back. The others turned and ran. Jin Yingxin ran a few steps, saw that Lin Baici hadn't run, and stopped again. A group of big-headed stone Buddhas on the verge of starvation, filled with murderous intent and greed for any food. But because they cannot move, they can only watch and cannot eat, cannot move. That means as long as we don't get close to them, we'll be fine. Lin Baici felt relieved, and his gaze fell on the red kasaya. It was sewn from red cloth, just like the kind worn by the abbots in ordinary temples, except that this one had rows of golden symbols written on it, which were likely some kind of script. Whatever, burn it first. Lin Baici took a pine torch, walked up to a stone Buddha, and scraped it hard against the statue. Sizzle, the torch ignited, and the orange light dispelled some of the chill. The others remained where they were, watching Lin Baici walk into the group of stone statues. This how bold. Suddenly, the big-headed stone statues all tilted their heads back, pursed their lips, and began to shriek with all their might. The eerie tone spread throughout the entire lotus lake, and even the surface of the lake rippled from the vibration of the sound. It hurts. Lin Baici covered his ears with one hand. The others had it even worse. The shrieking felt like sharp iron rods being hammered into their skulls by a giant, piercing through their brains. But even more terrifying was that, following this screeching, there was a loud splash at the edge of Lotus Lake. Water surged into the sky, and a 3-meter-tall monster leaped out and lunged toward them. The monster appeared to be a Buddha statue, with fleshy bumps on its head, long earlobes hanging down, and a string of prayer beads around its neck. But other than these, no other Buddhist elements could be found. The monster's muscles were knotted and bulging, as if it had been fed on protein powder, with veins and tendons protruding across its skin. The creature was only wearing a pair of leather shorts, which were tightly wrapped around its body. As it charged forward, its muscles contracted and expanded. With every step its massive feet took on the ground, mud and grass flew, leaving deep indentations in the earth. This posture was filled with explosive power and visual impact. Flash! The tourists turned and fled. Are you kidding? This monster was strong enough to compete in a bodybuilding contest. It wouldn't even take a minute to kill everyone present. Oppo, run! Jin Yingxin shouted. Lin Baici only glanced at the monster Buddha statue before immediately sprinting forward. He had to burn that kasaya. This ghostly thing was definitely created by that object. Thump, thump, thump. The monster Buddha statue charged, rapidly closing the distance to Lin Baici. Fortunately, he was close enough to the kasaya and arrived in time. But just as he extended his torch, intending to ignite the garment, the god of gluttony spoke. This is a Bodhi messenger Ksay. By wearing it, you can summon a Buddha to help you wash clothes, cook meals, chop wood, and feed horses. If you want to fight, it can even hand you a blade and bury the corpses for you. The god of gluttony suggested. As a professional gourmet, you need some servants to wait on you. You can make do with this Buddha messenger for now. What the hell? Lin Baici was completely baffled. This thing can be a servant. If it throws a punch at me, I won't have to cry for long. I'll be sent straight to heaven. Lin Baici was firm in his resolve. Regardless of what it was, he would burn it first. Otherwise, once this thing reached him, he would be the one to die. Put on the kasaya, and you can enslave it. Simple and effective. This comment from the god of gluttony caused Lin Baici to pull his torch away at the very moment he was about to ignite the garment. It's that easy. Lin Baici found it hard to believe. He thought of that dark, massive Buddha inside the Mahavira Hall. If he had such a muscular Buddha as a thug, he should have a fighting chance against that giant Buddha, right? Thinking of this, Lin Baici reached out rapidly to snatch the kasaya from the stone statue. The monster Buddha statue arrived, lunging forward with a crouch, its right fist striking toward Lin Baici's head like a shooting star. Appa, Baici, Jin Yingxin, and Huo Yu dared not look any longer. Swish! Lin Baici flicked his wrist, draping the kasaya over his shoulder, perfectly covering half of his body. The golden scriptures shone exceptionally bright amidst the willow-patterned stone statues. Whoosh! The force of the punch stirred the air, causing Lin Baici's Manchester United jersey to flap violently. The monster Buddha statue's heavy fist stopped right in front of his forehead. Oh my god, that was terrifying. Only then did Lin Baici realize how dangerous his actions had been. If the god of gluttony's assessment had been wrong, or if he had been half a beat slower in putting on the kasaya, he would have already been painting these stone statues with his brains and blood. The monster Buddha statue planted its feet, stood upright, and then pressed its palms together. After bowing slightly toward Lin Baici, its entire body faded and vanished. Appa, Jin Yingjin rushed over, crying uncontrollably. "You scared me to death." Although they hadn't known each other for long, Lin Baici's intelligence and bravery and, of course, most importantly, his handsome face had already made a very favorable impression on this Korean beauty. If he were to walk her home tonight, Jin Yingjin would definitely invite him into her bedroom for a bowl of instant noodles. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and adjusted the kasaya. In reality, it was just a piece of cloth draped over his shoulder and left arm, secured with straps. Seeing that the crisis had passed, the others all came over. "Baici, don't ever do something like that again. It's too dangerous." The older Annie's voice trembled. She didn't understand why Lin Baici wasn't afraid. Was that muscular Buddha monster the culprit who killed those tourists who went into the water? Zhang Hong was excited. If that were the case, didn't it mean it was now safe to cross the lake? And what about that muscular Buddha? Had it been subdued by Lin Baici? Zhang Hong's gaze fixed on the kasaya on Lin Baici's body. This had to be a good item. He wanted it. "Appa, this kasaya is a divine taboo item. You might get corrupted by wearing it." Jin Yingjin worried. "I have no choice." Lin Baici estimated that he had a certain chance of resisting this kind of rule-based corruption. Otherwise, the god of gluttony definitely wouldn't have let him use it. "You won't be corrupted, but you might get beaten up by it." Chapter 21, Invincible Divine Power. What? Lin Baici's footsteps faltered. "If it acts as a servant and is ordered around by you, can't it have a little temper? It wouldn't be excessive to punch you occasionally, would it?" The god of gluttony's tone was matter of fact. "The point is that this punch will kill me." Lin Baici felt helpless. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. The group hurried back to the pier. The lake was calm, with only lotus leaves covering the surface. "Leader, hurry up." Zhang Hong was thick-skinned, even though he wasn't close to Lin Baici. He still called him that very affectionately. While calling out, he ran toward the covered boat. Other tourists were also pushing and shoving, scrambling to secure a spot. Thump! Someone was pushed into the water. "Get off, all of you!" Zhang Hong jumped onto the covered boat and roared at those crowding in with him. "No one is allowed to board without the leader's permission. Who do you think you are?" Some were resentful, but more people rushed to grab the two sampans, avoiding Zhang Hong. After all, he was the richest man in Guangqing. He had money. That capable student surnamed Lin could earn 10 million just by pulling someone to safety. There was no reason not to profit. Lin Baici walked onto the pier and, seeing the clamoring Zhang Hong, frowned. "Get off." "How?" Zhang Hong was dumbfounded. "Get off." Lin Baici couldn't stand people like Zhang Hong. "Don't make me say it a second time." Zhang Hong felt awkward. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he had been constipated for 10 years. "Get lost." Sima Mu jumped onto the covered boat and waved his sickle at him. Zhang Hong looked at Lin Baici and understood. The guy didn't want to team up with him. Better be sensible and get off the boat before he gets beaten up. "Handsome, let me on the boat too." "Okay." The woman with dyed red hair hadn't died. She wore a fawning smile and pleaded with Lin Baici. "You guys take the sampans." Lin Baici picked up a wooden oar and began to row. On his boat were Jin Yingjin, Hua Yuyu, Sister Xiaoli, the older auntie, Sima Mo, and Zhanju and her daughter. "Give me a spot." Zhang Hong unleashed his money power. "I'll pay." But unfortunately, everyone wanted to live. And with the men who were more capable of fighting those with the hooked noses gone, the combat effectiveness of those remaining was roughly the same. As a result, it descended into chaos for a moment, with everyone wanting to be in the first batch to cross. The covered boat docked. They had arrived at the island in the center of the lake. A vast field of golden wild chrysanthemums swayed in the breeze, scattering a fresh floral fragrance. "Get off the boat and pick the flowers." Sima Mu jumped onto the shore. "How beautiful!" the little girl exclaimed. Only this field of flowers lacked the gloomy, ghostly tone of the god ruins. One could even see bees flying among the blossoms. "How big of a bouquet should we pick?" Hua Yuyu and her group stepped off the boat and were about to walk into the flower field. preparing to gather some pretty wild chrysanthemums. Wait, Lin Baici stopped them. Swish. Everyone stood still. What is it? The old lady asked, frightened. Is there danger? I don't know. When Lin Baici had obtained the Bodhi messenger's kasai earlier, his hunger had decreased. But it hadn't completely vanished. As he stepped onto this island in the center of the lake, the hunger surged up once again. It was so intense that saliva began to secrete in Lin Baici's mouth. A field of wild chrysanthemums overnourished by divine power has mutated. Their root systems will drag any life that enters the field into the soil and turn it into nutrients. Burn them, they are no longer usable. Otherwise, picking some chrysanthemums to brew tea would have had the effect of clearing internal heat. The God-Eater commented, burn them. Then what about our task? Lin Baici asked in his heart. The God-Eater did not answer. It was only interested in delicacies. Should we pick the flowers? Huoyu only listened to Lin Baici now. She was certain he was right. Don't pick them. Lin Baici held a torch, struck it against the side of the boat to ignite it, and then jumped off the boat, approaching the flower field. You all stay back. What are you doing? Simamu panicked, looking at your posture. You intend to burn them, correct? Lin Baici looked at Simamu. Do you have an objection? No, none at all, Simamu smiled. Do whatever you want. Lin Baici lowered the torch and swept it across the flower clusters a few times. Whoosh, whoosh, the flames ignited instantly, beginning to consume the entire field of flowers. On the shore, the tourists suddenly noticed the fire on the island and grew anxious. What is going on? Thick smoke billowed, rising with the wind. The tourists on the two sampans rowed over quickly. Before they even docked, they heard shrill, squeaking screams coming from the flower field, as if monsters were being burned to death. They looked at each other in dismay. Huoyu and the others had expressions of lingering fear. If they hadn't been stopped by Lin Baici and had gone to pick the flowers, they would likely have already been killed by the monsters in the field. 10 minutes later, the island in the center of the lake had turned into a patch of scorched earth. All the chrysanthemums had been burned away. Some tourists were unhappy, but they dared to be angry yet dared not speak. The old lady had originally wanted to ask Lin Baici what to do, but seeing his grim face, she decisively kept her mouth shut. After waiting for a while longer, some wild chrysanthemum seedlings broke through the soil. They had sprouted. They grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, shot up, bloomed, and stood tall against the wind. Baici, you are truly divine, Huoyu praised. Lin Baici was just a student. Who would believe that? He must be a god hunter, and a very powerful one at that. Lin Baici turned back, looking at the tourists on the sampans and those who had gathered the courage to swim over. We will take ours first. No objections. Right. No objections. No objections, please. You take yours first. Whoever dares to say a word of dissent, I will beat him to death. There weren't many wild chrysanthemums that had just grown. Not enough to make many bouquets. But these people were sensible and didn't dare to compete with Lin Baici. Consequently, Huoyu and her group also benefited. After Lin Baici finished picking a bouquet of wild flowers, he strolled around the island in the center of the lake. What exactly was the good thing here? Why couldn't he stop his saliva from flowing? Lin Baici didn't leave, so Huoyu and the others had no choice but to wait. The little girl squatted on the ground, playing with pebbles. Inadvertently, she saw a crystal stone the size of a walnut in the dirt. It was pale blue, round, covered in strange patterns, and suffused with a faint glow. So pretty. The little girl immediately moved her short legs, ran to Lin Baici's side, and like she was offering a treasure, held the crystal stone in both hands and handed it to him. Hunger God brother, this is for you. It was this thing. The moment Lin Baici saw it, he wanted to eat it immediately. In your human terminology, it is called a meteorite stone. It is filled with divine energy. After eating it, it can activate and nourish your cells, allowing your body to evolve to the next life stage. This wouldn't be a meteorite stone, would it? Jin Yingjin exclaimed in wonder. You recognize it. Lin Baici happened to need some popular science. I've never seen one. Jin Yingjin shook her head. Meteorite stones are the most precious resources in the God ruins. You could say that God hunters risk their lives to break through the God runes precisely for the God remains, and these meteorite stones contain a mysterious energy. after being refined through special processes. God hunters can absorb it to strengthen their bodies and replenish their divine power. Didn't I tell you before that the more divine graces a God hunter possesses, the more powerful they are? But if a hunter's body is too weak, they are prone to sudden death when absorbing divine grace. Furthermore, using divine grace consumes divine power. So the value of meteorite stones, which can strengthen the body and replenish divine power, goes without saying. This knowledge of Jin Yingxin's all came from her brother. Can it be eaten directly? Lin Baici frowned. Don't even mention ordinary people, even if a god hunter eats it. If they don't get their stomach pumped and remove it within a few minutes, they will soon be deformed by the radiation of the mysterious energy contained within. Jin Yingxin looked at the meteorite stone with great envy. In the hunter circle, this is the highest form of currency. How much is it worth? Lin Baici's eyes lit up. If you were to exchange that for money, you would be financially free instantly. Jin Yingxin finished speaking and then quickly reminded him. But no hunter would ever trade it for money. They all use it to enhance their strength. If you are not a god hunter, you simply cannot fathom how precious a meteorite stone is. Lin Baici put the meteorite stone away and said, "Let us go." He decided that once he got his hands on some money, he would give a sum to the little girl as a thank you for finding the stone. Actually, he did not have to give her anything, after all. He had saved both her and her mother's lives. The covered boat set sail, returning to the pier. Once Lin Baici left, the hostility among the tourists on the island erupted immediately, as only 30 people could survive. Eat it quickly. What are you waiting for? The gluttonous god urged. It will kill me if I eat it, Lin Baici explained in his mind. The gluttonous god did not care about that. If you do not eat it, I will shove it into your mouth myself. Jin Yingxin said that this thing must be refined through a special process before it can be used. Lin Baici hesitated. He had survived until now entirely thanks to the gluttonous god's food reviews. But asking him to eat this raw was surely pushing him too far, right? The divine remains in the Manhua hall are impossible for you to slay in your current state. Go in there is just delivering yourself as takeout. The gluttonous god mocked. You do not actually think those trashy companions of yours can help, do you? How am I supposed to eat this? I cannot even bite through it. Lin Baici looked at the walnut-sized meteorite stone and sighed. In truth, he had no choice. Moreover, the hunger he felt was also goading him to take a bite. Just put it in your mouth. Lin Baici wiped the meteorite stone with his jersey and, while no one was paying attention, shoved it into his mouth. The temperature inside his mouth rose instantly, and the meteorite stone softened, turning into a liquid state. Gulp, gulp. Lin Baici swallowed twice in succession, consuming it. A wave of heat exploded in his stomach instantly, surging through his entire body. White steam rose from Lin Baici, and his skin turned slightly red. Everyone noticed this heat wave and turned their heads, startled by Lin Baici's strange appearance. Baici, what is wrong with you? Sister Xiaoli was terrified. You are the hope of the whole village. You must not have anything go wrong. Lin Baici did not speak. After about a minute, the steam on his body dissipated, and his skin color returned to normal, appearing even more delicate and firm than before, so good that even women who used high-end cosmetics every day would be jealous. I am fine. Lin Baici exhaled a breath of stale air. The covered boat reached the pier. He looked back at the island in the middle of the lake and could clearly see the tourists scrambling for the wild chrysanthemums. He could even see the ferocious expression on Zhang Hong's face with perfect clarity. His eyesight had improved. Although Lin Baici was not nearsighted, his vision had declined over the years from studying and reading. But now, it was definitely 5-3. If he went for a pilot's vision test, he would certainly pass. Lin Baici recalled the gluttonous god's commentary on the meteorite stone. This stone is filled with divine energy, capable of allowing humans to evolve toward the next stage of life. Divine energy. Lin Baici clenched his right hand. He could now clearly feel something flowing within his body. This substance is divine power. To use divine grace, one must possess divine power. Lin Baici understood. Divine power was like the blue mana bar for characters in online games. Let us go. Lin Baici jumped off the covered boat and headed toward the Manhua hall. That dark great Buddha probably never expected that I would eat a meteorite stone and return wearing the Bodhi messenger's kasaya. Right, Chapter 22, The Dark Great Buddha. Those wild chrysanthemums grew wildly simply because the divine energy within the meteorite stone nourished the soil of the island in the lake, benefiting the plants. Zhang Hong and the 5 companions he had newly recruited finally waited for the wild chrysanthemums to grow. After each of them picked a bundle, they immediately jumped onto a sampan and rode back. Faster, faster, Zhang Hong urged. There is no need to be in such a rush. We do not know what traps lie ahead. Let that Lin Baici go face that dark great Buddha first. Right. A middle-aged bald man was slacking off and not rowing hard. What do you know? Zhang Hong said unhappily. Following that Lin Baici is the safest option, except for the bald man. The others thought the same. So they rowed the wooden oars quickly and soon reached the pier. Zhang Hong did not wait for the sampan to steady before jumping off. Hurry up, Zhang Hong urged. But after running a few steps, he suddenly stopped. A hulking, terrifying dark Buddha statue appeared before him like a ghost, blocking his path. It held a wooden fish, tapping it unhurriedly. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? The great Buddha lowered his eyes, his Vajra-like gaze fixed on Zhang Hong. Swish. Cold sweat soaked through Zhang Hong's clothes instantly. My heart is sincere. My heart is sincere, Zhang Hong responded hurriedly. But the merit Buddha remained indifferent and asked again. My Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? My heart is sincere, Zhang Hong shouted, then fell to his knees before the merit Buddha with a thud, kowtowing forcefully. He was terrified to death, especially after hearing the merit Buddha ask again. He knew he was finished. Sure enough, the merit Buddha, not seeing Zhang Hong's sincerity, gripped the wooden mallet and smashed it toward his head. Zhang Hong's head shattered. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and then the headless corpse tilted and fell to the ground. The merit Buddha turned his head to look at the middle-aged bald man, appearing before him as if by telepo or tato. And my Buddha asks you, is your heart sincere? The bald man was stunned with fear and turned to run. If that Lin Baici were here, he would surely know how to prove his sincerity, right? The middle-aged bald man only now remembered Lin Baici's value. The merit Buddha remained expressionless and swung the wooden mallet. The middle-aged bald man died, falling into the water, his blood staining a large area. The remaining 3 tourists fled in different directions, but it was useless. The Buddha of merit casually tossed the wooden mallet, and it flew out like a hammer, whizzing through the air and smashing the heads of these impious tourists one after another. Afterward, the Buddha of merit wiped the mallet while casting its gaze toward the island in the center of the lake. There were figures moving about there. So, it boarded a sampan. Dang, dang. The crisp sound of a wooden fish echoed over Lotus Lake. The summer cicadas began to chirp even louder. Although we have collected the bouquets, we don't know what else might happen. So everyone must adapt to the situation. In front of the Mahavira Hall, Lin Baici whispered his instructions before running up the steps, crossing the threshold, and entering the hall. A sinister, ghostly aura immediately rushed toward them. The others followed inside. On the lotus throne, the dark Buddha still sat high above, resting its chin on one hand. Looking down at these lowly ants, there was disdain, contempt, and a thick sense of mockery on its face. The first one to return, it really is you. The dark Buddha scrutinized Lin Baici, its gaze sweeping over the torch in his hand and the kasaya on his body. Slurp. The dark Buddha could not help but stick out its thick tongue and lick its lips. Even from this far away, I can smell how delicious you are. We have brought back the bouquets. The old ant wore a face full of smiles, her attitude humble. Can you let us go now? She did not want to stay here for even another second. My Buddha is merciful. The dark Buddha recited a Buddhist chant, stood up, stepped down from the throne, and came before the old ant, crouching down. You don't need to be afraid, Thump. The old ant knelt down immediately. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Her voice was trembling violently. The dark Buddha nodded, quite satisfied with the old ant's attitude, and even reached out a finger to stroke Zushu's head. Are you willing to be my follower? The dark Buddha's movements were gentle, as if a pet owner were petting a cat. The old ant subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Baici. What are you looking at it for? The dark Buddha questioned. Don't you want to? The dark Buddha used 2 fingers to pinch Zushu's head. I want to. I want to. The old ant quickly gave in. The dark Buddha was pinching too hard. A child worth teaching, the Dark Buddha praised, releasing its fingers. Just as the old ant thought she had escaped a disaster, the Dark Buddha suddenly bent its finger and flicked her forehead. The old ant's head was shattered, brains, skull fragments, blood, and flesh turned into a mess of paste, splashing out and smearing the floor. Zhangju collapsed to the ground in terror, and the others were not doing much better. No one expected the Dark Buddha to be so temperamental. Killing people on a whim. Are you crazy? Lin Baici roared, his voice echoing through the hall. He knew he shouldn't be so emotional, but he couldn't help it. Ever since Longchen Temple was shrouded in dark mist and became a divine ruin, he had been facing the threat of death. Other rule-based pollutions were manageable if you survived them. You lived, but this monster in front of him had already issued 3 divine taboo games. Yet it still killed people so casually. To it, human life was no different from a toy. Appa. Jin Yingzhen frantically signaled to Lin Baici not to butt heads with this thing. They would suffer a great loss. Baici, calm down, the streamer urged. Are you very angry? The Dark Buddha laughed. Being angry is exactly right. As soon as it finished speaking, it flicked its finger again. This time, the unlucky one was Sister Shaoli. She had already hunched her back and lowered her head, trying to hide like a wallflower, but she still didn't make it. The Dark Buddha flicked her head until it exploded. The corpse fell to the ground. Lin Baici gripped the pine torch tightly. If you want to survive, what you should do is kneel down and beg me. The Dark Buddha crouched in front of everyone, lecturing those who had not yet recognized the situation. I am a god, the one who dominates you. It reached out a finger and pressed it onto Jin Yingzhen's head. Are you willing to be my follower? Answering no would surely mean death. Answering yes might offer a glimmer of survival. But Jin Yingzhen glanced at Lin Baici and answered with trembling fear, whatever Appa does, I will do. I don't like this answer. The Dark Buddha bent its finger, intending to pop Jin Yingzhen's head, when Lin Baici suddenly roared, ask me instead. These 4 words were spoken with weight, like the thunderous sound of gold drums. Everyone looked over, shocked by Lin Baici's fearlessness. Fine, I will grant your wish. The Dark Buddha lowered its head, leaned in close to Lin Baici, and stared directly at him. Are you willing to be my follower? I am willing, damn you, Lin Baici roared, thrusting the torch in his hand at full speed toward the Dark Buddha's left eye. The Dark Buddha smiled in disdain, preparing to reach out and flick Lin Baici to death before eating him, when a heavy punch, like a comet breaking through the sky, slammed fiercely into its face. The Dark Buddha was sent flying, sliding across the bluestone floor for dozens of meters before crashing into the wall. You guys run. After saying this, Lin Baici lunged at the Dark Buddha. He scraped the torch against the ground. Whoosh! The flames ignited, like Lin Baici's leaping heart. The muscular Buddha in shorts was faster than Lin Baici. It strode forward with its long legs. Thud, 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 like a giant beast. Slamming into the Dark Buddha, they tumbled out and tangled together. Lin Baici ran to the front of the Dark Buddha, gathered all his strength, and jabbed the torch into its body. Light it up for me. Lin Baici wanted to rely on the Pinewood Fire's divine taboo property, which could ignite anything and reduce it to ashes in a very short time to kill this monster. If it didn't work, he would surely die today. When the torch touched the Dark Buddha's right leg, it ignited instantly with a whoosh. The flames then surged, rapidly consuming it. And the Muscle Buddha was no exception. And, don't even think about hurting me. The Dark Buddha was furious and wanted to kill Lin Baici, but it was held tightly in a bear hug by the Muscle Buddha. It is merely an ingredient, yet it dares to be so arrogant, the food god mocked. The Dark Buddha was not a god at all. It was just a Buddha statue parasitized by a piece of divine remains. Moreover, even this piece of divine remains was just a tiny fragment from the corpse of a god. It wasn't even enough for the food god to eat. The Dark Buddha was set ablaze. The flames burning all over its body made it look like a torch, illuminating the great hall with bright light. Bang, bang! The Muscle Buddha hammered the Dark Buddha's head violently. It is useless even if you smash its brains to pulp. The divine remains are parasitizing its left forearm, through the Bodhi messenger Kasaya. Lin Baici could not only summon a Muscle Buddha but also issue simple commands for it to execute. The only trouble was the possibility of being beaten to death by it. Hearing the food god's words, Lin Baici immediately gave the order. Twist off its left arm. Lin Baici did not get close. Both Buddha statues were now burning as they fought fiercely. The offering tables, cushions, incense candles, and other Buddha statues they collided with also caught fire. Thick smoke billowed. Oppo, be careful. Jin Yingxian was worried. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get out of here quickly. Sima Mu roared. They were just ordinary people. Besides being in the way, they were of no use. Baici. Huo Yuyu was very worried and wanted to help, but she didn't know what she could do. Zhangju held her daughter and stumbled toward the exit of the Great Hall. The old lady had died right beside her, and her brains and flesh had splattered all over her face, scaring her so badly that her legs went weak. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have been forcing herself to stay conscious. She would have fainted long ago. The Dark Buddha was in extreme rage. It wanted to kill all these people, or it wouldn't be able to vent its anger. Now, seeing Zhangju trying to run, it immediately swung its right hand toward the offering table beside it. The offering table was sent flying, smashing toward the hall entrance. Watch out! Before Huo Yuyu's voice had even faded, the 7-meter-long offering table slammed into Zhangju's back with a bang. The little girl was luckier and wasn't hit directly, but Zhangju fell and threw her daughter out. Take that little girl and go, Lin Baici shouted, rushing in front of the Dark Buddha. You piece of trash. Aren't you trying to kill me? Come on then. He was provoking it, not only to buy a chance for Huo Yuyu and the others to escape, but also to attract the Dark Buddha's attention so the Muscle Buddha could act more easily. Sima emerged anxiously, grabbing Jin Yingxian. That Dark Buddha had already started a massacre. If they didn't leave now, they would die. Seeing Lin Baici jumping around like that, treating it like a clown, the Dark Buddha was so furious its lungs felt like they were about to explode. It clenched its fist and swung its arm, intending to beat him into a pulp. The Muscle Buddha seized the opportunity to hug its left arm. Like a giant python strangling its prey, its entire body suddenly tightened, twisted, and then pulled. The Dark Buddha's left hand was broken off. Chapter 23, Escaping Alive. Having lost the divine remains, the Dark Buddha's body began to crumble with a clattering sound, leaving stone debris all over the floor. Destroy it, Lin Baici urged urgently. The Muscle Buddha swung the arm it had just torn from the Dark Buddha and suddenly hurled it toward Lin Baici. Whoosh! The arm whistled through the air. Fortunately, Lin Baici was fully focused and reacted extremely quickly. He tilted his head to the side and dodged the arm. The arm slammed into the wall, and combined with the burning flames, it shattered into stone powder. Only a palm-sized black substance peeled off and fell to the ground. Lin Baici stared at the Muscle Buddha. However, the thing did not attack him again. It seems it's better not to use this kasaya casually. Lin Baici remembered Jin Yingxian's explanation. For divine taboo items like this, only after being sealed by a black coffin could they be used without worries. Otherwise, it was very easy to be contaminated by the rules. Start eating, the food god urged. Without needing the food god's reminder, Lin Baici couldn't help but walk toward the black substance and pick it up. This thing looked very much like a piece of beef jerky that had been air-dried for many years. It had no moisture, felt warm in his hand, and Lin Baici could feel it radiating a kind of energy. Lin Baici did not know that if an ordinary person without any protection were to come into direct contact with a piece of divine remains, they would lose their human form under the radiation contamination and turn into a puddle of rotting flesh. What was even more terrifying was that this puddle of rotting flesh would still be alive. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you're planning to grill it. Sprinkle some cumin on it. Lin Baici was very hungry, but he felt some psychological resistance to eating this jerky of unknown origin. The highest-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. For divine remains, eating them was enough. The food god provided professional culinary guidance. Lin Baici was still hesitating when a pair of translucent, slender arms that seemed to be condensed from starlight reached out from his left and right shoulders and grabbed the divine remains. Before Lin Baici could speak, they directly pried his mouth open and shoved the jerky down his throat. Thanks for the god's gift. The food god didn't know if it was praying or mocking. Cough, cough. Lin Baici was choked and felt uncomfortable, but soon, a surge of divine energy welled up within his body. erupting and nourishing his internal organs. It felt even more comfortable than eating the meteorite. Suddenly, a violent pain assaulted his brain, making Lin Baici unable to help but clench his fists and raise his hands to hammer forcefully against his head. Bang, bang. 10 seconds later, the pain vanished, and some mysterious knowledge appeared in Lin Baici's mind. It was to divine graces. Lin Baici felt as familiar with them as if he had been born with them. Sanskrit Buddha echo, floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Lin Baici savored the names, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He felt as happy as if he had come home from school only for his father to suddenly tell him that he was actually the son of a billionaire. He had obtained to more divine graces, and they were very powerful ones at that. Don't go in, it's too dangerous. In the open space outside the main hall, Sima Mu was pulling hard on Jin Yingxin. After Jin Yingxin had sent the little girl out, she wanted to rush back in to help. Huo Yuyu was holding the unconscious little girl, her face full of self-reproach and worry. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she was truly powerless. Given the destructive power displayed by the Dark Buddha, they didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Staying inside meant certain death. Aish, let go of me. Jin Yingxin raised her long leg and kicked twice toward Sima Mu's crotch. Bang, bang. Sima Mu was kicked until he went numb, but he didn't let go. Take my advice. Don't go in and get in the way. Sima Mu was also acting out of kindness. I can at least serve as cannon fodder. At the last moment, Lin Baici had told everyone to leave and stayed behind alone to face the Dark Buddha, which had moved Jin Yingxin beyond measure. In all her life, apart from her mother, no one had ever treated her this well. Baici, Huo Yuyu, who had been staring at the main hall, saw a look of surprise bloom on her tear-streaked face. She then picked up the little girl and rushed toward the hall. That tall boy had come out alive. He had won Appa. Jin Yingxin was overjoyed. Holy crap, this kid actually won. Sima Mu was shocked. Is everyone okay? Lin Baici looked at the four of them. Apart from looking a bit disheveled, they weren't harmed. Though he sighed when his gaze fell upon the little girl, the old lady, Sister Li, and Zhangju. Their luck was just bad. Where is the divine remains? Sima Mu stood on tiptoe, peering into the main hall. Destroyed, Lin Baici smiled slightly. As for the fact that he had eaten it, he would absolutely never mention that. Doesn't that mean this divine ruin will soon collapse and disappear, and we can get out alive? Jin Yingxin was so happy that she jumped onto Lin Baici and hugged him tightly. Appa, you are my Superman. The Korean girl gave Lin Baici a hard kiss. What a great physique. In this position, Lin Baici could feel it very clearly. The dark mist shrouding Longshan Temple was rapidly dissipating. Baici, thank you, Huo Yuyu said, full of gratitude. From now on, you are my family. Every time we argue, I'll be the one to let you win. The female streamer wasn't joking. From this day on, she decided to treat Lin Baici like a brother. After all, without this tall boy, she would have definitely died in this temple. Baici should be younger than me. Does this count as an old cow eating tender grass? Huo Yuyu was not tall, was on the thin side, and had a relatively flat chest. Dressed in a school uniform, she looked just like a middle school girl, but in reality, she was already a sophomore in college. Let's talk about anything else later. Let's leave here first. Lin Baici wanted to go. He had a huge harvest this time, having obtained several divine taboo items, and he didn't want any more mishaps. Right, let's go. Sima Mu looked up and scanned the area. Don't take the main gate. Climb the wall and go down the small path behind the mountain. Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu looked at Lin Baici. They were both sensible girls in such situations. They wouldn't voice opinions randomly and left everything to Lin Baici to decide. Let's go. Lin Baici took the lead. As a local, he had been to Longshan Temple many times and knew the way well. According to the information Jin Yingxin had shared, when a meteor just falls and forms a divine ruin, the danger level is still relatively low. At this time, divine hunters would come to break the divine ruin, seal the divine taboo items, and contain the divine remains. If they took the main gate, they were very likely to run into them. Lin Baici didn't want the divine taboo items he had just gotten his hands on to be forcibly confiscated before they were even warm. At the foot of Jufang Mountain, in the parking lot, A young man in his 20s stood on top of a tour bus, holding a pair of binoculars and observing the mountaintop. A few days ago, one could still see the purple bricks and red tiles of Longchen Temple, but now one could only see a vast expanse of black mist, like the cave of a demon king from Journey to the West, exuding an eerie, ghostly atmosphere. In the sweltering summer heat, cicadas chirped listlessly. There wasn't a breath of wind, yet the black mist on the mountaintop suddenly began to dissipate. The young man was startled. Once he confirmed he hadn't seen wrong and that the dark mist was indeed thinning, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the bureau's number. As soon as the call connected, a roar erupted from the other end. "Xiao Chen, how many times have I told you? I don't have the manpower for you right now. As long as the divine ruin doesn't spread, don't bother me." The rough voice coming through the receiver was laced with hoarseness, anxiety, and deep worry. "No, Director Zhang. The dark mist is rapidly dissipating," Chen Shi reported hurriedly. "What?" Director Zhang's spirits lifted. "Are you sure?" The dissipation of the dark mist meant the divine remains had been contained. The divine ruin would soon disappear, and the surrounding environment would return to normal. Of course. Chen Shi thought to himself that he wasn't blind. Heaven helps me." Director Zhang let out a long sigh of relief. Longchen Temple is the most famous tourist attraction in our Guangqing city, and it is always packed with visitors. When the meteor fell and created the divine ruin, there must have been some divine hunters inside who were there to burn incense and pray. They took the opportunity to contain the divine remains and broke the divine ruin. It could also have been done by an ordinary person, Chen Shi analyzed. "Bullshit." Director Zhang immediately snapped back. "Look at the time. It has only been 5 hours since the divine ruin at Longchen Temple appeared. You tell me which ordinary person has the ability to quickly locate the divine remains and contain them while under the rule-based contamination of so many divine taboo items." Chen Shi was rendered speechless. It was indeed impossible. Ordinary people would either die under the rule-based contamination or be turned into dead flesh men by the radiation of the divine remains. To break a divine ruin in 5 hours, that divine hunter must be at least a lion level, and it is even possible they are dragon level. Director Zhang felt very fortunate, regardless of how it happened. The divine ruin disaster at Longchen Temple was considered resolved. Dragon level. Chen Shi gasped, exclaiming in shock. "Stop making such a fuss. Hurry up and go to Shushui County to support Captain Li," Director Zhang ordered. "Should I go into the temple to find that dragon-level hunter and ask for his help?" Chen Shi suggested. Guangqing City was quite unlucky this time. 2 meteors had fallen at once. One of them had landed in Shushui County, affecting a population of over 200,000. Longchen Temple had at most 20,000 tourists, which was why Director Zhang had sent all the divine hunters from the bureau to Shushui County, leaving only Chen Shi's two-man team to monitor the outside of Longchen Temple. "Are you stupid? If a dragon-level hunter goes there, what will be left for us to scavenge?" Director Zhang was furious. Divine taboo items, meteor stones, and divine remains, while dangerous, these things were also valuable. Handing them over to headquarters could earn them quite a few benefits. After ending the call, Chen Shi glanced at Longchen Temple, jumped off the roof of the bus, and sat inside his partner's Mazda. "I wonder what kind of divine taboo item that hunter obtained. Could it be a colleague?" Chen Shi was very curious. Every country had relevant official organizations to deal with divine ruin disasters. The department Chen Shi belonged to was the Zhuzhou Security Bureau, Guangqing City branch. A divine hunter who can break a divine ruin in 5 hours is very powerful. Director Zhang doesn't want to provoke them. Otherwise, with his penny-pinching personality, he would definitely have come over to haggle over the divine taboo items and divine remains. His partner joked, started the car, and headed towards Shushui County. More than an hour later, Lin Baici and the other four left Jufeng Mountain and appeared on the side of a nearby highway. Everyone walked for another 5 miles or so before finally hailing a taxi. "To the Hilton Hotel," Jin Yingjin said. Hu Yu couldn't help but glance at the Korean girl. She hadn't realized she was a wealthy lady. The best hotel in Guangqing City was the Hilton, and even the most basic standard room cost over 1,000 yuan a night. Chapter 24, Returning Fully Loaded. Everyone had been tormented by the divine taboo games for 5 hours and had faced death several times, leaving them exhausted. The little girl, in particular, had long since fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on Huoyuyu. What should we do with her? Huoyuyu sighed. The little girl's mother had been incredibly unlucky. If she had just held on a little longer, she could have made it out alive. Should we send her to the police station? Lin Baici had thought about sending the little girl home. But how could he explain what happened to her mother? When we get to the city, I will get off and take her home. Simamu patted the little girl's head and expressed his gratitude to Lin Baici. In the divine ruin, I didn't contribute anything at all. I only survived because I followed you. So let me handle this, otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself. That works too. Lin Baici did not refuse. Simamu was not a child trafficker, so there was no need to be on guard. Shall we add each other on WeChat? In a few days, I will treat you to a big meal. Simamu took out his phone, intending to stay in touch with Lin Baici. A person like this had a limitless future. Building a good relationship now would definitely not be a loss in the long run. Your phone still works? Huoyu asked in surprise. Her 3 phones, DSLR, and GoPro action camera were all completely ruined. Oh, I forgot. Simamu gave an awkward smile. Then let's exchange phone numbers. You give me yours. I'll remember it. Lin Baici was going to Haixing City for university, so he would definitely have to change his phone number by then. 1,379,026,768. After Simamu finished speaking, he saw that Lin Baici had no intention of writing it down and felt a little suspicious. Can you really remember that? Don't worry, I will never forget it in this lifetime. Lin Baici smiled. When he memorized this number, he activated the divine grace of auditory memorization. He would remember it very clearly for at least 10 years. Our belongings were all forced to be offered to that Buddha statue with the merit box, Jin Yingxin explained for Lin Baici, preventing Simamu from thinking Lin Baici was being disrespectful. After all, when someone gives you their phone number and you just listen to it once, anyone would think it was perfunctory. Merit box, Buddha statue. Huoyu was shocked. You guys played other divine taboo games? Yes. Jin Yingxin still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it now. If it weren't for Baici Oppa being so capable, her head would have been smashed in, and she would have become a headless corpse. Impressive. Simamu gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I thought you were already very strong, but I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations even further, even for divine hunters. Participating in a divine taboo game was a life or death crisis. The driver glanced at these people through the rearview mirror. I hope I didn't just pick up a group of lunatics. In order to avoid causing riots and panic among the citizens, the authorities did not report any news regarding divine ruins. So ordinary citizens knew very little about such information. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived in the city. Simamu held the little girl as he got out of the taxi and bid farewell to Lin Baici and the others. Let's stay in touch. After the taxi drove away, Simamu found a mobile service center, swiped his card to buy a phone, and took the opportunity to replace his SIM card. Afterward, he dialed a number. Beep, beep. After 9 rings, the call connected. Uncle Ju, I encountered a god's ruin while I was back home to visit the graves. Simamu sat down at a roadside barbecue stall. Boss lady, give me 2 pounds of skewers and 10 bottles of beer. Uncle Ju, I met a newcomer. He has incredible potential. The Hilton Hotel is located in the city center, and together with the adjacent provincial television tower, it is considered a landmark of Guangqing City. At night, when the neon lights on the television tower are turned on, they are colorful, giving off the bustling, vibrant atmosphere of the city. Just as the taxi stopped in front of the hotel, a bellhop had already come over to open the door. Pay the driver the fare and put it on my bill. Jin Yingxin instructed the bellhop. TSK. Could she really be the young lady of a Korean chaebol family? Huoyu muttered to herself. Jin Yingxin's demeanor clearly showed that she was accustomed to enjoying the services of others and was used to ordering people around. Once they entered the hotel lobby, the 3 receptionists at the front desk bowed in unison from afar to greet them. Good evening, Miss Jin. Open to more luxury suites. Go buy 2 of the latest Apple phones, 1 Samsung phone, and get 3 SIM cards. Jin Yingshan ordered casually. Such small amounts of money were not worth her calculating. All right, his ID card was lost. Can he still check in? Jin Yingshan was referring to Lin Baici. No problem at all. The receptionist smiled kindly. The person before her was a lifetime member of the Hilton Hotel, and the general manager had given instructions to treat her with the utmost care and satisfy all of the guests' needs. Of course, being a lifetime member was nothing. What mattered was that she appeared to be the young lady of some Korean chaebol family. That was impressive. What was this young man's background, anyway? The receptionist glanced quickly at Lin Baici. He is so tall, and with those looks, he certainly has the qualifications to be a kept man. This hotel room must be very expensive, right? Lin Baici frowned. He had no money to pay for it. Appa, this is not something you should worry about. Jin Yingshan smiled like a blooming flower. The receptionist was stunned. This attitude is not right, is it? Why does it feel like this Korean young lady is chasing after this young man? I will pay for my own share. Huo Yuyu did not want to take such a huge favor either. Don't push and pull over such trivial matters. Jin Yingshan did not care at all. Spending tens of thousands of yuan was as common to her as buying a bottle of mineral water. It took 2 minutes for the receptionist to open the rooms and complete the check-in. After handing the room cards to Lin Baici and Huo Yuyu, she led the way toward the elevators. Please watch your step, the 3 of you. The lobby floor was clean and level, and no one would trip. But the receptionist still reminded them with concern. When they reached the elevator, she opened the door and held it, waiting for Jin Yingshan and the others to enter before she stepped in, closed the door, and pressed the floor button. My goodness, this service. They might as well be treating the guests like princesses, Huo Yuyu exclaimed. Is this what it feels like to enjoy the life of the wealthy? This global chain of 5-star hotels was quite luxurious. The receptionist was also very beautiful, wearing a light blue suit skirt, black silk stockings, and small leather shoes. Her posture and gait, honed by training, were very graceful as she walked. Huo Yuyu could not help but steal a few more glances. Then she peeked at Lin Baici, only to find that he was looking straight ahead and did not take the opportunity to feast his eyes on the receptionist's backside. He is a good man. Huo Yuyu felt she had discovered another one of Lin Baici's virtues. If you need anything, you can call the front desk. After opening the rooms for the 3 of them, the receptionist left tactfully, leaving enough private time for the guests. A girl who can be swayed by cash. Only 3,000 yuan a night. Do you want to give it a try? The gluttonous god commented, referring to the receptionist. Let's shower first. We can talk about anything later. Jin Yingshan looked at Lin Baici. Appa, shall I draw your bathwater? No need, Lin Baici quickly refused. Jin Yingshan was too enthusiastic, which made him very uncomfortable. Lin Baici walked into the luxury suite, his feet sinking into the soft carpet. The texture was excellent. He took off his dirty clothes and, seeing a landline phone on the desk, quickly called his mother to let her know he was safe. He did not go straight home because he was dirty and had some minor abrasions. Returning home would inevitably lead to a round of questioning. The call connected. Lin Baici said he was staying the night at his childhood friend Li Wei's house, and it was easy to brush it off. After hanging up with his mother, Lin Baici immediately called Li Wei to tell him not to let anything slip. Where are you gallivanting off to? You're not even coming home for the night. Li Wei's voice was loud. An internet cafe. Lin Baici did not say he was at a hotel. His childhood friend would not believe him anyway. I'm telling you, old boy, once summer vacation ends, we'll be college students. From now on, if you don't come home at night, it should be because you're at a hotel with a woman. What's the point of going to an internet cafe? Li Wei tried to persuade him earnestly. That's too low class. Apologize to the people who spend all night at internet cafes. Lin Baici thought to himself. I guess I am at a hotel with a woman, right? And there are 2 of them, the very pretty kind. Old boy, in all seriousness, I'm planning to go to Haijing in the next 2 days to work a summer job and save some money. Otherwise, once we're in college, I'll be broke and won't even have the money to treat a girl to milk tea. That would be too embarrassing. Do you want to come with me? Li Wei wanted to go with Lin Baici so they could look out for each other. "I'd let me wait a bit longer." Lin Baici came from a single-parent family. Relying entirely on his mother working to support them, their financial situation was quite poor. Although Li Wei had both parents, his father had suffered a work-related injury at a construction site years ago and became disabled, so he could only stay at home now, which meant Li Wei had very little living allowance. If it were yesterday, Lin Baici would have agreed immediately without a second thought. But after experiencing the divine ruins of Longchen Temple, his mindset had changed somewhat. How much money could one make from a part-time job? He was now a god hunter possessing 3 divine favors. He needed to ponder how to monetize them. Moreover, to be honest, Lin Baici preferred to be a content creator and make money by filming videos. Fine. Li Wei did not insist. "You go ahead and slack off for another half a month. Watch me, Li Wei. Spread my wings and make a mountain of gold and silver. By then, I will cover all your abortion fees for the next 4 years. Get lost." Lin Baici laughed and scolded. Ending the call, Lin Baici walked into the bathroom, which looked quite luxuriously decorated. As the hot water poured down from the shower head onto Lin Baici, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The exhaustion of the day seemed to vanish into thin air. As a debut battle for a newcomer, the harvest is not bad. The gluttonous god was very satisfied. "You are qualified to reward yourself. What exactly are you?" Lin Baici asked curiously. "A divine favor." The gluttonous god did not answer. "Forget it. Keep it to yourself if you want." Lin Baici felt that the gluttonous god held no malice toward him. So he decided to take stock of his gains. 3 divine favors. They were, respectively, recitation by air, Sanskrit Buddha echo, and floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blowing out the lamp. How should he monetize these? Lin Baici wanted to make money so he could buy the latest mobile phone, computer, and action camera. And he would also have more confidence when pursuing girls. As for the divine taboo items, they included the pine wood torch, the vanilla prayer mat, the black altar bowl, and the quite powerful bodhisattva messenger Kasaya. These divine taboo items should be very valuable. Selling just one of them should easily bring in 1,000,000 RMB, right? It was just that he had no connections. If he sold them rashly, would he be arrested by the relevant official organizations? Chapter 25 Goal: 1,000,000 followers. After taking a shower, Lin Baici realized he had no clothes to change into. After searching around, he saw a white bath towel in the closet and wrapped it directly around his waist. On the table, there was a coffee machine, and in the drawers, there were coffee and tea, all in individual small packages. Lin Baici also found a small refrigerator. Inside were cola soda, beer, high-end mineral water, and some snacks, most of which were imported. He was a bit thirsty, but he guessed these things probably cost money, so he didn't touch them. Sure enough, he soon found a guest information sheet on the desk, which listed various precautions and some chargeable items. 50 yuan for a can of cola. Why don't you just go rob someone? Lin Baici was speechless. It would be better to go to a convenience store to buy some. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Appa, are you done washing?" Outside the door, Jin Yingzhen's tone was sweet and obedient. "I'm done." Lin Baici hurried to open the door. Jin Yingzhen was wearing a tight-fitting small tank top and a pair of shorts, revealing her 2 long, fair legs, standing prettily in the hallway. As soon as the door opened, the Korean girl saw Lin Baici and immediately gasped, "Wow!" Although Jin Yingzhen had seen Lin Baici's body in Longchen Temple when facing the Merit Buddha, it was a life-or-death crisis at the time, and she was too anxious, only noticing that Lin Baici had a great physique. Looking at it now, it was truly explosively good. Slender arms, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, with smooth body lines as if carved by the creator himself. Especially those 8-pack abs on his abdomen. Could she touch them? The idol trainees at her mother's entertainment company should all train according to Lin Baici's standard. With this physique, who needs singing, dancing, or rapping? Once he takes off his shirt and stands on stage, he would automatically harvest a large crowd of female fans. Lin Baici didn't know where to look. Jin Yingzhen was dressed provocatively. Under the shorts, her 2 long legs stood straight, and she was wearing flip-flops on her feet. her fair and tender toes wiggling mischievously. The small tank top on her upper body could only cover her chest, revealing her fair belly with mermaid lines. And the most eye-catching part was that deep cleavage, that size. It must be at least a D cup, right? Holy crap, what am I seeing? Suddenly, an exclamation came from the side. It was Hua Yuyu. She heard the commotion, and as soon as she opened her door, she happened to see Lin Baici and Jin Yingzhen. The physics of these two people stunned her instantly. Jin Yingzhen didn't need any talent, just relying on this face and figure. Putting on a yoga outfit and striking a few poses would be enough to attract hundreds of thousands of fans. However, she seemed to be the young lady of a chaebol family and didn't need to earn that kind of money. Xiao Bai, how do you maintain such self-discipline? Although Hua Yuyu was petite, she was over a year older than Lin Baici. She couldn't bring herself to call him Brother Lin, and calling him Baici felt too distant. The streamer thought it over and decided to call him Xiao Bai. It was intimate and cute. Self-discipline. Lin Baici was surprised. Yeah, to train such a good physique as yours, you not only need to persist in working out, but you also need to control your diet, right? Hua Yuyu felt that for a high school student to train such muscles, he must have suffered a lot. Not really. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. He didn't work out at all, and he never cared about his diet. He ate plenty of cola, fried food, and instant noodles. Yet his body was more perfect than an athlete's. He didn't know the reason before, but now it seemed it should be the effect of the gluttonous god, belonging to a type of divine favor. It was just that he didn't know when this divine favor had been absorbed by him. You are too humble. Jin Yingzhen felt that the body was the thing that would never lie. If a fat person says they are self-disciplined, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Let's go into the room and talk. Lin Baici gestured for the two of them to come in. Hua Yuyu was wearing a bathrobe, but she had a petite figure, while she wasn't exactly flat-chested. There wasn't much to look at either. Jin Yingzhen, on the other hand, was quite the eye-catcher. You to sit for a while. I'm going to wash my clothes. Lin Baici had just picked up his dirty laundry when he was stopped by Jin Yingzhen. Why bother washing them? Just buy new ones. Jin Yingzhen picked up the landline receiver and called several of her go-to luxury brands to see if they had branches in Guangqing City. If they did, she wanted them to send tailors over to custom make a few sets of clothes for Lin Baici. Don't, please don't. Lin Baici hurriedly stopped her, seeing that she had no intention of listening. He quickly snatched the receiver from her hand. I'm just an ordinary high school student. A pair of shorts and a tank top bought anywhere will do. Lin Baici wasn't particular about his clothing, and Jin Yingzhen's free-spending attitude was truly more than he could handle. Then let the hotel staff come and take them to the laundry room. Large hotels all provided such services, though it did cost money. After finishing her call, Jin Yingzhen walked over to the mini fridge, opened it, and took out all the snacks and drinks inside. Do you want to drink? Lin Baici was impressed. The wealthy truly didn't look at price tags. This is the goal I'm striving for. Hua Yuyu sighed with emotion. With her net worth, she could afford to stay in this kind of hotel. But she couldn't be as carefree and relaxed as this. Financial freedom. You can do it. Hua Yuyu clenched her small fists, cheering herself on in her heart. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang again. This time, it was the hotel general manager, a middle-aged man, Ms. Jin. The dinner and the mobile phone you requested have arrived. The general manager's attitude was warm and friendly. Jin Yingzhen turned back. Papa, is it okay if we eat here? Whatever you want. Lin Baici didn't mind. Then please bring them in. As soon as Jin Yingzhen finished speaking, a young chef in a white uniform behind the general manager immediately pushed a dining cart inside. Beside him was an older foreign chef. This is our head chef, Lauren. He was off tonight. But upon learning that you hadn't finished your meal, he rushed over specifically to prepare this dinner for you with the utmost care. The general manager introduced him. The head chef was French, and clearly, he already knew Jin Yingzhen's identity. So, he used a few phrases of Korean he had learned on the fly to greet her. Jin Yingzhen opened her mouth and replied in fluent French, sounding incredibly authentic. After a few polite exchanges, the head chef stopped, not daring to disturb the distinguished guests while they dined. Appa, take a look at the dinner. If it's not to your taste, we can have them make something else. It didn't matter who the French chef was, if Appa didn't like it, it would be remade. Hearing Jin Yingzhen's words, the general manager couldn't help but glance at Lin Baici. That physique is really good. Could he be a second-generation wealthy heir? After all, ordinary people don't have the time to work out, and to think, Ms. Jin is so good to him. It almost feels like she's throwing herself at him. Anything is fine. If it were up to Lin Baici, he would have just gone to a roadside stall for some skewers. Now that things had been made so high-end, he felt very uncomfortable. Ms. Jin, our hotel has specially gifted you a bottle of red wine from a French Porto estate. I wish you a pleasant meal. The general manager then took his leave. The wine was very expensive, costing over 3,000 per bottle. But there was no need to emphasize that, as Jin Yingzhen would understand the moment she saw it. You two must be hungry too. Right, let's eat. Jin Yingzhen wiped the cutlery with a napkin and handed it to Lin Baici, her attitude as eager as a tea-serving waitress. This meal must be very expensive, right? Huo Yu felt like she was taking a huge advantage and felt embarrassed. We've been through life and death together. The friendship we've built is worth more than any amount of money. Jin Yingzhen had no intention of showing off the price of these things. She was only afraid that she wouldn't treat Lin Baici well enough. The steak made by a 5-star hotel head chef was indeed better than the frozen steak bought at a supermarket, which counted as Lin Baici's first time experiencing such a fancy meal. Appa, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to be a god hunter? Jin Yingzhen asked curiously. Because divine ruins had become a type of natural disaster. If the divine remains within them were not contained, the divine ruins would continuously expand and erode humanity's homeland. For example, Okinawa Island had been covered by black fog and had completely turned into a divine ruin for over 10 years. It was said that gods lived within it. In any case, the Sakura country had yet to reclaim it, and over 1 million people had died in vain. Therefore, the importance and value of god hunters, who could hunt gods and contain divine remains, were self-evident. To avoid causing panic, governments around the world did not publicly disclose any information about god hunters or divine ruins. But privately, these hunters enjoyed immense privileges, because the country needed them. No, I'm going to college. Lin Baici had worked hard for 3 years in middle school and struggled desperately for 3 years in high school. Now that he was finally liberated, he naturally wanted to enjoy the college life that his homeroom teacher had raved about so much. The most leisurely time in life was these 4 years. Once he graduated from college and became a corporate slave, he would have to work like a horse and enjoy the blessings of the 996 work schedule. That is, assuming he didn't become unemployed. That's true, you're still young, why take that risk? Jin Yingzhen expressed her understanding. God hunter was likely the profession with the highest mortality rate, but I'm planning to make videos recently. Do you have any suggestions? This was a top-tier streamer from Shark Platform, a first-line influencer whose total followers across various platforms exceeded 5 million. Fitness videos have been quite popular lately. With your physique, you could gain quite a few followers just by dancing to Cao Cao Gangmu. Huo Yu teased. I can't do that. Lin Baici was being serious. He really didn't know anything about fitness, actually. Whether a video goes viral or not, aside from promotion, it all depends on luck. Huo Yu scratched her hair. This industry is hard to survive in. You might work hard to get popular, only to become irrelevant the next day. Are you doing this for money or for fame? Jin Yingzhen interjected. Why not come to Korea and become a trainee with your aptitude? My mother would definitely focus on cultivating you, and you could debut in a year. I have heard that the Korean entertainment industry is very messy. Huo Yu did not want Lin Baici to leave. Jin Yingzhen responded with a smile. With my Appa Lin as an idol, who would dare to mess around? Do they think my Jin family is made of mud? I understand now. Lin Baici felt embarrassed to say that he was making videos to earn money in front of 2 beautiful girls. He felt that saying such things was slightly shameful. If you really want to make videos, we can do a collaboration, Huo Yu suggested. She wanted to use her popularity to directly help Lin Baici take off. But this brought up a problem. Those fanatical fans who loved Huo Yu would definitely bash Lin Baici. At the very least, the label of a gold digger would be unavoidable. No need I will do it myself. Lin Baici thought to himself. I am a god hunter who possesses 3 divine favors after all. Getting 1,000,000 followers from making videos is quite reasonable. Right, when the time comes, I can take on advertisements to make a living. And earning tens of thousands a month will be a sure thing. Baici, which school did you get into? Huo Yu asked with anticipation, hoping it would be in the same city. Jin Yingjin also pricked up her ears. I could have my mother pull some strings so I can go to the school where Appa is as an international exchange student. Chapter 26 Is You're Eating Serious? Haijing University of Technology. Speaking of school, Lin Baici was still quite proud. Because he had performed well on the exams. I performed beyond my usual level this year. We are in the same city. Huo Yu was happy. I am at Haijing University, studying business administration. That is great. The new semester is starting. We can get together. Lin Baici knew that his childhood friend Li Wei liked watching live streams, the kind where he watched for free. If he knew that he had met Huo Yu, he would definitely be very excited and clamor for a photo together. That is a must. Haijing is my turf. When you arrive, I will arrange a feast of wine and meat, and then prepare a full service for you. Huo Yu was clearly a social butterfly. It was hard to tell if it was because she had drunk some beer and the atmosphere had picked up, or if they had become more familiar with each other. But her attitude was becoming increasingly casual. By the way, Xiaobai, do you have any favorite female streamers? I can help you set up a meeting. Huo Yu could tell that Lin Baici's family was relatively poor, but that did not matter. He is handsome, and he is a god hunter, a super potential stock. As long as he does not die in a god ruin, not for now. Lin Baici shook his head. Don't be shy, just say it if you do. Your sister Yu has extensive connections, Huo Yu boasted confidently. Cybele, is this woman a pimp? She is actually using such methods to curry favor with Appa? Jin Yingjin really wanted to say, are those few female streamers even presentable? I could even call members of a list girl groups to come and drink with you. But that would make her seem very shallow. The education the Korean girl had received since childhood did not allow her to do that. So she smiled and changed the subject. Appa, how do you plan to handle those divine taboo items of yours? Jin Yingjin reminded him, generally speaking, divine taboo items can only be used after being sealed by professionals using a black coffin. Otherwise, there is a possibility of rule contamination leaking out. In reality, the entire Hilton Hotel was currently facing a huge safety hazard because of these divine taboo items of Lin Baici's. It was possible that while sleeping at night, that muscle Buddha might activate and start killing people in the hotel indiscriminately. How do I find a professional? Lin Baici frowned. These 4 divine taboo items were indeed like ticking time bombs, which was a problem. Go to your Dahu official organization, or go to the underground black market of the Hunter Circle. But the black market is usually quite a trap, Jin Yingjin suggested. You are still a newcomer. If you don't have someone to guide you, you won't be able to find the underground black market. And even if you do, it is easy to get taken advantage of. Dao's official organization. Lin Baici was curious. What is it called? The 9 Provinces Security Bureau. Jin Yingjin had heard all this information from her brother. Will they confiscate Xiaobai's divine taboo items? Huo Yu worried. I don't know. Jin Yingjin only knew the name of the organization. She did not know what their reputation was like. How much are these divine taboo items worth? Lin Baici wondered if he should sell 1 or 2 of them. The black altar bowl could not be sold. Using it to hold food, one only needed to let it sit for 1 minute to purify the impurities and toxins in the food. Gutter oil food, expired snacks, beverages mixed with chemicals, etc. As long as they were placed in the black altar bowl, one could eat them with peace of mind. In this era where food safety had become a stubborn, major problem, whoever held this black altar bowl could live at least 10 years longer. Illness enters through the mouth. That would no longer exist. Of course, the most important function of this bowl was the granary inside it, which could be used to store any item. With it, whenever Lin Baici went out in the future, no matter how many things he had, he could just put them in the bowl, stuff the bowl into his backpack, and walk away easily. The Bodhi messenger Kasaya could not be sold either. Putting it on allowed one to summon a muscle Buddha wearing only a pair of leather shorts to help with laundry. cooking, chopping wood, and feeding horses. If a fight broke out, it could even hand over a blade and bury the bodies. Except for the occasional glitch where it would punch its master, it was practically flawless. The fragrant reed cushion. This also seemed quite useful. People sitting on it could maintain focus, stay energetic, and memorize everything they heard. Although he had already absorbed the divine favor from it, others using it for a long time could still enhance their memory and even have a healing effect on Alzheimer's disease. What a pity! If this cushion could cure Alzheimer's in half a month, he could just lie at home and make money. Finally, there is the pine torch. When it burns, it emits a pleasant pine fragrance. It can ignite anything it touches and reduce it to ashes in a very short amount of time. Lin Baici felt he would have little opportunity to use it. After all, arson is a crime that leads to jail time. Moreover, this torch is too dangerous. Everyone who sees it feels an urge to pick it up and play with it. And as they play, a strong impulse to burn others or even themselves begins to well up. In the hunter circle, meteor coins rich in divine energy are the hard currency. The raw material comes from meteor stones. If you exchange them for cash, you are losing out too much. Jin Yingzhen licked her lips. If you want to sell it, I can ask my brother. I guarantee he won't let you suffer a loss. Actually, if it were just a matter of buying it with money, she could make the decision herself. 10 million or 20 million would be a small matter, but Lin Baici saved her life, so she cannot take advantage of him. I think you had better not sell it. You believe that divine taboo items were rare treasures. Once sold, it would not be easy to buy them back. Appa, there is no need to rush into a decision. Jin Yingzhen took a sip of her juice and handed the newly purchased Apple phones to Lin Baici and Huo Yuyu. Thank you. Huo Yuyu took them with both hands and thanked her. I will transfer the money to you in a moment. The phone was the Pro Max version, the best and most expensive configuration, costing over 10,000 yuan. But Huo Yuyu could fully afford it. It is just a phone. Jin Yingzhen would never accept the money. She saw that Lin Baici had not taken his dot. It is too expensive. Lin Baici was embarrassed to take it. Appa, you saved my life. Jin Yingzhen stood up, holding the Apple phone with both hands. She bowed 90 degrees while handing it to Lin Baici, her attitude much more solemn than before. Small gift. Please do not refuse it. Just take it. Huo Yuyu persuaded him. Do not be fooled by Jin Yingzhen's casual attire, the shorts, the tank top, and the flip-flops. She looked like she was dressed for home, and nothing seemed valuable, but everything she wore was a luxury item. If Huo Yuyu remembered correctly, the purple flip-flops on her feet were Chanel. They cost over 7,000 yuan. It was just a phone. Jin Yingzhen truly did not care about that amount of money. Thank you. Lin Baici accepted it. If he refused any longer, it would seem too pretentious. Besides, once he had money in the future, he could just give Jin Yingzhen the latest model of the Apple phone in return. Appa, you do not need to be so polite with me, Jin Yingzhen sighed. Appa's character is too good. If this were any of the little pretty boys her girlfriends knew, they would have snatched the gift impatiently and fawned over her, calling her princess. Huo Yuyu opened the packaging box, took out the phone, and swapped her SIM card. She discovered that it actually worked. Oh yeah. This saves trouble. No need to change the SIM card. As soon as Huo Yuyu logged into WeChat, hundreds of messages popped up immediately. Especially in the 24 groups of wealthy fans, everyone was tagging her. After all, she had suddenly ended her live stream, which had made everyone very worried about her. Leave that for later. Huo Yuyu leaned in toward Lin Baici. Xiaobai, is it set up? Let's add each other as friends. One moment. The phone Lin Baici had been using before was a second-hand hand-me-down from his mother, worth only a little over 1,000 yuan. Now that he had suddenly received an Apple phone, he still needed to get familiar with it. I will teach you. Huo Yuyu immediately transformed into a private tutor, guiding Lin Baici on how to use it. WeChat, Meituan, and these other apps need to be downloaded from this store. Operating the phone was very simple, and furthermore, Lin Baici had activated his eidetic memory ability. He remembered everything after hearing it once. This divine grace, eidetic memory. If Lin Baici activated it, he could clearly remember the content he heard for at least 3 years. If he did not activate it and just listened casually, He would begin to forget within half a month to several months. I might be able to become a top student in the future. Lin Baici was looking forward to it. Xiao Bai. Do you have a bank card? Huo Yu guessed that Lin Baici did not. Lin Baici had just graduated from high school and did not have such things. It is inconvenient not to have a bank card. You should go get one, the female streamer suggested. Ding dong. Lin Baici received a transfer notification. It was from Little Fishy. What are you doing? Lin Baici was puzzled. Little Fishy was Huo Yu's WeChat nickname, the friend he had just added. A single transfer is limited to 50,000 yuan per day. Please don't mind that it is so little. Huo Yu was a little worried. After all, this amount of money was too small. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. He did not click accept and continued to fiddle with his phone. Hey, you should accept it. Huo Yu urged him. You have to let me do something for you, right? Otherwise, I will feel bad. Aren't you planning to treat me to a feast of wine and meat? Lin Baici teased. That is not the same thing. Huo Yu was anxious. I have to do something to repay you. If you treat me as a friend, then don't worry about these things. Lin Baici was firm in his refusal. He saved people in the god ruins. Not for the sake of money. Huo Yu nodded. She would keep this kindness in her heart forever. The two of them are gradually increasing their favorability toward you. If you put in a little more effort, you will be able to eat them. The God Eater suddenly spoke up. Is this eat of yours, is it decent? Lin Baici was startled. He was still not used to a voice suddenly ringing in his mind. They are both very healthy and have never been with anyone, whether for amusement or for continuing the family line. They are both high-quality mates. Lin Baici felt he had just heard some incredible information. It is a pity that I cannot livestream in the God Ruins, otherwise, it would definitely be a huge hit. Now that Huo Yu was safe, she began to think about her work again. The Divine Taboo games were thrilling and exciting. They would definitely shock her followers. Chapter 27. Brother-in-law Fish and the Potential Stock. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The midnight hour was silent. The three of them chatted until very late. Lin Baici asked many questions regarding the God Ruins. But since Jin Yingshan was not a god hunter, she did not know much. Appa, good night Xiao Bai, get some rest early. Jin Yingshan and Huo Yu said their goodbyes. Good night. Lin Baici turned off the lights and went to sleep, feeling very at ease. Huo Yu returned to her room, first posting a few messages in her Feng group to report that she was safe. Then logged into her account and started a live stream. Finally caught you. Sister Yu is here. Wake up, fisherman. Time to get hyped, Sister Yu. Why did you suddenly end the stream during the day? Huo Yu was a top-tier streamer with high popularity, even though she went online late at night. Fans who saw the notification immediately flooded into the live stream. Let me tell you, I had a brush with death today. The things I experienced could be made into a horror movie. The kind that would definitely gross over 100 million at the box office. Huo Yu was very beautiful. She didn't need makeup or beauty filters, even appearing barefaced. She could outperform many streamers who had their beauty settings turned up to the max. This was one of the reasons why Huo Yu had so many fans. Everyone came to see the cute girl. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth, Sister Yu. Are you in a hotel, looking at the decor? It's very high-end. Wu Gang Chops China. My Sister Yu is the #1 on Shark platform. Even a presidential suite isn't worthy of her style. Sister Yu's rib, woo-woo. Where is the top donor? Come out and prove yourself. You didn't tell Sister Yu 1001 nights. This comment from Sister Yu's rib quickly sparked a wave of responses among the viewers. Money burns my hands. I'm out eating skewers on the street with friends. After saying this, he gifted a rocket. This person was one of Huo Yu's hardcore fans. Thanks for the big rocket, Brother Jin. May your wealth continue to grow. Huo Yu grabbed a drink. She originally wanted to sit by the window to livestream bathed in moonlight, but she thought better of it. The viewers nowadays were very sharp. If they saw the night view outside the window, they might be able to figure out which hotel she was staying at. Money burns my hands. You suddenly cut the stream during the day. Did something happen? Sigh. I can't talk about it. Huo Yu was worried about getting her livestream banned. Did something happen that minors shouldn't see, Sister Yu? Your figure isn't quite there. You can't even fill out that bathrobe. Shut up. It was so hard to finally see Sister Yu's bathrobe livestream show. If she changes her clothes, will you compensate me? I'm so terrified. Is this something I can watch without paying? The viewers were busy roasting and joking around. The atmosphere in the livestream was incredibly lively. Honestly, I finally saw what a real man is like today. Facing fear head-on. Braving death. Completely fearless. I was so scared I almost peed myself. But that big guy actually dared to charge forward. What Huoyu admired most was how Lin Baici could remain calm in the face of monsters. He must have known that certain actions would lead to death. Yet he still did them. Money burns my hands. It seems you have a very good impression of that man. This was the top donor. And with so many viewers watching, some things shouldn't be said. But Huoyu still admitted it. If it weren't for the fact that we've only known each other for half a day, I might have chased after him, Sister Yu's rib, and following. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Sister Yu, you've changed. Wu Gang Chops Changa. Is that man really that good? How should I put it? This isn't love, it's admiration for the strong. Do you understand? For the first time today, Huoyu tasted what it meant to have a sense of security. Is that man by your side? Call him out and let us see. Yeah, what kind of god-tier person is he to make Sister Yu rate him so highly? Hurry up and call out our brother-in-law. The viewers started making a ruckus again. No way. At this hour, that young lady from the Korean conglomerate might have already gone to find him to explore the depths. I'm not going to be a third wheel. Huoyu turned her phone around the room. See that? Hilton Hotel. 5-star luxury suite. Costs thousands a night. And this Apple Pro Max phone. It was also bought by that young lady from the conglomerate. Let me tell you, her chest is huge. As Huoyu spoke, she used her hands to gesture in front of her chest, drawing a very exaggerated arc. Jin Yingxin did not go to find Lin Baici. Instead, she was on a long-distance call. She told her brother, Jin Xian, everything that had happened today. After listening, Jin Xian pondered for a few minutes before giving instructions. The frequency of meteor falls is increasing year by year. According to projections, we may hit a peak in the next 2 or 3 years. Our country has a small land area and a large population, and god hunters are extremely scarce. Once we encounter a god ruins disaster, the losses will be severe. That Lin Baici you mentioned seems to have great potential. Try your best to win him over. I can promise him the rank of lieutenant. The lieutenant rank Jin Xian spoke of was not the kind in the regular military, but a lieutenant among god hunters. As for the annual salary, that was not a problem at all. Jin Xian couldn't even be bothered to mention it, because he was worried that Lin Baici wouldn't name a price. As long as he dared to ask, no matter how much it was, Jin Xian would dare to give it. Understood. Jin Yingxin was surprised. Her brother's evaluation of Lin Baici was very high. If he wants to sell the god-forbidden item in his possession, I can purchase it at 3 times the market price. I guarantee he won't suffer a loss. Jin Xian was expressing his sincerity. An ordinary high school student who could contain a god remnant and clear a god ruins within 5 hours. Besides luck, he must have had some reliance. Wild god hunters with such high potential were targets that every country strove to recruit. I've noted it down. After finishing her conversation with Jin Xian, Jin Yingxin worried about his situation. I heard from Mom that you are going into the god ruins again. The Bizen god ruins, which had been dormant for 10 years, suddenly started expanding again half a month ago. We must clear it this time, otherwise, the neighboring Ulsan city will be finished. Jin Xian's tone was grave. This is the difficulty of being a small country. The land area is too small. When natural disasters strike, there is nowhere to hide. You must be careful. After ending the call, Jin Yingxin lay on her bed, unable to sleep. Her brother might be betting on the idea that Lin Baici has a promising future, making an early investment. But the Korean girl felt that Lin Baici was truly extraordinary and would surely achieve great things in the future. Therefore, for the sake of her country and her compatriots, she had to recruit him. Perhaps it was because he had consumed the meteorite and the divine remains. But Lin Baici woke up at 7 o'clock. Feeling in incredibly good physical condition. The morning sun was bright, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Lin Baici got out of bed, momentarily unsure of what to do. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he prepared to memorize some vocabulary. But then he remembered that the college entrance examination was already over. He relaxed and started scrolling through videos. At 8 o'clock, Little Fish sent him a WeChat message. "Bye, are you awake? Want to go grab something to eat together?" "I'm awake," Lin Baici replied. "Should we call Yingjin to join us?" After Lin Baici sent the message, Jin Yingjin replied instantly. "Wait for me to take a shower." She had woken up long ago and had already run 5 kilometers in the gym. Are all young ladies from Chaebol families this disciplined? No wonder she keeps her figure so well. Huo Yuyu suddenly felt a lot of pressure and realized she needed to start exercising. Breakfast was a buffet, very sumptuous, with both Chinese and Western options. Lin Baici ate 2 steamed buns, an egg, a few slices of bread, and drank a large glass of milk. Jin Yingjin only drank milk and ate some fruit. As for Huo Yuyu, she picked whatever she liked, filling a large plate. Her livestream had started again. The buffet breakfast at a 5-star hotel was also a gimmick, but she was very polite, kept her voice low, and made sure the camera didn't sweep over other guests. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Where is that pretty Chaebol lady you mentioned? Let us see her quickly. Is she really that pretty? Sister Fish's rib, requesting verification. Nemesis of green tea bitches. This restaurant looks so high-end, I can't show you. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. After all, that's a girl you'll never be able to pursue in this lifetime. Huo Yuyu teased. This was her live streaming style, often exchanging banter with her viewers. What about the brother-in-law? We can at least see him, right? That's not allowed either. I like men, and I'm afraid I might fall in love with him. I dropped my soap. Can someone help me pick it up? The viewers were rowdy and noisy. Huo Yuyu didn't dare to film Lin Baici's face, so she only filmed his hands and upper body. Homelander has no smile. Damn, these fingers are beautiful. It would be a waste if he didn't play the piano. Fat 3 pounds. Great physique. 3-legged young master. He's suitable for being a gigolo. 3-legged young master has been muted. What the hell? What's going on? 3-legged young master wanted to send another message, only to find that he had been muted. Was it a mistake? He often made suggestive jokes in Huo Yuyu's chat room, the kind that were quite explicit, and he had never been banned before. Today, he hadn't even sent anything particularly offensive. 3-legged young master quickly appealed, and the moderator told him that Huo Yuyu had muted him personally. Why? Just because I sent that suitable for being a gigolo comment. 3-legged young master couldn't understand it at all. Wasn't Huo Yuyu being a bit too protective of that brother-in-law fish? After breakfast, Huo Yuyu checked out. Sister Xiaoli and brother Gu were dead, although they were only in an employer-employee relationship. Huo Yuyu still planned to go to their homes to explain the situation. See you in Haijing next semester. I'll arrange a feast of wine and meat for you then. I guarantee you'll be so happy you won't want to leave. Huo Yuyu patted her chest, promising. Lin Baici saw the streamer off, and he checked out as well. Where do you want to go for fun these next few days? I'll be your tour guide. After saying goodbye to Jin Yingjin, Lin Baici got on the bus and, after swaying for nearly an hour, returned home. His mother wasn't there. She had gone to work. There was 30 yuan on the table, left for Lin Baici to buy food. Mom is working the night shift today, Lin Baici sighed, looking at this 60 square meter, 2-bedroom apartment and thinking about his mother working hard every day with a haggard face. His desire to make money became even stronger. He had to buy a big house as soon as possible and move out with his mother. He had truly had enough of living in this old, dilapidated neighborhood. Without delay, Lin Baici immediately decided to start making videos. The goal: 1 million followers in 3 months. Chapter 28. The Sound of Sanskrit and Buddha. The morning sun was just right. Under the 2 large banyan trees on the east side of the residential complex, the sound of old ladies playing mahjong drifted over. Lin Baici took a notebook and flipped through it earnestly. It was filled with writing. These were the popular content trends he had summarized while watching videos on various websites during his spare time. Videos featuring pretty girls were always popular, as long as they weren't unattractive. Just recording a video would usually result in decent view counts. Unfortunately, Lin Baici was a man, which was a natural disadvantage. Food videos were very popular, including cooking, mukbang, and restaurant reviews. because his mother was busy with work and often worked overtime. Lin Baici lived alone and could cook, but only to the extent that it was edible. If he were to appear on camera, it would definitely be much worse. And he didn't have spare money to buy various ingredients. Besides, the old, shabby kitchen at home wasn't suitable for filming. As for mukbang videos, thanks to the gluttony god, Lin Baici could actually eat a lot without needing to induce vomiting like some other content creators. But the problem was that Lin Baici didn't have the money to buy that much food. Moreover, he didn't want to ruin his own stomach. Restaurant reviews wouldn't work either. Guangqing City was a culinary desert, filled with nothing but chicken pot and shaxin snacks on every street. What was there to review? Besides, reviewing restaurants was genuinely expensive. As a poor student, Lin Baici couldn't afford it. Comedy videos were another major category, but besides having fun ideas, they required filming techniques, script design, and precise gestures and expressions. Lin Baici's Chinese grades were excellent, and he could write beautiful scripts. But that was his only highlight. Give it up. Lin Baici crossed out this category with his pen, mainly because he was not particularly good at comedy. Likewise, street fitness was also out of the question. Lin Baici was thin-skinned. If he were to work out in a park and get surrounded by elderly onlookers, he would die of social embarrassment on the spot. What other advantages do I have? Lin Baici pondered. How about singing? During his 3 years of high school, every New Year's Eve class party featured Lin Baici performing a song, and the response was always quite good. His voice had a distinct quality, like spring water flowing over pebbles in a mountain stream, warm, mellow, and clear. Furthermore, he had excellent lung capacity and could hit high notes with ease. That is the one. Lin Baici immediately opened NetEase Cloud Music and began selecting a song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This song was good, the melody was pleasant, and it was inspirational and uplifting. Lin Baici listened to it carefully once. He had never studied vocal music and did not understand musical notation, but with the blessing of his divine ability, eidetic hearing, he was able to hum the melody correctly after listening to it just once. But that was not enough. For the entire day, Lin Baici did not even go to the bathroom. He kept the song on loop, singing along a cappella. At sunset, a sizzling sound came from next door, followed by the noise of stir-frying vegetables. Lin Baici felt he had practiced enough. He found the instrumental version of the song and began recording with his phone. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear clearly? The loneliness and sighs in the heart of the one looking up. A song lasting for minutes and 12 seconds was recorded quickly. Lin Baici took a sip of water and listened to it once. Compared to the original, because of his eidetic hearing, he did not go off key, and the lyrics were correct. It could be considered a decent cover, but the problem was, it lacked character. Dreaming of gaining millions of followers with this kind of video was simply wishful thinking. I need to add a personal style. Lin Baici thought about it. He had absolutely no experience with vocal techniques or stage presence. His voice had some recognizability, but he wasn't sure if the audience would like it. Why don't I use my divine ability to sing? After Lin Baici consumed the divine remains, he obtained two divine abilities. One of them was called Buddhist chant. Once this divine ability was activated, it could make the god hunter's voice full of zen. The words they spoke would calm the mind, dispel fear, cut through the 3,000 worldly troubles, and make the listener feel transparent and serene. Although it could not lead to complete enlightenment, it would provide a feeling of sudden awakening. Lin Baici acted as soon as he thought of it. He replayed the instrumental track and activated Buddhist chant. This time, when he opened his mouth, his voice immediately became melodious, distant, and ethereal, like the morning chants at Hanshin Temple or the tolling of bells amidst fishing lights, permeated with an aura of quietude and non-action. When the song ended, a few minutes later, a roar from the next door suddenly erupted. "Old Jean, what are you spacing out for? The vegetables are burnt." "Oh." The man looked at the burnt iron wok. While hurriedly cleaning it up, he tilted his head, filled with curiosity. "Wife, did you hear the song that was playing in the neighbor's house just now?" In these old residential complexes, the soundproofing was very poor. "No, what about it? It was surprisingly good." The man chuckled. I think that between children and parents, there is no grudge that lasts overnight. Since our daughter wants to marry, let her marry, even if we don't ask for a dowry. Why argue over such a small matter? The aunt began to lash out. 180,000. Not a single cent less. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and can't take with you when you die. Why make the whole family unhappy over it? As soon as the man finished speaking, his wife spat in his face. Under normal circumstances, this couple would definitely have started a fight, but today, the man did not have the slightest desire to argue. After he finished cleaning the kitchen, he ignored his wife's verbal abuse and went out to drink a little wine, watch the sunset, feel the evening breeze, and admire the ebb and flow of the city crowd. Living a life is not easy. One should be more open-minded. Lin Baici did not know that the man next door had changed his perspective because of his song. He felt that this finished product was excellent and had a personal touch. So, he excitedly opened his computer, imported the video, and began editing. Working until 10 o'clock at night, Lin Baici finished the song. Just as he was about to upload it to Bilibili, he thought for a moment and registered a new account. New atmosphere. Lin Baici stroked his chin, looking at the screen. What would be a good nickname? God Eater, forget it. Let's just call it Lin the Hungry. 15 minutes later, Lin Baici finished uploading the video. He leaned back in his chair, satisfied, looking forward to the moment the video would go viral. Gurgle. His stomach growled with hunger. Lin Baici cooked a bowl of instant noodles, ate it, and went to sleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Baici woke up on time. After washing up, he put the soybeans that had been soaking overnight into the soy milk machine. After turning it on to grind, he went downstairs to the breakfast stall outside the complex and bought 3 yuan worth of fried dough sticks. Returning home, he boiled some water, cooked 2 eggs, and served a small dish of the pickled vegetables his mother had made. Only then did he have time to open his phone to check the video he had posted last night. The view count was 98, not even reaching 100. But there were 120 bullet comments and over 10 messages. Should I consider this not bad? Lin Baici felt a bit discouraged after reading the bullet comments. Is this a cover by the post? The voice is unique, but it doesn't sound good. It lacks the flavor of the original. Isn't this an inspirational song? Why does it sound like a Buddhist sutra to me? It feels like I've entered a temple. There were 11 messages, 5 of which were posted by a user named Flowers Blooming in the Fields. It is clearly an inspirational song, but after listening to you sing it, I have an urge to let go of everything and just lie flat. Actually, lying flat isn't bad either. Why live so tiredly? A few decades later, after being sent to the crematorium, nothing is left but a handful of ashes. I helped you repost it. Hope you can become a top 100 up host. This user, Huakai Jinmo Li, liked, tipped, and bookmarked the video, completing the triple interaction. I suppose this counts as my first fan. Lin Baici replied with a thank you, then lay on his bed, pondering the information revealed by these bullet comments and reviews. Click, click. It was the sound of the door lock turning. Mom is home. Lin Baici immediately got out of bed and walked toward the kitchen, watching her son place breakfast on the table. Lin's mother's eyes crinkled with a smile, and she said with some emotion, "Once you go to Haijing for university, I won't be able to eat the breakfast you make anymore." Lin's mother was in her 40s. Due to heavy work and physical exhaustion, she already had some gray hairs, but her features were still lovely. One could tell she must have been a beauty in her youth. I'll strive to save up a large sum of money before I graduate from university so I can buy a big house in Haijing. By then, we'll settle down in that city. If it were before, Lin Baici wouldn't have dared to boast like this. But things were different now. As a god hunter, he had the qualifications. Selling the 4 godly taboo items he currently had would be a loss. It would be better to rely on them to clear another godly ruin, collect a few more godly taboo items and meteor stones, and then sell them to Jingyingxin to make a fortune. Lin Baici wasn't afraid of the dangers within the godly ruins, but he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. If he died, he would take care of his mother. Besides, his mother would definitely be heartbroken, and she might even commit suicide. After all, he was the only reason she had to live. However, Looking at his mother's haggard appearance, Lin Baici felt a pang of heartache. "All right, I'll go with you to enjoy the good life then." Lin's mother took a sip of soy milk, casually brushing it off. Haijing was a super first-tier city. A house of a few dozen square meters cost 7 or 8 million. A price so high it was unthinkable. Even if her son had an annual salary of 1 million, he would have to save for nearly 10 years without eating or drinking. After the finished breakfast, Lin Baici told his mother to go get some sleep. After he washed the dishes and chopsticks, he returned to his room. This time, he chose a currently popular folk song and began to cover it. In the evening, the recording of Ideal 30 was finished. Lin Baici logged into his Lin Ren account and uploaded it. The first video had over 500 views. It was growing at a decent pace, but the feedback wasn't high. Most of the bullet comments and messages were saying the flavor was off and it felt a bit strange. Ding dong. It was a WeChat message from Hua Yuyu. "Little fish person. Sister fish is doing a room check. Hands behind your head, squat against the wall." Lin Baici smiled, a curve forming at the corners of his mouth. There was a sense of familiarity in Hua Yuyu's words. "Lin Jiadayugui, haven't seen you for 2 days. And you've already promoted yourself to the sister generation, little fish person. It's just a form of address. Don't worry about it. I can even call you daddy." Lin Baici was stunned. He didn't know how to respond to that. "Little fish person, daddy. Did you post the video? If you did, remember to send it to me." Hua Yuyu was preparing to mobilize her millions of fans to bookmark, repost, and like it for Lin Baici. She was currently impatient to repay the favor. "I, little fish person, never owe anyone a favor." Lin Baici thought of his pathetic view count and felt too embarrassed to send it to Hua Yuyu. "Lin Jiadayugui, thanks in advance. Little fish person, we're brothers for life. What are you thanking me for?" The two chatted for over half an hour until Hua Yuyu had to start her live stream, which brought the conversation to an end. Throughout the chat, Hua Yuyu was the one initiating the topics, which made Lin Baici feel a bit flattered. If it had been any other girl, they certainly wouldn't have had the leisure and would have just ended it with "I'm going to take a shower." Ding dong. Just as Lin Baici put down his phone, he received another WeChat message. He opened it. A pair of fair collarbones immediately entered his field of vision, following the bear. It was a selfie from Jinying Ziachi and "Ding dong, Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, it's the 2nd day since we parted, and I can't sleep." Chapter 29. This video is going to be a hit. Lin Baici looked at the message, not knowing how to reply. Usually, besides studying, he spent his time reading novels, playing basketball, and gaming. He didn't chat with girls much, so he had absolutely no experience in dealing with a girl like Jin Yingjin. And this selfie from the Korean girl, she was wearing so little. "Is this something I can see without paying? Princess of Monte Cristo. I feel like I've lost weight from hunger these past 2 days. What do you think? Is she asking me to comment on her figure?" Lin Baici pondered. At a time like this, should I be complimenting her, Princess of Monte Cristo? These past 2 days, I ran to the embassy and visited a few aunts and uncles. I finally got my passport and ID card sorted out. It exhausted me to death. Princess of Monte Cristo. That merit Buddha is truly annoying. Next time I see it, I'll smash its head and steal its merit box. Lin Jiadayugui, I'll help you. Jin Yingjin looked at such a simple message and sighed. "Appa, you really don't know how to chat. No wonder you have such a handsome face but are still single." However, the Korean girl immediately felt happy again. This meant that Appa didn't have much contact with women and was still a simple big boy. Let big sister here help you level up your experience points. Jin Yingjin raised her phone, found the right angle, and clicked. She took a selfie. Not bad. 2/3 of the photo was her tight, rounded tank top. I wonder if this is too provocative. Jin Yingjin clicked send. Lin Baici wanted to cry. Can you not test my moral bottom line? I really will save this. Princess of Monte Cristo. Appa, what fun things are there in Guangqing City? When a girl asks this, she definitely wants the guy to accompany her. Fortunately, Lin Baici's emotional intelligence wasn't completely rock bottom, and since they had experienced life and death together in the godly ruin, he treated Jin Yingjin as a friend. As a local, He should fulfill the duties of a host and take the Korean girl out for a good time. In reality, a third-tier city held absolutely no appeal for a chaebol heiress like Jin Yingjin, who traveled all over the world. Jin Yingjin had stayed behind purely to build a good relationship with Lin Baici and recruit him to return to her country. For the next 5 days, Lin Baici accompanied her everywhere. Jin Yingjin was full of respect for Lin Baici, her savior, and possessed high emotional intelligence. As a result, getting along with her and being on the receiving end of her proactive care felt truly refreshing, like a gentle spring breeze. At the amusement park, inside a rotating Ferris wheel, "Appa, how is it? Have you started to like me yet?" Jin Yingjin sat opposite Lin Baici, holding an ice cream in both hands, taking small bites while keeping her eyes fixed on him. "Even if I did, it would be useless. You are going back to your country." Lin Baici smiled slightly. He had enjoyed himself quite a bit over the past few days. "You could come back with me." Jin Yingjin's invitation seemed casual, but her heart was already in her throat. Lin Baici shook his head. "Korea? Why would I go to that country? To eat kimchi every day? Besides, there was the language barrier. I have the ability to memorize everything I hear, so language isn't a problem. At most, in half a year, I should be able to speak as fluently as a local." Jin Yingjin felt a bit disappointed. Lin Baici really didn't think much of her country. She didn't bring up the invitation for him to return to her country to work as a god hunter again, although her brother had promised he could offer him the rank of a lieutenant. In Lin Baici's eyes, he would probably just think she was trying to trick him. After all, he didn't know how high-ranking and powerful her brother was. The Ferris wheel completed a rotation and came to a stop. Lin Baici stepped out and stretched his back. "Appa." Jin Yingjin looked at the sunset. "If there were a job with an annual salary of 1 million, would you take it, Yingjin? What do you think I have that is worth 1 million? From the way the Korean girl spent money over the past few days, Lin Baici could tell she was exceptionally wealthy. He didn't know that Jin Yingjin's brother wanted to recruit him. He assumed the Korean girl mentioned this salary just to find a reasonable excuse to give him money as a way to repay him. Good looks, courage, physique, potential. Jin Yingjin counted on her fingers, listing them as if they were precious treasures. Lin Baici had grown up without ever being praised like this by a girl, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. "All right. Stop thinking about repaying me. We are friends, don't be so formal." Lin Baici dropped Jin Yingjin off at her hotel and took the bus home. The Korean girl had wanted to treat him to dinner, but Lin Baici had declined. He couldn't bring himself to let a girl spend money on him. But if he were to pay, his pockets were truly empty. During these past few days of hanging out, he had taken the initiative to buy tickets and snacks, and he had also treated Jin Yingjin to meals. He had spent 760 yuan of his saved-up pocket money. So, chasing girls really costs a lot of money. Lin Baici felt that if he hadn't saved Jin Yingjin, the two of them would never have been able to hang out together, because the gap between their family backgrounds was simply too vast. The two facial masks Jin Yingjin used every day cost more than Lin Baici's entire monthly living expenses. "I really need to make money quickly." After eating dinner and washing the dishes, Lin Baici returned to his bedroom. He opened his computer, logged into Bilibili, and checked his data. His first cover video, "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," had surpassed 10,000 views, with 500 bullet comments and over 100 messages. The second one, "Ideal 30 Years," had slightly worse data, with only a dozen or so comments. Lin Baici read through them one by one. Can folk songs really be sung with this kind of flavor? It's strange. The voice has character. Keep it up, my love is dead. Listening to the uploader sing this song, I don't feel moved anymore. And I don't want to chase that girl back. I just want to become a monk. Amitabha. Most of the comments were saying that the uploader had a unique voice but that the song choices were average. Wakaijin Moli. Folk music is niche and has a certain vibe. It's easy to gain fans, but you need to sing with your own personal style. Keep going. Wakaijin Moli. I feel like your lung capacity is very good. Why not try challenging yourself with a dolphin voice? Wakaijin Moli. Why aren't you posting new covers? You have to be persistent to see results. Although you didn't have a good start, I believe you will have a beautiful outcome. There weren't many comments in total, But Huakaijin Moli had posted quite a few, and Lin Baici noticed them at a glance. This was the first fan who had followed him. Lin Baici clicked on her personal space to take a look. She was a girl, and there was very little information. Huakaijin Moli, have you given up? Disappointed? This message had been sent this afternoon. Over the past few days, Lin Baici had been busy accompanying Jin Yingxin, and the poor reception of his cover videos had also dampened his enthusiasm. Thank you. I won't give up. Lin Baici lay on his bed, rethinking this path. If he kept singing like this, it definitely wouldn't work. Should he try making comedy videos? He had no talent for that. Lin Baici read the bullet comments and messages over and over again. There were users who criticized his singing skills, but not many. The comments were mainly focused on his unique voice, the strange atmosphere, and the mismatch of the songs. Folk music doesn't work. I don't really like rock. So what should I sing? Lin Baici grabbed his hair with both hands. So annoying. Should I just chant scriptures instead? Lin Baici sat up abruptly. The Sanskrit sounds and Buddhist resonance were already related to Buddhism. Perhaps chanting scriptures would actually complement his style perfectly. Let's give it a try, even if it fails. It would only be a waste of a little time. Lin Baici opened his computer and searched for chanting songs, only to find that they were pitifully scarce. He searched for some scriptures and finally chose the Heart Sutra. The entire text expounds on the 5 aggregates, the 3 realms, the 4 noble truths, and the 12 links of dependent origination. It explains the Buddhist doctrine of the emptiness of self-nature, suggesting that prana, that is, great wisdom, can overcome all suffering, lead to ultimate nirvana, and allow one to attain the fruit of Bodhi. Master Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty had translated this sutra, but Lin Baici intended to chant the Sanskrit version. In any case, he possessed the ability to memorize anything after hearing it once, so he could learn it after just one listen. It was not difficult. Most importantly, the Sanskrit version had a certain level of class. Lin Baici found the Sanskrit version of the Heart Sutra, listened to it twice, and learned it. He then found a piece of pure music that was ethereal, light, and rich in natural vibes to use as accompaniment, and then activated the Buddhist sound and Sanskrit resonance to begin recording. Because it was past 9 in the evening, Lin Baici did not dare to be too loud. Furthermore, he felt that the possibility of this sutra chanting video becoming popular was slim. So, he did not take it too seriously. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing the deep prana paramita, illuminated the 5 skandhas as empty, and overcame all suffering and distress. Lin Baici finished the recording and listened to it once. It felt quite good. He imported the audio into his computer, paired it with 2 images of Buddha statues, edited it a little, and uploaded it. When clicking publish, Lin Baici suddenly had a mischievous thought. If he used a photo of a muscular Buddha as the background, it might be even more of a gimmick. Knock knock. Lin's mother knocked on the door and pushed it open. Baici, go to sleep early. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll take you to buy some clothes. See what else you need, and make a list. There were less than 10 days left until university registration. No need to buy clothes. I can still wear the ones I have. Lin Baici knew that their family was not wealthy and did not want to spend money recklessly. You are going to university. In a new environment, you will meet new classmates, so you must have a few nice outfits. Lin's mother did not allow Lin Baici to argue. She did not want her son to feel inferior at university. For the next few days, Lin Baici was very busy. Besides buying clothes and preparing his luggage, classmates he was on good terms with called him out every day for a final get-together, playing games, hiking, reading manga, and walking the streets while eating popsicles. In these last few days, Lin Baici even received WeChat messages from several female classmates, asking him to go to the movies. This left Lin Baici incredibly surprised. He was not exactly invisible in class, but he wasn't the center of the social circle either. And he didn't talk to the girls very often. It seems my popularity is not bad. Lin Baici did not know that if he had been a bit bolder and taken the initiative to confess, he could have secured several romances during the high school graduation break and given away his first kiss. After all, Lin Baici was tall and sturdy, with fair skin, and his appearance was extremely handsome. Hu Yu and Jin Yingshan also frequently sent messages to Lin Baici to keep in touch, especially the Korean girl, who always started with selfies captioned, "Is this something I can watch without paying?" Lin Baici was busy, and apart from occasionally glancing at the video of him chanting the Heart Sutra, he had no time to pay much attention to it. After all, the view count was growing very slowly, especially in the days leading up to university registration, and he had completely stopped logging into his account. Thus, he did not know that after a week of fermentation, the reputation of this video was getting better and better, and the replay rate and collection ratio were frighteningly high. Chapter 30, Listening to the Gospel of God. Haijing Academy of Fine Arts, Building B, 3rd floor art studio. The night outside the window was quiet, and the light from the energy-saving lamps was slightly pale, coupled with the various pigments stained on the walls. The classroom had the atmosphere of a horror movie. A tall girl sat in front of an easel. Her long black hair was wrapped into a large bun with a silk scarf and tied behind her head to avoid getting paint on it. The bristle oil brush in her hand swept back and forth, flashing a surging, turbulent blue torrent onto the canvas. This torrent swirled and churned, forming a crazy nebula, as if it were the giant mouth of a demon, about to swallow the entire city under the night sky. The girl was painting Van Gogh's The Starry Night, and it was already 90% similar. What remained was that specific aura. The girl suddenly dropped her oil brush and began to stare blankly at the ceiling. Her pitch-black pupils were like a pool of stagnant water, without a single ripple. After a while, the girl picked up the Huawei phone placed to the side and opened deliberately. The phone was quite old, which caused the interface to lag a bit. That guy named Lin Baici, he wouldn't really give up, would he? The girl worried as she clicked on her follow list. There was only one content creator in it, lonely, like an abandoned stray dog. Updated. The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately clicked on the video. It was actually the Heart Sutra. Without headphones, the male voice, as pure as a clear spring, began to echo in the art studio. This chanting was neither solemn nor serious. It was like a refined and easygoing friend, whispering and telling stories about the sights and anecdotes he encountered on his journey to fetch the scriptures. The girl listened quietly. The Heart Sutra was not long, and it ended. The girl did not move, slowly savoring it. After about 10 minutes, she clicked loop playback. In the morning, the golden morning glow spilled onto the campus, as if it had been coated with a layer of gold. With the start of school approaching, some senior students had already returned to campus early, busy rushing to finish their graduation projects. Li Jing got up early, bought a Jianbing Guozi, and ran toward the art studio. If she didn't finish her work quickly, it would be hard to find a job. What is this chanting? It actually sounds pretty good. Li Jing climbed to the 3rd floor and heard the chanting. She walked quickly to the front of the 302 art studio and found that the door was not locked. Creak! Li Jing pushed the door open and, like a hamster, poked her head into the classroom to take a peek. "Shen, you're here so early." Li Jing knew this girl, or rather, as a painting genius who had held an art exhibition in Paris, France. In her sophomore year, there was no one at the Haijing Academy of Fine Arts who didn't know her. It was said that the principal had begged her to stay at the school. Being disturbed by the noise made Shen frown slightly. "Shen, a student Shen. Can I ask you some questions?" The opportunity was rare, so Li Jing decided to seize it. She hurriedly took out her semi-finished painting and asked Shen for guidance. "Your painting technique is excellent, but it lacks soul." Shen glanced at the modified version of the Sistine Madonna that Li Jing had created. "If you only want to find a good job, then choose a piece that showcases your painting skills to the greatest extent. For example, Kramskoy is a known woman." Li Jing was stunned. She had not expected that Shen would guess her thoughts just by taking a glance at her work. When she applied to the Haijing Academy of Fine Arts back then, her ambitions were incredibly high. She had intended to pioneer a style of her own. But now, she only wanted to draw character illustrations for major game companies, the kind that pay tens of thousands of RMB per piece. Thank you. Li Jing hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her attitude quite docile. Shen packed up her drawing board, organized her paints and oil brushes, and untied the silk scarf from her head. Her waist-length black hair cascaded down instantly like a waterfall. Shenshin lowered her head and tapped into the comments section. After a quick scan, she began to leave a message. Flower blooming in the fields. Congratulations on finding your own path. Flower blooming in the fields. A swimming fish will eventually find the ocean where it can leap to its heart's content. And a little bird will fly toward a sky vast enough for it to spread its wings. You did not give up. And I am very pleased. Flower blooming in the fields, keep it up, hungry person. Shenshin put away her phone, ready to leave. Student Shen. Li Jing could not help but speak up again. Shenshin stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and let out a nasal sound. That. Being watched by such a genius made Li Jing feel a bit uneasy. Could you tell me about that Buddhist music you were listening to earlier? I think it sounds really good. Li Jing swallowed hard. What is going on? Does this girl have such an overwhelming presence? Go to Bilibili and search for Lin Baici. After Shenshin finished speaking, a faint smile finally spilled across her otherwise expressionless face. Fashui City, Shiwan Shangyuan Residential Complex, Building 12. A large, fat man was frantically pounding on his keyboard. Flash, you idiot, heal. Do you even know how to play? Damn it, Riven died. And the screen turned black and white. The fat man was so angry that he immediately hammered the keyboard, spewing profanities and berating his teammates one by one. Did you eat crap? Why is your mouth so foul? You stupid piece of trash. The teammates were not polite either and immediately fired back. The fat man became even more energized, preparing to use the hand speed he had honed over 18 years of being single to engage in a verbal battle against the masses. The computer screen went black. The power was out. The fat man froze for a moment, then began to wail. My love life is gone. I can't win at games. And now that I want to curse someone out, even the power company is working against me. Do you believe I won't pay the electricity bill next month? The fat man's surname was Zhang and his given name was Jing. He had just graduated from high school this year and, feeling that he might not have another chance in the future, he had confessed his feelings to the goddess he had secretly loved for 3 years. As it turned out, before he could even open his mouth, he saw the goddess walking out of a hotel with the school heartthrob. At that moment, Zhang Jing felt his life had shattered. Living felt completely meaningless. Xiao Jing, what are you howling about? Xiao Pai is here to see you. Zhang Jing's mother had a voice full of vigor. Tell him I'm dead. Zhang Jing jumped onto his bed, his nearly 200-pound frame causing the large bed to emit an unbearable creaking sound. What are you doing? A boy as thin as a monkey pushed open the bedroom door. You've been holed up at home for half a month. What's the matter? Are you trying to cultivate immortality? Busy, my love life is dead. Zhang Jing's eyes were filled with tears. Li Puan was his childhood friend, so Zhang Jing was not afraid of making a fool of himself. Forget it. When has your love life ever been alive? Li Puan pressed the power button on the computer a couple of times and realized there was no power. What is so good about women? They only slow down the speed of my sword drawing. Zhang Jing lay flat on his bed, heart-weary. If he had been rejected by the goddess, that would have been fine. But the problem was that he had seen them walk out of a hotel with his own eyes. The blow was too great. He felt like the cuckolded protagonist in a manga. Seeing Zhang Jing like this, Li Puan knew he had been hit hard this time. He sighed, opened Bilibili, and sent him a link. Listen to this, what is it? Zhang Jing clicked a link, which redirected him to Bilibili, Buddhist scriptures. Li Puan used to watch videos of young ladies dancing every night before bed. But after accidentally hearing this Buddhist scripture last night, he suddenly lost all interest in the young ladies. It had scared him at the time, as he thought he had ruined himself from too much self-indulgence. Even if Shakyamuni himself were to chant Buddhist scriptures for me now, it wouldn't help. Zhang Jing chuckled and clicked play. When the chanting began, the very first sentence grabbed Zhang Jing's ears. So comfortable, the feelings of irritability, anxiety, and resentment that had been bothering him were suddenly extinguished like a volcano doused by ice and snow, vanishing into thin air. By the time he finished listening, only a sense of peace remained in Zhang Jing's heart. He even pressed his palms together and muttered, Amitabha, how does it feel? The power came back on, and Li Puan turned on the computer, preparing to do battle on the continent of Valoran. I want to become a monk. Jianjing spoke the truth. He truly had an impulse to leave behind the entanglements of the mortal world and simply become a monk. Haha, that's how I felt when I first finished listening to it too. Li Yuan skillfully opened a folder and found a movie. This chanting is very high level. I guess it must be a high-ranking monk from some temple. Jianjing had originally wanted to say, are there even high-ranking monks left nowadays? But remembering the Zen-filled chanting, he closed his mouth again. After savoring it for a few minutes, Jianjing suddenly spoke up. Tizzy, want to go on a trip to the Shaolin Temple with me? School is about to start. Why would we go to the Shaolin Temple? Li Yuan thought his friend was sick. To listen to scriptures, pay respects to Buddha, and pray for. Jianjing had originally wanted to say pray for a romantic connection, but he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if he didn't have a woman. Stop playing dead, get up quickly, and let's watch together, Li Yuan urged him. Not interested. Jianjing listened to the scripture again, liked it, tipped, bookmarked it, and after completing the triple action, he left a comment. Zhang Senrishan, Master Lin. Is there an MP3 version? Requesting a download. Jianjing wanted to download this scripture to his player, planning to turn it on and listen whenever he felt troubled. He took a look and saw that quite a few people were asking for a download. Lin Ren? This name doesn't sound like a high monk at all. Jianjing clicked follow. After thinking about it, he changed it to special follow. September 3rd, 6 o'clock a.m. Outside the Guangqing City high-speed railway station. Mom, go back. Dropping me off here is enough, Lin Baici, carrying a large pile of luggage and various bags, stepped out of the taxi. I'll wait until you get on the train before I go back. Lin's mother had originally wanted to accompany Lin Baici to register for university, but her work was too busy. Her supervisor wouldn't approve her leave request, and Lin Baici had also said he was old enough to manage on his own, so she decided not to go. However, as the time of departure neared, the thought of her child going to live in a place over 1,000 miles away, where he knew no one and nothing, made her uneasy again. No need. I won't get lost. Besides, you don't have a ticket, so you can't get in anyway. Lin Baici felt bad for his mother, but he was also struggling because carrying so much luggage was incredibly uncomfortable. He could have easily stuffed it all into the black alms bowl, but he didn't dare do it under his mother's watchful eyes. So he had no choice but to carry it. Otherwise, given his mother's personality, she would definitely question him to the end. By then, the matter of the launch in Temple Divine Ruin wouldn't be able to be kept secret. She would certainly worry and forbid him from going to clear Divine Ruins again. Lin Baici was still planning to acquire a few more Divine Taboo items and sell them to make a fortune. A mother worries when her child travels far. Lin's mother was still uneasy. She regretted it now. She should have accompanied her son to register. Mom, let me be independent and get some practice, Lin Baici wheedled. You can't take care of me for my whole life, can you? Lin's mother was finally persuaded. Then be careful. Keep your wallet and phone safe. Don't lose them, Lin's mother urged him. Yeah. Lin Baici stood in line for half an hour, passed through security, and seeing his mother still outside the station, he waved at her through the glass. Mom, go back. Lin Baici sent a WeChat message. He knew that if he didn't walk until she couldn't see his back, his mother wouldn't leave. So, he stepped onto the escalator to go to the second-floor waiting hall. In the hall, it was bustling with noise, and many were students about to embark on a long journey. Lin Baici looked around, intending to find the 12 boarding gate, when a sudden wave of hunger struck him. Chapter 31, Lost Coast. The waiting hall was very noisy, with trains arriving and announcements reminding passengers to hurry and check in. Burgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was 8:20 a.m., and there was still over an hour until the G1955 train departed. He had come too early. The passenger flow at the train station is huge, so naturally, there are many people losing things. Lin Baici guessed it was a wallet or luggage. He didn't go to pick it up, and after hesitating for a moment, he walked toward the restroom. He prepared to put this luggage into the black alms bowl. All the bags together weighed about 50 pounds. Not only was it heavy, but it was also a hassle to carry. There shouldn't be any surveillance cameras watching me, right? Lin Baici worried that if he went into the restroom with a pile of things and came out with only a backpack, he would be noticed by the station's security cameras. But it was just too heavy to carry, so Lin Baici decided to take the risk. However, Lin Baici still played a little trick. He didn't look for those remote restrooms in the corners, but instead chose one with high foot traffic and walked in the urinals. There were blue toilet cleaning balls, and the smell was slightly pungent. The floor had been cleaned very well by the janitor. There were quite a few people in the stalls, and Lin Baici waited for a few minutes before a spot opened up. He walked in, locked the bolt, and took the black alms bowl out of his blue backpack. The alms bowl was flat and round, like a jade box used for holding ghost stones, and it was pure black, as if the night without a moon had solidified onto it, with a ring of gold trim at the bottom and the rim of the bowl. No matter how many times I look at it, it's so beautiful. Lin Baici wiped it affectionately, then brought the bowl to his lips and whispered, "Drink porridge, drink porridge." After Lin Baici finished chanting, a vortex-like halo immediately appeared at the rim of the bowl. The granary was activated. Lin Baici placed his suitcase against the rim of the black alms bowl, and it sank in as if into the surface of a lake, causing the halo to stir and ripple with golden waves. Once Lin Baici put the handbag inside as well, he felt instantly relieved. Even with so many things inside, the black alms bowl didn't increase in weight by even an ounce. Awesome! Lin Baici was happy. In his backpack were the charger, diary, wallet, umbrella, tissues, water bottle, and other common and important items that he needed to keep with him. But it only weighed 3 or 4 pounds, which was light as a feather. Lin Baici finished with his luggage, acted as if nothing had happened, walked out of the stall, and went to the sink to wash his hands. When he returned to the waiting hall, looking at those passengers carrying so much luggage, he felt a sense of happiness. The black alms bowl was truly an essential artifact for long-distance travel. Gurgle. The hunger was still there, meaning the lost item hadn't been found by its owner yet. Since there was still time, Lin Baici decided to go look for it, doing good deeds, accumulating good karma, and making the next 4 years of university life a bit more pleasant. Lin Baici hummed a little tune and began to take action. After all these years, he had become quite proficient at finding things. The hunger was like a radar. The hungrier he felt, the closer he was to the lost item, and reaching the state where his mouth watered so much that he had to swallow meant the lost item was right nearby. Lin Baici walked toward the northwest corner of the waiting hall. There are very few people here. There is a supermarket selling local specialties with 2 customers inside. The cleaner is very diligent and has swept the floor very clean. He does not see any wallets, mobile phones, or similar items. Lin Baici even pays special attention to the space under the chairs. But there is nothing there. "What are you looking for, a rough?" Questioning voice suddenly rings out. Lin Baici looks up and sees a man in his 30s looking at him with a deep frown. The man has a buzz cut, is wearing a suit, and is holding a cigarette between his left fingers. Lin Baici does not answer. "So what if you are a tough guy? I am a god hunter too." The man in the suit takes a puff of his cigarette and sizes Lin Baici up, his face full of scrutiny, as if Lin Baici were an escaped convict. "This guy is arrogant and treats you like a wet behind-the-ears student. Can you tolerate this? Cut him down. And after you kill him, I suggest roasting him to feed the dogs." The God Eater speaks up, immediately wanting to resort to killing. Lin Baici ignores the God Eater and lets his gaze fall on the chair next to the man in the suit, where a black briefcase is placed. The hunger this time seems to have been triggered by this case. What is inside? "Hey, what are you blindly staring at?" The man in the suit has a companion, a young man in his 20s with a large nose. He sees Lin Baici staring at the briefcase and gets annoyed. Lin Baici turns and leaves. Team leader Ma. The big-nosed youth stands up and stares at Lin Baici's back. This kid suddenly came over and then walked away. It seems suspicious. Should we interrogate him? No need. He probably lost something and came over to look for it. It has nothing to do with the lost coast. The man in the suit is named Ma Yuan. He watches Lin Baici's back and takes another puff of his cigarette. Just an ordinary student. No need to pay attention to him. Let's keep our focus on the target. The other party is carrying a divine taboo object with a contamination intensity of 5.0. Our operation must not have any slip-ups. After Lin Baici saw the black case belonging to the man in the suit, his hunger greatly subsided, which confirmed to him that there must be a divine taboo object inside. If it were gold or antiques or other valuables, even if the man in the suit had stolen them, Lin Baici would not have felt such hunger. I wonder if those two are rogue god hunters or official ones. Lin Baici finds the A12 boarding gate. The 4 rows of seats nearby are occupied by quite a few people. Haijing is a super first-tier metropolis, and many people from Guangqing work there, so this train route is very popular. Lin Baici wants to find a seat to sit down. There is a young woman in her 20s who is very eye-catching. She is wearing a denim miniskirt, revealing to long, fair legs, and on her feet are a pair of beige-studded high heels. She looks very sexy, and her upper body is a halter top with an open back. On her left side is a small red suitcase. The men around her steal glances at her from time to time to feast their eyes. I advise you not to sit next to her. She has HIV. Lin Baici has no intention of sitting next to that woman, but the God Eater's words still shock him. Do you not even know what that is, AIDS? Understand now, the God Eater explains. No, I know what HIV is. I mean, that woman looks very healthy. Lin Baici is surprised. If he were to judge solely by appearance, he would never have guessed that such a glamorous girl would have this infectious disease. What is the use of looking like that? The God Eater thinks Lin Baici is very naive. The eyes cannot see the truth. The young woman is boredly scrolling through her phone when she catches a glimpse of Lin Baici. Her eyes suddenly light up. What a handsome boy. The youthful look on his face has not yet faded. He must be a college student, right? However, the young woman cannot be sure because he is not carrying any large luggage. Just a backpack. It is too light. What is this guy doing? The young woman's tattooed willow leaf eyebrows knit slightly. She is very confident in her appearance and figure. Most men do not have the guts to strike up a conversation, but they will walk past her and steal a few extra glances. But this big boy is different. He actually walked her on her. Am I the plague? The young woman is annoyed, but thinking of her own situation, her expression suddenly stiffens. Could it be that he is a medical student? Can he tell I have HIV? No, that is not right. One have been infected with this disease for less than 5 months, and there are no obvious symptoms on my body yet. Lin Baici finds a seat, sits down, and begins to observe the passengers waiting for the train, because the God Eater will provide commentary. A man with a violent temper who often beats his wife. He is currently hungover, and his wallet was stolen when he entered the station. You had better stay away from him, lest you get framed. That is a man in his 30s with nail-pattern baldness and swollen eyes, looking like he has not woken up yet. A hardworking and optimistic woman. Do not look at her plain and worn-out clothes. Her son was admitted to Peking University. She is a good mother who gave her child love and everything. The God Eater is talking about a woman with 2 snakeskin bags beside her, stuffed with bedding and quilts, looking bulky. In order to earn money for her son's marriage and to buy a house, she has been working in Haijing for more than 10 years. Although she is tired, she is very happy. Now she only looks forward to her son getting married soon and giving her a big, fat grandson. My mom is also very good. Lin Baici thinks of his mother, and his motivation to earn money becomes even stronger. A man who has developed kidney disease and heart disease due to overwork. He has not discovered it yet. If he does not get treatment soon, the optimal treatment window will pass. That is a man in his 30s with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He has a Huawei laptop on his lap, typing code rapidly. Occasionally, when he yawns, he picks up the coffee placed beside him and takes a big gulp. Is what you are saying accurate? Although he asked this, Lin Baici felt that he was likely correct. The gluttonous god disdained answering such boring questions. The train station was indeed the place that best reflected the myriad states of human life. Some people were high-spirited and full of longing for the future, while others had their edges smoothed away by the hardships of life, wanting only to earn a few crumbs of silver to support their families. Some were desperate and unfailingly loyal for the sake of love, while others indulged in daily massages and foot reflexology. finding such pleasure that they forgot to return home. Everyone had different sufferings, and everyone had different joys. Lin Baici listened for a while before lowering his head to read a novel to pass the time. Ding dong! Lin Baici received a WeChat message. Little fish, where are you now? When Yu chatted with Lin Baici yesterday, she learned that he was reporting to school today. She had already taken leave, planning to go to Haijing University of Science and Technology to see Lin Baici. She wanted to help him handle various enrollment procedures and help him get familiar with the dormitory and the school environment. Of course, the most important thing was to host a welcome banquet. Making the junior feel at home was the responsibility of a senior student. Chapter 30 to Gluttonous God Review suggests steaming. Lin Jia Daiyugui. I am at the waiting area. I will arrive after 3 in the afternoon. Little fish. I will go to the station to pick you up. Lin Jia Daiyugui. No need. It is too much trouble for you. Besides, the school has arranged buses to pick up new students. Little fish. HMPH. I think you just want to flirt with senior sisters, right? Lin Jia Daiyugui. Little fish. The senior sisters in their 4th year are all wolves. You must protect yourself well. Yu felt that based solely on his face and physique, Lin Baici would never lack a girlfriend in his 4 years of college. If he were a bit of a scumbag, he could achieve a pentakill in just 1 semester. Having someone to chat with made time pass very quickly. Passengers, please note, the G1955 train from Guangqing Station to Haijing South has started ticket checking. Please go to ticket gate A12 or B12 to check your tickets and board at platform 16. When taking the escalator, please stand firm and hold the handrail. When boarding, pay attention to the gap between the platform and the train. The station broadcast sounded, and the passengers who were originally sitting, like a school of ornamental fish in a pond attracted by tourists feeding them, all moved and gathered toward the ticket gates. For long queues immediately snaked out. Lin Baici glanced at his phone. It was 9:37, time to depart. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Checking tickets now. Little fish, stay safe. Haijing is waiting for you. A hug emoji followed. Lin Baici put away his phone, stood up, and shouldered his backpack, seeing that everyone else was carrying quite a bit of luggage, with the least being the suitcase and a handbag. A sense of happiness welled up in his heart. He did not go to queue immediately but instead walked toward the programmer with dark circles under his eyes. After the programmer packed up his laptop and hurried to join the line, Lin Baici took the opportunity to stand behind him. Handsome, why don't you go get a physical checkup? Lin Baici knew that this kind of small talk was very abrupt, and telling someone they were sick might even get him beaten. But saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. So he decided to say it anyway. The programmer turned back, looking confused. Your complexion and state are not right. You must be sick, Lin Baici said earnestly. Thank you. The programmer thanked him politely, not taking it too hard. He had been feeling unwell lately, but with 996 working hours plus staying up late every day, it would be a miracle if he were healthy. Maybe he would feel better after finishing this project and taking some annual leave. As soon as Lin Baici saw the expression on the other man's face, he knew he hadn't taken it seriously. So, he told a white lie. I am a medical student, and my grades are quite decent. Lin Baici smiled, his 8 white teeth, paired with his handsome features, looking sunny and gentle, making people feel very favorable toward him. Upon hearing that Lin Baici was a medical student, the programmer took his words to heart. Thank you. The programmer decided to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as his business trip was over. It was better to be safe than sorry. You are welcome. Lin Baici was just doing a good deed to accumulate merit. Young man, take a look at me. Am I sick? A woman in her 50s nearby suddenly spoke up. She was clearly trying to get a free checkup. A diabetic patient who does not watch her diet and eats indiscriminately. She will have plenty of suffering in 2 years. Auntie, you must watch your diet. You need to be careful with your food if you have diabetes, Lin Baici advised. Oh my, that is amazing. The woman looked surprised. I was just diagnosed with diabetes less than 5 months ago. How did you see that? The passengers queuing nearby hadn't paid attention to this side, but now that they heard the woman say this, they all looked over. The programmer also looked surprised. Lin Baici smiled. Gluttonous God, you are amazing. This must be some kind of powerful divine grace. Young man, can I have your phone number? Which medical school do you attend? The woman felt that Lin Baici's medical skills were good, so his teacher must be even more impressive. And she could go pay a visit. Handsome, take a look at me. What illness do I have, young man? I have had no appetite lately. What is going on? I have had a headache for months, and a CT scan didn't show anything. Can you take a look for me? Those who were talking to Lin Baici were all older people. It wasn't that they wanted a freebie, but rather they felt that meeting a skilled doctor was a rare opportunity. After all, who wouldn't want to be healthy and live a long life? Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. He should have kept his mouth shut. Fortunately, the ticket checker was fast, and within a few minutes, it was Lin Baici's turn. He scanned his ticket and quickly strode toward the platform. The high-speed train pulled into the station. The airflow it brought stirring the air. When the train slowed down and was about to stop, Lin Baici immediately jogged toward carriage 07. Please stand behind the yellow line. The station attendant held a megaphone, reminding everyone to pay attention to safety. The doors opened, and after the passengers getting off had left, the people who had been waiting for a long time, like a school of sardines fighting for food, crowded toward the train doors. Everyone was carrying a lot of luggage, and since the train doors were not very wide, boarding was quite a struggle. Lin Baici was over 1.80 meters tall, and after consuming the meteorite and the divine remains, his strength had surged dramatically. Bench pressing 100 kilograms was like child's play to him. However, he did not join the crowd to squeeze through. Everyone was afraid of missing the train, so they moved very quickly. Lin Baici did not wait long before he was the only one left on the platform. He lifted his foot, took a step, and entered the carriage. The passengers had not yet settled down, and the hall was packed with people stowing their luggage, bustling and noisy. Lin Baici waited for a while longer at the junction between the carriages. The train started moving. People gradually quieted down, and most of them began playing on their phones. 18F. When Lin Baici held his ticket and found his seat, he frowned. The woman he had seen earlier in the waiting hall, wearing a denim miniskirt and beige-studded high heels, was sitting in his seat. It wasn't that Lin Baici was disgusted by her having HIV, it was simply that the person seemed to be sitting in his spot. Seat C, D, and FF should be the window seat. Lin Baici lowered his head, glanced at his ticket, and then checked the seat number on the train again. You seem to be sitting in the wrong place. Lin Baici showed her his ticket. I am 18F, the window seat. Handsome. My name is Song Li. I want to see the scenery outside. Could we swap seats? The young woman saw Lin Baici, and a flash of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She hadn't expected such a coincidence. She was actually sitting next to this handsome guy. Lin Baici didn't mind. He placed his backpack on the luggage rack and sat down in 18C. The all seat. The passenger in 18D was a young man, sandwiched between Lin Baici and Song Li. He looked to be about 18 or 19, also a college student about to embark on a long journey. Song Li was very pretty and dressed quite sexily, which made the boy in 18D feel both awkward and excited, fantasizing that something good might happen during this trip. Thank you, handsome. Song Li flashed a smile. Are you a college student? What's your name? Yeah. Lin Baici nodded. He had no interest in sharing his name with a stranger. The boy in 180 thought this guy must have some serious issues. A beautiful woman is hitting on you, and you are actually being indifferent. Do you know that you are wasting a heaven-sent opportunity? If it were me, I would have told her everything about my ancestors back 18 generations. Lin Baici's coldness made Song Li's expression somewhat embarrassed, and a sense of stubbornness welled up in her heart. She turned and smiled at 18D. What about you? You look like a college student too. 18D was flattered and immediately nodded. Yes, I took the college entrance exam in June and received my admission letter from Haixing Normal University. That's amazing. Song Li displayed a look of admiration at just the right moment. It's nothing. Really average, although 180 said this. His face was already filled with smugness. Handsome. Which university are you from? Song Li deliberately tried to provoke Lin Baici. If his school wasn't as good as Haixing normal, he would definitely be feeling incredibly depressed. This woman is puing you. I suggest steaming her. The God Eater was murderous. Sister Song, try to understand. If he doesn't want to say, don't ask. 180 looked at Lin Baici and smiled. Quite a few people in my class who didn't do well on the exam don't like answering questions like that either. The young man who had just entered puberty, seeing a fashionable and charming woman like Song Li, simply couldn't hold himself back. He was like a male peacock competing for mating rights, eager to show off his most beautiful feathers to the other party. Lin Baici was not made of clay, especially after witnessing life and death at the Longchen Temple Divine Ruins. He now possessed a sharp, hardened edge. I don't care if you're trying to pick up girls, but you want to use me as a stepping stone? No way. Is Haixing University of Technology not as good as Haixing Normal University? Lin Baici asked with a serious expression. UH-18D was speechless. Are you kidding? Haixing University of Technology was a top 5 school in Haixing City, and its admission cutoff score was over 60 points higher than Haixing Normal. This was the college entrance exam. A difference of a single point could eliminate tens of thousands of people. Song Li didn't know much about university rankings, but judging by the situation, it seemed this 18D had been outclassed, and by quite a significant margin at that. He's so handsome. His grades are so good. Is there any justice left in the world? The more Song Li thought about it, the angrier she became. Most importantly, why wasn't he paying any attention to her? Sister Song, do you want some potato chips? 180 pulled a pile of snacks out of his Nike backpack and handed them to Song Li. Thanks. Song Li was distracted. Under normal circumstances, if she were being fawned over like this by 18D, Song Li would have chatted with him and added him on WeChat after all. Keeping a simp around wasn't much trouble, but today, with this cold, handsome boy as a comparison, she had lost interest. Could this kid be playing hard to get? Song Li suddenly felt excited. Playing this game with me? You're still too green. Song Li began to chat and laugh with 18D. An hour passed, and that cold boy was still looking at his phone. Damn it. It was still the latest, most expensive model of iPhone. The watch on his left wrist, that's a Rolex. He's a rich guy. Song Li felt she might have misjudged the situation. He wasn't playing hard to get. He simply wasn't interested in her at all. Lin Baici didn't have much mobile data left, so he didn't want to waste it on streaming videos. And he was tired of reading novels. He prepared to close his eyes and rest for a while. But less than half an hour after closing his eyes, a massive wave of hunger struck him, causing his stomach to spasm. Chapter 33. The Might of Divine Grace. What the hell? Lin Baici frowned, straightened his back, and looked around. The train had stopped at a station 5 minutes ago. Could a passenger who got off have forgotten their luggage? That didn't seem right either. Such an intense hunger couldn't be caused by leaving behind a few $1,000s worth of items. Could it be that there is a divine taboo item on this train? Lin Baici rubbed his stomach, having no intention of figuring it out. It was past 11 o'clock, and some people had started making instant noodles, preparing for lunch. The rich aroma of the seasoning packets wafted through the air, making it impossible for Lin Baici to sleep. He put on his headphones, listened to Jaichu's songs, and continued reading his novel. Song Li was not the type to pester someone relentlessly. Seeing that Lin Baici had no interest in her, she gave up and started chatting with her group of simps, posting a few selfies, acting coy, and feeding them some romantic scraps. The unlucky one was 180, who tried to strike up a conversation with Song Li several times, offering her snacks and drinks, only to be met with perfunctory grunts of acknowledgement. As it neared noon, the cries of children, the chatter of passengers, and the music from someone playing TikTok videos out loud all mixed together, making the carriage as noisy as a wet market. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's roaring tirade drowned out all the other noise. This is a public place. Why can't I watch TikTok? The woman was in her 40s, with dyed red, permed, curly hair. She wore a light purple dress, and the skin on her neck was loose, adorned with a gold necklace. You can watch it, but please wear headphones. The person speaking was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to avoid trouble and just endured it, but today, His wife was feeling very unwell with motion sickness. And on top of being over 8 months pregnant, she needed plenty of rest. That was why he wanted the woman in the row ahead to lower the volume. But who would have thought she would be so self-centered? And so, the two began to argue. Whether I wear headphones or not is my freedom. The woman was very aggressive. Besides, wearing headphones causes my hearing to decline. Are you going to be responsible for that? Then you don't care about anyone else. The bespectacled man wasn't very good at arguing. If you find it noisy, you can go swap seats with someone else. The woman spoke at lightning speed, spraying words like a machine gun. Everyone else isn't afraid of the noise, only you are. You're so delicate. Are you a flower in a greenhouse? It's not me. It's affecting my wife. The man explained. In reality, everyone disliked the woman playing her TikTok videos out loud. The sound was so loud that the entire carriage could hear it. But no one dared to confront her. After all, there was a risk of a fight breaking out. Looking at your wife's belly. She's 8 or 9 months along, right? Why are you running around instead of resting at home? Isn't this discomfort self-inflicted? The woman retorted sharply. Stop arguing. The pregnant woman looked pained, tugging at her husband's arm to make him sit down. We are heading back to our hometown. The man's parents were in their hometown, so there would be someone to help take care of the baby once it was born. You look old enough. Yet you're dragging a pregnant wife on a 1,000-mile journey and can't even afford to rent a car or fly home. Your life is truly a failure. The woman began making personal attacks. How can you say that? The man's face flushed red instantly. This sentence had hit a sore spot. In middle age, the thing one fears most is being told they have achieved nothing and cannot even earn a decent living. What? You want to hit someone? The woman jumped up, standing on her seat, even more arrogant than the man. If you have the guts, hit me right here. The woman patted her own face. If I don't make you pay until you're bankrupt, then I'm not me. Nearby passengers were either watching the spectacle or trying to persuade the man to let it go. This woman clearly wasn't a kind person. If the argument continued, the man would definitely be the one to suffer. The man had never argued with anyone in public before. He was ashamed, embarrassed, and anxious, his entire face turning bright red. I'm going to expose you online. Go ahead, film me. Expose me as much as you want. Post it on as many websites as you can. The woman wasn't intimidated at all. My son is a famous lawyer in Haijing. If you dare to expose me, I'll see you in court. The woman wasn't stupid. She saw passengers filming her with their phones. So she said this as a form of intimidation. Stop arguing. The pregnant woman was very distressed. The man deflated, like a stray dog with a broken leg, his shoulders slumping, his expression even more dejected. As the victor, the woman triumphantly crossed her legs and continued watching short videos with the volume on full blast. Lin Baici took off his headphones. Before his trip to Longshan Temple, he wouldn't have been able to handle something like this. But now, I am a god hunter. Lin Baici stood up and walked toward the woman. Song Li and 18D looked at Lin Baici. What is this kid trying to do? Does he want to get chewed out? The two of them seemed to have already envisioned Lin Baici scurrying back in defeat. Hey, lady. Lin Baici stopped beside the woman. His tone was indifferent. He didn't even bother with the polite auntie. Swish. Everyone looked over. Who are you calling a lady? The woman retorted as expected. Are you blind? Do I look that old? Lin Baici chuckled. He didn't even call her lady anymore. He leaned over, resting one hand on the back of the seat, activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, and spoke to her in a low voice. At your age, can watching short videos extend your life? You should chant more scriptures, do good deeds, and strive to accumulate merit. Only then will you have a chance to live a few more years. Under the influence of the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, Lin Baici's words became wise, rational, and filled with zen. The woman's head felt as if it had been struck by a sudden awakening from the Buddha himself. That's right. Watching these short videos won't increase my lifespan. I should listen to scriptures, do good deeds, and accumulate merit. The woman's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Baici looked too young, she would have started calling him master. Not causing trouble for others is the simplest form of a good deed. Lin Baici guided her patiently. For example, playing loud noises that disturb others. Right, it was my fault. The woman quickly muted her phone. The smugness she felt from winning the argument just moments ago vanished into thin air. She felt so childish. Winning or losing, it didn't matter. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Baici smiled slightly and turned to leave. As expected of a divine favor, how powerful. The divine favor known as Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo could imbue a god hunter's voice with a zen-like quality, allowing their words to cleanse the mind, dispel fear, and sever the 3,000 worldly troubles. At the same time, it could also make the listener let go of everything, leaving them without desire or craving. To put it bluntly, it induced a state of sage-like detachment. Of course, the influence of the Buddha's voice on the listener was only temporary. It would fade away in anywhere from a few dozen minutes to a day or two. Lin Baici had no intention of making that middle-aged woman become a nun. He just wanted to keep things quiet for the duration of this trip. The people nearby looked at Lin Baici in astonishment. What had this tall young man done? That middle-aged woman, who was clearly not someone to be trifled with, had actually obediently listened to him and silenced her phone. How magical! Lin Baici returned to his seat and sat down. Song Li and the guy in 18D were both completely bewildered. What did you say to her? Song Li's curiosity was enough to kill 100 cats. The passengers in the seats in front and behind also pricked up their ears. Nothing much. I just reasoned with her, Lin Baici replied dismissively. Do you take me for a fool? Song Li clearly didn't believe him. That guy with the glasses had also tried to reason with her and even threatened to record a video to expose her, only to be berated mercilessly. What made you any different? It couldn't just be because you're handsome, could it? Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. It was almost noon, and many people began to eat. The boxed meals on the high-speed train were quite expensive, with the cheapest costing 40 or 50 yuan. Few people bought them. Most ate instant noodles they had brought themselves, while others, finding it too much trouble, just ate some bread, ham, or biscuits to tide themselves over until they got off the train. The dining cart passed by, and the attendant asked everyone if they wanted a boxed meal. Give me one. The guy in 18D refused to shortchange himself, and since this was in front of a pretty girl, he couldn't afford to look poor. Which set meal would you like? The attendant stopped and introduced the types of boxed meals. I'll take the chicken rice. 180 opened WeChat. He had sharp eyes and saw the price, 45 yuan. It wasn't just expensive, it was the cheapest type of boxed meal available. It was a bit of a rip-off. After scanning the code to pay, 180 looked at Lin Baici again. His face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with a sense of superiority. The attendant left, and 18D opened his boxed meal, mixed the meat and rice together, and took 2 bites when a girl stood in front of him. Handsome. Can we swap seats? 180 looked up subconsciously, and then he was shocked. So big, it blocked his view of the girl's face. Lin Baici turned his head to look and was also stunned. He had originally thought Jin Yingxin was unrivaled in the world, but he hadn't expected this girl to be even more explosive. Was all the fat in her body concentrated right there? Swap seats. 180 finally managed to see the girl's appearance clearly. She was around 20 years old with a pure and innocent look. At first glance, she looked a lot like Erika Toda. Her mouth was small, her eyes were very bright, and especially when she looked at someone, there was a sense of earnestness that made one feel a certain strength. She wore light blue and pure white sneakers. Her 2 long legs were wrapped in loose, tapered sweatpants, and she wore a sun-protective jacket on her upper body. The zipper was undone, revealing a skin-colored sports bra underneath. Yeah, swap seats. The girl spoke with plenty of energy and a sweet smile. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, which bounced as she turned her head, full of vitality. This was a very beautiful girl. She was the best-looking woman the 18D guy had seen in his 18 years of life. And so he became flustered. Under normal circumstances, 180 would have agreed without a second thought, but today, he turned his head and glanced at Song Li. At least let me get her WeChat before I leave. 180 felt that with some effort, he could win this woman over and get his wonderful four-year university life off to a good start. Lin Baici saw the reluctance in 18D's eyes and couldn't help but shake his head. If you knew she had HIV, you'd probably run as far away as possible. Seeing 180's hesitation, the girl didn't force it and looked at Song Li. Beauty, Can we swap seats? Song Li's intuition as a woman told her that this girl was definitely aiming for Lin Baici. She didn't want to swap, but the girl's next sentence made her agree. Chapter 34. The rule pollution begins. 100 yuan. Let's swap seats. Is that okay? The girl smiled, looking very sunny. Sure, Song Li nodded. She thought Lin Baici was quite handsome, and since the journey was boring, she could chat with him. Perhaps she would gain another simp and ATM by her side. It was just that Lin Baici was too cold, which made Song Li lose interest. But now, she could earn 100 yuan just by swapping seats. That was a huge profit. I'll transfer it to you on WeChat. The girl took out her phone and gave the money to Song Li. I'm in carriage 05, seat 12. Song Li pulled her suitcase down from the luggage rack, and before leaving, she glanced at Lin Baici one last time. He had gone back to reading his novel, completely unconcerned with what was happening around him. Song Li smiled at the girl, muttered "hope you get shut down" in her heart, and walked away. Her sexy studded high heels clicking against the floor, her too long, fair legs drew the attention of many. 180 watched Song Li's retreating figure, feeling depressed to death, logically speaking, with a more beautiful girl sitting next to him. 180 should have been happy, but he wasn't, because he knew that this girl with the high ponytail was someone he wasn't qualified to pursue. There was a sense of wantonness in Song Li's bones, which was the reason 180 had been bold enough to strike up a conversation. The girl with the high ponytail put away her luggage, reached across 180, and extended her fair right hand toward Lin Baici. Hi, let's get to know each other. My name is Jiu Hongyao. Hongyao, you know. It's not a type of medicine, I know. It's another name for the peony flower, out of politeness. Lin Baici lightly shook Jiu Hongyao's fingers. To be honest, this was his first time experiencing this kind of adult etiquette while out and about, and he felt a mix of excitement and curiosity. 180 was clearly being ignored, which made him feel incredibly awkward. Not many people know about this. Jiu Hongyao scrutinized Lin Baici. Her gaze was like that of a little girl beachcombing, having just found a rare seashell that she wanted to collect and keep in her fishing bucket. She is a god hunter, with a rank strength and speed, and D-rank intelligence. She likes detective novels. This girl exercises year-round, has an excellent physique, and is a high-quality candidate for mating, the gourmet commented. I suggest you claim her exclusively. In times of scarce survival resources, you can keep her as a backup source of milk. Lin Baici ignored the gourmet's subsequent off-the-wall remarks, but the term God Hunter made him feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. However, on the surface, Lin Baici's expression remained unchanged. Baici, pay attention to the details. You cannot let her realize that I have already discovered she is a God Hunter. Lin Baici warned himself internally. He did not know what this girl named Jiu Hongyao wanted by approaching him. Could it be because of the divine taboo item? Damn it! Is this my first time using divine grace to uphold justice? And I am already being targeted. Is my luck really that bad? Does anyone need a box meal? The attendant pushed the food cart through the aisle. We also have sunflower seeds, peanuts, and drinks. I'll take 2 box meals, please, Jiu Hongyao called out, and upon seeing the cola on the cart, added, and give me 2 bottles of Coke. The box meals include beef rice, chicken rice, and also zhejiang noodles. The attendant offered a smiling service. 2 beef rice meals. That will be 68 each, plus 2 bottles of Coke, for a total of 156 yuan. The attendant held out the payment QR code. 180 was surprised. This girl looked quite slim, so he hadn't expected her to have such an appetite. Thank you. Jiu Hongyao paid, took the box meals, placed one on the small table in front of her, and casually handed the other to Lin Baici. You haven't eaten yet, right? Jiu Hongyao's demeanor was natural and generous, as if she were talking to a friend she had known for years, showing no signs of being a stranger. 180 felt as if his knees had been struck by a heavy blow. The 45 yuan chicken rice in front of him suddenly didn't taste good anymore. He had previously felt a sense of superiority, thinking Lin Baici was poor while he could afford the expensive high-speed rail meal. Now, the other guy had one too. And not only was it the 68 yuan version, but he didn't even have to pay for it himself. Damn it. Being handsome is such a big deal. I hope you get reincarnated as a duck. Thanks, I have bread. Lin Baici declined. Why be so polite? We are both God. Jiu Hongyao stopped mid-sentence, closing her mouth at the right time. Because the term God Hunter was not suitable for public discussion. Just eat it. My treat. Jiu Hongyao shoved the boxed meal into Lin Baici's hands, humming a little tune. She opened her own meal, picked up the disposable chopsticks, stirred the food, and began to eat. If I finish this meal, I won't pass out, only to wake up and find my kidney has been harvested, right? Lin Baici chuckled inwardly. 180 thought Lin Baici was being unreasonable. If a beautiful woman gave me a boxed meal, I would eat it even if it were filled with slightly rotten masala. Why would I want your kidney? Jiu Hongyao shoveled rice into her mouth, her words muffled. She didn't care about her image at all. Jiu Hongyao had just returned from a business trip and was bored sitting on the high-speed rail. So she walked around to observe the passengers and exercise her deductive skills. It would be even better if she happened to encounter a fugitive or something similar to uphold justice. Jiu Hongyao had heard the bespectacled man arguing with the middle-aged woman and had come over to stand at the carriage connection, watching for a few minutes. She had intended to intervene once the man was berated into silence, but she hadn't expected a tall young man to step out. Then, he said a few words to the nasty woman and easily handled her. As a god hunter, Jiu Hongyao naturally saw that Lin Baici had used divine grace, which piqued her interest. The other party had no badge on his collar, and he didn't understand the secret codes of the security bureau that she mentioned, which meant he wasn't from the Kyushu Security Bureau. A wild god hunter was not rare, but one so young was very precious, because entering a divine ruin, clearing various divine taboo games, and surviving the exit was an extremely difficult feat. Without the help of experienced god hunters, the mortality rate for ordinary people trapped in a divine ruin was 100%, let alone becoming a god hunter. He is not a hunter registered with the authorities, so he must be a member of some organization. And what was the divine grace he used to persuade that woman? Jiu Hongyao transformed into Jia Sherlock Hongyao and began to deduce. Lin Baici was not a person who feared trouble. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it cannot be avoided. So, after thanking her, he began to eat the meal. Jiu Hongyao did not continue to probe Lin Baici for information. Instead, she put on her headphones, closed her eyes to rest, and continued to use her D-rank intelligence to deduce. After lunch, most of the passengers in the carriage quieted down and began to rest. Lin Baici also closed his eyes, preparing to take a short nap. Carriage 18. Captain, when do we act? The young man with the large nose, whom Lin Baici had seen in the waiting hall, looked anxious. He was worried that the target would discover them, causing them to lose the element of surprise. Keep waiting. There are too many people on the train. If a fight breaks out, it will hurt innocent people. Ma Yuan pulled at his tie with his right hand, loosening it. The sudden sound of something falling into water made Ma Yuan suspicious. He turned his head and saw a male passenger sleeping next to him slide into the seawater. But the passenger didn't react at all, as if he were a corpse being dumped into a lake by thugs. Where did this seawater come from? Ma Yuan muttered to himself, then suddenly shuddered in alarm and sprang to his feet. Damn it. Black Shark 3 has activated a divine taboo item and begun to subject the entire train to rule contamination. Captain, the 4 men, including the one with the big nose, looked anxious and grave. As expected of the god hunters from the Lost Coast, the ambush was swift, bizarre, and caught everyone off guard. The seawater flowed silently, causing the water level to rise rapidly. Soon, it submerged everyone up to their waists. The most terrifying part was that this seawater also had an anesthetic effect. Any ordinary person who came into contact with it fell into a deep sleep. And no matter how loudly the big-nosed youth shouted, they could not be awakened. Hurry! We must kill Black Shark 3 as quickly as possible and reclaim the divine taboo item. Ma Yuan dashed out. If the rule contamination was not halted immediately, everyone on this train would die. Where is my dragon? Where did my big dragon go? Po Yu cried heartbrokenly and apologized to Lin Baici. The dragon is gone. Shall I serve you instead? No, no. Lin Baici refused. It is fine. I am very skilled. I guarantee you will reach heaven in 3 seconds. Hu Yu smiled and leaned toward Lin Baici. Suddenly, her hands flickered, unfurling a rope. The next moment, she looped it around his neck and pulled it tight, strangling him. Lin Baici instantly felt suffocated and began to kick his arms and legs wildly. Glug, glug. Lin Baici swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. Cough, cough. Lin Baici coughed and opened his eyes. Seeing himself submerged in seawater, he scrambled in a panic, trying to stand up. Get up quickly. This is not a dream. This is rule contamination. The gluttonous god's warning made Lin Baici jolt, breaking out in a cold sweat. The sensation of the seawater was real, icy, damp, and cold. The water he had swallowed even tasted salty. Lin Baici, who had initially thought he was dreaming, immediately sobered up. He grabbed the back of the seat and stood up onto the chair. Why would rule contamination appear on a high-speed train? Lin Baici frowned deeply. Inside the carriage, the seawater had already risen to a height of 1-2 meters and was still visibly climbing. Most of the passengers were unconscious, slumped in their seats. In a little while, the buoyancy of the seawater would cause their bodies to drift away. There were also a few unlucky souls who had slipped into the water. Their long hair floated out like a tangled mass of seaweed. They appeared to be dead already. Lin Baici's heart sank. I want a girl. 1-8D mumbled in his sleep, turned over, and tried to get comfortable. As a result of this movement, he slipped off the chair and into the seawater. He did not react at all. Lin Baici quickly reached out, grabbed 1-8D by the collar, and hauled him out. Hey, wake up, Lin Baici roared. This guy was quite heavy. The seawater contains anesthetic components. Only by subjecting an ordinary person to intense stimulation is it possible to wake them up. What counts as intense stimulation? Lin Baici asked. But the gluttonous god did not answer. So, he swung his hand and slapped 18D across the face 4 times. Slap, slap. 1-8D shuddered all over and jolted awake. When he saw the situation around him, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What is this? He instinctively wanted to grab Lin Baici's arm, not wanting to fall back into the seawater. Chapter 35 Seawater Train. Stand steady yourself. Lin Baici immediately let go and looked at Jia Hongyao, who was sitting by the window. This girl with a high ponytail was a god hunter and should be able to become an ally. Just as Lin Baici was about to wake her up physically, Jia Hongyao opened her eyes on her own. As expected of a god hunter, her resistance was stronger than that of an ordinary person. Rule contamination. Jia Hongyao's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows furrowed, and then an excited expression appeared on her face. I, Jia Hongyao, have finally waited for a chance to make a name for myself in battle. Just you wait. Within 3 years, I will definitely become a Kyoshu Dragon Wing. Hey, do you know what is going on? Lin Baici asked Jia Hongyao while reaching up to take his backpack from the luggage rack. He unzipped it and reached inside. There are god hunters on this train. It is very likely that a divine taboo item they were carrying accidentally had its seal broken. Jia Hongyao stopped mid-sentence and stared at Lin Baici vigilantly. This kid is also a god hunter. Stop looking. It is not me. Lin Baici was speechless. If I were a bad guy, you would be the first one I killed. Jia Hongyao shuddered in alarm. Oh, right. This kid actually woke up a few seconds earlier than me. This means that either his physical fitness is better and his resistance to rule contamination is higher than mine, or he is extremely experienced, discovered the problem in advance, and took precautions. Regardless of which it was, Jia Hongyao had been slightly outdone. This made her feel a little depressed. Is 1-8D next to us also awake? Just kidding. Look at that guy standing on the chair, clutching the luggage rack like a coward. He doesn't look like a powerhouse. Besides, he has a handprint on his face, clearly slapped awake. Why, Hongyao, your deductive ability is getting better and better. You truly deserve to be someone who reads the Sherlock Holmes collection. What do you usually do when you encounter this kind of situation? Lin Baici did not want to expose the black alms bowl, so under the cover of his backpack, he took out a pine torch. 18D's eyes widened instantly at this sight. What the hell? Why is there a torch in your backpack? Are you a savage? Wait, this torch is clearly longer than the backpack. How did you fit it in there? A divine taboo item. Jia Hongyao's eyes lit up. She hadn't been wrong. This kid really was a god hunter. Which organization are you from? Guangqing City. No. To high school. Lin Baici took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He thought of the man in the suit with the black leather suitcase he had met in the waiting hall. City. No. To high school. Jia Hongyeo looked confused. Was there such an organization in the hunter circle? I have never heard of it. Is it a newly formed group? As soon as Lin Baici saw the expression on the girl with the high ponytail, he knew she had misunderstood, and he was left speechless. She truly lives up to her intelligence stat of D. I suppose all her talent points went into her chest, right? I just graduated from high school, and I accidentally became a god hunter this summer vacation, Lin Baici explained. He would definitely have to use god-forbidden items and divine favors later, so he couldn't hide it. It was better to say it up front. It might even leave a good impression of being honest and sincere. Jia Hongyeo did not believe him. A wild god hunter this young? Who are you trying to fool? Without an experienced hunter leading the team in a god ruin, your corpse would already be crawling with maggots by now. Of course, this was not the time to argue about such things. This tall boy really did not look like the source of this rule contamination. You all stay here and do not wander around. I'm going to deal with the enemy. Jia Hongyeo looked toward both ends of the carriage. Rule contamination, god-forbidden items. 18D was dumbfounded as he heard these terms. He had seen posts like this when surfing the internet before, but he never expected to see it with his own eyes. 18D subconsciously turned his head to look at Lin Baici. Damn it, this kid is actually a hunter capable of hunting gods. Do you know where the enemy is? Lin Baici felt a surge of energy. I can help. I do not know. Jia Hongyeo was very confident, but I can deduce it. Lin Baici felt that this girl was not very reliable. Information is extremely scarce right now. How can you deduce anything? Besides, looking at the speed at which the seawater is rising, it will fill the carriage in 10 minutes at most. And all these passengers will die by then. Smash the window, Lin Baici urged. Jia Hongyeo was stunned, then suddenly realized. Are you trying to lure the enemy over? Very good. This kid is bolder than I expected. I admire that. Lure them, my foot. I am telling you to open the window to let the water out. Lin Baici watched his surroundings vigilantly, not even letting the area underwater escape his notice. Oh, the deduction was wrong. And Jia Hongyeo felt embarrassed. By now, the seawater had already spread onto the carriage window, rising about 5 centimeters above the bottom edge of the glass. If the window were smashed, the seawater should flow out. Jia Hongyeo clenched her 5 fair fingers together and threw a punch at the window. Crash! Glass shattered all over the floor. Lin Baici's eyelids twitched. This is a high-speed train window, and she shattered it with a single punch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? But in an instant, Lin Baici had no time to worry about such things. Because the seawater did not flow out through the broken window, it was as if it were blocked by an invisible barrier. What is going on? 18D panicked. If the seawater cannot flow out, doesn't that mean everyone will drown? Jia Hongyeo, however, was unfazed. The rule contamination has already enveloped the entire train. To lift it, we must find the god-forbidden item as soon as possible. God-Eater, give me some information, Lin Baici shouted in his heart. The God-Eater did not respond, but a sense of hunger struck him. It was very intense. Lin Baici instinctively looked toward the front of the train. It was as if something delicious was tempting him from that direction. Head to the front of the train. Lin Baici stepped into the water. The seawater immediately rose to his navel, making every step he took difficult. Fortunately, those passengers were all in a deep sleep. If they were struggling and trying to escape blindly right now, they would inevitably block the path. Jia Hongyeo pulled a straight-edged black short blade over a foot long from her backpack and immediately followed, while asking with great curiosity, "Why did you choose this direction?" Intuition. Lin Baici would not tell others that his hunger acted like a radar, capable of indicating the general direction of valuable items. Hey, where are you to go in? 18D was anxious. Don't leave me behind. You stay here and wait for our good news, Jia Hongyeo reassured him. 18D did not listen and lunged forward. Splash! He entered the water. Do you think I am stupid? Following to god hunters is definitely safer than staying by myself. 180 looked at the back of Lin Baici, who was holding an unlit torch. In his gaze, there was a lot of envy and some admiration. He envied him for being a mysterious and powerful god hunter. He admired him for not just caring about his own escape, but acting like a superhero, staying behind to resolve the rule contamination and save these people on the train. The food has been delivered to the door. It would be a real shame to this takeout if I didn't eat it. The god eater's voice was filled with excitement. He was hungry. In the Longshan Temple god ruin, that hunger, so intense that he wanted to boil his own souls to eat, had descended for the second time. There is no meteor shower right now, so there shouldn't be any god remains on the train, right? Lin Baici did not walk fast. It was not that he was not in a hurry, but in such deep seawater, it was truly difficult to move. The three of them walking caused the seawater to ripple, sending out small waves that hit the carriage walls and rolled back. A female corpse was pushed by the waves to the front of Lin Baici. Her wide-open eyes had already lost their luster. Lin Baici had seen quite a few corpses in Longshan Temple, but he still felt psychologically uncomfortable. He pushed the corpse away with his hand and continued forward. Carriage 06 reached. Some snack bags, instant noodle cups, food scraps, and even a lady's slipper were floating on the water. Lin Baici did not rush in blindly. Instead, he stood at the junction of the carriages and peered inside. What is it? Jiu Hongyao stood side by side with him, observing. Lin Baici was very cautious. Someone is there. 180 pointed a finger and exclaimed. In the front half of carriage 06, around seat 6 or 7, a young man wearing headphones had tossed his belongings off the luggage rack and was lying flat on top of it. A human with decent resistance. When everyone encounters the radiation of divine remains and the rule-based pollution caused by divine taboo items, the speed at which they turn into dead flesh people varies. The slower the transformation, the higher the resistance and the greater the chance of survival. The headphone-wearing man was terrified and panicked upon seeing Lin Baici and the others. He immediately called out. What happened? He had finally seen living people. The headphone-wearing man was excited. Have you heard of rule-based pollution? That is what is happening now. Come over quickly. Let us stick together to survive. 180 was not telling the man this out of kindness, but rather because he felt that with one more person, there would be one more person to act as bait when danger rose. The headphone-wearing man clearly lacked such schemes, and since he had also heard of the horror of rule-based pollution, he was tempted. His body shifted, preparing to climb down from the luggage rack. Lin Baici continued to move forward, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. After devouring the meteor stone and the divine remains, not only had his physical fitness been strengthened, but his eyesight had also improved significantly. From over 30 meters away, he saw a black shadow beneath the water surface, seemingly swimming in from the opposite carriage. Don't move, Lin Baici growled, startling the headphone-wearing man. What is it? 180 acted as if he were facing a formidable enemy. There seems to be something in the water, Lin Baici explained. 180 felt his entire back tighten, and he wanted to stand up on the chairs. Don't move. Lin Baici turned his head and glared fiercely at 18D. He was behind him, less than 5 meters away. If he attracted the monster, he himself would likely be caught in the crossfire. Don't be afraid, I am here. Jiu Hongyao offered comfort, but she highly approved of Lin Baici's caution. Divine taboo items are eerie and terrifying, impossible to guard against completely. One could never be too careful. 180 and the headphone-wearing man did not even dare to breathe deeply. Their entire bodies were rigid. More than 20 seconds passed. No monster launched an attack. Did you see wrong? 180 was skeptical. This seawater is rising so fast. The headphone-wearing man was so anxious he wanted to cry. We have to get out quickly. Lin Baici glanced at the headphone-wearing man, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. The education he had received and his moral standards did not allow him to deceive the man and use him as cannon fodder. But if the man insisted on seeking his own death, then that had nothing to do with him. It is indeed fast. Let's go quickly. 180 was also urging them. Lin Baici nodded, slowly took a step forward, and then quickly stopped. He was trying his best not to create ripples. The headphone-wearing man did not have such meticulous thoughts. He stepped off the luggage rack onto the chairs. then stood on the floor, while anxiously walking forward. He called out to Lin Baici and the others, "Hurry up! Go open the door! Let's go!" Jiu Hongyao was about to move when she noticed Lin Baici had not budged. Just as she reached out to nudge him, a black shadow suddenly lunged from the seawater beside the headphone-wearing man and pounced onto his face. Chapter 36 Lin Baici Monster 180 shrieked, his voice cracking, and he hurriedly scrambled to hide behind Jiu Hongyao. "Stand still!" Lin Baici growled a warning. He had been staring at the headphone-wearing man the entire time, and with his exceptional dynamic vision, he saw clearly the moment the black shadow lunged at the man with lightning speed. It was a gray octopus with ring-shaped patterns and some protruding warts on its body. Looking quite disgusting, its head was oval, like a large coconut, and its tentacles, when spread out, must have been over a meter long. Thwack! The octopus leaped out of the water like a cannonball, slamming onto the headphone-wearing man's face. Four tentacles snapped out and clamped tightly onto his head, leaving not a single gap. Two other tentacles wrapped around his neck, pulling tight. "Help!" The headphone-wearing man struggled violently. He flailed his hands, trying to tear the octopus monster stuck to his face away. But the suction from the suckers on the monster's tentacles was too strong. The man could not pull it off at all. The most troublesome part was that the octopus's body covered the man's mouth and nose, preventing him from calling for help or breathing. The remaining tentacles of the octopus monster reached into the water, hooked onto the seats, and began to exert force. Splash! The headphone-wearing man was dragged down and fell into the seawater. Glub! A string of bubbles rose to the surface. Jiu Hongyao, filled with a sense of justice, gripped her short blade and prepared to rush over to save him. "Don't move. He is beyond saving." Lin Baici stopped Jiu Hongyao. The moment the headphone-wearing man was dragged into the seawater, Lin Baici heard a cracking sound. That must have been the octopus monster snapping the man's cervical vertebrae. He is dead? 180 felt his hair stand on end, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. In the seawater, the headphone-wearing man's hands and feet stopped struggling, and like a dead fish, he slowly sank to the bottom. He was clearly dead. "Don't panic. I will take it out." Jiu Hongyao was incredibly reckless. A living person had just died right in front of her, yet she felt no fear at all. Instead, it only ignited her fighting spirit. "Stop moving," Lin Baici growled. "Do you know this monster's target acquisition method? All of its attack patterns? How many of them there are? And do you have a tactical response?" This girl with the high ponytail was brave, but bravery should not mean throwing one's life away. Jiu Hongyao was speechless. Lin Baici had stumped her. "When you see a monster, you just fight it. Did you really have to consider all that? If you don't, then stay put and behave." Lin Baici was taking a significant risk just by speaking now. "If my judgment is wrong and this octopus monster can track prey not only by ripples on the water surface, but also by sound, then I will be attacked." After killing the man with the headphones, the octopus monster dove under a seat and hid. Where did that monster go? 180 was trembling, wanting to leave this carriage, but he did not dare to move. "Are you already aware of the things you are asking me about?" Jiu Hongyao stared at the water surface and asked Lin Baici. As Lin Baici spoke, he gripped the torch tightly in his right hand and scraped it hard against the ceiling of the carriage. The torch ignited, and the orange light brought a hint of warmth. This was the advantage of being tall with long arms. At over 1.80 meters, if Lin Baici had been any shorter, he would not have been able to rub the pine torch against anything to ignite it without moving his body. There was a reflection of the firelight on the water surface. Jiu Hongyao felt nothing, but 18D's gaze was instantly drawn to the light of the torch, making him unable to look away. He had an urge to pounce on it and embrace it. "You are lying to me, right?" Jiu Hongyao did not believe it. "How long has this monster even been here? 10 seconds or so. How could you possibly have gathered so much information? Do you think you are Sherlock Holmes? The first black shadow I saw was this octopus monster. Out of caution, I did not let you move. At that time, we were not attacked. We waited for a while, and then the man with the headphones on the opposite side went into the water. The octopus monster immediately launched a surprise attack and killed him. Now that we are not moving, the octopus monster is not dealing with us either. This is enough to prove that it searches for enemies through the ripples in the seawater caused by the target's movement. Lin Baici explained. So that is it. Jiu Hongyao suddenly realized, feeling that what Lin Baici said made a lot of sense. I must say, this kid's deductive ability is quite strong. He is a tiny bit better than me. What do we do now? We cannot just stand here waiting for that octopus monster to leave, right? 18D was worried. The fact that everyone was not being attacked by the monster meant Lin Baici's analysis was correct. But everyone could not just stand still forever. The seawater was constantly rising. Among the passengers on the seats, the seawater had already reached their mouths and noses. The children, in particular, were completely submerged in the water. But because of the anesthetic effect, they were all in a deep sleep. Lin Baici suddenly reached out, pulled a suitcase down from the luggage rack, and threw it into the seawater. Splash. A large spray of water scattered everywhere. Ripples immediately spread out in circles, hit the side of the carriage, and then surged back. The nearby passengers also swayed slightly with the waves. Damn it, what are you doing? 18D was nearly scared to death. Lin Baici ignored him and kept his eyes on the water surface. The monster, hiding who knows where, did not appear. It seems it can distinguish between a human and luggage falling into the water. This is troublesome. Jiu Hongyao understood that Lin Baici was trying to lure the monster out. But clearly, the monster was very smart. It probably perceives and distinguishes targets based on their body temperature. Right, Lin Baici guessed. Then pulled a small backpack down from the luggage rack and threw it at a balding middle-aged male passenger sitting near the 2 meters in front of him. The unconscious balding passenger on the seat was hit. His body tilted, and he fell into the water. Splash, water splashed everywhere. What are you doing? Jiu Hongyao was shocked. Before her voice had even faded, a black shadow under the water swam over in a flash, and then, with a splash, it broke through the surface and wrapped itself around the head of the middle-aged passenger who had not yet fully sunk into the water. Lin Baici moved. He took a step forward with all his might, closing the distance to the balding passenger, and at the same time, he reached out, thrusting the burning pine torch like a spear toward the octopus monster. The octopus monster sensed danger and flicked a tentacle to strike at the pine torch. But the moment it touched it, it was like an octopus on an iron plate soaked in gasoline. It ignited with a boom. Lin Baici immediately swung the pine torch with all his might to prevent the octopus monster from getting close, avoiding a situation where it might jump over the wall in desperation and take him down with it. However, he had clearly overestimated the monster's courage. After being set on fire, the octopus monster's first reaction was to flee and get away from the torch. It let go of the balding passenger and swam rapidly toward the depths of the seawater, trying to hide while attempting to extinguish the flames with the seawater. But it was useless. Things ignited by the pine torch would not be extinguished by water. In just a few seconds, the octopus monster burned into a pile of ash and was washed away by the seawater. Lin Baici grabbed the balding passenger, pulled him out of the seawater, and threw him back onto the seat. The balding passenger, having received such a massive shock, woke up, but he looked at the seawater filling the carriage with a blank expression. This dream is too realistic. The balding passenger wiped his face, and when he saw the short female passenger next to him completely soaked in the water with a pale face, he was nearly scared to death. After Lin Baici finished off the octopus monster, he let out a sigh of relief, then opened his backpack and took out the kasaya of the Bodhi messenger, draping it over his shoulders. 18D was completely bewildered. Why are you thinking of cosplay at a time like this? Besides, people usually choose superheroes. Or at the very least, an Ultraman, right? Who are you cosplaying by wearing a kasaya? Tang Sanzan, a god-forbidden item. Jiu Hongyao did not expect that this young man also possessed a god-forbidden item, though she did not know what its effect was. Let's go. Lin Baici extinguished the torch and called out to Jiu Hongyao, quickening his pace. He had not worn the kasai earlier because it was too conspicuous. Even a fool would know that Lin Baici was a god hunter and would have to be extra wary of him. But the appearance of the octopus monster made Lin Baici choose to be fully armed. Damn, that is awesome. 18D looked at Lin Baici's retreating back and thought he looked incredibly cool. This is a real man. Jiu Hongyao originally felt that Lin Baici using people as bait was too ruthless. But upon further reflection, that bald passenger had not died and had instead woken up, which at least gave him a better chance of survival than the others. Furthermore, Lin Baici dared to do this, so he must have been confident that no one would die. Besides, the claim that he was cowardly and afraid of monsters, which was why he used people as bait, simply did not hold up, because there were certainly more monsters ahead. Yet Lin Baici was moving forward alone. If it were any other cold-blooded god hunter, they would have surely woken up a few passengers by now to use them as cannon fodder to clear the way. The bald passenger saw the beautiful Jiu Hongyao walking past him and, unable to help himself, reached out a hand. Jiu Hongyao narrowed her eyes, swung the short blade in her hand, and struck him hard across the mouth. The bald passenger let out a miserable shriek and collapsed onto the seat, his blood and teeth spraying into the seawater, where they began to diffuse. Trash! Jiu Hongyao glared at the bald passenger. You idiot, 180 mocked. This isn't a dream. The bald passenger was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging wide open as he swiped his hands through the seawater a few times. Holy crap, it really is seawater. Watching the three of them leave, the bald passenger glanced at the carriage and saw that quite a few of the shorter passengers were already completely submerged in the seawater. The bald passenger shivered, shouted "Wait for me," and hurriedly chased after them. In carriage 04, Lin Baici and the others did not encounter any octopus monsters and passed through safely. It's over. How are we supposed to get off the train? 18D was worried to the point of despair. He stood at the connection between the carriages and, through the blurry train window, saw that the train was still traveling at high speed. Even if they managed to open the doors, jumping off would be a death sentence. Let's go stop the high-speed train first. As soon as Lin Baici stepped into carriage 03, his sense of hunger intensified instantly. The divine taboo item is here. Lin Baici felt a surge of energy, but he scanned the carriage and found nothing unusual. The passengers were all unconscious. The guy who caused all of this was very cunning and cautious. He was pretending to be unconscious, hiding among the passengers so that no one could drag him out. Then hurry up and go, the bald passenger urged. If we can't find the enemy, we should stop the train first. Otherwise we'll be done for if we crash into something. Jiu Hongyao suddenly realized something. Lin Baici wasn't heading to the back of the train but directly to the front. Perhaps he had already considered this point. She raised her hand to smooth her high ponytail, looked at Lin Baici's back, and felt the urge to recruit him into the Jujo Security Bureau. Chapter 37 Octopus Balls, Coral Sea. High-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey, the gluttonous god commented, but did not provide any further information. Lin Baici turned his head and looked at Jiu Hongyao. What's wrong? The high ponytail girl was puzzled and instinctively turned her head to take a look as well. Nothing. Lin Baici curled his lips slightly. This girl, who had a rank strength and speed but D-rank intelligence, had not noticed the abnormality in this carriage, which made him somewhat dissatisfied with the god hunters of the Jujo Security Bureau. Are you all just freeloaders? Forget it. It's better that the enemy hasn't been discovered. At least I don't have to worry about you alerting the enemy. Keep moving forward. What are you waiting for? The bald passenger urged. As the seawater kept rising and had already reached his chest. It was too terrifying. Hurry up. Jiu Hongyao was also urging him, because many of the seated passengers already had the seawater covering their heads. If they waited another minute or two, they would definitely drown. Lin Baici did not move. Since the enemy was here, there must be octopus monsters, right? In any case, if it were him, he would definitely keep 1 or 2 monsters for self-defense. Because in Lin Baici's view, both the seawater and the monsters were created by that enemy. So the opponent must have a way to control the octopus monsters. To kill the octopus monster in one strike, I must use the pine torch. Lin Baici had extinguished the torch to lower the enemy's guard. Otherwise, if someone on a high-speed train was holding a burning torch, anyone with a brain would surely suspect something was wrong. But now, Lin Baici had no choice. So, he held his arm upright and struck the torch against the ceiling of the carriage. Whoosh! The torch was ignited like a giant match. During this process, Lin Baici kept his eyes on the entire carriage. wanting to see if any passenger would react strangely because he had lit the torch. Because this was clearly a divine taboo item, if there was a reaction, it would mean the person was a god hunter. However, the enemy was clearly very composed, remaining motionless and continuing to feign unconsciousness. The hunger is so intense, which means that guy is definitely in this carriage. Lin Baici used the same trick again. He grabbed a backpack from the luggage rack and threw it at the tall male passenger sitting near the aisle, 3 meters in front of him. Splash. The backpack fell into the water, and the tall man also slid into the water. A black shadow emerged from under a seat not far away and swam over rapidly, its tentacles extending and wrapping around the tall man's head. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. It was indeed an octopus monster. Lin Baici put his entire body's strength into a sudden forward lunge, his right hand gripping the pine torch as he thrust it out with lightning speed. Splash! The torch acted like a harpoon, breaking through the water, but due to the resistance of the seawater, its speed slowed down. Nevertheless, it still grazed the octopus monster. The octopus monster burst into flames. And even in the water, the fire could not be extinguished. The bald passenger had been annoyed that Lin Baici wasn't moving and had wanted to urge him on. But upon seeing this scene, his face turned pale with fright. There's a monster. The bald passenger was shaking like a leaf. Help, help me. The tall passenger was splashing and struggling in the water. If not for Lin Baici's throw, he would have been submerged by the seawater while unconscious and drowned from suffocation. Jiu Hongyao saw that Lin Baici hadn't moved and wanted to rush past him to save the tall man. But Lin Baici reached out and blocked her. There might still be an octopus monster. The tall passenger moving around like that had created quite a few waves, which actually saved him the trouble of having to keep smashing people to use as bait. Jiu Hongyao's beautiful cheeks flushed with a tint of embarrassment. This is a disaster. How did I not think that there might still be monsters? This tall guy is definitely not the type to stand by and watch people die. There must be a reason why he didn't move. I am in so much trouble now. He won't think I am an idiot, will he? Jiu Hongyao decided that once the God-forbidden item was sealed, she would tell this tall guy that she was someone who frequently read Sherlock Holmes and that her deductive reasoning skills were actually very impressive. It looks like there are no more monsters. Let us hurry and head to the front of the train to stop it, Lin Baici said loudly. In reality, he said this for the enemy to hear, to lower their guard. Big brother, what is your name? 180 asked, his attitude very respectful. He had previously thought that encountering this 108-seat neighbor on this trip was simply the worst luck. But now, he felt nothing but relief and gratitude in his heart. Look at those people who were submerged by the seawater. They were all dead. It was miserable. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Baici. As Lin Baici walked past seat 21, his mouth began to salivate, and a hunger so intense surged that he instinctively looked at the two passengers on his right. 21B was a woman in her 20s with neat, short hair and a tall build. She was probably around 1.90 meters. She was wearing an anti-tracksuit, and there were scars on her fingers wrapped in tape, making her look like an athlete from some provincial team, either a basketball player or a volleyball player. Sitting by the window at 21A was a short young man wearing a blue t-shirt, with a long face and a parted hairstyle. His entire body was submerged in the water, motionless, as if he were already dead. Lin Baici frowned, his gaze shifting between the woman and the young man. The hunger meant that the enemy was one of these two, so the dead person should be excluded. But Lin Baici always felt that something was off. The woman looked clean and refreshed, with nothing on her except for a mobile phone that had fallen onto her thigh, whereas the young man soaking in the water next to her was wearing a waist bag. If I were a terrorist, I would never let the God-forbidden item leave my side. All signs pointed to the fact that this dead young man should be the enemy. Everyone, watch out for monsters. Lin Baici shifted his gaze away, only glancing at the young man from the corner of his eye. He knew he did not have time to hesitate. If he stood here for too long, the enemy would definitely become suspicious. The chance for a surprise attack only comes once. If I choose wrong, I will face a huge risk of death, Lin Baici thought to himself, suddenly exerting force with his right arm, gripping the pine torch and smashing it fiercely toward the young man's head. It has to be you, according to common sense. A dead person poses no threat. But since non-natural things like cruel pollution exist, the common sense known to ordinary people might not necessarily be common sense. Snack! The torch broke the surface of the water and swung onto the young man's head. The young man's hair was ignited, and the excruciating pain of the burning made him scream out instantly. His entire face twisted, and his body slipped, like a swimming fish. It was more like an ugly octopus, sliding into the seawater. Using water to extinguish fire is a human instinct. But this time, the young man miscalculated. Lin Baici succeeded in his strike and quickly retreated. Anything ignited by the pine torch would burn to ashes. So Lin Baici did not need to risk continuing the attack. He just had to wait to collect the corpse and loot the spoils. What the hell? 18D's mind was a mess. When Lin Baici stood next to C21 without moving, he thought the kid had taken a fancy to that tall girl. But he never expected that in the next second, he would suddenly strike that young man. Does that guy look like your love rival? Or do you just simply not like the look of him? Otherwise, why would you whip a corpse? But what terrified 180 even more was that the corpse had been hit with a stick and had actually come back to life. Are you kidding me? 180 had seen with his own eyes that the guy was soaking in the water without breathing. Otherwise, there should have been bubbles floating up. Jiu Hongyao had an intelligence stat of D, which was indeed not high. But she was not stupid either. Seeing a corpse screaming and diving into the water, she immediately understood what was going on. The enemy. Jiu Hongyao gripped her short blade tightly. The things ignited by this torch of mine will not stop burning until they are reduced to ashes. So, Lin Baici put on a smug expression and gave a contemptuous smile. You are dead. Lin Baici was not an arrogant person. He said this to provoke the enemy, to make the other party lose their composure, and at the same time to make them mistakenly believe that this torch was his most powerful weapon, thereby causing them to overlook the Bodhi messenger Kasaya he was wearing. Damn you! A curse filled the carriage. At the entrance of the opposite carriage, the young man surfaced. His skin was very red and tender, and there was no hair on his head at all. He looked like a marinated egg. Lin Baici was puzzled. Didn't expect that, did you? I can shed my skin in the Lost Coast. The young man nicknamed Octopus Ball revealed a ferocious grin. Want to kill me? I will swallow you alive today, shedding skin. Is that a divine grace? Lin Baici was thoughtful, so he had this trick up his sleeve. Octopus Ball did not answer, but his small eyes stared at Lin Baici. His gaze was sharp, yet it also revealed a hint of confusion. How did you discover me? Intuition. Lin Baici smiled slightly. You are lying to a ghost. Octopus Ball did not believe him. He wanted to know where he had shown a flaw so that he could be more perfect in his disguise in the future. It is true. Lin Baici looked sincere. Bullshit. Octopus Ball cursed loudly. To distract my opponent, I even submerged my mouth and nose in the water to play dead. And I specifically chose a tall girl to use as cover. Why was Octopus Ball sitting next to that athlete? Because she was a woman herself. And women naturally attract a man's attention. Furthermore, she was so tall that when the seawater flooded the entire carriage, only her head remained above the surface. This was a huge red flag. Suspecting she was the enemy. Was that not perfectly logical? Octopus Ball felt his tactics were flawless, yet this kid, who was ridiculously young, still found him and struck without a moment's hesitation. For the self-confident Octopus Ball, this result was a massive blow. Such a brilliant tactic of mine, and it was completely useless. If not for possessing the divine gift of molding, I would be dead by now, right? How did you recognize him? Jiu Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, her eyes shining as a mystery enthusiast. The girl with the high ponytail was very interested in Lin Baici's deductive process of identifying the villain. Tired? Don't want to talk. Lin Baici was stalling for time, thinking of a strategy. The torch was useless now. So how could he kill this guy? There was not much time left for Lin Baici, because the seawater was still rising rapidly. Once it filled the entire carriage, the enemy, who possessed the ability to breathe underwater, could easily drag anyone to their death. You want to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements. Don't dream. My big brother, Black Shark 3, has already turned your companions into a side dish and swallowed them whole by now. Octopus Ball sneered. Chapter 38 The When Earth Seawater surged, rising to their chests. Most of the passengers had already been completely submerged. In a few more minutes, they would all suffocate to death. Octopus Ball stared at the burning torch in Lin Baici's hand, recalling his words about it not extinguishing until it burned to ashes, and his skin tightened involuntarily. Consequently, his gaze became even more vigilant. As for the kasaya on this kid's body, it must be some kind of defensive divine taboo item. Are the Dragon Cavalry Guards of the Jujo Security Bureau all this tough nowadays? In the Jujo Security Bureau, the special combat units responsible for dealing with divine disasters are called the Dragon Cavalry Guards. So the outside world refers to these members as Dragon Cavalry Guardsmen, abbreviated as Dragon Guards. The most powerful among them are honored as the Jujo Dragon Wings, top-tier powerhouses capable of breaking through a great divine ruin single-handedly. Companions. There are other people from the Jujo Security Bureau on this train, Jia Hongyao blurted out. Huh, you aren't with that Dragon Cavalry squad? Octopus Ball was stunned, then cursed his bad luck under his breath. What kind of rotten luck is this? His and Black Shark Eye's tactic was for him to hide in the distance, holding the Coral Sea, and trigger rule-based contamination to turn this high-speed train into a seawater carriage. Black Sharky's divine gift was perfectly suited for combat in seawater. As long as Octopus Ball was not discovered or killed, the seawater would not recede, ensuring their victory. But who would have thought he would be discovered by a tall boy who wasn't even in the plan? You guys hide, I'll take him out. As a Jujo Dragon Guard, Jia Hongyao had a strong sense of responsibility and pride. Even though Lin Baici was a god hunter, she didn't intend to let him help. Preparing to take him on one-on-one instead. Hide, Octopus Ball chuckled. Today, you are all going to die. As his voice fell, he quickly lowered his head and sank into the water. Jia Hongyao swam forward. But suddenly, clouds of black ink bloomed in the seawater, turning the previously clear water pitch black in an instant, making it impossible to see anything. This was another of Octopus Ball's divine gifts, capable of spraying ink to hide his figure, which was extremely powerful whether used for escaping or launching a sneak attack. Lin Baici immediately activated eidetic memory, listening carefully to the movements underwater. This divine gift was mainly used to enhance memory, but it could also improve the sharpness of one's hearing to some extent. The tall passenger was treading water, using his hands and feet, trying to escape the carriage. But he hadn't swum far before something seemed to wrap around his legs, causing him to sink abruptly. Help! Gurgle. A large string of bubbles rose to the surface. Don't panic. Jia Hongyao wanted to help, but before she could get there, the tall passenger's body floated up. His head twisted at an irregular angle. Clearly, his cervical spine had been snapped. Big brother, hurry and kill him. 180 had wanted to run, but seeing this scene, he didn't dare move, only able to plead helplessly toward Lin Baici. In his heart, this pair was even more formidable than Jia Hongyao. The bald passenger who had been woken up by Lin Baici with luggage earlier had been following at the end of the group. Seeing this situation, he quietly began to retreat. Suddenly, splash, the water surface broke, and Octopus Ball poked his head out, looking at the bald passenger with a sinister grin. Where do you think you're going? The bald passenger was terrified out of his wits. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, a large hand grabbed his neck and squeezed. The bald passenger's neck, like a fragile chocolate bar, was easily snapped by Octopus Ball. I said, you are all going to die. Octopus Ball sank back into the water, because the ink was spreading rapidly in the seawater, creating a black mass. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao could not pinpoint Octopus Ball's exact location. Don't panic. This guy is killing people to intimidate us, to apply psychological pressure and make us lose our composure, Lin Baici said as he walked toward Jia Hongyao. If the two of them stayed close, it would be easier to look out for each other if they ran into trouble. However, Octopus Ball was faster. A thick tentacle suddenly shot out from underwater, wrapped around Lin Baici's right hand, and yanked him toward the water with force. Splash! The torch entered the water, the flame weakening instantly. But it did not go out. Catch the torch, Lin Baici shouted, reached out with his left hand to grab the torch from his right, and tossed it toward Jia Hongyao. Don't even think about it. Octopus Ball shot through the water like a torpedo. Appearing in front of Jia Hongyao, he snatched the lead, extending a tentacle to seize the torch. Haha, I got it. Octopus Ball was overjoyed. He had killed those 2 passengers earlier not just to intimidate and create panic, leaving enemies like Lin Baici terrified and flustered, but also to conceal his true method of attack. He possessed a divine gift that allowed him to grow for 3-meter-long tentacles from his ribs. This was his trump card. But for now, he would test out the divine taboo item he had just snatched. Octopus Ball turned quickly, thrusting the torch toward Jia Hongyao, intending to set her ablaze. However, to his surprise, the beautiful girl with the high ponytail was nowhere to be seen. In her place stood a man like an iron tower, filling his entire field of vision. It should be called a great Buddha. Its body was covered in knotted, bulging muscles, looking as if it could fill the seas and move mountains. Because it was so tall, it couldn't even stand straight inside the carriage and had to hunch over. Octopus Ball sensed a massive aura of death and instinctively tried to dive away. But it was too late. The muscle Buddha swung its fist. Aura. Fighting spirit surged. Iron fists raged like thunder. A path of life and death across the mountains and rivers. The muscle Buddha's iron fist slammed into the face of the youth nicknamed Octopus Ball, producing a series of loud bangs like the beating of war drums. The parts of the youth struck by the fists deformed, swelled, and then ruptured. Flesh and gore splattered everywhere. The impact of the iron fist transmitted into the seawater, creating waves that surged rapidly in all directions. Lin Baici and the other 2 couldn't keep their footing, bobbing up and down as they were pushed by the water. The passengers soaking in the seawater, looking like floating corpses, also began to drift and sway with the currents. What the hell? Jia Hongyao grabbed a chair to steady herself, staring blankly at the muscular great Buddha, wearing nothing but a pair of tight shorts, as it beat Octopus Ball to a pulp. Isn't this scene a bit too brutal? Trying to scheme against me, keep dreaming. Lin Baici smiled confidently. He had anticipated that Octopus Ball would try to snatch the pine torch, because this divine taboo item posed a significant threat to him. Lin Baici had acted panicked after his right hand was restrained by the octopus tentacles, tossing the torch toward Jia Hongyao. In reality, it was all part of his plan. Octopus Ball was fast in the water, and if Lin Baici had summoned the muscle Buddha rashly, he might have missed. But with the pine torch as bait, there was no problem. Octopus Ball thought he had snatched the torch, unaware that the muscle Buddha had already silently appeared behind him just in time. 18D was dumbfounded, then ecstatic. Damn, big brother, you actually had such a trump card. Why didn't you use it sooner? You scared the hell out of me. The muscle Buddha, having pummeled Octopus Ball for a full 18 seconds, stopped its fists, pressed its palms together, bowed toward Octopus Ball, and chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. Octopus Ball had stopped breathing. His entire corpse was mangled, his bones shattered, floating on the water like a heap of rotten meat. A thick, bloody stench began to drift through the air. Lin Baici rubbed his nose and swam toward Octopus Ball, simultaneously canceling the summon. Otherwise, he was afraid the muscle Buddha might give him a punch too. Was this fitness-loving great Buddha summoned by the kasaya you're wearing? Jia Hongyao asked curiously. I thought it was a defensive divine taboo item. Lin Baici grabbed Octopus Ball's body and tore off the waist bag. He opened it to find a brown leather wallet, an iPhone, and a palm-sized piece of red coral covered in tiny, slowly wriggling velvet-like hairs. Divine taboo item, Coral Sea. Once activated, it can fill a semi-enclosed area with seawater. Cannot be used in open spaces. The gourmet god commented. Is there no divine gift on this? Lin Baici licked the corner of his mouth. The gourmet god's answer disappointed Lin Baici. So he casually tossed the Coral Sea to Jia Hongyao. Jia Hongyao was startled. She had been deliberating on how to persuade Lin Baici to give her the divine taboo item, as it was his spoils of war. But she hadn't expected him to hand it over so easily. He was unreasonably generous. She wanted this divine taboo item mainly because she was worried Lin Baici wouldn't know how to use it and wouldn't be able to seal it immediately. Do you know how to use it? Lin Baici just didn't want the hassle. He hadn't forgotten that Octopus Ball still had companions. If he were the one holding the Coral Sea, wouldn't that mean he was the one who killed him? Better to let Jia Hongyao be the cannon fodder to attract the hatred. Yeah, I've heard of this divine taboo item. Although Xie Hongyao had an intelligence of D, she was, after all, a public official for the Zhujiu Security Bureau who had gotten in through her own merits. Plus, she frequently visited the archives and knew quite a bit about divine taboo items. She gripped the piece of coral sea and channeled her divine power into it, taking control. The seawater on the train, having lost the mysterious power of the coral sea to bind it, began to flow out through various cracks. Crack, crack. Many glass windows couldn't withstand the pressure of the water and, after holding on for a few dozen seconds, shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, the seawater poured out, causing the water level in the carriage to drop rapidly. That's it. Seeing the mouths and noses of many passengers emerge as they began to gasp for air, Xie Hongyao felt relieved. Little Lin, you saved a lot of people. Xie Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, her eyes filled with admiration and amazement. A wild divine hunter, and yet so powerful. And the key is, he's so young. I want him. Little Lin, why don't you join the Zhujiu Security Bureau and become a member of my team? Xie Hongyao invited him. What the hell is Little Lin? Are we even that close? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Though the proposal to join the Zhujiu Security Bureau did make him feel a tiny bit tempted. After all, working for the government means having no worries about food or clothing. Linma's greatest wish in this life was for Lin Baici to become a civil servant. We've been through life and death together. Isn't that close enough? Xie Hongyao asked, surprised. Lin Baici had nothing to say. Although Xie Hongyao hadn't contributed much in the fight just now, she hadn't run away. And several times she had even told Lin Baici to leave first while she took the initiative to face the enemy. This kind of courage and mettle, appearing in a young girl, was truly admirable. Lin Baici didn't know that his decision not to run and instead face the octopus ball head-on had also greatly increased Xie Hongyao's favor toward him. Otherwise, gaining Xie Hongyao's friendship would not have been easy. Of course, the fact that Lin Baici possessed excellent deductive reasoning skills was also a major factor. Xie Hongyao liked making friends with people who had good brains. And it would be even better if the other person liked Sherlock Holmes. Let's go. Let's stop the train first, and then clean up the remaining enemies. Xie Hongyao ran toward the front of the train. The guy Lin Baici had just killed had mentioned Black Shark 3, who was a key member of the notorious terrorist organization, Lost Coast. Dead or alive, as long as he was captured, there was a reward of 1 million RMB to be claimed at the Zhujiu Security Bureau. Chapter 39. I really admire him. Carriage 28 was littered with corpses. The passengers' blood had completely dyed the seawater red, and as the waves lapped against the carriage walls, it looked like a meat grinder. Splash, the water surface broke, and a fat man stood up. He was not tall and had a completely shaved head. Below his ears on both sides of his neck, there were 6 horizontal slits that looked just like shark gills. The big-nosed youth whom Lin Baici had seen in the waiting hall was being bitten by the neck and held in the fat man's mouth. Looking at the youth's limp limbs and drooping head, he was likely already dead. The fat man stared at Ma Yuan, who was standing opposite him, grabbed the big-nosed youth's hair, and pulled hard, as if he were gnawing on a bone with meat attached. The big-nosed youth was torn apart, a large chunk of flesh from his neck remaining in the fat man's mouth. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound on his neck, flashing into the seawater. Zhujiu Dragon Guard. The fat man looked at the corpse in his hand, gave a contemptuous smile, and tossed it aside casually. Is that all? You're courting death. Ma Yuan was burning with rage, his face flushed red. He lunged toward the fat man at high speed, but the seawater in the carriage significantly slowed him down. Ah! The fat man laughed loudly and, like a fish, dove into the water and disappeared. Ma Yuan felt a sense of despair. He knew he had been careless. His team had been responsible for tracking the fat man, thinking they hadn't been discovered. But the man had known all along and had used this train to set a trap. The Zhujiu Security Bureau had very little information on the fat man, knowing only that his nickname in Lost Coast was Black Shark 3. Now, Ma Yuan understood why he had that nickname. This guy could breathe underwater and swim at extreme speeds, with his combat effectiveness multiplying in seawater. If they were on land, let alone a team of 5 against 1, Ma Yuan would have been confident in a 50-50 chance against Black Shark 3 even alone. But in the seawater, The 4 dead teammates had already said it all. Manhua had tried to damage the carriage to let the seawater flow out, but it was useless. This seawater was a form of rule-based contamination caused by a God-forbidden object. Without finding the God-forbidden object, it was impossible to make the seawater disappear. Find a way to take him down with me. Manhua was ready to go all out, but Black Shark 3 did not attack. He surfaced again, looking toward the front of the train with a grave expression. Why was the water level dropping? Did something happen to Octopus Ball? Black Shark 3 turned back and glanced at Manhua, beginning to hesitate. Should he take advantage of the remaining seawater to kill this Shujo Dragon Guard first? Or should he go to support Octopus Ball? Manhua was no pushover. Killing him would take several minutes. In that time, Octopus Ball might already be dead. But if he didn't kill him now, once the seawater was gone, his own combat effectiveness would drop significantly. Soon, Black Shark 3 made his decision. He dove into the water and swam toward the front of the train at top speed. In Lost Coast, he had always teamed up with Octopus Ball because both of their divine graces were related to water, allowing them to create a one-come-one greater than two effect. The tactic used today was one the two of them used frequently. Octopus Ball would hide and use Coral Sea to fill a semi-enclosed environment with seawater, while Black Shark 3 would step out to attract the enemy's attention and serve as the primary attacker. The seawater battlefield doubled Black Shark 3's combat power. Most enemies, upon seeing that Black Shark 3 could breathe underwater, would subconsciously assume that he was the one causing the seawater and that killing him as quickly as possible was the only way to lift the rule-based contamination. Once an enemy thought that, they were doomed. If Black Shark 3 could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would use guerrilla tactics to wear them down. When the enemy was nearly exhausted, Octopus Ball, who had been resting and conserving energy, would join the battlefield as a fresh force. However, most of the time, Octopus Ball didn't even need to intervene, because when seawater filled a semi-enclosed battlefield, those who couldn't breathe underwater, even god hunters, were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Relying on this tactic, Black Shark 3 had killed many powerful individuals and gained great fame in the Dark Hunter circle, even being invited to join by the leader of Lost Coast. But no one knew of Octopus Ball's reputation. This was a decision the two had made after discussing it. Because of this, everyone thought Black Shark 3 always acted alone, and upon seeing the seawater spreading, they would conclude that killing him was the key to survival. But today, there was an accident. What happened to Little Ball? Before boarding the high-speed train, I clearly confirmed that there was only Manhua's 5-man Longxiang team. Black Shark's expression was grim. When he arrived at Carriage 03, the water level had already dropped to the level of his calves. He did not call out Octopus Ball's name. Instead, after a quick scan of the carriage, he looked toward Octopus Ball's seat. Octopus Ball was slumped over, looking like a pile of rotting meat, sprawled across the small tray table. Swish, swish, swish. Black Shark 3 stepped through the water, running over quickly. Little Ball, Black Shark 3 shouted, his face twisted in an expression of extreme anxiety, looking as if his entire mind was consumed by worry for his companion's safety. But in reality, his nerves were stretched to their limit, and he was focused entirely on guarding against his surroundings. If something had happened to Octopus Ball, then the enemy was likely lying in ambush nearby, waiting to launch a sneak attack on him. Every passenger in this carriage was a suspect. Although Black Shark 3 was fat, his movements were very agile. He rushed to the side of the 21st row of seats, looked at the woman in her 20s, over 1.90 meters tall, and without a second thought, swung the short blade in his hand toward her neck. Generally speaking, the seat next to Octopus Ball was the most suitable position for an ambush. Therefore, it was better to kill the wrong person than to let a potential threat go. Just as the female athlete's head was about to be severed, a muscular Buddha appeared behind Black Shark 3. Whoosh! A heavy punch was thrown, sensing the powerful gust of wind rushing at him from behind. Black Shark 3 pushed off with his feet, springing up like a flea, and then performed a roll to dodge over the top of the seats. Black Shark 3 landed in the hall and saw the person who had launched the sneak attack. It was a Buddha statue wearing only a pair of shorts, its body covered in knotted muscles. with veins and tendons bulging in a way that even world-class bodybuilders who had eaten protein powder since childhood could never achieve. A divine taboo item. Black Shark Eye's eyes narrowed, and a look of deep vigilance appeared on his face. He felt a massive threat from the punch the muscular Buddha had just thrown. If he were hit by it, he would be dead or at least severely injured. A god hunter capable of wielding such a terrifying divine taboo item was, in all likelihood, a powerhouse. Damn it. He hadn't expected there to be other god hunters on this train. Black Shark 3 figured that Octopus Ball must have had terrible luck, likely provoking the opponent after activating the Coral Sea, which then led to a deadly clash. My friend, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate you. Black Shark Eye's attitude was respectful. In reality, this was a facade. He needed to trick the opponent into revealing themselves. Otherwise, even if he destroyed this Buddha statue, it would be useless if he couldn't kill its wielder. Compensation. A voice as refreshing as spring sunshine rang out. Black Shark 3 immediately locked his gaze in that direction. A young man now. He should still be a high school student stood up from seat 5B. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, looking as ordinary as a freshman heading to university to register. He was not ordinary either, because this young man was not only tall but also very handsome, with a level of attractiveness that would make wealthy women wave their money around, fighting to keep him as their boy toy. Money is not an issue, Black Shark 3 spoke, continuing to probe. But, I just killed your companion. Should we just let it go like that? Lin Baici had a smile on his lips, his entire demeanor radiating a sunny, gentle, neighborly vibe. But the words he spoke were somewhat chilling. A water-based overlord. If you were in the water, I would advise you to run immediately. This kind of person either don't provoke them, or if you do, kill them in one shot. You cannot leave any future trouble. Lin Baici snapped his fingers. The muscular Buddha immediately lunged forward, closing in on Black Shark 3. Everything is negotiable. Black Shark 3 did not want to fight head-on and retreated rapidly, but he had underestimated the speed of the muscular Buddha. The muscular Buddha took 3 strides, arrived in front of Black Shark 3, and swung both fists. Or. The wind from the punches was biting, like blades cutting across his face. So strong. Black Shark's nerves tightened, his eyes wide as he stared at the muscular Buddha and the young man in the distance, terrified that they might have other lethal moves. But the next instant, from the rear left, a pitch-black short blade arrived, piercing through the air like a thunderbolt. It was too close, and it was too fast. In his normal state, Black Shark 3 might have barely managed to dodge this blade. But now he was being pinned down by the muscular Buddha, his attention largely divided. And so he was struck. Sizzle! The short blade pierced into Black Shark Eye's left ribcage. Success! Jiao Hongyao was overjoyed. She exerted force with her right hand, which held the blade, intending to rip open Black Shark Eye's ribs and sever his heart. Don't get greedy! Lin Baici shouted. Black Shark 3 turned and swung his machete toward Jiao Hongyao's head. Jiao Hongyao was forced to dodge. Otherwise, even if she stabbed Black Shark 3 to death, she would be hacked into a critical state by him. The muscular Buddha struck Black Shark 3. Black Shark 3 used the momentum, bouncing away like a kickball. After rolling a few times, he stood up again. Xiao Bio, we did it. Jiao Hongyao's face was full of delight. Earlier, after stopping the train, Jiao Hongyao had urged Lin Baici to hurry and find Octopus Ball's companion, but she had been dissuaded. Lin Baici said that, let alone whether they could find the enemy, even if they could, rushing over in such a hurry would waste their stamina and potentially lead them into a trap, allowing the opponent to wait for them with ease. It was better to stay behind and set an ambush. Lin Baici's reasoning was that, judging by the nickname Black Shark 3, the divine grace he possessed must be related to seawater. Even if he didn't care about Octopus Ball's life, he would certainly care about the divine taboo item Coral Sea. So there was a high probability he would come to retrieve it. The facts proved that Lin Baici had guessed perfectly. Afterward, to return to this carriage, Jiao Hongyao had wanted to sit next to Octopus Ball, as she felt that position was the most suitable for a sneak attack. But she was once again dissuaded by Lin Baici. His reasoning was that people from terrorist organizations like Black Shark 3 were definitely very vicious. either out of caution or out of a desire to vent their anger after seeing a companion die. They would most likely kill anyone near Octopus Ball first. The result proved once again that Lin Baici was right. If he hadn't acted in time, the tall female athlete next to Octopus Ball would have already been killed. This brain of his. I truly admire him so much. I must recruit him into the Security Bureau to be my team member. Jiu Hongyao felt that with Lin Baici, she had completed at least 1/10 of her goal to build the strongest hunter team in Kyushu. Chapter 40 Pollution Intensity 5. The carriage was in a state of utter chaos, with unconscious passengers lying scattered in every direction. Lin Baici heard a burst of rapid footsteps and immediately turned his head. Ma Yuan had arrived. His suit was wrinkled and disheveled, looking much more disheveled compared to the lead image Lin Baici had seen in the waiting hall. Jiu Hongyao, Ma Yuan blurted out when he saw Jiu Hongyao. You know me. Jiu Hongyao flicked her ponytail. You should be asking. In the Security Bureau. Who doesn't know you sisters? Ma Yuan subconsciously glanced at Jiu Hongyao's chest. He had never seen her in person, but he had seen photos of Jiu Hongyao. Now, comparing the two, he realized that the real person was even larger than in the photos. This has to be bigger than a D cup, right? Immediately after, Ma Yuan stared at Black Shark 3. The fat man was clutching the wound on his side, blood seeping out between his fingers and soaking his clothes. Compared to his arrogant posture just moments ago, this core member of Lost Coast now looked much more withered. Very good. I never expected that Black Shark 3, would fall into the hands of two youngsters today. Black Shark 3 gritted his back teeth, staring at Lin Baici with resentment, feeling incredibly aggrieved. He had been very careful when he entered, but he hadn't expected to fall into an ambush anyway. The opponent was even more meticulous than he had estimated. Actually, I only did some trivial things. The main layout was designed by little Lin. Jiu Hongyao was an honest person and didn't want to take credit for it. You don't need to tell me, I can see that. Black Shark 3 stared at Lin Baici, his gaze venomous. He had thought that the muscular Buddha wearing shorts was the killing blow, but in reality, that was a feint to attract his attention. The true trump card was this girl with the ponytail. Why could he reach such a judgment? Because this ponytail girl wore her heart on her sleeve, and with a chest that large. She clearly didn't look like someone who would use her brain. Of course. The most important thing was that when Lin Baici stood up and spoke those two sentences, he was to calm and possess the demeanor of a great general. This was also why Black Shark 3 had subconsciously focused his attention on him and become extra vigilant. Hongyao, who is this? Ma Yuan had been sizing up Lin Baici, and now that he heard Jiu Hongyao's words, he asked accordingly. When did the Bureau recruit such a capable newcomer? But hadn't this year's assessment not even started yet, my friend? Jiu Hongyao didn't reveal Lin Baici's identity, worried that Ma Yuan would try to snatch him away. My partner, was it you who killed him? Black Shark E's tone was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I killed him. Jiu Hongyao immediately took the blame. She was worried that if Black Shark 3 managed to escape, he would retaliate against Lin Baici. So she took the responsibility upon herself. Just you. Black Shark 3 curled his lip, disbelieving. What? Looking down on people? Jiu Hongyao was unhappy. The stab you gave me was fast, accurate, and ruthless. But Black Shark 3 shook his head. To think you could kill Octopus Ball with that kind of knife skill. It's not enough. Jiu Hongyao didn't refute him. She recalled the process of Lin Baici killing Octopus Ball. It was truly a series of interlocking steps, shimmering with the light of wisdom. What? You dare to kill, but don't dare to admit it, Black Shark 3 mocked. Hell, listen well. The killer is Lin Baici from Haijing University of Technology. Lin Baici straightened his kasaya. Retaliation. Do you think I was scared into submission? Come at me if you dare. Jiu Hongyao and Ma Yuan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Lin Baici's words. Dominating. Ma Yuan gave a thumbs up. Do you want to join my squad? I can be your recommender and vouch for you. If a god hunter wants to join the Kyushu Security Bureau, they need to pass through layers of selection. But having a captain-level person vouch for them makes it much easier. Hey, Jiu Hongyao frowned. Are you pretending I don't exist? This is a team member I've got my eye on. Lin Baici glanced at Ma Yuan. thinking to himself that you are a useless person who couldn't even manage to wear down the enemy. He had let Jia Hongyao ambush in this carriage instead of going to support the others for a reason he hadn't told her. That was to let the Longxiang squad fight Black Shark 3. If they won, the two of them would be spared the fight. If they lost, he could pick up the scraps and fight a heavily wounded Black Shark 3. But when this core member of Lost Coast arrived, he was only lightly wounded, and his combat power hadn't been lost much. "Ah, arrogant enough," Black Shark 3 sneered. "Do you think you've got me cornered? Why isn't he dead yet?" Lin Baici frowned. He wasn't just chatting with Black Shark 3 for no reason. He was waiting for him to lose blood. That girl's stab was very ruthless. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already gone into shock from blood loss. But I am a god hunter. Black Shark 3 was very proud. Even if I don't act personally, I have 3 ways to kill you all. Kill him quickly. The gluttonous god suddenly spoke up. Lin Baici didn't need to urge them. Ma Yuan and Jia Hongyao had also realized something was wrong and lunged at Black Shark 3 without fear of death. But it was already too late. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, he quickly took out a conch the size of a palm and blew into it forcefully. Woo woo woo. A transparent bubble emerged from the conch and enveloped him. At the same time, yellow sand instantly swirled before the eyes of Lin Baici and the others, blotting out the sky and sun, making it impossible to see, as if they had been submerged by a sandstorm. Rule pollution. Lin Baici summoned the Muscle Buddha immediately. He wanted to light a torch, but the swirling yellow sand stung his eyes, blinding him completely. Fortunately, this sudden sandstorm did not last long. It vanished after 6 or 7 seconds. But the surrounding environment had changed. Where is this place? 18D was completely bewildered. Wasn't I just in the high-speed train carriage? This was an endless red clay mud flat. 18D's feet were sunk into it up to his calves. It was wet, slippery, and muddy, making it very uncomfortable. Damn it, it's a rule contamination. Ma Yuan cursed viciously. His worst fear had come to pass. Little Lin, Jia Hongyao waded through the mud, taking deep and shallow steps, until she reached Lin Baici's side. "Do you know what kind of divine taboo object caused this?" Lin Baici asked. Aside from the 4 of them, the passengers on the G1955 train had all been affected and subjected to the rule contamination. Some were still lying unconscious in the red clay mud flat, while others were beginning to wake up. Looking around in a daze and at a loss, Jia Hongyao looked at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan fished a crumpled slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Divine taboo number, 0-5 temporary. Contamination intensity. Divine taboo object characteristics. A clay figurine sculpture. Once the rule contamination begins, a muddy red clay flat is formed, and a clay monster appears, forcing those contaminated to mold clay figurines. Sealing method, black coffin seal. Disaster assessment, high level. Special precautions. Do not attempt to flee. You will be killed and lose the qualification to mold clay figurines. 5.0. Seeing this number, Jia Hongyao gasped. Is it very serious? Lin Baici frowned. Extremely serious. Ma Yuan gave a bitter smile. After decades of continuous exploration and summary, various countries had gained a certain degree of understanding regarding divine ruins disasters and had established a unified disaster assessment standard. A contamination intensity of 5.0 meant that the disaster caused by this divine taboo object was equivalent to a small divine ruin. For ordinary people, the survival rate was pitifully small. Where is this place? What happened? Why are my clothes wet? Where is the high-speed train? Where is my luggage? The passengers who had woken up were panicked and questioning each other, their eyes filled with wariness. Apprentices, come over here. The apprenticeship assessment is about to begin. A dry, raspy voice came from the 9 o'clock direction, echoing over the red clay mud flat. Everyone turned their heads to look. Apprentices. 18D looked at Lin Baici. Let's go. We have no choice. After saying this to Lin Baici, Jia Hongyao clapped her hands loudly to attract the passengers' attention. We have been subjected to a divine taboo object's rule contamination. Only by listening to it is there a chance to survive. The passengers were stunned. Many of them had heard terms like divine ruins and divine taboo objects through the internet and knew they were terrifying. but no one had ever seen what they actually looked like. Now that they suddenly heard they had been contaminated, they were terrified. Will we die? Who are you? What exactly is rule contamination? The passengers all looked at Jia Hongyao. You'll find out soon enough. Even if Jia Hongyao wanted to explain, she didn't have the time, because if she didn't finish her explanation quickly, the rule contamination would kill them all. Lin Baici walked toward the direction of that dry voice. 18D hurriedly followed, pleading in a low, servile tone, "Brother, if I offended you earlier, please forgive me." 18D had followed Lin Baici the whole way and witnessed his impressive performance. He knew that following him offered the best chance of survival. So he took the initiative to show goodwill and cling to a powerful figure. This red clay mud flat was like a wetland swamp. It was too difficult to walk through. 18D hadn't gone far before the shoe on his left foot got stuck in the mud, unable to be pulled out. Many people encountered this same problem. For a time, curses and profanities rose one after another. Lin Baici walked over 200 meters and saw a circular platform built of red clay, about the size of half a soccer field. On the platform were several kilns, each over a meter high and half a meter in diameter, bulging in a semicircle like yurts. They were all built from red clay. Beside each kiln sat a pile of charcoal and a wooden box the size of a suitcase. Lin Baici knew that thing was called a bellows, a tool used for cooking in rural areas in the past. A 2-meter-tall red clay monster stood on the platform, scrutinizing these apprentices. Is it enough to just kill it? 18D found that this clay monster was incredibly lifelike. At first glance, it looked like a real person covered in mud, and even its eyes were vivid and spirited, making one feel intimidated. But looking closely, one could see that the whites of its eyes were the color of clay, and as its eyeballs moved, some clay powder would fall off with a rustling sound. Generally speaking, Ma Yuan's answer was very cautious. "Pre-meal warm-up, let's begin." The gluttonous god joked, "I hope you have a good appetite when you eat later. How do I pass this divine taboo game?" Lin Baici asked in his heart. "Killing this clay monster is useless. Follow its instructions and mold a clay figurine to pass the test." The gluttonous god explained, "The apprenticeship assessment begins now. Follow my lead." The clay monster announced loudly, then strode with its long legs into the MUDFLAT. Chapter 41, Clay Figurine Challenge. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this clay monster. Some were cautious and said nothing, hiding in the crowd for fear of being noticed. Others wanted to ask questions, but were too afraid of the clay monster to speak. Waiting for someone else to take the lead, everyone listened carefully. "According to my estimation, if we fail to complete its requirements, we will die," Jia Hongyao warned loudly. Actually, speaking like this was very dangerous. It was easy for the mud monster to judge it as a violation of the assessment discipline and impose a death penalty. "What is this ghost thing?" The person asking Jia Hongyao was a pot-bellied man with short hair, round eyes, and a pointed chin. When he spoke, it sounded like he had a glob of phlegm stuck in his throat. "It is rule contamination." Before Jia Hongyao could finish, she was interrupted by the mud monster. "Silence." The mud monster glared at Jia Hongyao and the pot-bellied man. "Otherwise, I will strip you of your qualifications for the apprenticeship assessment." Hearing this, everyone's expressions tightened. Although they did not know what would happen after being stripped of their qualifications, they assumed it would not be anything good. "Next, I will teach you on site how to fire a clay figurine. Those who succeed will have completed their apprenticeship." The mud monster walked through the muddy red clay pond, each step making a squelching sound. "What if we fail?" Jia Hongyao asked. In truth, she could guess the answer. It was likely death. "If you fail, you go back to the furnace to be remade." The mud monster snorted coldly. Jia Hongyao wanted to ask if this going back to the furnace meant having people relearn and make the clay figurine again, rather than physically stuffing people into a kiln to be burned to death. "Could you say a little less?" Ma Yuan felt a headache coming on. Was this woman all chest and no brain? This was a god-forbidden disaster with a contamination intensity of 5.0. Couldn't she be a bit more cautious? That black shark free is not here. Lin Baici's gaze scanned the crowd. By visual estimation, there were about 820 people present. Jin Yingjin had said that rule contamination could not be exempted. So the passengers on this G1955 train except for those who died in the seawater, should all be here. However, Lin Baici did not see that Black Shark 3 before the rule contamination. Didn't that guy take out a conch and blow a bubble to wrap himself in? Ma Yuan smiled bitterly, feeling a bit envious. That conch is called a nautilus. It is one of the few God-forbidden items that can allow a person to be exempted from rule contamination. The core members of the Lost Coast team certainly had trump cards hidden away. Is it very expensive? Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. It must be. The nautilus is priceless on the black market. Jia Hongyao knew the market, because god hunters often have to enter god ruins to collect meteor stones and contain god remains. They usually encounter rule contamination several times. Although the nautilus can only exempt one instance, using it at a critical moment can save a life. Lin Baici glanced at Jia Hongyao and Ma Yuan. Black Shark 3 probably hadn't left, but was waiting for everyone to die in the rule contamination so he could come over to loot the bodies. As long as he passed this god-forbidden game, he would eventually face him. If he could kill him, how would the nautilus be divided? Could he keep it for himself? The food in the bowl isn't finished yet, and you are already thinking about what is in the pot. Very good, very ambitious. That is the style of a true glutton. I admire you, the gluttonous god praised. Hearing the gluttonous god say this, Lin Baici took 2 deep breaths and cast aside his distracting thoughts. Pass this hurdle first. Listen up. The mud monster stopped and announced loudly, the first step, collect the clay embryo. The passengers' faces were filled with anxiety, worry, and tension as they all looked at the mud monster more than 30 meters away. Not knowing what to do, the mud monster squatted down and plunged its hands into the mud pond, playing with the mud as it pushed aside the muddy, damp red clay on top. What should we do? 180 looked toward Lin Baici. Do as it says. Jia Hongyao squatted down and grabbed a handful of mud. To mold a clay figurine, the first step must be collecting the clay. Most of the passengers thought the same, so they all squatted down. Lin Baici looked left and right, activated his eidetic memory, and asked the gluttonous god in his heart, if I walk up to this mud monster, will there be danger? What if there is danger? The gluttonous god retorted. Lin Baici only hesitated for 2 seconds before walking toward the mud monster. This red clay pond was too muddy, like a swamp. Making every step Lin Baici took very strenuous. It felt like his shoes were about to fall off. Jia Hongyao was startled when she saw Lin Baici's actions. What are you doing? Ma Yuan was just about to squat down when he glanced over at the sound. Get closer to it so I can see clearly, Lin Baici explained. 30-some meters was not far, and with Lin Baici's eyesight, he could see quite clearly. But he was worried about missing some details. Are you crazy? 180 shouted in shock, then quickly shut his mouth, glancing rapidly at the mud monster to ensure it hadn't noticed him. Only then did he feel relieved, and he continued in a low voice. Are you tired of living? Worried that the mud monster won't find trouble with you? This distance isn't that long, you won't miss anything. Ma Yuan felt that Lin Baici was a decent person worth befriending, so he advised him kindly. I still want to get closer. Lin Baici did not listen to the advice. Squelch, squelch. Lin Baici remembered the time he spent playing in the mud ponds as a child. Almost all the passengers had squatted down, and those who hadn't dared not move, fearing they would attract the mud monster's attention. Only Lin Baici was walking over alone. And so, he became exceptionally conspicuous. Little Lindsay. Jia Hongyao did not want anything to happen to Lin Baici, so she immediately stood up and chased after him. Aren't you afraid of the mud monster? Lin Baici asked in return. Being afraid is useless. Jia Hongyao had an eager expression on her face. And I am confident that with my intelligence, I can clear this god-forbidden game. Lin Baici was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Jia Hongyao's chest. You say you are all chest. I admit it. Intelligence. Do you even have that? Lin Baici had not forgotten the gluttonous god's assessment of this girl with the high ponytail. Strength and speed are both a rank, but intelligence is D rank. Tell me, did you discover something? Jia Hongyao covered her mouth with her hand and asked in a low voice. Previously, Lin Baici had relied on deduction to find the octopus ball and kill it, which made Jia Hongyao acknowledge his intelligence. She felt his opinions were worth considering. Do you think this mud monster squatted down randomly? Or did it specifically choose its location? Lin Baici wanted to hear someone else's perspective. Did it choose a location? Didn't it just squat down after saying take the mud embryo? I'm not sure. Which is why I need to get closer and take a look. Jiu Hongyao frowned, pondering the difference between the two. Then, she realized with a jolt that if the mud monster appeared to squat down randomly but had actually chosen its spot, it meant that one could not just take any piece of red mud. Yet, many travelers right now were simply squatting down, preparing to take the red mud directly in front of them. Lin Baici's concerns might be overthinking it, but this meticulous way of thinking was impressive. As expected of the team member I set my sights on, Jiu Hongyao was very satisfied with her own judgment. Lin Baici stood 1 meter away from the mud monster, smiling, but in reality, his body was already tensed. If this thing made any unusual move, he would immediately summon the muscle Buddha. The mud monster's emotionless eyeballs stared at Lin Baici. The scene was deathly quiet. It was suffocating. The travelers looked at Lin Baici in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? He actually took the initiative to get close to that mud monster. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 10 seconds, the mud monster lowered its head. Step 1. Take the mud embryo. First, push aside the wetter, slushy mud on the surface of the mud pond, and take the red mud from the lower layer. It needs to be a bit drier. As the mud monster spoke, it demonstrated the action. Jiu Hongyao squatted down and followed suit, while Lin Baici kept his eyes fixed on the mud monster, not blinking, not letting a single detail slip by. Among the travelers, there were about 60 people who were careful and cautious. They had realized the reason Lin Baici approached the mud monster, and seeing that he wasn't attacked, they also gathered the courage to walk over. There were also many travelers who hadn't thought of this, but they followed the crowd. Seeing so many people approaching the mud monster, they felt they would be at a disadvantage if they didn't come over, so they hurried to follow. Soon, more than 200 people had gathered around the mud monster. What are you guys doing? You're blocking our view. Move aside. The pot-bellied man roared. These people were more timid and didn't dare to approach the mud monster. Why haven't you taken your mud embryo yet? Jiu Hongyao had dug out a lump of red mud the size of a coconut. Lin Baici, who was squatting, pushed aside the slushy mud in front of him and dug down about 15 centimeters before the drier red mud was revealed. Lin Baici grabbed a few handfuls of red mud, squeezed them, looked at the handprints left behind, and stopped. What's wrong? Jiu Hongyao didn't understand why Lin Baici had stopped. I feel like the viscosity isn't quite right. Lin Baici recalled the mud monster's movements when it dug for the red mud. It first dug a few handfuls, then squeezed them. This action should have been to test the viscosity and hardness, or perhaps the dryness of the red mud, before continuing. The viscosity isn't right. Jiu Hongyao's delicate brows furrowed, enough to crush a sea crab. She looked at the lump of red mud in her hand. How could you tell? The handprints. Lin Baici was concise and to the point. Are you just making things up? Can you tell the viscosity of red mud from a handprint? Song Li questioned. She was barefoot, stepping in the mud, with her beige-studded high heels held in her left hand. These shoes were quite expensive, over 700 yuan. And she couldn't bear to throw them away. She felt that Lin Baici was an upright person, and since he was physically strong, she thought she would feel safe following him, which was why she had come over. The key is, can you remember how deep the handprint left by this monster when it squeezed the red mud was? Ma Yuan asked curiously. I think this red mud is all pretty much the same, right? 180 felt that Lin Baici was overanalyzing. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to explain. He moved to another spot to squat down and dig for red mud. But 2 minutes later, he stood up empty-handed again. He wasn't satisfied. I can't just look around like a headless chicken. Think about it. What are the characteristics of the location the mud monster chose? Lin Baici looked around the mud monster. There was quite a bit of standing water, and when stepping there, the feet sank deeper than in other places. Lin Baici began to look for a spot based on this condition. Got it. Lin Baici chose a puddle, squatted down, pushed aside the red mud in front of him, and compared it to the depth of the pit the mud monster had just dug to take its mud embryo. He dug more than 10 centimeters deep and finally selected a suitable piece of red mud. Ma Yuan felt that Lin Baici was making a mountain out of a molehill and was being overly cautious. The red mud here is all fine. Do you guys want to take some? Lin Baici was asking Ma Yuan and 18D. Why didn't you ask me? Jia Hongyao was puzzled. Chapter 42. I checkmate at every step. You're lucky. The piece of red mud you dug should be qualified. Lin Baici looked around. I think most of the red mud around the mud monster is fine. Similar to the piece it took. Ma Yuan frowned and looked at the travelers more than 30 meters away. Wasn't this kid implying that the mud those people had taken was unqualified? What about mine? Song Li asked worriedly. I don't think it's good. Lin Baici spoke the truth. However, this is a matter of life and death. I'm just making a suggestion. How you choose is up to you. Don't come complaining to me later if something goes wrong. Saying I was selfish for not warning you. Song Li fell silent. 180 thought of Lin Baici's performance on the train earlier and made up his mind. Brother, I believe you. Jia Hongyao saw that Ma Yuan had not moved. So she offered a piece of advice. I suggest you listen to him. All right then. Ma Yuan actually felt that there was no difference between these red clays. And it didn't matter which one he used. Song Li saw that both Ma Yuan and 18D had followed Lin Baici's suggestion. So she did the same. Once you have taken your clay, follow me. The clay monster stood up, cradling a lump of red clay the size of a coconut, and walked back to the earthen platform. On the north side of the platform, there were many long, rectangular stone slabs, each an inch thick, over 2 feet long, and over 1 foot wide. They looked just like cutting boards. Besides those, there were also some small wooden boxes the size of a palm stacked nearby. Do you see those stone slabs and wooden boxes? Everyone take one of each, the clay monster instructed. The travelers immediately ran over, scrambling and pushing, clearly all wanting to pick first. Lin Baici observed carefully for a moment, and after confirming that there was no difference between the stone slabs, he picked one at random. It was quite heavy. He estimated it weighed about 10 pounds or so. Afterward, he picked up a wooden box, opened it, and saw an iron carving knife inside, about the length of an index finger. Follow my lead. Once everyone had returned, the clay monster placed a stone slab on the ground, knelt beside it, picked up its lump of clay, and began to slam it onto the slab. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Hold the clay high above your head, use moderate force, and slam it 120 times. The clay monster explained the essentials. How much force is considered moderate? The programmer with severe dark circles, whom Lin Baici had seen earlier, gathered the courage to ask. He hated this kind of vague, ambiguous instruction. Feel it for yourself. The clay monster's reply almost made everyone furious. When Chinese chefs teach you how to cook, they always say to add a moderate amount of seasoning. I never expected that molding a clay figure would be the same. The pot-bellied man cursed. Hurry up with your movements. I will not wait for anyone. As soon as half of you have finished this step, I will immediately begin explaining the next one, the clay monster warned. This sentence instantly filled everyone with a sense of immense tension. Everyone began slamming their respective lumps of clay, terrified of falling behind. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of clay hitting the stone slabs was crisp and loud, echoing one after another. Do not slack off. Follow the instructions I gave you strictly, the clay monster reiterated. It raised its arms, lifted the clay above its head, and then slammed it down. Throughout the entire process, its expression was meticulous, and its movements were filled with a sense of powerful beauty. It looked as if it possessed the aura of a master sculptor. The red clay lumps in each traveler's hands weighed over 3 pounds. At the beginning, they didn't feel much, but after doing it dozens of times, their arms began to grow weak and tremble, and their muscles started to ache. Many travelers' movements slowed down, and their form began to deteriorate, becoming sloppy. This feels like being an idiot. The middle-aged woman with diabetes, who had asked Lin Baici what illness she had back in the waiting hall, grumbled and cursed. She was already in poor health, obese, and suffered from high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Now, doing this kind of manual labor, she was exhausted after only 30-some slams. Her clay was no longer lifted above her head. Instead, she only raised it to the height of her neck before slamming it down. When Song Li reached over 60 slams, She was exhausted. Moreover, she was bare-legged and kneeling on the ground of the earthen platform, which was very uncomfortable. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and prepared to just go through the motions. But just as she raised the clay to her chest and was about to slam it down, the cold, aloof young man spoke up. "If you don't want to die, follow that monster's instructions strictly." "Huh?" Songli was startled. "Will we die? It shouldn't be that serious, right?" 180 interjected, stealing a glance at the clay monster. "As long as it doesn't see us, it should be fine to slack off a little, right? You only have one life. Do you dare to gamble with it?" Lin Baici retorted. Songli swallowed hard and decided to persevere a little longer. "Brother, don't scare me." 180 had a miserable look on his face. He had originally planned to slack off while the clay monster wasn't looking, but now he didn't dare. In less than 10 minutes, some people finished, even faster than the clay monster. Before long, the clay monster also finished. It rolled the clay into a ball, placed it on the stone slab, and then stood up, wandering among the crowd. Many travelers looked at the clay monster's posture, which resembled a proctor patrolling an exam room, and felt very panicked. Furthermore, since it had said it would start the next step once half the people were done, everyone sped up. Some people were already exhausted, and now their slamming movements subconsciously became perfunctory. Songli finally finished, her arms aching and swollen. She looked at the travelers who hadn't finished their 120 slams with a hint of schadenfreude, waiting for the clay monster to punish them. But the clay monster took no action. It patiently waited for these people to complete the first step. "Damn it, is it playing us for fools?" the pot-bellied man cursed. Those travelers who had rushed and scrambled to finish were all annoyed. If they had known this, they would have been better off taking their time. Songli looked at Lin Baici, a trace of resentment in her eyes. Little Lin's caution was correct. Jiu Hongyao spoke up in defense of Lin Baici. "The clay that has been properly slammed is now ready for the second step, body sculpting." The clay monster picked up an iron carving knife. What is called body sculpting is the carving and shaping of the clay figure's body. This time, we are making humans. Please make a clay figure that matches your own gender. It doesn't need to be exquisite, but the individual characteristics must be prominent. As the clay monster explained, it moved its knife with lightning speed. The iron carving knife danced across the round lump of prepared clay like a butterfly, shaving off pieces of earth. Clay dust drifted into the air. Setting aside the fact that it was a clay monster, its posture while carving was effortless and possessed a unique beauty that was pleasing to the eye. The travelers watched with great focus. In just 3 minutes, the lump of clay had been transformed by the clay monster's carving knife into a 10-centimeter tall miniature clay figure that looked exactly like it. It just lacked facial features and a hairstyle. "You may begin now." The clay monster set down its finished work and solemnly reminded them, "Please do your absolute best to carve the clay figure to resemble yourselves. This will make it easier for you to receive a high score during the final grading and critique session, and allow you to pass and graduate. You have 30 minutes for production, so please hurry." Upon hearing that they had so little time, the group began to panic and grow anxious. They hurriedly picked up their carving knives and started to work. Fortunately, this was clay sculpting, not surgery. Even if a few cuts were made poorly, they could still be patched up. Lin Baici picked up his carving knife, pondering where to start. "Gluttonous God, aren't you going to give me any advice?" The clay base was chosen well. 10 points. The kneading process to turn it into mature material was perfect. 10 points. As for the carving, just do as the clay monster said. Lin Baici's performance was so good that the gluttonous god had no room to criticize. "I didn't ask you to praise me." Lin Baici rolled his eyes. "What should I pay attention to during this step?" The gluttonous god remained silent. Lin Baici curled his lip. "Fine, I will do it myself." For an ordinary person who had never touched clay sculpting to pick up a carving knife for the first time and try to create a lifelike clay figure was absolutely a pipe dream. Fortunately, this step did not test for realism. Lin Baici recalled the clay monster's explanation. "Make a clay figure of the same gender as yourself. It doesn't need to be exquisite, but personal characteristics must be prominent." Lin Baici had an idea. The clay figure's clothes should be the same as what he was wearing, and then he would use the muscles to show a strong physique. especially the 8-pack abs, which must be conspicuous. This could be shown through the contours highlighted when the clothing clung to the abdomen. The clay monster did not require realism, but he still wanted to carve the clay figure to look as much like himself as possible. The same attire, the same build, and even the brand logo on the shoes should be identical. Lin Baici gripped the iron carving knife in his right hand and began to shave the clay base. No one spoke. To survive, the travelers were all focused intently on carving their clay figures. Black Shark 3 stood on the train tracks, watching the yellow sand swirling across the sky around him, and drew a sharp breath of lingering fear. If it weren't for the bubble blown by the Nautilus that exempted him from the rule-based contamination, he would have had to experience another terrifying God-forbidden game. A contamination intensity of 5.0 could cost a person their life. The God-forbidden item that Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball were responsible for transporting was officially called the Clay Idol. According to intelligence from the Nine Dragon Pavilion, it had been snatched from a wealthy tycoon after succeeding at the Lost Coast. They were worried about being hunted by the 9 provinces' dragon guards, so their leader had the 8 members of the group split up into pairs to act separately. Black Shark 3 and his partner were very strong, but the leader was still uneasy. So, he lent them the Nautilus, telling him to activate the Clay Idol in the event of a crisis. Both Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball felt the leader was making a mountain out of a molehill, because every mission they had been responsible for so far had been a success. Mainly because the combination of their god's grace and the Coral Sea was simply invincible. They just didn't expect to crash and burn this time. Damn it! Black Shark 3 cursed, kicking the train tracks hard. What kind of background did that boy have? To be able to find Octopus Ball so quickly and kill him was simply unbelievable. One had to know that it would take at most 10 minutes for seawater to fill the entire train. Even if Sherlock Holmes were here, it would be impossible to find Octopus Ball in such a short time. Damn, it's such a pity I couldn't kill him with my own hands. Black Shark 3 spat a glob of thick phlegm and looked at the faint outline of the train through the sandstorm. He felt that Lin Baici was a dead man. It was impossible to pass a God-forbidden game with a contamination intensity of 5. Following the leader's instructions, Black Shark 3 had tied a remote-controlled bomb to the black coffin, sealing the Clay Idol in advance. This way, if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could blow up the black coffin, destroy the seal, activate the God-forbidden item, create rule-based contamination, and use the God-forbidden game to finish off the enemy. But I can still whip his corpse. Black Shark 3 lit a cigarette and waited patiently. I wonder what kind of God-forbidden item I will be able to scavenge when I collect the body this time. Looking forward to it. Chapter 43 details determined success. In the red clay pond, on the circular earthen platform, the travelers sat or squatted, carving their clay figures with intense concentration. Apart from the rustling sound of the iron carving knives shaving the mature clay, there were also the heavy, ragged breaths of travelers caused by fear, which only served to make the silence on the earthen platform feel terrifying. Song Li raised her arm and wiped the sweat from her forehead, without realizing it. Her undergarments were already soaked through, sticking to her body, which was very uncomfortable. She was panicking because the clay figure she had carved looked like it had been chewed on by a dog, let alone meeting the clay monster's requirements. Even she couldn't bear to look at it. If I go on like this, I will definitely fail. Song Li looked at 180, then glanced at Ma Yuan. Fortunately, these two people were just like her. They had no artistic talent and were clumsy with their hands. When she looked at Zhao Hongyao, she felt jealous. The clay figure carved by this girl with the high ponytail was so lifelike. It was a pity she couldn't let her do it for her. Song Li looked at Lin Baici again. He wasn't carving very well either. The limbs and such were very rough, but anyone with eyes could easily see that he was carving himself. Song Li observed for a few minutes and understood. Lin Baici was focusing his energy primarily on the clay figure's clothing. That's right. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Isn't the most important part of a personal impression the clothes and accessories? Song Li was excited. It was as if she had discovered the secret to getting a perfect score. The sneakers on Lin Baici's feet were Anta, and he had even carved the logo. These beige-studded high heels of mine are famous for being either on a woman's feet or carried on a man's shoulders. They are highly recognizable. Song-Li balled up the clay figure in her hands, kneaded it, and began to sculpt again. The clay monster patrolled the area, walking along the earthen platform. From time to time, it would stand beside a traveler and watch for a few moments. Although it offered no commentary, it would shake or nod its head. The clay monster arrived beside 18D, looked at the clay figure in his hands, and shook its head. 18D remained dead serious, not daring to turn his head to look. The clay monster then looked at Song-Li, nodded after a few seconds, and left. How is it? How is it? Did it nod or shake its head? Song-Li asked in a low voice. It nodded. Ma Yuan felt depressed. The clay monster hadn't paid attention to him, which left him unsure if his work was up to standard. Song-Li's heart finally settled back into her chest. It was secure. Song-Li glanced at Lin Baici with a hint of regret. If only he were my boyfriend. How wonderful would that be? What about me? 18D was nervous, his hands trembling. It shook its head. Ma Yuan curled his lip, sculpted again. 18D's face instantly turned mournful. I already put so much effort into it. You have to sculpt your own characteristics. Song-Li shared what she had just learned, whispering the secret she had observed to 18D. She would do him a favor first to earn some goodwill. Who knows when she might be able to collect on it with interest. So that's it. 18D suddenly realized, and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Song. Sister Song is such a good person, with fair skin, long legs, and a slim waist. If she were willing to be my girlfriend, I would never let her suffer, even if I had to sell blood or steal electric bike batteries. Lin Baici listened to their conversation, his brows slightly furrowed. Was his own clay figure up to standard? The gluttonous god had not given any commentary or reminders, so it should be secure. The clay monster's patrol, much like a proctor during an exam, made the travelers very nervous, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman screamed in terror, as if she had seen a ghost. What's going on? What's going on? Why is my clay figure melting? Everyone looked over at the sound. The raw clay material in the middle-aged woman's hands was now melting rapidly, like ice cream exposed to the scorching sun at noon in summer. Plop, plop. Chunks of red clay fell to the ground, forming puddles of mud. Everyone was horrified and hurriedly looked at their own clay figures. Mine seems to be starting to melt too. What the hell is going on? Is the temperature too high? Or is the sculpting technique wrong? Why is your clay figure fine? The travelers began to clamor, and many of them saw signs of melting in their own raw clay materials. At this consistency, it was impossible to shape them anymore. How did this happen? The pot-bellied man's clay figure had also melted into a mess. He was shocked and furious, questioning the clay monster. The clay monster glanced at him, but said nothing. Damn it, are you mute? The pot-bellied man couldn't help but be anxious. The melting of the raw clay meant an immediate failure, and there was no point in even taking the test anymore. The middle-aged woman was panicked, looking around, and was very confused to see that some people's clay figures had not melted. Why hasn't your clay figure melted? She asked several people in a row but received no answer. It wasn't that they wouldn't say, but that they simply didn't know why. The middle-aged woman saw Lin Baici. She had a deep impression of this medical student who had checked her condition at the station. Once she noticed that the clay figure in his hands hadn't melted, she immediately ran over. Young man, why hasn't your clay material melted? Lin Baici looked at the aunt with diabetes who had a face full of anxiety. Did you not follow the clay monster's instructions? I did, the aunt with diabetes emphasized. 120 times, not one less. No, I mean, did you lift it above your head every single time? Lin Baici explained. The aunt with diabetes was stunned. When she reached about 40 slams, her arms had grown sore, so she got lazy and stopped lifting it above her head. Does it have to be lifted above the head to count as one? It should be. Lin Baici nodded. Others also heard Lin Baici's words and felt that this deduction was very likely. Why don't you go ask those whose clay material melted and find out? Jiu Hongyao suggested. The aunt with diabetes immediately shouted. Did you all fail to lift the clay material above your heads when you were slamming it? Everyone looked at each other. Soon, everyone understood that this was indeed the reason. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have been lazy. Are you sure this is the reason? It's definitely that. Those travelers whose clay had melted were regretting it to death. They shouldn't have cut corners just now. As for the others, they were secretly relieved that they hadn't tried to cheat. Suddenly swallowed hard, feeling lingering fear. It was a good thing that tall boy had stopped her earlier, otherwise, she would have been lazy too, and she would be in a miserable state now. What do we do now? The aunt with diabetes looked at Lin Baici expectantly, waiting for him to come up with an idea. Do you even need to ask? Hurry up and get more red clay and do it all over again. Ma Yuan raised his wrist and checked his watch. Hurry up. There's only a quarter of an hour left. Right, do it again. The aunt with diabetes rushed toward the red clay pond. Those travelers whose clay had melted also reacted, running toward the clay pond one by one, grabbing red clay nearby, running back, and slamming it onto the stone slabs as fast as they could. This time, no one dared to be lazy, and everyone lifted the clay high above their heads. Slap, slap, the sound was incessant. Time ticked away, second by second, neither fast nor slow. Yet the passengers' mental states grew increasingly tense and anxious. Especially those who had not yet completed the body sculpting step were sweating profusely from the urgency. Done. Jiu Hongyao placed the clay figurine on the stone slab, crossed her arms over her chest, and observed it from left to right. Beautiful, as expected of my work. Should this be good enough? 180 had also finished, but he wasn't sure if it met the requirements, so he looked anxious. It should be fine. Sanli gave a perfunctory reply. In any case, mine is not a problem. 7 minutes left. Ma Yuan stood up and looked around, discovering that those passengers who had strictly followed the clay monster's instructions to slam the clay mold had almost all completed their body sculpting. Even those who were still carving were just performing minor touch-ups on their figurines. They might as well, since they had nothing better to do. This step should be secure. Sanli picked up the studded high heels she had placed to the side and put them on. She wanted to look gorgeous. Only then could she seduce Lin Baici and get him to take care of her. Handsome, you. Just as Sanli was about to strike up a conversation, she suddenly heard a terrifying scream. Honey, why is your clay figurine melting? Swish. Everyone turned their heads to look. It's that pregnant woman, 180 blurted out. This pregnant woman was in the same train carriage as him, her husband. In order to make her more comfortable, had even argued with an auntie who was playing audio out loud on her phone. The result was a total defeat. And it was only after Lin Baici stepped in that the troublesome TikTok-obsessed auntie was dealt with. At this moment, the pregnant woman had mud all over her loose dress and both legs. She sat on the ground, one hand clutching her belly, the other pointing at her husband's clay figurine, her face full of terror. What's going on? The pregnant woman was crying, her tears and sweat mixing with the dirt to create a messy, streaked face. Her husband, who wore a pair of glasses, looked panicked. I don't know either. He tried to repair the clay figurine, but the red clay continued to flow like wax dripping from a burning candle, slowly melting away. And it simply wouldn't stick back together. The patrolling clay monster happened to walk near him, looking at him with an expressionless face. Why is it melting? The bespectacled man couldn't understand at all. Every time I slammed the clay mold, I lifted it above my head. The clay monster did not answer. You must have remembered wrong. Ma Yuan shouted. Double quotes. No, I didn't. The bespectacled man shook his head violently. He had been an honest person since childhood, whether it was tasks assigned by his parents, teachers, or his boss after he started working. He would always complete them meticulously. It's useless to say that your clay figurine melted, which means you slacked off. Hurry up and go get more red clay, a passenger interjected. I didn't slack off. The bespectacled man's face flushed red. Honey, don't worry about that now. Hurry and go get more red clay, the pregnant woman urged him, struggling to stand up to help her husband. Don't move around. Be careful of a miscarriage, the bespectacled man worried. We're about to lose our lives. And you're worried about a miscarriage. The big-bellied man muttered irritably. His arms were aching, and he felt miserable. But he had to endure it and hurry to mold his clay figurine. However, when his carving knife landed on the semi-finished clay mold again, it actually started to melt, and the big-bellied man could clearly feel the clay mold turning soft. What's the situation? The big-bellied man was instantly drenched in cold sweat. even if he didn't understand anything else. He knew that in this state, the clay mold couldn't be used to shape anything. The big-bellied man panicked and suddenly looked up, wanting to see the clay molds of others, only to hear that diabetic auntie scream in terror. Why is my clay figurine melting again? Chapter 44. Elimination means death. On the earthen platform, a huge commotion erupted. Because it wasn't just the big-bellied man and the diabetic auntie, many other passengers' clay figurines had also melted. When I slammed the clay mold, I didn't slack off even once. I lifted it above my head every time. Me too. Could it be that I just have bad luck? The passengers clamored, looking at the clay monster with extreme tension. Lin Baici glanced at the relics he had picked up at Longchen Temple. There were 6 minutes left until the end. The clay monster stopped in its tracks, its gaze cold as it looked at these people, like God sitting high above the clouds looking down at a group of ants. It had no intention of answering the passengers' confusion. What exactly is going on? Can you tell us? The big-bellied man roared. Please remain quiet and do not disturb others. The clay monster glanced at him and advised him to stop. I'll keep your mothers quiet. The big-bellied man wanted to kill someone. Lin Baici believed it was because the clay molds hadn't been dug correctly. He looked at the pregnant woman, unable to bear the thought of that child being born without a father. He wanted to tell the bespectacled man his deduction. But what if he was wrong? After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even until the very last second, Lin Baici couldn't guarantee that the clay figurine he had molded was flawless. Be more confident. Your analysis is correct. It is indeed a problem with the clay mold. The gluttonous god spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately shouted toward the bespectacled man. Sir, the clay mold you dug out is not up to standard, which is why the clay figurine you carved is melting. Swish. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look over. They first glanced at Lin Baici. Then their gazes fell onto the stone slab in front of him. On it sat a clay figurine that looked very much like him. Young man, are you saying there's a problem with the clay mold? The diabetic auntie's voice trembled. Yes, Lin Baici nodded. Where is the problem? Aren't they all clay molds? Is there a difference? I can't tell. Not only the passengers whose clay figurines had melted, but even those who had successfully molded theirs were mostly confused, because they had also just dug them up at random. Then where should I go to dig for mud? The ant with diabetes looked at Lin Baici anxiously, waiting for an answer. Among these people, there were some clever ones. 5 people immediately took off running toward the spot where the mud monster had previously dug for mud. Damn it, I should have done this sooner. The pot-bellied man cursed, filled with regret. In fact, many travelers were so afraid of the mud monster that they didn't dare to get close to it at all. The pot-bellied man, the ant with diabetes, and others immediately ran toward the place where the mud monster had dug before. Leave some for me. The ant with diabetes shouted in a panic. Don't panic, it will be fine. The man in glasses finished speaking and also wanted to go grab some mud. But he was pulled back by his wife. What is wrong? The man in glasses was confused. So many people have already gone there. Can you even manage to grab any? And can you guarantee that the mud you dig up this time won't have any problems? The pregnant woman covered her belly with one hand, looking very anxious. Since that student knows it is a matter of the mud base, it means he should know what kind of mud base is qualified. Let's go ask him. After the pregnant woman finished speaking, she walked toward Lin Baici. You stay here, I will go. The man in glasses rushed to Lin Baici, pressed his palms together, and begged, Little brother, please help me. Lin Baici grabbed the mud figure he had placed on the stone slab and ran toward the red clay pond. This kid is way too cautious, right? Manhua was speechless. Can you trust me a little bit? I am at least a dragon guard from the security bureau. I would definitely protect your mud figure well. Depressed as he was, Lin Baici's small actions still made Manhua think more highly of him. Only those who pay attention to details can succeed. You dig here. Lin Baici chose a puddle. It needs to be at least 15 centimeters deep. The man in glasses looked at the spot, then turned his head to look at where the mud monster had dug its hole. There were too many people there, at least 300, all crowded together. Moreover, in order to fight for the best position, that is, the area near where the mud monster had dug the red clay, they were actually pushing and fighting each other. If it weren't for the crowd, he would still want to go there. Lin Baici understood the hesitation of the man in glasses. After all, it was a matter of life and death. What are you all fighting over? Is it really that hard to dig up a qualified mud base? The mud monster could not stand it anymore. The performance of these people was truly an eyesore. They were actually fighting just to grab some mud. Many people heard this and showed expressions of as expected, especially those travelers who had dug up the right mud base. They were secretly happy. What kind of mud base is qualified? The ant with diabetes pressed for an answer. The mud monster did not answer. It stared at Lin Baici and issued a warning. This is an apprenticeship qualification assessment. Every step must be done by the apprentice themselves. If you help others again, I will punish you and revoke your eligibility for the assessment. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. He had always been cautious. If he hadn't felt bad about the pregnant woman losing her husband, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. The man in glasses was honest but not stupid. Once he heard the mud monster's words, he understood instantly. What the student said was correct. The man in glasses immediately squatted down, thrust his hands forcefully into the mud pond, and began to dig. At least 15 centimeters deep. Right, Baici, come back quickly, Song Li shouted. She had learned Lin Baici's name from Jiu Hongyao. Thank God for letting me meet him, otherwise I would be as anxious as if my butt were on fire, rushing to dig for a mud base right now. Whenever Song Li thought about how she had chosen to trust Lin Baici and followed him to dig for red clay, she felt wonderful. My luck is indeed not bad. So, she was very concerned about Lin Baici's safety now, because as long as this big guy is alive, she has someone to rely on to increase her survival rate. Ma Yuan felt a lingering fear. So this mud base really did have a problem. I almost acted recklessly. How about it? This kid is impressive, right? Jiu Hongyao boasted. This is the prospective team member I have my eye on. Once this divine taboo object is dealt with, I will quickly call my sister and ask her for a direct entry spot without an exam. 180 listened to Jiu Hongyao praising Lin Baici, feeling very envious. Why is my mind filled only with panic and helplessness? And I am completely unable to do what Lin Baici does. Is the gap between people really this large? However, when 180 saw those travelers still digging for mud in the red clay pond, he felt relieved. These are the behaviors of ordinary people, young man. Do you think my mud base is qualified? The ant with diabetes had dug up a mud base and immediately came over to ask Lin Baici. There was little time left, and she did not have the chance to try again. So she had to ensure success on the first attempt. About 20 travelers had dug up red clay and had already run back to the earthen platform, preparing to mold and craft it. Now, seeing the ant with diabetes running to Lin Baici's side and whispering, 3 of them, who were quick-witted, immediately understood what that ant was doing. Thus, they also picked up their mud balls and ran over. Clearly, they intended to have Lin Baici confirm whether their mud bases were qualified. Lin Baici did not speak. It is fine. That mud monster is patrolling the field and not looking this way. Just tell me quickly. The ant with diabetes urged. I beg you. Can you stop harming others? The man in glasses snapped at the old woman. He was worried that Lin Baici was young and experienced and liked to help others. If he acted on impulse and played the hero by telling the old woman the answer, it would be troublesome. Shut your dog mouth. The ant with diabetes glared at the man in glasses. Then when she looked at Lin Baici again, she put on a pitiful, begging expression, just like those professional beggars on the street. Handsome, help me take a look too. You don't have to speak. Just nod or shake your head. Give me a signal. My piece should be fine, right? Several travelers offered fawning smiles and asked in low voices. Do not say anything, or you will really die. Gluttony God warning. Lin Baici said nothing and walked silently toward the earthen platform. Seeing that they could not get an answer, a few travelers cursed and hurriedly ran back to their respective stone slabs, beginning to beat the clay embryos. Thwack, thwack, thwack. This time the sounds were dense. The travelers were all using their fastest speed. The ant with diabetes also wanted to be faster, but she had already made the mature clay twice and was exhausted. Her arms were aching, and she could not speed up even if she wanted to, especially this time, after beating the clay embryo a dozen times. Her arms began to tremble as if she had Parkinson's disease, and she was completely unable to lift the clay embryo above her head. "Oh God, this is going to be the death of me." The ant with diabetes began to cry in despair. No one cared about her. Everyone was fighting for their lives, seizing the final moments to make their clay sculptures as perfect as possible, hoping to get a high score. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense, like a noose tightening slowly around everyone's necks. The patrolling clay monster suddenly stopped in its tracks. After glancing around, it announced loudly, "Time is up. Body sculpture production is over." Thwack, thwack, thwack. There were still about 50 travelers beating their clay embryos, most of whom were elderly. Lin Baici glanced at the man with glasses. He had not put down his carving knife and was still sculpting the clay figure, because he had done it once before. He was more proficient this time. The clay monster looked at these people with utter disdain. "You couldn't even beat the clay embryos into mature material. You were simply trash. Eliminated." Although they did not know what would happen after being eliminated, it certainly would not be good. So these people argued for their lives. "You didn't explain it clearly, which caused us to have to do it a second time. Give me another chance, please." The clay figure I made before was very beautiful. Some complained, some begged for mercy. But no matter what they said, the clay monster did not care at all. It raised both hands and clapped 3 times with force. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In the red clay pond, at the edge of the earthen platform, mounds of mud rose from the ground, writhing, and within 10 seconds, they formed to meter-tall clay figures. They had no facial features, but they strode forward with long legs, climbed onto the earthen platform accurately, and walked quickly toward those who had been eliminated. The ant with diabetes panicked and turned to run, but the clay figure more than 5 meters away from her raised its right hand, and with a whoosh, it elongated and shot out like a python hunting prey, instantly grabbing the ant's ankle. The clay figure's arm shortened and slowly retracted, and the clay figure also turned around at the same time, walking toward the mud pond. The ant with diabetes was dragged along the ground, leaving a trail behind her. "Save me, please, save me. I don't want to die." When the clay figure's arm returned to its original state, the ant with diabetes was also dragged into the red clay pond. She struggled incessantly, but it was to no avail. The clay figure standing in the pond grabbed her shoulder with one hand and her hair with the other, pressing her head into the mud. The ant could not even scream for help, let alone cry out. She could only flop around powerlessly like a dying catfish. Death had arrived. The clay figures began to clear out those who had been eliminated. Once caught, they were directly drowned in the mud pond. Chapter 45. Lucky. On the earthen platform, many travelers were trembling. The color drained from their faces, like prey caught in the sharp fangs of a beast. Is this method of death too cruel? Song Li moved close to Lin Baici and grabbed his arm tightly. Drowned alive in a mud pond. How terrifying. The ant with diabetes stopped moving, like a dead fish soaking in the rotten mud pond. The clay figure grabbed her hair, lifted her up to take a look, and after confirming she was dead, tossed her aside. Of the 50 or so travelers who had not finished beating their clay embryos, except for those who were caught off guard, the rest rushed into the mud pond, trying to escape. "Stop running. You can't get away. Kill that clay monster." The pot-bellied man roared. He was afraid, but he could still think. This mud pond was boundless, and there were no obvious landmarks. Running into it would definitely lead to getting lost, and they would die anyway. Kill these long-armed clay figures. These were all monsters summoned by the creature. He estimated that no matter how many he killed, the clay monster could just summon more. Therefore, killing that clay monster was the only way out. That was easy to say, but courage was not something everyone possessed. Only 3 men looked at the pot-bellied man after hearing his words. "Let's charge together." The clay monster looked at the pot-bellied man, its originally expressionless face suddenly grinning. It was full of mockery. "Kill him." The pot-bellied man charged. The travelers scattered to avoid him. Jiao Hongyao clenched her fists and stepped forward, looking like she was about to help. "Don't go, it's useless." Lin Baici held Jiao Hongyao back. "A bunch of rabble," Gluttony God commented. "They are dead for sure." Covering the distance of more than 30 meters, the pot-bellied man sprinted across and appeared in front of the clay monster. only then realizing that this 2-meter-tall red clay monster was truly too burly. The clay monster swung its arm, whoosh, its right hand, as huge as a cartwheel battle axe, slapped the left side of the pot-bellied man's face with a sharp, wind-breaking sound. The pot-bellied man's head was like a cherry crushed by a giant's hand, shattering directly into pulp, red blood, grayish-white brain matter, bone fragments, and a vast amount of minced flesh sprayed out in a fan shape, painting the earthen platform in the air. Some black hair was drifting down slowly. The other 3 male travelers who had intended to attack the clay monster saw this and lost their nerve completely. Their courage vanished, and they turned and ran. The long-armed clay figures whose arms could elongate did not pursue them, but they could not run fast either. There was no way out. The red clay mud pond was far too muddy. The shallowest parts sank to the ankles, while the deeper sections reached the knees, making it impossible for anyone to pick up any speed. Squelch, squelch. The 3 people had only run a few steps when their bodies suddenly sank downward. They couldn't pull their feet out. Give me another chance, damn you. I won't let you go even as a ghost. The 3 travelers cursed and struggled. But in less than a minute, they were completely submerged in the mud pond, as if they had never existed at all. On the red clay platform, there was dead silence. The corpses soaking in the mud pond served as a grim reminder of the fate awaiting those who were eliminated. Seeing as this is your first time molding clay figures, I will lower the requirements for this step. As long as the clay figures you create have hands and feet and look somewhat like a human, they will be considered qualified, the clay figure monster announced. Upon hearing this, the travelers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The bespectacled man looked at the clay figure monster, his heart pounding with anxiety, taking advantage of the moment the long-armed clay figure was dealing with those who had been eliminated. He had molded his figure a bit more, finally giving it a human appearance. He just didn't know if he would be judged for cheating. It will be fine. It will definitely be fine. The pregnant woman held his arm, whispering words of comfort and prayer. The goddess of luck seemed to favor them this time. The clay figure monster did not pursue the matter, but instead returned to its stone slab and picked up its own clay figure. The slamming of the clay base may seem simple, but it is actually not. Whether the force is heavy or light does not matter. The main thing is that it must be raised above your head. That is a sign of respect for the act of clay sculpting, a sense of ritual. Only in this way will the red clay come to life through your slamming. The clay figure monster explained. Isn't this just hindsight? 18D muttered in a low voice. Lin Baici frowned slightly. Next is the 3rd step, facial sculpting. The clay figure monster explained the essentials. Life is full of various states, joys and sorrows. As long as a person is alive, they must constantly taste the bitterness and sweetness of life. Sweet enough to be unforgettable for the rest of your life. Bitter enough to make the wine turn into sorrow in your gut. The 3rd step requires not only carving the facial features, hair, and eyebrows of the clay figure to resemble yourself as much as possible, but also adding an expression on the face of the clay sculpture in its hands. The clay figure monster carved a wide, joyful grin on the left and a face streaming with tears on the right. One smiling face, one crying face, choose for yourselves. The clay figure monster scanned the crowd. You have 15 minutes. Begin? 57 people are dead. Jia Hongyao gritted her little white teeth. There were a total of 826 people caught in this rule-based pollution. All of them passengers from the G1955 train. Now, 769 survived. Is now the time to worry about the death toll. If we don't pass this step, we will die too. Song Li felt that this girl with the high ponytail was far too carefree. How could she not be afraid? This stage feels simple. 18D looked at Lin Baici. Are you planning to carve a smiling face or a crying face? Both expressions were quite simple. A smiling face meant the corners of the mouth curved upward and the eyes squinted into crescents, while a crying face meant the mouth was wide open in a whale with teardrops sliding down. I think a smiling face is easier to carve, Song Li suggested. Should we choose that one? Having been through the pitfall of choosing the clay base in the previous step, Ma Yuan was much more cautious this time, waiting directly for Lin Baici to make the decision. I choose the crying face. The Kyushu Security Bureau was the official department responsible for handling divine taboo items. As a dragon guard, Seeing so many passengers die before her eyes made Jia Hongyao feel incompetent. In this state of mind, she felt that carving a smiling face was too ironic. Jia Hongyao picked up the clay figure and the carving knife, ready to start. Wait a moment, Lin Baici stopped her. What if choosing the wrong expression leads to death? Song Li was startled. That can't be right. Lin Baici pondered the words of the clay figure monster, recalling the process of it sculpting the face, trying to find some clues in the details. What expression should be chosen? Among the travelers, there were those with meticulous minds. The programmer with heavy dark circles under his eyes asked loudly, "If we choose the wrong expression, will we die?" Swish, many people looked up, staring at the programmer in astonishment, then turned their heads to glare at the clay figure monster. Those travelers who had already started carving their expressions were so frightened that they immediately stopped. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds later, the clay figure monster grinned again and laughed. "You are quite clever, not bad. If you carve the wrong expression for your clay figure, you will die." The words of the clay figure monster instantly caused an uproar. Many people had not expected that there was a trap here as well. They had almost fallen for it. Song Li felt a chill run down her spine. Was this rule-based pollution too terrifying? It was impossible to guard against. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Baici and found that his expression remained unchanged, calm to an extreme degree. Judging by Lin Baici's previous performance, he wasn't scared silly. He simply had a strong heart and could withstand this kind of pressure. His ability to handle pressure was truly impressive. Song Li's gaze turned to one of admiration. "Don't look at me. I won't tell you the answer. It's a choice between two. A 50% survival rate." The clay figure monster had essentially spelled it out. The facial sculpting step was not difficult in terms of carving features. The difficulty lay in this choice of expression. Get it wrong and die. The atmosphere on the clay platform became dead and oppressive once again. They had thought this would be an easy step to pass, but they hadn't expected such a massive trap to be buried here. No one dared to start. Everyone was hesitating. Lin Baici pondered, searching for the key to breaking the situation. Don't overthink it. This step is just about personal luck. There is no pattern to follow. The gluttonous god suddenly spoke, relying on luck. Lin Baici frowned. First fate, second luck, third feng shui, fourth accumulation of hidden virtues, fifth education. A small number of people are simply born with good luck. They find money while walking and encounter noble mentors to promote them in their careers. It is not something ordinary people can envy. Then I choose the smiling face. Lin Baici simply did not like crying. He felt that this expression had a bad connotation, being either too cowardly or too sentimental. Men smile, women cry. Congratulations. Your minor luck is not bad. You passed. The God Eater congratulated him. You mean men should choose the smiling face and women should choose the crying face? They are not the same. Lin Baici was stunned. This god taboo game is truly damn deceptive. Lin Baici really felt like he had been screwed over. Most of the time, a small group would choose the same expression, which meant that someone in this group was definitely doomed. The God Eater did not answer. How should we choose? 1AD was conflicted. Brother Lin, say something, will you? I propose choosing the smiling face. Jia Hongyao had a strong sense of her own opinion. Don't rush. Let's think about it again. Ma Yuan rubbed his chin with his right hand, racking his brains to think, trying to deduce the correct answer. The time for clay sculpting is only a quarter of an hour, and 5 minutes have already passed. Jia Hongyao reminded them. We still need to set aside time for carving the expression. At least 7 or 8 minutes, right? Everyone felt even more nervous after what Jia Hongyao said. Indeed, they still had to leave time for carving. Listen to me, choose the smiling face. Smile at life, and suffering will dissipate. Jia Hongyao picked up the iron carving knife and the clay figure, ready to start working. She didn't care about the others. She was going to carve a smiling face regardless. That works too. Ma Yuan couldn't find the correct answer and felt that the reason Jia Hongyao gave wasn't bad either. Then he would choose the smiling face. Brother Lin, what do you think? 180 still decided to listen to Lin Baici. Song Li was grabbing her hair in frustration. Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao. Are you a character with strength and speed both at a intelligence at D, and luck at E. What's wrong? Jiu Hongyao blinked her large eyes. This gaze was lively, spirited, and innocent. At a glance, she was the type of girl who had never been beaten down by the iron fist of society. A girl who was carefree, optimistic, and cheerful. If you choose wrong, you will die, Lin Baici reminded her. No, I believe in my deduction. Jiu Hongyao was very confident. Chapter 46, Opening the Kiln, Entering the Furnace. Determining life and death. Deduction. Lin Baici was shocked. Smile at life, and suffering will dissipate. This is the reason you came up with for the smiling face, and you, a big-breasted girl rated by the God Eater as having intelligence D. Do you even possess such a thing as intelligence? Yeah, I often watch Sherlock Holmes. Jiu Hongyao made a V-sign gesture and self-evaluated. I should have 70% of his level. Lin Baici didn't know how good Jiu Hongyao's deductive ability was, but this level of confidence, it was off the charts. All right, stop chatting. Hurry up and carve the smiling face, Jiu Hongyao urged. You had better choose the crying face, Lin Baici kindly reminded her. Why? Jiu Hongyao looked up, looking at Lin Baici in confusion. Because if you choose the smiling face, you will die. Lin Baici finished the thought in his heart, sighed, and could only make up a lie. What is clay sculpting? It is creating life. Didn't you hear what that clay monster said just now? Beating the clay embryo 120 times and holding it high above your head is a ritual meant to give the clay embryo vitality. This proves that the clay figures are alive. Alive. 18D was startled. Don't interrupt, Ma Yuan said in a low voice. You continue. Jiu Hongyao listened attentively. The 30 or so travelers nearby also gathered around. Clay sculpting is a traditional craft. Since it is traditional, it is inevitable to follow some old customs. For example, in ancient times, there was a preference for boys over girls. If a boy was born, the whole family rejoiced. If a girl was born, the daughter-in-law couldn't hold her head up. Lin Baici was making it up, but his tone was cautious, and he wore a very serious expression when he said this. His voice was not loud, and he kept staring at the clay monster in the distance. If the other party made any abnormal movements, he would immediately fall silent. That's right, I heard that in the old days. Some poor families were even more ruthless. They would give away newborn baby girls, and if they couldn't give them away, they would throw them into the river to drown. 180 nodded vigorously, feeling that what Lin Baici said made a lot of sense. Your deduction is quite reasonable. Then, I will choose the crying face. Jiu Hongyao gave a thumbs up and continued carving. Lin Baici was speechless. You just believe that? You won't question it a few more times. Lin Baici had originally been organizing his language to increase his persuasiveness, but now it was easier. It turns out that a girl with intelligence D isn't completely useless. At least she is easy to fool. Ma Yuan was clearly not so easily hoodwinked. He looked at Lin Baici with a face full of doubt. Are you sure? Why do I feel like you just made up that reason on the spot? Then do you have a better answer? Lin Baici asked back. Ma Yuan lowered his head and carved a smiling face. Then I'll carve a smiling face too, 180 decided. This explanation seems to make some sense. The nearby travelers also believed Lin Baici's words and made their decisions. In everyone's view, there must be some logical relationship behind what face to choose for this stage. They never imagined it was just about luck. Wait. Song Li saw everyone starting to carve and became anxious. This is a matter of life and death. Won't you choose more carefully? Didn't little Lin deduce it? Jiu Hongyao smiled with satisfaction. The logical chain is perfect, no problem. Then what about the yin-yang face? Song Li was considering quite a lot. Is it possible to have half a smiling face and half a crying face? 18D was stunned. He stopped his carving and looked at Lin Baici, saying, that is actually a possibility. Exactly. Song Li was thrilled to have someone support her. Maybe the clay figure monster was misleading us when it said to choose one face. The real answer might be to do exactly what it did. Carve a clay figure that is half smiling and half crying. You really are a clever little thing. Ma Yuan chuckled. Choices like this involve your life. If you don't trust others, then just do what you think is right. That is right. You only have one life. and the decision is in your hands. Jiu Hongyao was not very old, only about 20, but as a god hunter, she had already experienced several life or death crises. She took such existential choices very calmly. Little Lin, you don't need to persuade her. Everyone's life is their final bargaining chip. It is best to make the decision yourselves so that even if you lose, you can only blame yourself. Lin Baici had originally intended to persuade Song Li, but Jiu Hongyao's words made him change his mind. He had no right to make decisions for others. He had already told them the correct answer. Whether they listened or not was their problem. Besides, what if the gluttonous god was wrong? Although the possibility was slim, it was not zero. Lin Baici hurried to carve the smiling face. After hearing Jiu Hongyao's words, 180 looked at the flustered Song Li, then at the calm Lin Baici. He lowered his head and carved a smiling face. I trust Brother Lin, you people. Seeing that everyone stopped paying attention to her, Song Li was so angry she could have coughed up blood. Time is almost up. 180 kindly reminded her, I know, you don't need to run your mouth. Song Li roared back, looking down at her clay sculpture, hesitant and indecisive. To put it bluntly, she was a selfish person. At this critical moment involving life and death, she wanted to make her own decision. Just as Jiu Hongyao said, even if she chose wrong, it was her own choice, and she deserved to accept her fate. However, Song Li also wanted to drag a few others down with her. That way, if they were wrong, everyone would be wrong together, which would be some form of comfort. It was just that these people wouldn't listen to her, which annoyed her greatly. Damn it! Song Li cursed and chose the smiling face. Lin Baici held his carving, carefully sculpting the clay figure's facial features, hair, and even the Adam's apple, the contours of the ears, and even fingerprints. In short, he tried his best to carve everything that a human body should have. The patrolling clay figure monster suddenly stopped in its tracks and announced loudly, time is up, stop carving. Most of the travelers put down their carving knives. Only about 20 people were still rushing to finish. They had wasted too much time agonizing over which face to choose. The clay figure monster did not repeat itself. It raised its hands and clapped 3 times. Clap, clap. The moment the sound of the clay figure monster's clapping faded, the clay figures in the hands of those 20 people suddenly came to life. Like giant fleas, they sprang up and slapped onto their faces. These 20 or so unlucky souls had their heads snapped back by the impact of the clay figures. But even more terrifyingly, the moment the figures hit their faces, they melted, forming a red clay mask that stuck tightly to their skin. Their eyes were covered, leaving them unable to see, but their mouths and noses were also blocked, making it impossible to breathe. They clawed at their faces with both hands, trying to pry the red clay off. They wanted to call for help, but with their mouths blocked, they couldn't make a sound. The surrounding travelers watched this horrific scene, trembling with fear. The suffocating sensation for those being punished intensified. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, twisting and struggling. Some punched their own cheeks with clenched fists, but it was all in vain. Gradually, they stopped moving. Only after these people were completely dead did the clay figure monster speak again. Open the kilns. Amidst the clay figure monster's drawn-out, chanting voice, the semicircular kilns on the earthen platform, each over 1 meter high and half a meter in diameter, resembling Mongolian yurts, opened a small gap. Enter the kiln. The clay figure monster raised its hands and scattered a handful of clay powder. The powder drifted with the wind, swirling over the earthen platform like snowflakes, landing on the clay figures sitting on the stone slabs in front of the travelers. Look, 180 exclaimed. The limbs of these newly molded clay figures began to twitch, emitting a rustling sound. After only 5 or 6 seconds, some of them began to move. They stepped forward on their short legs, heading toward the kilns. My clay figure is moving. Song Li was panicked, not knowing if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Song Li hurriedly turned her head to observe her surroundings. Why aren't ours moving? Do we have to wait a bit? 180 was very nervous. The clay figures made by him, Lin Baici, Jiu Hongyao, and Ma Yuan were not moving. Honey, why isn't your clay figure moving? The pregnant woman saw the glasses-wearing man's clay figure standing still and was terrified. Tears instantly became a river, flooding her cheeks. This meant that one of the two of them was definitely unqualified. It's okay. It's okay. As long as you can survive, that's all that matters. The man in glasses forced a smile to comfort his wife. The clay figure monster said, enter the kiln. So the clay figures that aren't moving must be the problematic ones, honey. The pregnant woman sobbed uncontrollably. It's okay. It's okay. You have to live well. The man in glasses hugged his wife with one arm and stroked her belly with the other. His expression gentle yet pained. Wife, get rid of it. Ah! The pregnant woman was stunned, not knowing what nonsense her husband was spouting. If you have a child, it will be hard for you to remarry. The man in glasses had hoped his wife would give birth to their son to carry on the family line. But with a child as a burden, how could his wife remarry? Don't say that. The pregnant woman held onto the man in glasses tightly. We should be qualified. The programmer with dark circles under his eyes pushed up his glasses with his index finger, trying to reassure those around him. Just as the bespectacled man said, the clay figure monster spoke of entering the kiln. So whoever had their clay figure walk into the kiln now must be the one who passed. Because, logically speaking, after molding a clay figure, it should be time to fire and set it right. This step, I passed successfully. The programmer let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Baici. This tall young man had left a deep impression on him. What a pity. His clay figure had not moved, which meant he was going to die. If he survived, he could surely become a highly skilled doctor in the future. Noises erupted all around. The programmer's explanation quickly spread across the earthen platform. The players whose clay figures had moved were overjoyed, their faces filled with the relief of having survived a disaster, while the travelers whose clay figures had not moved looked as if they were mourning their own deaths. Brother Lin, what should we do? 1-8D's voice trembled. We cannot just sit here and wait for death. Can we fight for it? Smash it. Jiu Hongyao stared at the clay figure monster, preparing for battle, to make one last stand. As for the fact that she had failed because she listened to Lin Baici's reasoning, she did not care at all. Nor did she have any complaints. Cannot be happy. Cannot be happy. Song Li warned herself not to laugh out loud. Otherwise it would be too provocative to Lin Baici and his group. But her heart could not help but leap with joy. I was right, but you all refused to listen to me. So now you are stunned, aren't you, Lin Baici? If you had listened to me, you could have survived this time. Song Li sighed. Mourning for Lin Baici and the others. Chapter 47 Massive Casualties and Speak Too Soon. Ma Yuan widened his eyes, staring at those clay figures walking toward the kilns. As long as it was not the final moment, there was still hope. Song Li chuckled and turned to look at Lin Baici, only to find his expression calm, not at all like someone who was about to die. Something is wrong. Why is he not afraid? Could it be that whoever's clay figure moved is the one who dies? Is that why he is so unconcerned? Song Li thought of this possibility and was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. Lin Baici, aren't you afraid? That monster said, entering the kiln. And according to the steps of making clay figures, there must be a drying step. Your clay figures didn't move. You are dead for sure. Hurry up and think of a way, Song Li muttered incessantly. If you go and attack that clay figure monster now, and kill it, perhaps you still have a chance to survive. Lin Baici suggested. Sorry. I am afraid that the God-forbidden game is too simple and cannot kill me at all. The clay figures molded by these travelers walked to the kilns nearest to them. Then with a spring-like leap, jumped into the kilns. Bang! Bang! The lids of the kilns closed immediately. Light the fire. The clay figure monster's voice was melodious, carrying a strange tone, like a shaman of a primitive tribe chanting spells to exorcise evil and communicate with spirits. Boom! Boom! The firewood piled up in the hearths beneath the kilns ignited instantly. Orange-red flames rose and flickered, dancing like succubi. The noise on the earthen platform gradually subsided. The travelers stopped talking, all staring fixedly at the kilns. The programmer with dark circles under his eyes was not lacking in intelligence and was skilled at planning before acting. He believed that even if this step was passed, the subsequent steps would be fraught with danger. So, he began to incite the failed travelers. Your lives have already entered a countdown. Now, if you want to survive, the only way is to unite and fight the clay figure monster to the death. The programmer persuaded the travelers around him, urging them to fight for their lives, even if they could not win. It would be good to test out the weaknesses of this clay figure monster. These people were hesitant, to be honest. If it were not for the fact that the big-bellied man had his head smashed by the clay figure monster earlier, demonstrating its terrifying lethality, they would have already taken action, seeing that these people were cowardly and afraid of death. The programmer shook his head in disappointment and walked quickly toward Lin Baici, preparing to talk to him. This young man was capable of taking risks at critical moments. If he took the lead, these losers might dare to give it a try. However, after the programmer had walked more than 10 steps, he suddenly felt very hot. He began to sweat, and then his body started to burn, just like when one's arm accidentally touches a stove while eating barbecue. What is the situation? Is it not allowed for travelers to walk around freely? The programmer frowned and looked around, then was horrified to discover that he was not the only one experiencing problems. Why do I feel so hot? So hot, so hot. What is going on? Damn it, what is it now? The travelers clamored, and some women screamed. Baici. Ma Yuan's expression brightened. He was indeed a god hunter. His reaction was fast. He discovered that those who were shouting about the heat were all travelers whose clay figures had jumped into the kilns. Songli could no longer remain composed. She felt extremely hot, as if she were in a sauna. Sweat poured out like a river, and her clothes were soaked in just over 10 seconds. Afterward, her body began to burn, with a scorching sensation as if being roasted by red-hot charcoal. Brother Lin, look at her. 18D's face was full of terror. It was not just Songli. The skin of many travelers had turned red, as if scalded by red-hot charcoal, and strings of blisters were popping up. Brother Lin, save me. I don't want to die. Songli struggled and lunged toward Lin Baici, wanting to beg for help. The tears in her eyes had just flowed out, but before they could even cross her cheeks, they made a hissing sound and evaporated. Ma Yuan took a step forward and kicked Songli in the thigh. Songli screamed, fell to the ground, and then could not get back up, rolling on the ground in pain. Save me, I beg you. Songli's skin was visibly dehydrating, wrinkling, and turning charred black, just like a meat skewer placed on a grill. On the earthen platform, every traveler whose clay figure had entered the kiln was suffering as if being roasted by flames, each of them in agonizing pain. Why is it me who is wrong? The programmer roared, his heart-wrenching cry echoing out. He thought Lin Baici was a loser, but he never expected that he was the pathetic clown all along. If you want to survive, hurry up and attack that clay monster, Jia Hongyao shouted. About a dozen tourists, caught in this desperate situation, stumbled toward the clay monster, but even more people ran toward the kilns, hoping to retrieve their own clay figures. However, the kilns were too hot, and the flames were too fierce. When they placed their hands on the kiln openings, with a sizzling sound, their palms were instantly scorched. A smell of burning fat and flesh began to drift over the red clay pond, pungent and nauseating. Lin, brother Lin. Songli's voice was hoarse. Her once fair and smooth skin had become charred and wrinkled. She was completely unrecognizable from the beautiful woman she had been before. Because her body was so hot, even the studded high heels on her feet had begun to melt, fusing with her flesh. Lin Baici sighed and stared at the clay monster. It stood in the middle of the earthen platform, took a deep breath of the charred stench drifting in the air, and then revealed an expression of enjoyment. Brother Lin, we passed. 18D was so excited that he was beaming. Since Songli and those people were dead, didn't that mean the creators of the clay figures left in place had all passed? The dying Songli, hearing these words, felt a massive wave of frustration and regret fill her chest like wild, overgrown weeds. I hate this so much. Why didn't I listen to that student? If I had sculpted a crying face, I could have survived. Wife, wife. The bespectacled man was jumping with anxiety, wanting to hold his pregnant wife, but her body was like a piece of burning charcoal. It was simply too hot. Husband. The pregnant woman curled into a ball in pain, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached for the unborn child in her womb. Why did this little life have to suffer such torment? Don't be afraid. I'll go slaughter that monster. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity and murderous intent. The only way he could think of to save his wife and child was to kill the clay monster. Don't go. The pregnant woman reached out to pull at her husband's pant leg. But fearing she would burn him, she pulled her hand back. "Don't go. Just try your best to live," the pregnant woman pleaded, because she knew that if her husband went, he would undoubtedly die. Gluttonous God, is there any way to save them? Lin Baici clenched his fists. The gluttonous god's reply was concise and to the point. This is rule-based contamination, a supernatural power that cannot be defied by human effort. To survive, one must abide by the rules of the god-forbidden item. The high-temperature roasting the clay figures received in the kilns would be reflected back onto their creators. So, a few minutes later, the programmer died. The pregnant woman died. Song Li died as well. Besides them, another 478 tourists who had sculpted the wrong expressions were also burned to death alive. Their bodies were completely dehydrated, charred, and curled up like pieces of burnt charcoal, with a thick, acrid smell of burning flesh drifting from their remains. Ugh! Some people couldn't handle the tragic scene and bent over to vomit. Brother Lin 180 wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he vomited up the lunch he had eaten. Lin Baici also felt some physical discomfort. When you join the security bureau and start breaking god ruins and stealing god-forbidden items, you will see death scenes even more terrifying than this. Ma Yuan patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. There are 288 people left. Jiu Hongyao counted the number of people. With so many dead, the earthen platform suddenly became much quieter. The clay monster didn't even glance at the corpses, announcing loudly, "Congratulations to you all. The clay sculpting is qualified." Next is the fourth step, baking and setting. Hearing the word qualified, Ma Yuan excitedly slapped Lin Baici on the back. "My team member is pretty good, right?" Jiu Hongyao boasted, looking very proud. "Are there any apprentices willing to step forward and be the first batch of examinees?" the clay monster asked. The tourists looked left and right, but no one made a sound. Those who went up in the first batch were likely facing more misfortune than fortune. Lin Baici was also waiting, wanting to figure out what this step required so he could think of a way to pass. But the gluttonous god spoke. "Sign up and step forward. This batch has the highest probability of survival." After hearing this, Lin Baici immediately raised his hand. "I'll participate." Swish. The gazes of the tourists all turned toward him, filled with surprise and confusion. But none of them looked at him like he was an idiot, because Lin Baici's previous performance had been excellent, and he had helped quite a few people pass the body sculpting step. A person like this could not possibly be doing something stupid. Little Lin, what did you discover? Jiu Hongyao was very curious and asked in a low voice. In her view, Lin Baici's deductive ability was very strong. He must have discovered some key points through subtle clues. Ma Yuan and 18D looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an explanation. "I didn't discover anything. I just thought that by going in the first batch, maybe we could get some preferential treatment." Lin Baici casually made up a reason. "You are quite good." The clay monster grinned, though it looked like it was about to eat someone. "Please take your clay figure and go to a kiln. Choose a kiln close to the clay pond." The gluttonous god reminded him, "If anyone trusts me, follow me and do it." Lin Baici shouted loudly. Everyone looked at each other. Jiu Hongyao picked up the clay figure she had made and followed Lin Baici. "Hongyao, don't be reckless. The best way to respond is to wait for a wave of people to go first and see what this stage requires," Ma Yuan advised. According to the rules summarized by the Hunter Circle, in rule-based contamination, the first wave of people to go up are almost always cannon fodder, mainly used to gather intelligence. "I trust him." Jiu Hongyao was very confident in Lin Baici's intelligence. "Besides, he is my prospective team member. I cannot watch him take risks alone." Lin Baici was stunned. "Prospective team member? That's right." Jiu Hongyao beamed with a smile. Once she sealed this divine taboo item and went to Haijing, she would call her sister and secure a direct admission spot for Lin Baici. Bypassing the usual trials, such an impressive newcomer. One only appears every 10 years, right? I must snatch him up. Ma Yuan was conflicted. Should I go or not? 180 did not hesitate. He picked up his clay figure and followed. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Baici, the man was not only outstanding but his luck was also explosively good. Every choice he made turned out to be correct. If I cling tightly to such a powerful thigh, I can survive. Chapter 48. Add charcoal. Add charcoal. Add charcoal. The red mud in the muddy pond is damp and viscous, possessing the effect of insulating against high temperatures. If you use it to make beggar's chicken, it won't cook through, the God Eater commented. Hearing this, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He knew about beggar's chicken. It involved cleaning and gutting a chicken, brushing it with oil and seasonings, wrapping it in lotus leaves and yellow clay, and then roasting it in a fire. Recalling the state of Song Li and the others' deaths, Lin Baici immediately rushed toward the mud pond. Splash! With a dive, Lin Baici threw himself into the mud pond and began rolling around, covering his entire body in mud. Even then, he wasn't satisfied. He started grabbing handfuls of red mud and smearing it onto himself, preparing to coat a thick layer. Brother Lin, what are you doing? 18D was dumbfounded. Lin Baici shouldn't have been scared out of his mind. What are you waiting for? Come over and smear mud on yourself. The thicker the better, Lin Baici urged. No wonder the God Eater told me to choose a kiln near the mud pond. So that was what it meant. Jiu Hongyao strode forward with her long legs. After reaching the edge of the earthen platform, she leaped into the mud pond. After rolling a few times, she grabbed a handful of red mud and smeared it on her face. This girl with a high ponytail was very pretty. Logically speaking, most girls would be very repulsed by such an image-damaging act. But Jiu Hongyao was having the time of her life. She looked just like a husky. In terms of intelligence, Jiu Hongyao was perhaps only slightly smarter than a husky. Right. Seeing this scene, Ma Yuan made up his mind. Follow him. Given the meticulous thinking and caution Lin Baici had displayed, how could he possibly be taking a reckless risk? Even if he were taking a risk, there must be some degree of certainty. Follow him. I will definitely win. Ma Yuan picked up his clay figure and ran toward the mud pond, rolling around like a wild boar to coat his body in mud. The clay monster watched these four people expressionlessly. Then, its gaze landed on Lin Baici, and the corners of its mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. Are there any more apprentices who want to step forward? The clay monster scanned the crowd. The man in glasses looked at his wife's corpse and her protruding belly. He endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold back. I'll kill you. The man in glasses roared and sprinted toward the clay monster. He had lost his mind. The clay monster stood there, motionless. When the man in glasses ran over, it casually waved its large hand, striking the man's head. The man's skull shattered. Blood, brains, and bone fragments sprayed out in a radial pattern. The corpse hit the ground. Who else wants to challenge me? The clay monster asked, casually flicking the bits of flesh off its hand. Killing a person was easier for it than swatting a fly. No one answered. When the clay monster's gaze swept over them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet its eyes. They are truly a bunch of useless trash. I gave you a chance and you couldn't grasp it. Ingredients like these are too low and even dogs wouldn't eat them. The God Eater expressed its disdain. The first batch of apprentices is too small, not enough. Since you won't volunteer, I will choose. The clay monster pointed randomly. You. It picked 6 people, just enough to make 10. Lin Baici took a look and was surprised to see someone he recognized, the middle-aged woman who had been playing TikTok videos out loud on the train. Oh, this attendant is quite pretty. It's a pity she's going to be roasted into charcoal. The God Eater sighed with regret. Otherwise, steaming her would have been delicious. Among the 6, there was a woman, about 20 years old, wearing a red skirt, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a red vest over it. The black silk stockings on her legs were torn with many holes and covered in mud, and she had lost one of her black low-heeled leather shoes. She was wearing a high-speed rail attendant uniform. Hurry up and go to the mud pond to coat yourselves in mud. Jiu Hongyao urged. Choose your kilns quickly. In 10 seconds, the assessment begins. The clay monster urged, and began the countdown. At this point, the 6 people didn't have time to go. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only pick up their clay figures and rush to find kilns. Choose one close to the mud pond, Lin Baici shouted, but no one listened. The clay monster's countdown was fast, throwing them into a panic, like helpless sheep chased by hungry wolves. They all chose the kilns closest to them. U10. Listen to my instructions and follow them strictly, the clay monster warned. I will only explain this once. The 6 people didn't have time to go to the pond and focus their attention on listening. 1-8D's nerves also tightened instantly, and he pricked up his ears. Hey! Lin Baici curled his lips. This master has the ability to memorize anything after hearing it once. As long as you say it once, I can recite it back and remember it for at least 3 years. Open the kilns. Clay figures enter the kilns. The travelers didn't need to do it themselves. As the clay monster announced, the clay figures everyone had molded moved on their own, walked to the kilns, and jumped inside. Light the fires, boom boom. The charcoal in the kilns ignited. These pieces of charcoal were palm-sized, an inch thick, and very uniform in shape. Fan the flames to increase the heat. After the clay monster finished shouting this 4th instruction, it closed its mouth. The travelers stared at it, muttering these 4 steps to themselves. Lin Baici, meanwhile, was observing the condition of the kiln. Wasn't it supposed to be bellows-driven heating? Why was there no movement? The next instant, Lin Baici realized that at this stage, he needed to operate it himself. He immediately crouched at the mouth of the furnace, gripped the handle of the bellows with his right hand, and pulled it vigorously. Whoosh! 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 Air was blown into the furnace, and the flames inside surged instantly, the charcoal burning even more fiercely. Manhua and Giahonia realized what was happening and hurriedly began pulling their bellows as well. Brother Lin, are you sure this step is correct? 1-8D was worried and wanted to wait a bit longer to see if the clay monster had any new commands. I'm not sure. Lin Baici did not speak with absolute certainty. What if he was wrong? The other 6 people also began to operate their bellows. However, the flight attendant was clearly a girl from a big city who had never seen a bellows, a tool found only in remote rural areas. For a moment, she gripped it, looking completely bewildered. Fortunately, her adaptability was quite good. After seeing how Lin Baici and the others used it, she gritted her teeth and began to pull the bellows hard. Add charcoal, the clay monster ordered. Beside the kiln, there was a pile of black charcoal. Everyone immediately grabbed a piece and tossed it into the furnace. Some black charcoal ash stained their hands, but no one cared about such trivial matters. How much should I add? 1-8D had tossed in 7 or 8 pieces in one go. When he looked up and saw the clay monster wasn't speaking, he asked Lin Baici. I don't know. Lin Baici had only added 1 piece of charcoal. Although he didn't know how to fire clay figures, he knew that such work, much like firing porcelain, likely had strict requirements for heat. So, he didn't rashly add more. He was also waiting for the gluttonous god to comment. But that mysterious voice did not sound. There were 10 pieces of charcoal in the furnace at the start. Should we add 10 more? Manhua suggested. The 10 travelers didn't need to agonize over it for long, because the clay monster spoke again. Add 3 pieces of charcoal, a very clear instruction. Everyone immediately tossed 2 more pieces of charcoal inside, but 1-8D, the TikTok auntie, and 2 other travelers were dumbfounded. They had just dumped a whole bunch in at once. Brother Lin, what should I do? 1-8D was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. Adding 3 more. It should be fine, right? The TikTok auntie's voice trembled. Do you really think so? Manhua was speechless. This step made it obvious. If you didn't follow the clay monster's instructions, you definitely wouldn't be able to fire the clay figure. Then what are we supposed to do? The TikTok auntie was crying in panic. Rake the charcoal out. Lin Baici's expression was grave. The TikTok auntie and 18D immediately looked around, but they didn't see any tools that could rake the charcoal out of the furnace. There aren't even any fire pokers or shovels here, 1-8D complained. There wasn't even a blade of grass on the red clay platform, let alone any other vegetation. 1-8D couldn't even break off a tree branch to use as a fire poker. Use your hands. Lin Baici knew this answer was cruel, but it was the only way. What? 1-8D, the TikTok auntie, and the other 2 travelers who had added too much charcoal were stunned. Use their hands. They looked at the furnace, where the flames were raging. If they put their hands in there, would they even have them left? There are no tools. You have to use your hands. And there isn't much time left for you to hesitate. Manhua chimed in. Because you added too much charcoal, the intensity of the fire is different from everyone else's. which will definitely cause problems with the clay figure you're firing. The four of them looked panicked. Brother Lin. 180 looked at Lin Baici, his face full of pleading. Think of something. There's no way. Lin Baici shook his head. Damn it. When this guy said to add charcoal earlier, why didn't he make it clear? The TikTok Andy cursed. But it was of no use. Did I tell you to stop blowing the bellows? The clay monster questioned. Everyone was startled and hurriedly pulled the bellows again. Add charcoal. 3 pieces. The clay monster spoke again. Lin Baici and the other 5 hurriedly grabbed charcoal and tossed it into the furnace. I added 6 pieces earlier, so I don't need to take any out now, right? The TikTok Andy was pleasantly surprised. 18D's face turned pale. He had to take 1 piece out to match the quantity the clay monster had specified. For self-righteous idiots. At a time like this, they shouldn't be hesitating at all. Now it's too late for them to remedy it. The discrepancy in fire intensity has already caused the success rate of their clay figures to drop to 70%. The gluttonous god mocked. 70%. It didn't seem low. But one had to realize that the firing process had only just begun. There was no telling how many steps were left. If you want to live, follow this monster's instructions strictly. 18D, you'd better hurry up and take the extra charcoal out, Lin Baici warned. 18D looked at the furnace, illuminated orange by the flames, and couldn't bring himself to reach in. Add charcoal. The clay monster spoke again. Within a quarter of an hour, the clay monster had called for adding charcoal 3 times, and it never let them stop the bellows. So the 10 of them pulled the bellows with all their might. After absorbing the meteorite and the divine remains at Longshan Temple, Lin Baici's physique had been enhanced, so he could handle this kind of physical labor. Jiu Hongyao and Ma Yuan were also fine, but the others were suffering, especially the delicate flight attendant and the TikTok Andy. They were alternating hands to pull the bellows, but their arms were still aching, feeling incredibly miserable. If this were a square dancing competition, I could take first place, the TikTok Andy said, feeling depressed. Just as everyone was about to reach their limit, a new instruction came. Lower the fire. 18D was crying, looking just like the student at the bottom of the class who stares at their final exam paper and realizes they cannot even solve the simplest bonus questions. How are we supposed to lower it? We can't just pull the charcoal out of the furnace, can we? Chapter 49. Remove the charcoal. Extinguish the fire. Open the kiln, idiots. Stop working the bellows, Ma Yuan roared, also serving as a reminder to the others. After he shouted, he quickly glanced at the mudman monster, checking if it intended to punish him for that remark, which made him feel relieved. Right, that is another way. 18D suddenly realized. The group stopped, rubbing their sore arms, finally able to catch their breath. But before 2 minutes had passed, the mudman spoke again. Lower the firepower. At this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had already stopped working the bellows, so how else could they lower the firepower? Actually, there was one more answer, which was to pull the charcoal out. With less charcoal, the flames would certainly weaken, but the problem was, this stuff is genuinely scalding. Lin Baici looked at the red-hot furnace and picked up a pine torch, preparing to use it as a fire poker. These furnaces have powerful firepower. Aside from the fire stoker, any foreign object thrown into them will be burned to ashes, the gluttonous god warned. Lin Baici frowned deeply. Does this mean I can only use my hands? Baici, hurry up and get the charcoal. Once you are done with that torch, lend it to me, Ma Yuan urged. If you use the torch or any other object, you will die, Lin Baici warned. Oh, then what should I use? Ma Yuan felt that Lin Baici was being overly cautious. Use your hands. Lin Baici glanced at his left hand, which was coated in a thick layer of red mud, and reached into the furnace quickly and decisively. Swish. Lin Baici hooked a piece of charcoal with his index and middle fingers and pulled it back with force. The charcoal was pulled out of the furnace and dropped onto the mud floor. Holy crap! Ma Yuan was stunned. Do you have to be this reckless? You clearly have a torch, yet just for the sake of a possibility, you refuse to use it and pull the charcoal out with your bare hands. A ruthless person, absolutely a ruthless person. Ma Yuan felt that in no more than 2 or 3 years, This young man would definitely become famous in the circle of god hunters. It is fine, not hot. Lin Baici curled his lips. You guys should hurry up and get yours too. I think Xiao Bai's concerns are very valid. After Xiao Hongyao said this, she reached out to take the charcoal. Because her physical aptitude was very strong and she had practiced traditional martial arts, her movements were swift and agile, so fast that Lin Baici could not even see them clearly. She truly lives up to her reputation as the high ponytail girl with a rank strength and speed. It really does not hurt. It seems coating ourselves in red mud was the right move. Xiao Hongyao breathed a sigh of relief. If not for this layer of red mud, her entire hand would definitely have been scalded. Seeing Ma Yuan take the charcoal and lower the firepower, 180 gritted his teeth, reached his hand into the furnace, and pulled out a piece of charcoal. I am not hurt. 180 looked at his left hand, which was fine, and was ecstatic, as if he had picked up a great bargain. Your prediction was truly spot on. Seeing this, the others immediately ran toward the mud pond, wanting to coat themselves in red mud. Within 5 seconds, those who do not reduce the charcoal to lower the firepower will be judged as failures. Those who fail will die, the mud man declared. Hearing this, the group froze, the color draining from their faces instantly. In such a short time, they could not possibly run to the mud pond, let alone coat themselves in mud. The onlookers, while terrified, also felt fortunate that they were not in the first batch. Many of them even ran toward the mud pond, starting to coat themselves in mud to avoid running out of time later. The TikTok auntie was afraid of death. She still wanted to play mahjong every day, dance in the square, and go to the supermarket to collect free eggs. So she let out a loud cry, reached her hand into the furnace, and pulled out a piece of charcoal. The TikTok auntie screamed in agony. Her entire hand was scalded red, especially the 3 fingers that had touched the burning red charcoal, which were covered in blisters the size of grapes. Damn. The TikTok auntie cursed loudly, jumping in pain. Hurry to the mud pond and coat yourself in mud. Xiao Hongyao shouted a reminder. The TikTok auntie took off running. Hurry up. We are running out of time, Xiao Hongyao urged. Damn it, I will risk it. That female flight attendant made up her mind. Just as she was about to reach into the furnace, her body suddenly burst into flames. This was because the mud doll she had molded in the kiln had been ignited due to the temperature dropping too slowly. The damage received by the mud doll would be fully reflected onto its creator. The female flight attendant rolled on the ground in pain. Her red uniform, hair, and leather shoes were all on fire. The other 3 unlucky ones also failed to reduce the charcoal in time and were all ignited. They ran around like human torches, rolling wildly. However, soon enough, they lay on the ground, motionless. The TikTok auntie looked at these charred, smoking corpses and suddenly felt that the blisters on her hand were not so painful anymore. Reduce the charcoal, lower the firepower, the mudman spoke. Having had the experience from last time, everyone was relatively calm. Though the TikTok auntie was in a miserable state, wailing from the burns, add charcoal, blow the bellows. The mudman did not want the travelers to have any idle time. 180 and the others were in a flurry, picking up charcoal and just about to throw it into the furnace when they were stopped by Lin Baici. Wait, use new charcoal. Do not use the ones that have already been burned, Lin Baici reminded them. Once Ma Yuan heard this, he understood. Lin Baici was worried that if they did not need to remove charcoal to lower the temperature later, the firepower provided by a piece of charcoal that had already been burned would certainly not be as strong as a piece of brand new charcoal. This would lead to an error, potentially causing the mud doll to fail in the firing process or not be perfect. This kid really has nerves of steel. Ma Yuan sighed with emotion. To think that even amidst this rule-based pollution where death could strike at any moment, Lin Baici could still maintain such calm and rational thinking, it was truly impressive. Another 20 minutes passed, and after a series of tedious and busy operations, the 4th step, the firing process, finally concluded. Remove the charcoal, extinguish the fire, open the kiln. The mud monster's tone was melodic. I survived. The TikTok auntie wept with joy, though her expression quickly twisted into a grimace, her teeth baring in pain. She had long been soaked through with sweat, looking as if she had been fished out of water. and her entire left arm was severely burned. It was covered in blisters the size of grapes, densely packed together, looking quite nauseating. After Lin Baici and the other four raked out the glowing red charcoal, the kiln opening went bang and popped open. A wave of heat, carrying sparks, rushed out. "Retrieve the mud figures," the mud monster urged. The temperature inside the kiln was extremely high, but the group had no choice. They had to retrieve the mud figures with their bare hands. Fortunately, the red mud from the mud pond had insulating properties, so Lin Baici and the other three would not be scorched. But the TikTok Andy was not so lucky. If she reached that arm, it would surely be ruined. So she immediately ran toward the red mud pond, intending to coat her arm in mud. As she ran, the TikTok Andy kept her eyes fixed on the mud monster. If it forbade her, she would stop immediately. But this time, she was in luck. The mud monster did not stop her. Lin Baici and the other three retrieved their mud figures. The self-righteous lower life form is doomed. The residents who have been disturbed by the music from her square dancing all these years can finally pop champagne to celebrate. After applying a thick layer of red mud to her body, the TikTok Andy ran back to the kiln, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain as she reached her arm into the kiln opening to grab the mud figure. The next instant, the mud figure suddenly moved, grabbed the TikTok Andy by the wrist, and yanked her back with a violent force. This was the consequence of not retrieving the mud figure immediately. Amidst the TikTok Andy's shrill screams, she was dragged into the kiln, followed by heart-wrenching cries and pleas for help. The travelers on the earthen platform were all pale with terror. 18D swallowed hard, looking with trembling fear at the mud figure belonging to him that was placed on the ground. The mud monster raised its right arm and then lowered it horizontally in front of itself. "Those to the left of my arm are the second batch. Begin the assessment. Please pick up your mud figures and wait in front of a kiln." The unlucky ones chosen looked dejected. They cursed and complained, but helpless. They could only follow the mud monster's instructions. Having seen the example of Lin Baici and the others, they had gained experience and scrambled to grab the kilns closest to the edge of the mud pond, even resorting to pushing and shoving. A good kiln position could increase one's survival rate, so no one cared about gentlemanly conduct at this moment. Some even came to blows. Some travelers ran back into the mud pond, grabbing damp mud to smear onto their bodies. Open the kilns. Mud figures into the kilns. The mud figures molded by those travelers immediately sprang to life and jumped into the kilns nearest to them. Some who were still soaking in the mud pond smearing mud heard this and rushed back, still clutching their mud figures, but unfortunately, it was too late. Ignite the fire. Following the mud monster's command, the kiln lid slammed shut with a bang, and the charcoal inside the kilns was ignited. Those mud figures that had not entered the kilns in time instantly developed cracks. And then, with a series of snapping sounds, they all shattered. Their owners didn't even have time to cry for help before they, too, like their mud figures, were torn apart. Their corpses left on the spot. Bright red blood flowed out, moistening the earthen platform. 36 dead, Manhua side. Most of these victims were women. They had only thought about coating themselves in red mud to avoid burns. And as for the kilns, they felt that since they were small and weak, they wouldn't be able to fight for a good one. So they planned to just pick any random one. But they didn't stop to think. Would the mud monster give them enough time to run to a kiln? The mud monster began issuing instructions. Every traveler tried their best to be perfect. Because they had mental preparation, they did not hesitate when it came time to reduce the charcoal. Plus, with the red mud on their arms, other than feeling a bit hot, they were not burned. This gave them a great sense of relief. We can survive. Every traveler's eyes were filled with hope. Lin Baici looked at the relics on his wrist, comparing it to the commands issued by the mud monster. "Why do you keep looking at your watch?" 18D asked with concern. "Is there a problem?" After Lin Baici finished speaking, his brows furrowed. "That's not right. At this time, the charcoal should be reduced to lower the heat. So why hadn't the mud monster issued the instruction?" Lin Baici looked up at those standing in front of the kilns, listening intently and waiting for the mud monster's orders. "If this continues, they will all die. It's time to reduce the charcoal," Lin Baici shouted. He stared at the mud monster. If the creature forbade him from speaking, he would shut his mouth immediately. Chapter 50 Scoring and Commentary in the Earthen Platform. Aside from the crackling sound of burning charcoal, it was deathly quiet. The travelers held their breath, afraid of making a sound and missing the mud monster's instructions. So Lin Baici's shout was incredibly jarring. Swish. Everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not speak immediately, but kept his eyes on the mud monster. If it showed any extreme reaction, he would not warn the others again. The mud monster turned its head to look at Lin Baici. Even though its eyes were formed from mud, they revealed a look of astonishment. It had not expected that Lin Baici could remember every step of the mud figure firing process. "It's time to reduce the charcoal," Lin Baici shouted again. But this thing didn't give an instruction, did it? The speaker was a man in his 30s with male pattern baldness and swollen eyes. "It must be doing this on purpose," Lin Baici explained. He recognized this man. Back in the waiting hall, the gluttonous god had commented on this drowsy, hungover man, saying he was addicted to alcohol. Whoosh. Everyone looked toward the clay monster. The clay monster suddenly grinned, but said nothing. "Are you sure?" How could he be sure? It is impossible for him to have memorized every single step, right? But he has no reason to sabotage us, does he? And he has helped everyone before. The travelers whispered among themselves, unsure of what to do. However, almost everyone disregarded Lin Baici's words, choosing instead to wait for the clay monster to issue instructions. After all, if they did it wrong, they would die. "I have said all I can. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." Lin Baici sighed and gave up on trying to persuade them. No wonder the gluttonous god said the first batch had the highest survival rate. It turned out the clay monster would intentionally omit several steps in the subsequent assessments. If the participants could not remember the entire process, it meant certain death. "Brother Lin, how are you able to remember when to add charcoal, remove charcoal, and use the bellows to increase the temperature?" 180 asked, curious. "Yes," Lin Baici nodded. While the clay figures were being fired earlier, he had been watching his watch and whispering the time, using his ability to memorize everything he heard. "No wonder you kept looking at your watch," Ma Yuan realized with a start. "Hiss," 180 gasped. This memory was simply terrifying, wasn't it? If Brother Lin was right, then these people, this time, the charcoal removal was not just once, but 3 times. The clay monster did not mention it, and the travelers did not do it. So they met a tragic end. Just as the hungover man wanted to ask the clay monster if what Lin Baici said was correct, his body suddenly burst into flames with a boom. Like a lamb chop in an oven, he began to dehydrate visibly to the naked eye, turning charred and black. A plume of black smoke filled the air. The hungover man screamed. Now, without needing instructions from the clay monster, he wanted to take the charcoal out of the furnace. But it was too late. Seeing this, the others scrambled to act. But it was already too late. All the travelers participating in this assessment had failed to remove the charcoal in time, causing the clay figures in the kiln to be ruined. And the damage was reflected back onto them. These people were all ignited, like human torches. The onlookers were terrified and scrambled backward, fearing they would be caught in the blaze. 2 minutes later, there were more charred corpses on the ground. 119 people, all dead. The air was filled with the nauseating stench of burning fat and muscle. The remaining travelers looked at this horrific scene and could not help but glance at Lin Baici. If these people had listened to him, they probably wouldn't have died. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and apply the red clay," Lin Baici roared. Everyone hurried to act. With so many corpses lying on the earthen platform, it was a terrifying sight. But the clay monster remained as indifferent as ever. "The rest of you, take your clay figures and wait in front of a kiln." There was a chaotic scramble. Some people even lost their shoes while running. Having learned from the previous batch, everyone moved very quickly this time. Open the kiln. Put the clay figures in the furnace. Light the fire. The firing of the clay figures began. The monster walked around, controlling the earthen platform while issuing various instructions. As the travelers followed the orders, they kept looking at Lin Baici. "Handsome, if it intentionally leaves out any steps, you have to tell us, okay? Stop talking. Don't disturb the handsome guy. Listen carefully to the instructions. Heaven preserve us. Heaven preserve us." The travelers were tense. Like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. 15 minutes later. It is time to lower the fire and remove the charcoal. 3 pieces. Seeing that the clay monster had not spoken, Lin Baici quickly reminded them. This time, no one hesitated. They immediately removed the charcoal from the furnace. The process of firing the clay figures took less than 30 minutes. But to the travelers, it felt as long as a journey through the 18 levels of hell. Finally, when the clay monster uttered the words remove charcoal, extinguish fire, and open the kiln, the travelers felt a sense of relief. After the tension, a few women were so relaxed that they wet their pants. The travelers wept with joy. After taking their clay figures out of the kiln, they immediately ran to Lin Baici to thank him. Handsome, thank you. Good-looking guy. I'll kowtow to you. The travelers surrounded Lin Baici. Besides thanking him, they also wanted to become familiar with him and build a relationship so that if Lin Baici were to save people, he would save them first. Very good. Next is the final step, the critique and scoring segment. The clay monster announced loudly. Who volunteers to go first? Everyone looked at each other, wary and fearful. And finally, their eyes turned toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici remained unmoved. Since no one is stepping forward, I will choose myself. The clay monster was clearly impatient, then pointed to you. Come forward. The unlucky person chosen was a middle-aged man. He immediately looked at Lin Baici in a panic, pleading for help. Handsome, help me. Hurry up and come forward, or I will give you a 0, the clay monster urged. The middle-aged man dared not delay. He hurried to the front of the clay monster and, seeing it reach out, tremblingly handed over his fired clay figure. The facial features are unclear, missing eyebrows and ears. The limbs are of uneven length, overfired. The body is covered in cracks. The clay monster listed 7 flaws in one breath, shook its head in great disappointment, and lost interest in continuing to critique this clay figure. Garbage that offends the eyes. 0 points. After saying this, the clay monster threw the clay figure in its hand onto the ground. The clay figure shattered, breaking into pieces. The middle-aged man let out a shrill scream and collapsed to the ground. His body looked as if it had been dropped from a skyscraper. Blood sprayed everywhere. His bones shattered, and his frame was twisted into an unrecognizable mess. The travelers shivered and retreated, trying to hide behind one another, because the flaws the clay monster had pointed out were present on their own clay figures as well. If they were chosen, it would be a dead end. You, come here. The clay monster picked another victim. Buddy, please, think of something. The unlucky soul looked at Lin Baici with a pleading gaze, treating him as his final straw of hope. Next, you go. Remember, once this monster finishes its critique and tells you to step back, you must immediately smash the clay figure in your hand. Otherwise, this thing will come to life in a moment and rip out your heart. It's not over yet. Lin Baici was shocked. He had assumed that once the clay monster finished its critique, he would be able to clear this god-forbidden game. He hadn't expected that he would have to fight the clay figure he had molded himself. What a scam! As expected, a 5.0 intensity rule pollution had an extremely low survival rate. The middle-aged man had scored 40 points, which was not a passing grade. When the clay monster went to smash the clay figure, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and launched a desperate attack. But he didn't even touch the monster before it slapped his head into pieces. Next, the clay monster acted as if it had just swatted a mosquito, completely indifferent. It raised its right hand, preparing to call the next name. I'll go. Lin Baici raised his right hand. Swish. Everyone looked over, their faces filled with astonishment. Little Lin, did you figure something out? Jia Hongyao looked invigorated. Ma Yuan and 18D also looked on with anticipation. I'll try first. If I survive, you all follow my method. After saying this, Lin Baici walked toward the clay monster. Brother Lin, there's no need to risk it yourself. Let someone else go first. 18D lowered his voice to persuade him. Everyone here is so desperate to live. They will definitely be willing to try your method. Better that I do it. Lin Baici smiled. Little Lin, let me go. Jia Hongyao grabbed Lin Baici. You've helped me so much. It's my turn to step up. After all, I'm the team leader. Even if the sky falls, I have to be the one to hold it up. I can't let my team members take the risks. Lin Baici was stunned. He noticed that when Jia Hongyao said this, her expression was very sincere. This girl is genuine. What a noble soul she has. Look at the fragrance she is emitting. It is so tempting. I want to eat her. I suggest steaming her." The gluttonous god's tone was thick with salivation. "Don't worry. My luck has always been pretty good." Jiu Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, took her clay figure, and walked toward the clay monster. Lin Baici grabbed her arm. "Stop messing around." Lin Baici didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt a touch of genuine emotion in his heart. This girl with the high ponytail, she's a keeper. You all just wait here peacefully. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Baici walked toward the clay monster. He didn't show any nervousness, fear, or the desperate resolve of someone facing certain death. Instead, his face was calm, as if he weren't about to face a terrifying monster that killed without blinking, but rather an old, lame dog scavenging for food in a trash heap. What guts! Ma Yuan praised him silently. Chapter 51. The writing expert Lin Baici. On the red clay platform, there was silence. There was no wind, so the residual heat from the kiln did not dissipate, making the air stifling and unbearable. The clay monster held Lin Baici's work and examined it carefully. The facial features are clear. Even their lobes had been sculpted, and the two eyebrows were very similar to the real person. The limbs are slender. The t-shirt clung to the clay figure's stomach, revealing the outline of the abdominal muscles. The clay monster turned its head and looked at Lin Baici's stomach. Lin Baici reached his right hand behind his back, grabbed his shirt, and pulled it taut, causing his t-shirt to cling to his abdomen and reveal the contours of his muscles. The personal characteristics are distinct. It is indeed a sculpture of the person himself. The clay monster handed the clay figure back to Lin Baici. Aside from not being lifelike enough and having some differences in facial appearance compared to the real person, everything else is quite good. I give it 90 points. The clay monster curled its lips, revealing a smile. This time, it wasn't mockery, but satisfaction and an appreciation for Lin Baici's craftsmanship. For an ordinary person who had never touched clay sculpting to be able to achieve this level upon his first attempt showed that he was overflowing with talent and possessed rare aptitude. He actually passed. A genius is a genius. Even with the same task, he can do it perfectly. You have to admire that. The travelers were incredibly envious. Step back. The clay monster looked at the crowd, preparing to pick the next one. Thanks. Lin Baici appeared respectful, but the moment he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly exerted all its strength, and he smashed the clay figure in his hand into the clay monster's face. Logically, smashing it on the ground and crushing it with his foot would have been the most rational approach. But Lin Baici had been through such a terrifying God-forbidden game that a ball of fire was burning in his gut. If he didn't punch this monster, he really couldn't swallow this resentment. The clay figure hit the clay monster's face. Its arms and legs broke off, but the majority of its body didn't shatter. Ah! The travelers were dumbfounded and let out cries of alarm. What was he doing? He had already passed the test. So why did he still attack the clay monster? But what terrified them even more was that a 3-meter-tall Buddha statue appeared. It should be a Buddha statue. It had fleshy bumps on its head like the Tathagata Buddha, longer lobes hanging down, and a string of prayer beads hanging around its neck. But the problem was, this guy's body was covered in knotted muscles, as if it had been fed on protein powder since childhood. And there were veins bulging on its skin like earthworms, giving off an aura of violent ferocity. Oh, right. It was also only wearing a pair of leather shorts. As soon as the muscular Buddha appeared, it twisted its waist and swung its arm. Its right fist, like a heavy artillery shell, first struck the clay figurine that had not yet fallen, and then, carrying the momentum, slammed heavily into the face of the clay monster. The clay monster was sent flying, its entire face somewhat caved in. The clay figurine that Lin Baici had molded was reduced to a pile of clay powder under this violent punch, scattering into the air. Damn it! Lin Baici held a pine torch in his right hand and quickly swiped it against the ground to ignite it. But the very next instant, he vanished from where he stood. Where did he go? Why is he gone? Could it be that breaking this clay figurine allows one to leave? He must have left this hellhole, right? The passengers looked around anxiously, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. A male passenger, whose clay figurine was poorly crafted and who knew he definitely wouldn't pass the test, slammed his figurine hard against the ground, and then stomped on it several times with all his might. This was his last hope. Thump thump. The clay figurine shattered. Everyone looked over. "Why didn't I leave this place? This isn't fair." The male passenger cried out in despair. The next instant, his body exploded with a bang, tearing into pieces as blood and viscera splattered everywhere. It seems one can only leave this place after receiving a critique and then shattering the clay figurine. Jiao Hongyao muttered, lifting her foot, ready to go and have the clay monster critique her work. "Don't be hasty. Wait for others to try first." Ma Yuan grabbed Jiao Hongyao. "There's no time. If Xiaobai goes out, he will definitely be targeted by Black Shark 3. I have to go help." Jiao Hongyao tried to pull Ma Yuan's hand away. "Hongyao, calm down." Ma Yuan did not let go. "Are you kidding? This was Jiao Hongmian's younger sister. If she died here, he would definitely be blamed by Jiao Hongmian, and at that point, a fate worse than death would be the least of his worries." Whenever Ma Yuan thought of Jiao Hongmian's terrifying combat record, his grip on Jiao Hongyao's hand tightened even more. "Wait a little longer. Someone will surely follow Baici's method. Let's be patient." Ma Yuan persuaded. "Besides, Baici is so smart. Having already witnessed the power of Black Shark 3, he will definitely run." Hearing this, Jiao Hongyao thought it made sense. Lin Baici might not be able to defeat Black Shark 3, but as for running away, with his intelligence comparable to Sherlock Holmes, it would certainly be no problem. Before Lin Baici, yellow sand swirled. He looked around and discovered he was still in a train carriage, but the glass windows of the carriage were broken, and a layer of sand and dust had already accumulated on the floor. "I'm out." Lin Baici waved his fist in excitement. Gurgle. An intense feeling of hunger struck him instantly, causing Lin Baici's stomach to cramp. A delicious feast is at the end of the train. Lin Baici started running. There were many corpses lying in the carriage. It took Lin Baici only 2 minutes to reach the end of the train. He scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on the luggage rack above seat number 2. There was a silver suitcase on it. Lin Baici rushed over and took the suitcase down. After having the muscular Buddha smash it open with its iron fist, Lin Baici saw a foot-long clay figurine inside. The figurine had no gender and wore no clothes. Its limbs were twisted in a strange way, and its belly was large, as if it were pregnant. On its face, one half was smiling while the other half was crying, with a large tongue lolling out, making a mocking, grotesque face. "What is this thing?" Lin Baici frowned deeply. The moment he saw this thing, he felt physically uncomfortable. It looked just like those props used to scare people in horror movies. An ugly clay doll. No one but a mental patient would like this thing. But there is a very delicious divine grace on this doll. Divine grace. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. But then he felt a bit worried. Will it cause damage to my body after absorbing it? Who knew if this clay doll was like those poisonous mushrooms that made people see little people and dance and sing with them after eating? The gluttonous god had no intention of answering. It acted directly. From both sides of Lin Baici's shoulders, slender, translucent arms that seemed to be condensed from starlight extended. They reached into the air above the clay doll and pulled a light orb the size of a fist out of the doll's body. The light orb looked like a soap bubble, iridescent and colorful, containing a pale golden ball inside, like a small sun. "Thanks for the deity's gift." After the gluttonous god finished its prayer, it stuffed the light orb into Lin Baici's mouth. The soap bubble burst, and the golden ball melted the moment it touched his mouth, surging into Lin Baici's stomach like a cup of hot milk. A feeling of satiety immediately welled up, making Lin Baici feel as comfortable as a wild cat lying in the warm spring sunshine. Along with it came some mysterious knowledge, branded into his mind. But this blissful feeling lasted less than 3 seconds. And before Lin Baici could even process this knowledge, such as what red rolling stone meant, an even more intense hunger was born. This time, Lin Baici felt like a starving refugee who hadn't eaten for half a year. His stomach began to cramp. "What's going on?" Lin Baici subconsciously looked at the clay doll, feeling an urge to eat it raw. There is actually a piece of divine remains inside this clay doll. I've struck gold. I've struck gold, as expected. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot get rich without extra income. This meal will be so filling that I'll have to lean against the wall to walk. The voice of the gluttonous god was filled with joy, like someone who went out to buy groceries and happened to pick up a lottery ticket that won 10 million. Divine remains. Lin Baici's expression turned joyful. He immediately flipped the clay doll over to inspect it, wanting to find a gap to take out the divine remains inside. But there wasn't even a tiny opening on the clay doll, let alone a gap. The entire body was seamless. Smash it and take the divine remains. My stomach is already starving, the gluttonous god urged. Lin Baici did not hesitate. Jiu Hongyao and the others were still suffering from the rule-based contamination. Lin Baici did not have a black coffin and could not seal this god-forbidden item. To save them, he had no choice but to destroy it. Now that there was a piece of divine remains inside, he had even less reason to go easy on it. Lin Baici placed the clay doll, with its bizarre and unsettling appearance, on the ground, raised the pine wood torch, and smashed it down with all his might. A crack appeared on the clay doll, but it did not shatter. Lin Baici struck it again. There were more cracks, and a section of the clay doll's finger fell off after bandaging his wounds. Black Shark 3 waited anxiously while keeping a lookout on his surroundings. He was grateful for the 9 provinces' official authorities' blockade of information regarding various divine runes, which left ordinary people with very little knowledge of such disasters. Right now, yellow sand was swirling everywhere here. Even if someone saw it, they would just assume it was a sandstorm. Furthermore, this place was remote, surrounded by mountains and hills, with only a few scattered patches of farmland and hardly any people in sight. However, it was not just the 9 provinces' authorities. Other countries also did not proactively disclose information about divine disasters. The main reason was that the existence of gods was so inconceivable that, to this day, no one had figured out their origin. Take the god that appeared in Montana, USA, 26 years ago, for example, when a local television station reported on it. They published a photo of it that a citizen had accidentally captured.